Deep within the desolate forest, a light drizzle falls. In the ancient courtyard, Lu Qing'an sits quietly under the eaves sipping tea and watching the rain. It has been a long time since it last rained. Time flies, more than 10,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Having crossed into this world and cultivated for over 10 millennia, he had become the pinnacle powerhouse of the mortal realm. Yet he could never ascend, so he chose to live in seclusion in this desolate forest. He looked at the spirit field in the courtyard, beckoned with his hand, and a spirit herb instantly flew before him. With a puff, a ball of red flame burned the herb to ashes. Immediately, a mysterious energy surged into his body. His lifespan increased by 1 day. This was an ability he had acquired after crossing over. By merely destroying anything that possessed vitality, he could extend his lifespan. For instance, killing people, slaying beasts, or chopping down trees and burning grass. The amount of lifespan gained depended on the vitality of the destroyed thing. Over the years of accumulation, his lifespan had reached 250,000 years. Ordinary supreme powerhouses at the 10th layer of Mahayana stage rarely lived beyond 10,000 years. As long as no one killed him, he would be immortal. Lu Qing'an suddenly sensed that his early warning formation 1,000 miles away had been triggered. He saw a burly middle-aged man with red hair flying rapidly toward him. The newcomer was his close friend Jin Yongfu. In no time, Jin Yongfu halted above the courtyard. At that moment, dozens of mysterious formation light patterns appeared out of thin air. The formations enveloped the courtyard tightly, like overlapping turtle shells. Jin Yongfu laughed and go, "It's me, open the formations." Lu Qing'an remained seated, "Give the password. Stay right here, and don't move." Jin Yongfu chuckled, "Are you going to buy me some oranges?" Lu Qing'an smiled, and nodded, waved his hand, and closed all the formations. "And go, it's been 10 years. Jin Yongfu entered the courtyard, laughed heartily, then opened his arms, and gave Lu Qing'an a bear hug. 10 years, 9 days, and 3 hours in total. Lu Qing'an did not evade the hug, then changed the subject abruptly. "You only have 3 years of lifespan left." Jin Yongfu's smile instantly faded, then returned to its usual brightness. "The final 3 years. Friends are leaving one by one. Sure, Demio died a year ago, and now it's almost my turn. Sure, Demio is dead too. That man was a good friend of Jin Yongfu. He's dead. Of all the prodigies of our generation, only the 2 of us remain. This cruel heaven traps everyone at the 10th layer of Mahayana, unable to ascend, with only 10,000 years of lifespan. When the time comes, no one can escape. But you and Gu, I always feel your lifespan is inexhaustible. Though you're older than me, your appearance hasn't changed at all, still, as we saw each other in our youth." Jin Yongfu sighed with emotion. Lu Qing'an remained silent, involuntarily recalling the moments they had shared. Lu Qing'an had only one friend, Jin Yongfu. He had gotten to know Jin Yongfu even before embarking on the path of cultivation. He was very particular about choosing friends, especially regarding the quality of prudence. Yet it was precisely this man who acted bravely without considering consequences who saved him when he had just crossed over and was still lost in this world. Afterwards, Jin Yongfu became his closest friend, and now the only one still alive. Considering how Jin Yongfu managed to thrive in the treacherous and ever-changing cultivation world despite his reckless nature, one must mention his most extraordinary characteristic. Lu Qing'an had always felt that Jin Yongfu's luck was exceptionally heaven-defying. A person with such a reckless personality would easily encounter danger, yet Jin Yongfu could escape death every single time. But this time, what Jin Yongfu faced was no ordinary peril. It was a punishment decreed by heaven. No matter how strong his luck was, it seemed he had no way to avoid it. And good time really flies. Now I only have you left as a friend. Yes, I've lost track of time already. The rain fell steadily, shrouding the whole world like a veil. Jin Yongfu decided to stay for a while to renew their old friendship. They stopped dwelling on lifespan and death, reminiscing about the good times, and even recalling embarrassing episodes from the past. Imperceptibly, a month had passed. The day of parting arrived. And good, there are many affairs in my half-baked dynasty and many matters among my descendants waiting to be handled. I really must leave. Once I go, it may be hard to meet again. After realizing he could not become an immortal, Jin Yongfu had casually established a dynasty, taken a wife, and fathered children. Go on. Lu Qing'an did not try to persuade him to stay. Each person had their own destiny. Jin Yongfu flew into the air, looking back at Lu Qing'an standing in the middle of the courtyard. And good, don't come looking for me. Let time fade everything away. Jin Yongfu pretended to be at ease. Lu Qing'an nodded. Good brother. I'm off. Go back inside. Jin Yongfu forced a cheerful laugh and flew toward the horizon. Lu Qing'an stood still, watching Jin Yongfu disappear into the distance. A gentle breeze brushed by white clouds churning. Only when the figure vanished at the horizon did he turn around and sigh softly. May your luck remain heaven-defying. Idle clouds drift leisurely through the days, and stars shift with the passing autumns. Time passed, the 3 years arrived, and another spring rain came. Lu Qing'an sat under the eaves staring at the sky. After long deliberation, he finally rose and walked toward the gate. He'll go see him one last time. Rainwater fell around him, avoiding his body. He didn't know how much the outside world had changed. But below the immortal level, almost no one could harm him. Yet even so, without special circumstances, he would not go out and take risks. However, that was his only friend, he should see him off. Before he could step out, the early warning formation 1,000 miles away suddenly triggered. He saw a middle-aged woman in a purple dress moving like a star from the edge of the sky. That speed was no longer of the mortal world. An immortal. Lu Qing'an narrowed his eyes. The figure seemed to be heading straight for him. He formed a hand seal for a moment. A crisp formation sound rang out. The invisible formation activated, and the courtyard vanished in the blink of an eye. Lu Qing'an stood still, and moments later the woman 1,000 miles away passed directly over the courtyard. Seeing that the woman had flown past and continued onward, Lu Qing'an raised an eyebrow. Just passing by. Before his thought finished, the immortal had turned back. The woman held a peculiar round crystal disc, stopped above the courtyard, and muttered to herself, "This is the place, isn't it? Why is there no one here?" Lu Qing'an confirmed that she was indeed looking for him. Now seeing the woman in the purple dress up close, he perceived her formidable power even more clearly. Her body was enveloped by dense, solidified, mysterious aura. Even 100 powerhouses at the 10th layer of Mahayana might not be able to harm her in the slightest. She was definitely an immortal. The woman in the purple dress stood in the air for a moment, then suddenly waved her hand. Billowing energy surged, the void trembled, and immortal chi struck the ground directly. Boom. The invisible formation was instantly shattered, revealing the courtyard and dozens of 10th-rank defensive formations. There it is. That's strange. The woman stared at the formations below, a strange expression on her face. She looked at Lu Qing'an in the middle of the courtyard and said in a deep voice, "I am an immortal from the celestial realm, sent down to bring all mortal Mahayana 10th layer cultivators to ascend to immortality. Quickly shut down the formations and come out to accompany me to the celestial realm. Greetings, immortal senior." Lu Qing'an's expression shifted slightly as he bowed. He hadn't expected this person to be here to bring him to the celestial realm. Junior still has many unfinished matters in the mortal world. May I ask if I could go to the celestial realm later? Also, I have a brother who is also at the Mahayana 10th layer. Could you take him to the celestial realm first? He naturally would not believe her words entirely and follow her blindly. It would be dangerous. The woman in the purple dress appeared somewhat impatient. All mortal Mahayana cultivators will be taken to the celestial realm to become immortals, no exceptions. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry, or else don't blame me for breaking through this formation. Lu Qing'an frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "All right, could you grant me some time to pack my belongings?" This person was an immortal. He probably couldn't defeat him, so he would compromise for now and assess the situation. 10 breaths, the woman in purple said with marked impatience. Lu Qing'an nodded. After packing up, he collected all his formations and flew into the air. At this moment, every muscle in his body was tensed, his eyes alert, his expression calm to the extreme. Fortunately, the woman in purple did not harm him, and instead directly brought him to the central region of the mortal world. Many people were already gathered there, divided into 5 camps, each separated by 100 zhang. Lu Qing'an carefully observed them. He noticed that each camp had several immortals, while the rest were mortal cultivators at the great perfection of the 10th layer. These immortals wore tokens engraved with different characters at their waists. This kid is indeed here. Lu Qing'an quickly spotted Jin Yongfu. Today, Jin Yongfu's lifespan was about to end. He had thought Jin Yongfu would not survive this tribulation, yet unexpectedly immortals had descended to forcibly bring them to ascension. Jin Yongfu also saw him. He wanted to fly closer with a smile, but was stopped by an immortal. He could only call out from afar and go, "Haha, I thought I was done for. I never expected the celestial realm to send people." Lu Qing'an said, "You really have a charmed life, kid. These immortals seem to come from different factions. Will we never see each other again?" Jin Yongfu looked forward to the future, yet also felt some worry. Lu Qing'an, as long as we're both in the celestial realm, there will be chances to meet. While they were talking, more and more immortals brought mortal cultivators at the great perfection to this place. All right, let's return. After the leaders of the 5 factions discussed, they each took out a crystal compass. As the compasses aligned, a huge deep hole suddenly appeared in the sky. The group was directly drawn into it. "And good, take care of yourself." Lu Qing'an nodded. "You too." Celestial Realm, Panlong City. Within the Huang family territory, a flash of green light, and a group of people appeared at the foot of a celestial mountain shrouded in immortal mist. Lu Qing'an was among 100 mortal cultivators at the great perfection, dressed plainly and appearing very ordinary. After arriving, he quickly swept his gaze around. Is this the celestial realm? Is this celestial chi? I can actually absorb it. A crowd murmured. Just then a voice like that of a deity suddenly rang from the sky. A middle-aged man in red robes suddenly appeared in midair, hovering and gazing at the more than 100 people below. "I am Huang Hongzhong, steward of the Huang family. From now on, you are all outer disciples of our Huang family under my management. Behind you on the immortal mountain, there are enough caves. Choose one each, they will be your future dwellings. The middle-aged man in red had a gentle expression floating with immortal grace, giving the impression of a cultivated gentleman. Moreover, here is an immortal pill for each of you. Take it, absorb celestial qi, and you will become immortals within half a day. Huang Hongzhong waved his hand, a ring on his finger glowed, and countless golden lights flew out, landing precisely before everyone. The crowd rejoiced, taking the immortal pills, eager to swallow them immediately. Only Lu Qing'an wrapped his hand in spiritual energy to prevent the pill from touching his skin, then stored it in a pill bottle. He felt this man was not kind. This feeling was very strong. All right, go select your caves. Become immortals in half a day, then gather here again. The group looked toward the mountain behind them, bowed to Huang Hongzhong, and then scrambled to fly toward it. Because they discovered that the higher the cave on the mountain, the denser the celestial qi. Lu Qing'an also joined the crowd, controlling his speed, and finally chose a cave halfway up the mountain. He would neither be among the top nor the weakest. After finding an unremarkable cave, Lu Qing'an's first task was to quickly explore it, confirm its safety, and then rapidly set up formations. After all the formations were arranged, he finally sat down. He thought there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Things were not that simple. The Huang family must have some scheme concerning them. Either they had some use, or they possessed something that even these immortals considered valuable. He only hoped it wasn't their lives. A cautious man sails safely. Lu Qing'an took out the pill bottle, and with a gesture a small formation covered an area half a meter square in front of him. The immortal pill flew out of the bottle, controlled by him, in the center of the formation. This formation was called the appraisal formation. It was a creation he had researched and developed over many years. It could identify the composition of various items. Soon the formation displayed the various ingredients contained in the immortal pill. The pill was refined using some immortal herbs and mostly spiritual herbs. The spiritual herbs included 10th grade spirit gathering grass, 10th grade spirit impulse vine, and so on, used to break through cultivation bottlenecks and guide spiritual energy. Moreover, it analyzed that the pill contained a well-hidden, mysterious goo poison. Just as I suspected, Lu Qing'an's eyes narrowed to slits. Taking this pill should indeed allow one to become an immortal in half a day, as that man said, but one's future life will also be controlled by the Huang family. I absolutely must not swallow this pill. If I simply absorb celestial qi, can I become an immortal in half a day? He guessed that under normal circumstances it was absolutely impossible. This pill ensures stability in becoming an immortal within half a day. If anyone fails, it means they didn't take the pill. Escape. Outside, that strong cultivator was sitting cross-legged in the air. This person's cultivation aura was 100 times more terrifying than the immortals who had brought him to the celestial realm. I can't escape. I have to gamble. Lu Qing'an was quite accomplished in alchemy and had often refined pills in the mortal world. From the ingredients of this immortal pill, he deduced that its main function was to make one absorb celestial qi, frantically break through bottlenecks, and ascend to immortality. With that in mind, he set up formations again. One by one, condensation formations were successfully arranged. All the celestial qi in the cave converged toward him. Let's begin. Lu Qing'an cultivated with all his might. Time passed second by second. With half a day remaining, only the last incense stick's worth of time was left. Boom. Lu Qing'an's eyes snapped open. His body trembled, and a powerful wave of air blasted outward in all directions. He had indeed become an immortal. His lifespan increased by 30,000 years. His current lifespan reached 280,000 years. A successful gamble. After breaking through, Lu Qing'an quickly dismantled the formations and flew out of the cave. At this moment, many people were already standing in the square. He quickly flew down and stood at the back of the crowd. Huang Hongzhong stood in midair, his gaze piercing as he examined everyone. His previously gentle expression had vanished, replaced by a knowing, predatory look, as if he were appraising a herd of piglets. When the time came, he spoke in a deep voice. Everyone come out immediately. Those who are late will be executed. His gloomy voice rang like thunder, instantly silencing the bustling square. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change in Huang Hongzhong's attitude. From the immortal mountain, 5 people flew out. 4 of them were still at the great perfection of the 10th layer. Huang Hongzhong stared at the 4 who had failed to become immortals and said, "Why did you not become immortals?" "Senior, I don't know why either," one man said with a bitter smile. "Senior, my pill was destroyed." The excuses of the other 2 were similar. Huang Hongzhong sneered. "Very well, then you are useless." As soon as he spoke, with a mere snort, the 4 bodies burst without warning, spraying blood mist into the air. This scene shocked everyone present. Lu Qing'an's eyes narrowed slightly, just as he thought. "As for the rest of you, you have been obedient. Our Huang family will not treat you unfairly. From now on, you are the life springs of our Huang family. Continue to obey and you will be allowed to live. But if anyone disobeys again, their fate will be worse than theirs." The whole square fell silent, though everyone held their breath. Lu Qing'an knew that at such a time, he must remain as calm as possible. He carefully studied Huang Hongzhong's words. Life spring. It has something to do with lifespan. Was the Huang family after their lifespans? All the mortal cultivators looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. They had been eager to ascend to immortality for the hope of extending their lifespans, so they naturally understood the preciousness of longevity. Did this mean that their previous inability to ascend was somehow related to these celestial beings? Senior Immortal, you speak truly. You saved us and allowed us to become immortals. That is a life-saving grace. But what exactly is this life spring? An old man in the crowd put on a fawning smile and asked humbly, your attitude is acceptable. The Huang family saved you and helped you become immortals. Your lives now belong to the Huang family. There is no dispute over that, is there? A strange smile curled at the corner of Huang Hong's mouth. No dispute. Then your lifespans also belong to the Huang family. Any objections? No. No objections. Now that you have broken through to the Star Soul stage, gaining 31,000 years of life, it is only reasonable for the Huang family to take 30,000 years of your lifespan, isn't it? The square fell into dead silence. From now on, the Huang family will continue to provide you with various cultivation resources every month to help you break through realms, but after each breakthrough, the Huang family will extract the corresponding lifespan, leaving you only 1,000 years. As for the method of extraction, you will learn it soon. Huang Hongzhong said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an already understood the meaning of life spring. It was just like leeks. They raised a batch of leeks, waited until they were ripe for harvest, reaped them, then continued to raise them for further harvest. He was very curious though what use was lifespan, and how would it be extracted? With so much lifespan himself, wouldn't he be easily targeted? With this thought, Lu Qing'an's heart tightened. Could he find a way to escape from this place? After all, he hadn't consumed that pill laced with the goo poison. Of course, some of you must be harboring thoughts of escape right now. Huang Hongzhong suddenly shifted his tone, revealing a sinister smile. The throats of everyone present bobbed nervously. The immortal pills you were given earlier contain a special goo poison, which even the mighty experts of the Immortal Realm cannot escape the Huang family's control. Let me give you a first-hand experience. Huang Hongzhong abruptly produced a small bell drum imbued with immortal energy and gently shook it. The next moment, all the mortals present widened their eyes and quickly covered their ears. Yet neither covering their ears nor blocking their hearing was of any use. That felt as if something was drilling holes inside their minds, causing them to instantly lose consciousness and collapse to the ground, howling in agony. Lu Qing'an decisively blended into the crowd, putting on a dramatic performance, rolling back and forth. The pain. I'm dying. After 3 breaths, Huang Hongzhong stopped his action. The group gradually regained their senses, drenched in sweat and filled with terror. Clearly, they had no desire to experience that again. This goo poison doesn't need to be activated, it will flare up once every year. Without taking the antidote pill in advance, death is certain. After we finish extracting your lifespans this time, you may move freely for the next 1,000 years. However, you must return at the end of each year to receive the pill to alleviate the poison's effects. Hearing this, everyone secretly ground their teeth in anger. This was a complete stranglehold on them. All right, follow me to extract your lifespans. Afterwards, I'll impart more common knowledge of the Immortal Realm. Huang Hongzhong was clearly accustomed to such scenes. After his threats were sufficient, a small palm-sized boat appeared in his hand with a flash. The boat emitted a green glow surrounded by immortal energy and was filled with a mystical aura. Lu Qing'an's eyes lit up slightly. This should be an immortal-grade artifact, and it seemed to possess strong defensive capabilities. Huang Hongzhong infused it with immortal energy, and the small boat instantly transformed into a massive flying vessel hovering in the air. Board it. Upon hearing this, everyone could only obediently fly into the vessel. As Lu Qing'an stepped onto the flying boat, he felt a powerful energy enveloping the surroundings. If his guess was correct, the defensive power of this boat was extremely formidable. Excellent defense. He desired it. He just wondered how such an artifact was forged. Huang Hongzhong steered the flying vessel, disappearing into the void and moving swiftly. After some time, the vessel stopped. Huang Hongzhong led everyone out, landing in a plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a massive altar, above which floated a blue orb the size of a small mountain. A group of immortals clad in yellow robes embroidered with the words Panlong guarded the orb, preventing any unauthorized approach. Huang Hongzhong led the group, flying forward. Just then, Lu Qing'an, who was at the back of the crowd, noticed someone in the group deliberately slowing down, attempting to break away from the formation. Boom. The moment this person left the group by a certain distance, he suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, as if self-destructing. Lu Qing'an shook his head inwardly. After killing this man, Huang Hongzhong put away a treasure and spoke disdainfully. Feel free to try and escape if you wish. The mortals swallowed their saliva, their thoughts of fleeing completely extinguished. Moreover, with the goo poison in their systems, they might escape temporarily, but not forever. Huang Hongzhong of the Huang family pays respects to Senior Lu. Huang Hongzhong led the group to the front of the orb and produced a token, handing it to a white-haired elder guarding the orb. Enter. After inspecting the token, the white-haired elder allowed them passage. Huang Hongzhong led the group into the orb. Lu Qing'an at the very back of the crowd suddenly noticed a person flying close to the guardian, his face full of flattery. He realized that this person's aura was not much weaker than Huang Hong's. This person hastily produced a storage ring, attempting to hand it to the guardian. "Senior, please let me enter just this once, I beg you. The city lord has decreed that no one outside the 5 great families may enter the lifespan exchange secret realm. Leave at once." Lu Qing'an stepped into the orb, and after a dizzying spell found himself in a vast expanse. Huang Hongzhong continued leading the group forward, finally stopping before a structure at the heart of the secret realm that left Lu Qing'an momentarily stunned. A pyramid. Lu Qing'an muttered to himself. It was almost identical to the pyramids he had seen in his past. Once you enter the lifespan exchange tower, a voice will ask how many years of your lifespan you wish to expend. Each of you only needs to choose to invest 30,000 years. Afterwards, a treasure will appear before you. I declare here and now the treasures exchanged for 30,000 years of lifespan will be within a certain grade range. If I discover that anyone has not invested the full 30,000 years, they will be executed on the spot. Huang Hongzhong's icy words reached everyone's ears. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an felt slightly relieved. It seemed they couldn't determine exactly how many years of lifespan each person possessed. None of those present dared to resist. They all nodded, and under Huang Hongzhong's guidance walked towards the entrance of the lifespan exchange tower, which radiated a golden light. Lu Qing'an felt his body become light, and he appeared in a vast, empty space. Before he could even move around, he heard a vicissitudinous voice of unknown origin. "How many years of lifespan will you invest to exchange for a treasure?" As the voice entered his ears, a strand of wondrous information flowed into his mind. The classification of treasures in the Immortal Realm includes artifacts, immortal tools, immortal treasures, formations, pills, techniques, cultivation, methods, movement skills, sword arts, and so on. Each category has 10 grades from Immortal Grade 1 to Immortal Grade 10. Each grade is further divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme classes. Lu Qing'an recited the information in his mind, instantly understanding the grading system of Immortal Realm treasures. Investing 30,000 years of lifespan can exchange for an Immortal Grade 3 treasure. An Immortal Grade 4 requires 80,000 years, and an Immortal Grade 5 requires 180,000. Knowing the exchange rules here, Lu Qing'an tentatively said, "I will invest 30,000 years first." His voice echoed around him. The next moment, he felt 30,000 years of his lifespan being drawn away. Immediately after, a glowing orb materialized out of thin air and landed before him. The orb dissipated, revealing a fiery red immortal sword floating steadily before him. This is an Immortal Grade 3 upper class immortal sword. This sword is superior to any blade I have ever seen. Lu Qing'an grasped the sword in his hand, taking great delight in it. However, he would have to hand this sword over. I still have 250,000 years of lifespan left. Should I take this opportunity to exchange for some treasures? This thought took root in his mind and would not go away. Being searched is inevitable, but I have formations to conceal treasures. Since the immortal who came down to capture us earlier couldn't see through the concealment formation, it means that formation is still effective against these immortals. If one isn't stable enough, I can use 100. Indeed, he had set up this level of formation for fun in his spare time and had over 100 of them. Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment and made his decision. The treasures exchanged here could very well be his means to navigate the subsequent upheavals in the Immortal Realm. Doing nothing might lead to a faster death. Moreover, he had noticed earlier that aside from the expert leaders of the 5 great families, no one else could enter here to exchange treasures. This opportunity might be his only one. You still have lifespan remaining. Do you wish to exchange for more treasures? The vicissitudinous voice sounded again. Invest another 80,000 years of lifespan. He could invest 180,000 years of his lifespan in exchange for an Immortal Grade 5 treasure. Yet such a treasure might prove too advanced. He remained unclear about the specifics of Immortal Grade treasures. If an Immortal Grade 5 treasure appeared in the outside world, it would trigger anomalies, plunging him into a deadly predicament. Thus, he decided to play it safe. An Immortal Grade 4 treasure was the most prudent choice for his current stage. Moreover, it required only 80,000 years of lifespan. His existing longevity allowed him to exchange for 3 such treasures. Even if luck was unkind, at least one would prove useful. As Lu Qing'an's voice faded, he felt a portion of his lifespan vanish once more. The next moment, a sphere of light coalesced before him. As radiance burst forth, an immortal sword gleaming with azure light manifested. An Immortal Grade 4 superior sword. Another superior grade. My luck seems rather exceptional. He dared not waste time for delayed bread change. Without further study of the sword, he invested another 80,000 years of lifespan. Continue with another 80,000 years. Another sphere of light appeared. This time the treasure was a palm-sized flying vessel. A flying vessel. And an Immortal Grade 4 supreme grade. Sensing the aura of this vessel artifact, Lu Qing'an's expression brightened. The flying vessel of Huang Hongzhong from before seemed inferior to this one. If he was not mistaken, that man's vessel was an immortal grade 3 flying vessel. That fellow's vessel travels swiftly and boasts strong defenses. Mine with a higher grade is surely superior. This treasure struck straight at his heart. Lu Qing'an drew a deep breath and invested another 80,000 years of lifespan. The sphere burst open, revealing a round golden bead. This bead, the size of an eyeball, floated in the void, seemingly on the verge of sinking into the emptiness. Another immortal grade 4 supreme treasure. He could no longer describe his fortune. After examining the treasure's function, his eyes lit up and a wave of relief washed over his heart. It was a storage artifact that could be concealed within the body. After bonding with blood, it could hide in any part of the body. Moreover, its interior space was immense, tens of thousands of times larger than their storage pouches. With this, there was no need for concealment formations. No fear of treasures being discovered in a search. Secure. He did not waste the final 10,000 years of lifespan. He drew out an immortal grade 1 mask. Before the lifespan exchange tower, Huang Hongzhong sat cross-legged in the void, waiting silently. Gradually, people emerged from the tower. After a while, all had gathered before the tower. Now the moment that decides your fate has come. Hand over your... Huang Hongzhong swept his gaze over the crowd, unleashing his imposing aura, causing the void to tremble and intimidating all. Reluctantly, the group produced various immortal grade 3 treasures. With a wave of his hand, Huang Hongzhong gathered all the treasures before him. Excellent. This is good as well. An immortal grade 3 superior artifact. Good, it seems you understand the rules. Confirming that everyone had submitted an immortal grade 3 treasure, Huang Hongzhong smirked with satisfaction, but soon his expression darkened. Now produce all your storage pouches. I will inspect them. At these words, several faces turned pale. None dared to defy Huang Hongzhong. They obeyed. He inspected each one first, scanning with his perception to see if anyone concealed treasures or extra pouches, then meticulously examining the pouches. He found a few storage pouches containing 1 or 2 immortal grade 1 artifacts. Huang Hongzhong paid them no heed, merely confiscating those artifacts with a cold snort without further harassment. However, one individual made Huang Hongzhong's face darken abruptly. He stood before a man in white robes, extracting an immortal grade 3 lower grade treasure from his pouch. What is this? Huang Hongzhong narrowed his eyes regarding the white-robed man with slight surprise. The man trembled in terror and immediately knelt. Spare me, senior. I had several extra millennia of lifespan due to a past opportunity. I swear I will conceal nothing henceforth. Whether that is true, I must take you back for thorough interrogation to ascertain. Huang Hongzhong struck the man unconscious with a single blow, summoned his flying vessel artifact, and trapped the white-robed man within. Well, you have mostly been obedient. Follow me back. Huang Hongzhong swept his gaze over the crowd and led them away. Lu Qing'an followed silently, his expression unreadable throughout. The dozens of concealment formations and the golden bead he had exchanged indeed performed flawlessly, completely deceiving Huang Hongzhong's perception. Exiting the secret realm, Huang Hongzhong summoned his flying vessel again, taking everyone back before the immortal mountain. Keep your tokens well. From now on, you are half members of the Huang clan. With this token, none in the city will dare bully you. Under Huang Hongzhong's control, yellow tokens flew into everyone's hands, accompanied by a pile of storage pouches. These are your cultivation resources for this month. Inside is a manual detailing the realms of immortal cultivation and breakthrough methods, along with immortal stones and low-grade immortal pills. In the months ahead, you may present your token to the accounting office to receive your allotment. Finally, heed my warning. You may enter and leave the Huang clan freely, even venture outside Panlong City without returning, but you must return once every year to receive the poison mitigating pill, or you will surely die. Of course, if you are wise, you will realize that outside the city lies a danger 1,000-fold greater. Choosing to cultivate diligently in this immortal mountain is the wisest course. Having spoken, Huang Hongzhong wished to address them no further. He took the collected treasures and the white-robed man, flying off in one direction. Once Huang Hongzhong departed, many of the mortals present relaxed and collapsed to the ground. Some muttered curses, regretting their decision to ascend to the immortal realm. At least I still have 2,000 years of lifespan left, plus this additional millennium. 3,000 years total. That should be enough to break through to the next realm. Damn it. I only have 1,000 years left. Can I even advance? Breaking through in the immortal realm must be far harder than in the mortal world. The crowd grumbled incessantly. Lu Qing'an, however, did not seek anyone to vent his frustrations. He flew straight back to his cave dwelling. After calmly pondering, he summarized all current issues and roughly charted his path forward. He was different from these people. He had not consumed that pill laced with the mysterious poison. Moreover, since Huang Hongzhong said they could freely come and go, gaining his freedom would be easy. Yet without any knowledge of the outside world, venturing out would greatly increase his risk of encountering danger. Furthermore, after fleeing the Huang clan, he might never again enter that secret realm to exchange lifespan for treasures. Previously, those not belonging to the 5 great clans were denied entry entirely. Thus for now acting as an undercover agent within the Huang clan was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Soon he returned to his cave and immediately activated all the formations. After confirming twice that no one else was inside, he placed all his belongings on the stone table. A brand new cultivation manual, 10 pale green immortal pills, 10 crystalline immortal stones, an artifact mask, an immortal sword, a flying vessel artifact, and a storage artifact. Having just arrived in the Immortal Realm, it seemed he had already stepped into a life of comfort. Qing'an was the first to pick up the cultivation manual for examination. He needed to understand the cultivation realms of the Immortal Realm and the general state of practice there. After studying the manual twice, he muttered to himself, "The Immortal Realms also have 10 stages, namely, the Starveil Realm, Star Radiance Realm, Moon Firmament Realm, Heavenly Derivation Realm, Mystic Light Realm, Void Silence Realm, Crystal Realm, Sacred Spirit Realm, Cosmic Realm, and Tao Saint Realm. Each major realm is further divided into 10 layers of cultivation. I am now at the first layer of the Starveil Realm, while that Huang Hongzhong seems to be a Moon Firmament Realm powerhouse." Qing'an took a deep breath, placed the manual back on the table, and furrowed his brows slightly. This technique could indeed enhance cultivation, and with the aid of elixirs and spirit stones, it might allow rapid breakthroughs to the Star Radiance realm. But this technique was clearly not that simple. It seemed deliberately created to consume one's origin, forcibly accelerating the pace of cultivation advancement. The enhanced cultivation is as hollow as foam, mere empty shell. Right? They treat us like leeks, only thinking of quickly harvesting and selling them for profit, so they'd naturally inject some growth accelerant. This technique cannot be practiced. I need to find a way to obtain a proper cultivation method. His gaze shifted to the immortal elixirs and spirit stones. Qing'an once again meticulously examined the composition of the immortal elixirs and spirit stones using the analysis formation. Only after confirming they were non-toxic did he put them away. These were resources for low-grade immortal cultivators containing vast amounts of immortal qi. An immortal grade 1 top-quality Dharma artifact mask. Wearing this mask can conceal all auras, making it difficult for others to probe one's cultivation. This item truly strikes at the core of my desires. It suited his needs perfectly. Whenever a treasure from the Life 4 Tower exchange was touched, a stream of information would enter the mind detailing the functions of these treasures. This mask was precisely the good thing he needed at the moment. Though its grade was not high, its practicality surpassed many high-level Dharma artifacts. An immortal grade 4 top-quality immortal sword, the Azure Swan Immortal Sword. It requires cultivators at the Heavenly Derivation Realm or Mystic Light Realm to unleash its full power. Currently, I am only at the Starveil Realm. Flaunting wealth is unwise, and it's not suitable for use. If I lack sufficient cultivation resources, I might even sell it for money. An immortal grade 4 supreme rank Dharma artifact, the sky-shielding flying boat. Its flight speed rivals that of a Mystic Light Realm cultivator, and its defenses can withstand attacks from Mystic Light Realm experts. This treasure is exactly what I need right now. As he gazed upon the sky-shielding flying boat, a glint of sharp light flashed in Qing'an's eyes. Among all the treasures, he favored the sky-shielding flying boat the most. With his current low cultivation, high-grade weapons were unusable. Having more life-preserving Dharma artifacts was the wiser choice. An immortal grade 4 supreme rank Dharma artifact, the storage golden pearl. This item is also excellent, and it can even store living beings inside. After meticulously studying all the treasures, Qing'an felt a bit more confident. To be honest, since arriving in the Immortal Realm, he had been constantly on edge, experiencing an unprecedented sense of unease. Fortunately, I am cautious in my actions. And now with danger still looming, I must prepare for the worst in advance. Qing'an contemplated his future in detail. Before my next visit to the Life 4 Tower exchange, I need to accumulate more lifespan to obtain more life-preserving treasures and establish a foothold in the Immortal Realm. He never imagined that lifespan would be so crucial in the Immortal Realm. It was almost equivalent to currency. Had he known the importance of lifespan beforehand, he would have stored several million years of it in the mortal world. In truth, a mere 10 or 20,000 years of lifespan sufficed in the mortal realm, and he had already been cautious by more than tenfold. If he had known, he would have been 100 times more cautious. From now on, it seemed safer to prepare with several hundred times more caution for everything. However, he still possessed a unique ability. Unlike others who increased their lifespan through breakthroughs, he could enhance it by destroying all living things. The Immortal Realm has immortal herbs. If I burn immortal herbs, I will surely gain far more lifespan than burning mortal spiritual herbs. But my understanding of this Panlong city is far too limited. Obtaining a large quantity of immortal herbs will be quite difficult. He still had no idea whether the outside world was dangerous. Venturing out recklessly to gather information could easily put him at risk. Huang Hongzhong had once said that with the Huang family's lifespan spring token, no one in the city would dare to bully him. Yet he still considered it too risky and decided to avoid going out as much as possible. These people from the mortal realm should have some who will venture out to explore. He'll wait quietly for a few days, and then I can ask them. No sooner had he made this decision than he heard a disturbance from the warning formation outside his cave dwelling. Thump, thump, thump. The stone door of the cave was knocked upon. Lu Qing'an closed his eyes and perceived that the person outside was a beautiful woman. This person was one of their fellow mortals, and now one of the Huang family's lifespan springs. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Qing'an still opened the cave door. Fellow Taoist, is there something you need? Lu Qing'an fixed his gaze on the woman before him and asked first. The woman was dressed in a light purple long gown, with jet black hair reaching her waist. She had a youthful face and was beautiful in appearance. After breaking through to the Star Veil realm, her aura exuded an immortal, ethereal quality, as if she were a celestial maiden. What was particularly striking was the pair of sharp weapons on her chest, tightly bound by her clothing, full and firm, smooth and fair. The overall impression was utterly stunning. Yet he did not know this woman. And why would such a stunning beauty suddenly come looking for him? After the cave door was fully opened, the woman gazed at Lu Qing'an. Fellow Taoist, my name is Su Qingying. I reside in the cave dwelling over there, and am your neighbor. I plan to team up with some acquainted fellow Taoists to leave the Huang family grounds and explore the city a bit. Su Qingying's expression was natural, a warm smile gracing her face. Her speech was quick and clear, marking her as a sharp-minded individual. Lu Qing'an raised an eyebrow, slightly somewhat surprised. He had just been thinking of waiting for others to explore first. Would you be willing to join us, fellow Taoist? There's safety in numbers. We are facing difficulties, and understanding the environment might help resolve this predicament. Seeing that Lu Qing'an did not reply, Su Qingying continued. Lu Qing'an shook his head and said, I have matters to attend to, and am not free to go out for now. Upon hearing this, Su Qingying fell silent for a moment before nodding helplessly. It seemed he was unwilling to take the risk of going out. But this might lead to the consequence of falling behind step by step. She still believed that they must take the initiative to solve problems rather than completely following the steps laid out by the Huang family. Otherwise, they would ultimately face only death. Then I won't disturb you, fellow Taoist. She had to go ask others. Fellow Taoist, wait a moment. I have a suggestion. Lu Qing'an stopped Su Qingying. Su Qingying paused and asked, what suggestion? When you gather information in the city, focus on the power structure within the city and whether there are any organizations that can provide cultivation resources such as various trade guilds. Or if there are any alchemy guilds or formation master guilds from the mortal realm. The suggestion Lu Qing'an offered was precisely the information he needed himself. Especially trade guilds. If he wanted immortal herbs, it would be best to go to some guilds with good reputations. Su Qingying smiled and said, we just want to inquire about such information. Also, if possible, record this information. Someone might purchase it with spirit stones, and you could earn some cultivation resources. Lu Qing'an then revealed a faint smile. He didn't mind spending a few spirit stones to purchase this information, thus avoiding personal risk. Su Qingying was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded. That suggestion is excellent. By the way, how should I address you, fellow Taoist? Su Qingying fixed her gaze on Lu Qing'an, as if beholding a precious treasure. She had never seen Lu Qing'an in the mortal realm. Lu Qing'an blurted out, Wu Tsiren. Wu as in martial valor, Ci as in benevolence, or Run as in kindness. Very well, fellow Taoist Wu, until we meet again. Su Qingying made a slight bow, then turned and walked toward the next cave dwelling. Meanwhile, she muttered to herself, was there such a person in the mortal realm? This name is utterly unfamiliar. After dismissing Su Qingying, Lu Qing'an returned to his cave dwelling and continued studying the cultivation system of the immortal realm. The day passed quickly and night descended silently. Lu Qing'an adapted to his immortal level cultivation while awaiting Su Qingying's return. Finally, he saw Su Qingying flying back from the horizon. Fellow Taoist Su, Lu Qing'an greeted her. Upon seeing Lu Qing'an, Su Qingying asked with a warm smile, fellow Taoist Wu, were you waiting for me? She had seen Lu Qing'an sitting in front of his cave, dwelling upon her return, as if anticipating something. Lu Qing'an revealed a gentle smile. Fellow Taoist Su, did you heed my advice? Su Qingying's vermilion lips curled slightly as she produced a brand new booklet. I have recorded all the information I gathered today in this booklet. Fellow Taoist Wu, were you waiting here to take a look? Lu Qing'an wasted no words and directly produced a spirit stone. Sell it to me. One of his life principles, if spending money can avert danger, don't be stingy, spend freely. After all, wealth is but an external possession, while life is priceless. Su Qingying was momentarily taken aback by Lu Qing'an's gesture, then quickly said, I can make a copy for you. That's simple, we'll duplicate it. Lu Qing'an took out a formation compass, and with a flash of array light over the booklet in his hand, the contents were already copied. Done. Lu Qing'an returned the booklet to Su Qingying. Su Qingying looked curiously at Lu Qing'an's formation and asked, what kind of formation is this? Why have I never seen it before? Found it. Lu Qing'an replied casually. Su Qingying was momentarily speechless. After a moment's hesitation, seeing Lu Qing'an about to leave, she added, I also have a map of Panlong City. Would you like to duplicate it as well? That would be useful. They'll give you another spirit stone. Lu Qing'an handed over a spirit stone. A map was a valuable asset. With this map, He could go wherever he wished without needing to ask for directions. Asking for directions could easily expose him as an outsider, making him a target. Su Qing'an had originally intended to give Lu Qing'an a free copy as he had already given her a spirit stone. After all, they only received 10 spirit stones a month. Fellow Taoist Wu, there's no need for that. You've already given me a spirit stone. Although Su Qing'an desired more spirit stones, she had her principles, and besides they would be neighbors for the next millennium, relying on each other. Lu Qing'an shook his head directly. Just accept it. I have my principles. Well, until we meet again. Su Qing'an watched as Lu Qing'an swiftly returned to his cave dwelling, standing frozen in place for a moment before murmuring, "This fellow Taoist Wu is somewhat different from others." Coming to her senses, her vermilion lips curled slightly, and she also returned to her cave dwelling. The unexpected gain of 2 spirit stones was quite satisfying. Back in his cave, Lu Qing'an activated the duplication formation and carefully studied the situation in Panlong City. Such detailed exploration. Panlong City was a relatively remote city in the Immortal Realm. Its strongest figure, the City Lord, was a Void Silence Realm powerhouse. The City Lord's mansion was the most powerful force in Panlong City, followed by the 5 great families, the Huang, Lin, Sun, Chun, and Long families. Among them, the Huang family ranked first in strength. This Huang family is quite formidable. One thing aligned with his expectations: the Immortal Realm indeed had an alchemist guild and a formation master guild. Additionally, there were various guilds and merchant associations with establishments spread across major cities in the Immortal Realm. A merchant association named Treasure Pavilion enjoyed an excellent reputation in the Immortal Realm, priding itself on honest transactions, and had a branch in Panlong City. If he wanted to buy or sell items, the Treasure Pavilion was the place to go. After gaining a general understanding of Panlong City, Lu Qing'an's lips curled into a slight smile. Moreover, Su Qing'an's gathered information specifically highlighted one matter. For those like them in the longevity springs, continuing as they were would inevitably lead to tragedy. To truly escape their predicament, they could only strive to continuously elevate their cultivation level. Upon reaching the Moon Firmament Realm, they could apply to become members of the Huang family. Then they would no longer be longevity spring residents, but true members of the Huang family. Was Huang Hongzhong also from the longevity springs? How did Su Qing'an find this out? Seeing Huang Hongzhong's origins, Lu Qing'an was quite surprised. This Su Qing'an indeed had some skills to uncover such information. No wonder Huang Hongzhong understood their thoughts so well. He had likely experienced such treatment himself. Truly, the dragon-slaying youth had become the dragon himself. The Moon Firmament Realm. If I can join the Huang family, I can finally establish a secure foothold in the Immortal Realm. One night passed, and the next morning arrived. All right, time to get to work. Lu Qing'an stepped out of his cave, dwelling the map of Panlong City, surfacing in his mind. He soared into the air and flew in a certain direction. The full-speed flight of the Star Essence Realm is indeed 1,000 times faster than before. Flying at full power, he experienced firsthand the might of becoming an immortal. Destination: the Treasure Pavilion. Before the Treasure Pavilion, Lu Qing'an stood with his feet firmly planted like roots, gazing up at the majestic and towering structure. Before this building, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Lu Qing'an now wore a white fox mask. With the mask on, his aura was concealed, revealing no trace of his cultivation level. The surrounding streets were bustling, and the area before the Treasure Pavilion was crowded and lively. Lu Qing'an followed the crowd into the Treasure Pavilion. After observing for a moment, he understood how to sell items. He walked to the sales area, approached a counter, and addressed a woman wearing a professional smile. "I want to sell an..." "What grade is it?" the woman asked with a smile. "Immortal grade 4. Lu Qing'an said calmly. "Esteemed guest, please come this way." The woman's smile instantly became genuine. She quickly rose and respectfully led Lu Qing'an toward a reception room behind. From Su Qing'an's gathered information, Lu Qing'an already knew the value of Immortal grade 4 treasures in Panlong City. An Immortal grade 4 superior immortal sword was even favored by profound light realm experts. In Panlong City, only the elders of the 5 great families possessed profound light realm strength. With such a treasure, he could be certain that he had truly achieved a comfortable life in the Immortal Realm. He had initially thought it was an Immortal grade 4 low or mid-grade sword, but it turned out to be a superior grade 1. This kind of immortal sword could be used even by profound light realm experts, making its value far exceed that of other Immortal grade 4 swords. From what he understood, many elders of the 5 great families in Panlong City were still using Immortal grade 4 mid-grade swords. If they sold this sword to those elders, they could make a substantial profit. Soon after, Lu Qing'an met a portly middle-aged man named Lu Bu, steward of the Treasure Pavilion. After exchanging pleasantries with Steward Lu Qing'an produced the immortal sword. "Tell me the market price for this sword. I know the Treasure Pavilion's reputation is reliable. If the price is fair, I will surely patronize you again with other fine items in the future." Lu Qing'an spoke in a calm tone. Steward Liu's eyes lit up. Selling such a high-grade immortal sword. And did this mean there were other treasures? They'll give you a good price, 135,000 low-grade spirit stones. How does that sound? Steward Lu inquired tentatively. Lu Qing'an was somewhat surprised that a single immortal sword could fetch so many spirit stones. Lu Qing'an pretended to be very familiar with the market price and tried to say nonchalantly too little. 140,000 low-grade spirit stones is the absolute maximum I can offer, Steward Lu said, realizing Lu Qing'an was an expert, so he adjusted the price, striving to sound resolute. Very well, but there's no need to give me the spirit stones right away. I wish to purchase some items here, Lu Qing'an replied. That would be splendid. What does the Taoist friend require? Our treasure pavilion has everything. Cultivation techniques, immortal arts, elixirs, and more, Steward Lu said, his smile broadening. What is the usual price for cultivation techniques suitable for the profound light realm? Lu Qing'an inquired cautiously. For safety's sake, he wanted the steward to mistake him for a profound light realm expert, so he wouldn't covet his belongings. Dealing with this steward in the future would also give him leverage. Indeed, upon hearing this, Steward Lu couldn't help but show a surprised expression. For a 5th-grade immortal cultivation technique, it would normally cost more, but for a replicated copy, 50,000 spirit stones should suffice. Alright, I'll take a copy. What types of techniques are available? I'd like to choose. Lu Qing'an had no intention of practicing mediocre techniques. Since he had the wealth, he might as well use it. Also, how many spirit stones for a 5th-grade immortal movement technique? Lu Qing'an inquired further. That's cheaper, just 20,000 spirit stones. Thus, after the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Lu Qing'an had selected his cultivation technique and movement technique and departed with 70,000 spirit stones. Steward Lu personally saw him off, reminding him to seek him out again before they parted. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Lu Qing'an quickly slipped into a corner, unhesitatingly summoned a 4th-grade top-tier protective flying boat, boarded it, and sped away. Once he had distanced himself from the treasure pavilion and reached a sparsely populated area, he activated a formation on the flying boat, carefully inspected his surroundings multiple times to ensure he wasn't being followed, then stowed the boat, removed his mask, and flew normally. Excellent. With the cultivation technique and movement technique secured, the next step is to cultivate and accumulate longevity. I must find a way to become an immortal-grade alchemist and formation master. He flew in a certain direction. His destination, the Alchemist Guild and Formation Master Guild in Panlong City. At both guilds he purchased some introductory books. He intended to attempt becoming an immortal-grade alchemist. Burning immortal herbs directly was rather wasteful, but becoming an alchemist would allow him to refine pills for cultivation, and when burning herbs abundant with life force, he could gain vast amounts of longevity. This was the safest and most efficient path to obtaining longevity. After settling his own affairs, he didn't return directly to the Huang family, but instead flew off in another direction. He was going to see Jin Yongfu. First, he needed to confirm if the lad was still alive. If he was, he planned to exploit his heaven-defying luck, just as he had in the past. I wonder if in the immortal realm this Jin Yongfu's luck is as potent as it was in the mortal world. In his youth, he had discovered a peculiar phenomenon. Whenever he gave something to Jin Yongfu, it seemed to trigger the lad's luck, making his own fortune improve. Afterward, obtaining other things became increasingly easy. He could even double his gains. In any case, whenever his luck was down, giving the lad something, or simply spending more time with him, would markedly turn his fortune around. Now in the perilous immortal realm, he needed luck more than ever. To him, this lad was not just a good brother, at times he was like a divine beast apiccio. Half an hour later, Lu Qing'an stood before the Lin family's main gate. He recalled that when he was brought from the mortal world to the immortal realm, he had carefully observed the guiding immortals. He had noticed that those immortals wore tokens engraved with different characters on their belts. The immortals who took Jin Yongfu bore the Lin family token. At that moment, several guards with Star Radiance realm cultivation stood at the Lin family's entrance. None of them were people he could afford to provoke. Esteemed seniors, I have recently ascended from the mortal world and am currently staying with the Huang family. My brother named Jin Yongfu is in the Lin family. I humbly request you to announce my presence and ask him to come out and meet me. Lu Qing'an deliberately displayed his longevity spring token prominently. After speaking, he didn't forget to take out 2 spirit stones and press them into the guard's hand. From the information he had gleaned from Su Qing'ing, he knew the 5 great families had both cooperative and competitive relationships. The Huang and Lin families were allies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come looking for Jin Yongfu so easily. The guard looked at Lu Qing'an with slight surprise, then curled his lips and said, "You know how things work, lad. That's easy enough. Wait here." The guard produced a palm-sized crystalline jade slip, infused it with immortal energy, and spoke into it. "Old boss, someone at the main gate wants to see Jin Yongfu of Longevity Spring. Have him come quickly." Lu Qing'an stared at the jade slip, intensely curious. Could this thing communicate with others across distances? Wasn't it just like a mobile phone? "Thank you, senior." Lu Qing'an bowed again in gratitude as the guard put away the jade slip. The guard waved his hand, signaling him to wait where he was. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Jin Yongfu flew to the gate. Upon seeing Lu Qing'an, his expression instantly became ecstatic. He bowed briefly to the guard, then quickly approached Lu Qing'an and embraced him in a bear hug. Lu Qing'an didn't want to talk there, so he silently led Jin Yongfu away. They went to a secluded spot, and both broke into wide smiles. "And good, how did you know I was with the Lin family? I never imagined you'd come find me so soon." Jin Yongfu was deeply moved, especially in this foreign land, after having suffered some grievances not long ago. "All right. And good, did you take that immortal pill, eh? It contains a goo poison." Jin Yongfu spoke rapidly, his face full of concern as he looked at Lu Qing'an. "I didn't take it. Did you?" Lu Qing'an glanced at Jin Yongfu's cultivation. With only half a day's longevity left, he would have taken the pill to become an immortal no matter what. Jin Yongfu nodded with a wry smile. "I knew you wouldn't easily take a pill from others. But how did you manage to break through and become an immortal in such a short time? Let's not dwell on that now. Since things are as they are, well, find a way to survive. I have something for you. I've replicated a 5th-grade immortal cultivation technique and movement technique." Lu Qing'an handed a replication formation to Jin Yongfu. Jin Yongfu's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Lu Qing'an. "And go, what did you just say? A 5th-grade immortal cultivation technique and movement technique?" He wondered if he had misheard. Lu Qing'an said gravely, "Remember, never cultivate the techniques they gave you and hide these well. Don't let anyone see them." "I understand." Jin Yongfu nodded repeatedly, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "And good, this is far too precious. I don't know how to thank you. Why be so formal between us?" Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile. In his heart, he thought, "Your acceptance. I must make good use of this lad's luck. Do you have any plans for the future?" Lu Qing'an asked further. Jin Yongfu replied with a bitter smile. "I have only 1,000 years of longevity left, and the goo poison is still in me. Only through diligent cultivation can I survive. But I've also heard some slightly better news. If I can break through to the moon firmament realm, I can truly join the Lin family and receive the antidote. Plus, I got lucky this time, in exchange for a 3rd-grade top-tier immortal artifact. They seem intent on grooming me, and they gave me 5 times more spirit stones than the others. 50 whole stones." Jin Yongfu pulled out a small storage pouch and pressed it into Lu Qing'an's hands, saying magnanimously, "And good, take these 25 spirit stones." Lu Qing'an's expression shifted slightly. This lad's luck was still outrageously good. Looking at the pouch Jin Yongfu offered, Lu Qing'an did the opposite. He took out a storage pouch he had prepared earlier and pressed it into Jin Yongfu's hands. "I've recently come into more spirit stones. Take these. Remember, your only way out is to cultivate diligently and break through quickly." Jin Yongfu blinked. "You've acquired more spirit stones than me." He took the pouch Lu Qing'an handed him and glanced inside. When he saw its contents, he felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. 20,000 spirit stones. So many spirit stones. And Guyu. Jin Yongfu found the pouch burning in his hands, utterly stunned into speechlessness. He had thought the 50 spirit stones he received not long ago were already plenty. He had even planned to share half with his good brother. Never did he imagine his brother would counter by tossing him 20,000 spirit stones. "Take it quickly." Lu Qing'an's tone was calm, yet carried an unyielding firmness. "If you accept, it will be easier for me to acquire spirit stones later." He chuckled. "Also come with me to a place." Lu Qing'an led the bewildered Jin Yongfu to a rather He purchased 2 immortal-grade sound transmission jade slips for a total of 200 spirit stones. "Hide these as well. Never use them in front of others. Send me a message through these treasures if anything happens." Lu Qing'an advised earnestly. Jin Yongfu's heart surged with gratitude beyond words. He could only nod solemnly, etching this kindness into his soul. "All right, go back and cultivate. Let's strive together to establish ourselves in the immortal realm as soon as possible." Lu Qing'an understood what Jin Yongfu lacked most at present time. He possessed abundant longevity capable of extending it further. But Jin Yongfu had only 1,000 years left. Of failing to break through to the next realm within that time meant certain death. "And go, if you need anything, remember to send me a message." Jin Yongfu, aware of Lu Qing'an's thoughts, spoke seriously as they parted. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded. Then they separated, each returning to their own place. Their time was pressing, needing to be used sparingly. Once they could stand firm in the immortal realm, there would be ample time to reunite. Soon after, Lu Qing'an returned to the Huang family immortal mountain cave dwelling and spread a pile of books on the stone table. They were Yellow Dragon Art Immortal Trace Technique, 1st Grade Immortal Herb Atlas Complete, 1st Grade Immortal Pill Formulas, Immortal Flame Manipulation Art, and Complete 1st Grade Immortal Array Manual. He planned to spend some days thoroughly studying these books. A day later, Lu Qing'an had memorized the steps of the cultivation technique and began practicing according to it. To expedite his cultivation, he chose to use spirit stones directly, which was 10 times faster than absorbing the ambient immortal qi. Another day passed, and he finished reading the movement technique, starting its practice. Days passed one after another. Another day later, he had thoroughly read the movement technique book and began cultivation. As the sun and moon cycled a month later, he had mastered all the books and discovered his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. With a single thought, he could break through to the second layer of the star core realm. But he restrained himself forcefully. Breaking through now would attract unwanted attention. Imagine among hundreds in the longevity spring, only he alone broke through to the second layer of the star core realm. How conspicuous that would be. Indeed, a 5th grade immortal cultivation technique is formidable. In just a month, I'm about to reach the second layer of the star core realm. Without mishap within the millennium, I might even break through to the star radiance realm. But advancing too quickly invites scrutiny. So should I suppress my cultivation and not break through? Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment and deemed this idea unwise. It would be better to find a way to conceal his cultivation. Enhancing his strength would also improve his survival capability. There is a 1st grade immortal pill that can conceal the star core realm's cultivation. By taking it daily, one's cultivation can appear to remain at the 1st layer of the star core realm. He had already memorized the knowledge required for a 1st grade immortal alchemist. In truth, the difference between a 1st grade immortal alchemist and a 10th grade mortal alchemist lay in mastering all 1st grade immortal herbs and one additional element. Immortal flame. Mortal pills could be refined using spiritual energy. Not so for immortal pills. They required immortal flame. Hence, to become an immortal alchemist, one first needed to control a flame of immortal fire. The Alchemist Guild seems to sell immortal flames. He'll go buy one to study. Having made his decision, Lu Qing'an stepped out of his cave dwelling after a long absence. But as he exited, he saw a beauty approaching his dwelling. It was Su Qing'an. Taoist Wu. I was just about to seek you out, and here you are. We truly share a spiritual connection. Su Qing'an hurried closer, her smile as warm as the spring sun. Lu Qing'an asked, what is it? Nothing that will waste your time, just a few words. Su Qing'an smiled and said, Taoist Wu, are you interested in becoming an immortal grade alchemist? Lu Qing'an's expression remained unchanged, but he was slightly surprised inwardly. Why does Taoist Su think I am an alchemist? He had never claimed to be one and had deliberately erased any traces of being an alchemist. For instance, alchemists often carried a faint fragrance of pills after refining. He always used arrays to completely eliminate that scent. To be honest, I was born with a special ability, extremely strong intuition. The first time I saw you, I felt you were also an alchemist. Su Qing'an appeared very sincere. Strong intuition. Such a peculiar ability. Still, this world was mysterious, and such a power wasn't unbelievable. In the mortal realm, I was indeed a rather ordinary alchemist, but lacking talent. Becoming an immortal grade alchemist won't be easy. Lu Qing'an said calmly. Hearing this, Su Qing'an smiled knowingly. I believe you can definitely become an immortal grade alchemist. I've never misjudged anyone. In truth, she had been born with a companion treasure bottle seemingly alive, which would occasionally generate a faint thought to convey special information to her. Naturally, she couldn't reveal such a treasure to others, so she attributed it to strong intuition. And now, when she wished to become an immortal grade alchemist, the bottle prompted her to seek out this neighbor. In fact, you should understand how crucial becoming an immortal alchemist is for us. Then we won't lack spirit stones and low-level cultivation resources, and we can quickly escape our current predicament. Su Qing'an displayed utmost sincerity, speaking with genuine earnestness, as if she would bare her heart without reservation. So what is the method to become an immortal grade alchemist? Lu Qing'an asked. I want to purchase a share of immortal flame with you. I've inquired. One share costs 1,000 spirit stones. I've already saved 600. It depends on whether you have the rest. Su Qing'an quickly took out a storage pouch and handed several books to Lu Qing'an. These are essential texts for becoming an immortal grade alchemist. I'm giving them to you. Let's become immortal grade alchemists together. What a coincidence, I recently stumbled upon a few hundred spirit stones outside. Lu Qing'an also happened to need an immortal flame. But as far as I know, one share of immortal flame can only be refined by one person. Lu Qing'an gazed at Su Qing'an, thinking she seemed somewhat extraordinary. Su Qing'an looked around to ensure no one else was nearby, then whispered, Actually, I have a secret technique that can split one share of immortal flame into two. This is my unique skill. I've shown enough sincerity. I hope you can trust me, Taoist Wu. We both know that to escape this predicament, we need diligent cultivation and rapid advancement. And cultivation resources are paramount. Becoming an immortal grade alchemist will ease that shortage. Su Qing'an's chatter was persuasive, lending her words great conviction. Taoist Su, I must warn you, being so open with me isn't wise. Aren't you afraid I might betray you? Lu Qing'an thought this woman seemed overly trusting of him. They had only known each other for a short time. Su Qing'an said with exceptional seriousness, I've never misjudged anyone. From our last transaction, I saw that you are a person of great principle. I trust you. Lu Qing'an stared at Su Qing'an, paused in thought, and finally made a decision, nodding. Su Qing'an was overjoyed and quickly thanked Lu Qing'an for his help. Lu Qing'an then turned and returned to his cave dwelling, taking out a sufficient amount of immortal stones. When handing them over to Su Qing'an, he deliberately put on a pained expression, reluctantly parting with the immortal stones. I have to put on a show to make Su Qing'an believe that this is truly all the immortal stones I have. Brother Wu, once we both become immortal-level alchemists, will surely earn it all back. Su Qing'an encouraged him. Lu Qing'an nodded. Since we have enough immortal stones, let's set off immediately to the Alchemist Guild to purchase an immortal flame. With the immortal flame, I can split it into 2 portions within half a day. Su Qing'an took a deep breath, speaking with eager anticipation. There's no need for you to go, I will make the trip myself. Lu Qing'an did not want any mishaps to occur and also wished to purchase some immortal herbs. However, he did not wish to go with Su Qing'an, so he decided to go alone. He did not want to accompany Su Qing'an because she was too beautiful, especially a woman like Su Qing'an with her voluptuous figure, stunning looks, and exceptional temperament. Walking down the main street, she could easily catch the eye of some profligate young masters. Moreover, those young masters were often direct descendants of major families. As the companion of a beautiful woman, even if one wished to avoid conflict with such wastrels, they would likely take the initiative to provoke and humiliate him, thereby showcasing their so-called charms to the lady. In any case, in the mortal realm, he had witnessed such occurrences many times. He was uncertain about the immortal realm, but it was likely no different. Su Qing'an blinked her beautiful eyes. Are you sure you don't need me to come along? I've been to the Alchemist Guild before and am familiar with the place. I've also been there, so rest assured. Very well, I'll wait for you in the cave dwelling. Su Qing'an was very obedient and said no more. Lu Qing'an flew out of the Huang residence alone and arrived at a secluded spot. After making sure no one was around, he quickly put on a mask, and his aura instantly converged, becoming as mundane as immortals. After donning the mask, he summoned a flying boat and headed in the direction of the Alchemist Guild. Su Qing'an, merely a mere spring of longevity cultivator, possessed such a large number of immortal stones to purchase an immortal flame, making her an easy target. If discovered, the immortal flame they had jointly purchased could be stolen. Therefore, it was safer for him to go under a special identity. The flying boat sped along, and Lu Qing'an did not idle on board. During this time, he had been diligently studying the knowledge of immortal-level formations. Now seated cross-legged on the flying boat, he arranged formation stones. Before long, he held in his hand a piece of immortal stone engraved with intricate patterns and could not help but smile with satisfaction. The creation of immortal-level formations and mortal-level formations is indeed as different as clouds and mud. Finally, the last formation stone is complete. It had taken him a full month to finish carving the immortal-level formation stones. In the process, due to lack of proficiency and the complexity of the patterns to be inscribed, he had ruined quite a few stones. Formation activate. Lu Qing'an placed all the formation stones into the formation compass and infused it with immortal qi. In an instant, a defensive barrier rose, enveloping the entire flying boat. Excellent. It has indeed reached the immortal level. This early warning formation has even awakened a special ability. It can detect nearby killing intent. The success of this formation also signified that he had become a first-rank immortal-level formation master. Setting it up on the flying boat would allow him to ensure greater safety before retracting the vessel, guaranteeing that no one was tailing him. And all the defensive formations and other arrays need to be upgraded. With the experience gained, I shouldn't make too many mistakes in the carving this time. After flying for some time, the flying boat finally landed steadily in the open space in front of the alchemist. The reception structure of the Alchemist Guild, he had heard, was similar to that of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Those who appeared weak or of low status would be attended to by subordinates. However, arriving in such a flying boat and wearing a mask, he was certain to be received directly by a steward. The Alchemist Guild was located in the city center, not far from the treasure-gathering pavilion. The entire guild building resembled a massive cauldron, standing majestically in the spacious square. He had visited the Alchemist Guild before to purchase books, so he was familiar with the place. His arrival immediately drew the attention of some people at the main entrance. Good heavens! A 4th-grade Immortal Supreme flying boat. This is the first time I've seen such a high-grade vessel. Incredible! Who might this senior be? His aura is completely concealed. But to possess a magical treasure like this flying boat, he must be a profound Radiance Realm expert. Could he be an elder from one of the 5 great families? Greetings, senior. At that moment, a maidservant stationed outside the door, seeing Lu Qing'an's grand entrance, hurried forward with utmost reverence. I need to purchase a celestial fire. Lu Qing'an casually stored his flying boat, altering his voice to a steady, deep tone. We have various grades of celestial fire. Please, this way, senior. The maidservant bowed and led the way as if entertaining a wealthy patron. The onlookers watched with envy. She guided Lu Qing'an into an exclusive guest reception chamber. Before long, 2 people pushed the door open. Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am Huang Zixing, an executor of the Alchemist Guild. It is an honor to host you. The first to step forward was a young man clad in a green alchemist robe embroidered with 3 pill motifs on his chest. His aura was formidable, seemingly reaching the heavenly derivation realm. Lu Qing'an glanced at Huang Zixing, noticing the Huang family token he wore. Greetings. Lu Qing'an nodded casually, maintaining an air of perfect composure. Greetings, senior. My name is Huang Xinran. The young woman beside the man spoke with a sweet voice, offering her salutations. This is my younger clan sister. She wishes to observe and learn from the sidelines. It will not affect our transaction. Huang Zixing said with a gentle smile. Lu Qing'an gave a nonchalant nod. May I ask what brings you here, fellow cultivator? Are you looking to purchase, sell, or perhaps collaborate with our guild? Huang Zixing sat opposite Lu Qing'an and gestured for Huang Xinran to pour tea. Collaborate. It seemed that one's prestige truly mattered. Had he come in his normal identity, Huang Zixing would never have proposed a partnership. I recently took on a disciple. She has studied the knowledge of first-grade celestial pills for a month, and I intend to formally initiate her as an alchemist. I require a first-grade celestial fire and a substantial amount of first-grade celestial herbs. Lu Qing'an continued to play the role of a master, fabricating a plausible reason for purchasing low-grade celestial fire and herbs. Huang Zixing was momentarily stunned. This man had arrived with such ostentation. He had anticipated a major transaction, not merely the procurement of first-grade celestial fire and herbs. Huang Xinran, who was pouring tea for Lu Qing'an, paused upon hearing his words. Her earlier look of anticipation swiftly morphed into one of speechless disdain. A flicker of annoyance even crossed her face. She regretted coming to this deal was worth at most 1,000 or 2,000 spirit stones. To be a servant pouring tea for such a paltry sum was utterly ridiculous. I see. For a single first-grade celestial fire, our finest costs 2,000 spirit stones. A more ordinary one is 1,000. As for first-grade celestial herbs, we have an abundant variety. How many portions would you require? Despite a slight twinge of disappointment, Huang Zixing maintained his professional demeanor, his smile. A standard celestial fire will suffice. As for the herbs, given my disciple's talent, she will likely need to attempt refining many first-grade pills before she grasps the basics. 100 portions of the herbs for the concealed cultivation pill formula, and 100 portions for the spirit convergence pill. The moment Lu Qing'an finished speaking, the reception chamber fell into a profound silence. Huang Zixing's expression visibly shifted. The spirit convergence pill formula requires only 2 first-grade herbs per batch, so 100 portions cost 2,000 spirit stones. However, the concealed cultivation pill formula consists almost entirely of herbs. 100 portions would cost 8,000 spirit stones. The total comes to 10,000 spirit stones. Are you certain you wish to purchase such a quantity? Huang Zixing asked with a skeptical smile. Typically, a novice alchemist would spend over 10 days refining a single portion of herbs. A talented individual might succeed after a dozen or so attempts. Wait. Upon hearing the specific prices, Lu Qing'an decided to revise his purchase plan. Seeing this, Huang Zixing inwardly cursed himself for asking too many questions, fearing the customer would reduce his order. Then add another 500 portions of the spirit convergence pill herbs. Lu Qing'an decided he could refine a larger quantity of spirit convergence pills. This was one of the simplest celestial pills. Successfully refining it would mark one as a first-grade celestial. Moreover, having already consumed the spirit convergence pill himself, he found that using it for cultivation was slightly more effective than consuming over 20 spirit stones. He resolved to abandon using spirit stones for cultivation. Spirit convergence pills were more economical and efficient for advancing his realm. He was reluctant to make another high-profile visit, so purchasing enough herbs in one go would sustain his alchemy for a considerable time. Huang Zixing was dumbfounded. He had assumed Lu Qing'an intended to buy fewer herbs. Instead, he had added 500 more portions of the spirit convergence pill ingredients. This was a substantial deal. Such financial prowess was befitting of a profound light realm powerhouse. Taoist friend, that will be 20,000 spirit stones total. Huang Zixing's face creased with a fawning smile, but he quickly caught himself and changed his tone. You must be an alchemist, sir. Would you consider joining our guild? With a certification token, you could get a discount. I have not joined the alchemist guild. I dislike being constrained, Lu Qing'an replied calmly. He was not yet an immortal-grade alchemist. Moreover, joining the alchemist guild did indeed come with numerous benefits. However, as a member of the guild, one was required to follow the guild's annual alchemy assignments and to heed their summons for gatherings. It was indeed a form of restraint. Very well. Huang Zixing did not question Lu Qing'an. There were indeed many immortal-grade alchemists who shunned such ties, especially those of high rank and strong personality who insisted on remaining independent. Lu Qing'an produced a storage pouch and handed over 20,000 spirit stones to Huang Zixing. Huang Zixing quickly counted them, confirmed the amount, and his smile grew even more radiant. Truly, this was a formidable figure who owned a supreme-grade immortal flying vessel of the 4th rank. The casual ease with which he parted with 20,000 spirit stones bespoke an extraordinary wealth. Lu Qing'an took a philosophical view. To further enhance his abilities and lifespan, spending spirit stones was necessary. Moreover, in 1,000 years he could still exchange accumulated lifespan for various treasures at the Longevity Exchange Tower. The more lifespan he gathered, the more and better treasures he could obtain. At that time, selling just one of those items would yield enough spirit stones for any expense. There was absolutely no need to be frugal. After accepting the spirit stones, Huang Zixing instructed Huang Xinran to prepare the required items. Having worked at the Alchemist Guild for some time, Huang Xinran had never witnessed such a large transaction. She nodded hurriedly and went to procure the immortal fire and immortal herbs. About the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Lu Qing'an received his items. The storage pouch contained numerous immortal herbs and spiritual herbs along with a special container. The container was shaped like a bucket, but made of crystal hollow inside, and emitting intense heat, clearly housing a cluster of immortal fire. After purchasing the items, Lu Qing'an exited the Alchemist Guild, immediately summoned his flying vessel, and leaped aboard. Within the vessel, his sense of security was at its peak. Huang Zixing and Huang Xinran followed him out personally, seeing Lu Qing'an off a gesture of VIP treatment. Witnessing Lu Qing'an's supreme-grade immortal flying vessel of the 4th rank up, close envy filled their hearts. Such a vessel was possessed by only one elder of their Huang family. As the two were lost in thought, they suddenly looked up at the sky. Not only them, but everyone present quickly raised their heads to gaze heavenward, Lu Qing'an included. A flying vessel, a Dharma artifact, streaked across the sky above them at an unprecedented speed. Lu Qing'an's eyes brightened. His own vessel was truly ship-shaped, but the one in the sky should not be called a flying vessel. It was a flying wheel. Like a ship's wheel. One word: immense. That's a supreme-grade immortal flying vessel of the 5th rank. The City Lord's vessel. Standing at the prow is the City Lord's only daughter, Murong Ingxue. How beautiful. White robes like snow, a goddess of cold grace. Barely over 100 years old, yet already at the lunar firmament realm. Such talent, such beauty are rare, even in the immortal realm. And with a City Lord as her father, she's truly a winner in life. Lu Qing'an's gaze fixed on the prow, where a woman in a white dress stood gracefully, like a perfect lotus, her skirt and long hair dancing in the wind. She was indeed beautiful, with an extraordinary aura on par with Su Qingying. But her strength and presence were immensely powerful. Over 100 years old, at the lunar firmament realm, the City Lord's only daughter, a supreme-grade immortal flying vessel of the 5th rank, truly a winner in life. Lu Qing'an spared her only a glance before decisively steering his vessel in another direction. A supreme-grade immortal flying vessel of the 5th rank. Was it really that great? Once he accumulated enough lifespan, not to mention a 5th rank vessel, 6th rank, or even 7th rank would not be beyond his reach. The prerequisite was that he lived well and gathered lifespan. In 1,000 years, when he joined the main force at the Longevity Spring to enter the Longevity Exchange secret realm again, he would exchange for treasures. Last time he was unprepared and lacked sufficient lifespan. This time he was determined to stockpile enough for a grand, satisfying exchange. The flying vessel departed from the market, heading to a sparsely populated area. He first activated his initial immortal grade warning formation. This formation could detect any murderous intent within 1,000 miles. If anyone harbored hostility toward him, he could sense it instantly and pinpoint their location. With this formation's enhancement, he could travel in his flying vessel, posing as a formidable expert without fear of being followed. After the formation operated and confirmed no murderous intent, Lu Qing'an found a deserted spot, removed his mask, changed into ordinary clothes, and withdrew his flying vessel. It took him half an hour to fly back to the Huang family's Immortal Mountain, where he found Su Qingying. Back. How did it go? Su Qingying hurried over, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Lu Qing'an calmly handed her the container holding the immortal fire. Done. Here is the immortal fire. Su Qingying was overjoyed and quickly examined the fire inside the container. Upon seeing the immortal fire, her face bloomed like a flower. She rubbed her hands together, eager to begin. Lu Qing'an said, "All right, use your method to split the immortal fire in two. After that, I have matters to attend to." Good. Su Qingying disliked procrastination and immediately went to work. Lu Qing'an was curious about how she would divide the immortal fire, but he understood that everyone has their secrets. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Su Qingying returned to him. Here. She smiled and handed the container back to Lu Qing'an. He nodded and examined the immortal fire. He found the fire even more intense, and its aura stronger than before. He looked at Su Qingying with a puzzled expression. It seemed he had underestimated her abilities. Su Qingying's secrets were indeed intriguing, but he quickly suppressed his urge to investigate, saying, "All right, I'll go attend to my business. Good, I'll head back too." Su Qingying chuckled. Lu Qing'an returned to his cave dwelling, sat cross-legged in the center, and placed the recently purchased herbs on the table. 600 sets of ingredients for gathering immortal pills, 100 sets for concealed cultivation pills, and a cluster of first-grade immortal fire. Lu Qing'an used his immortal chi to guide the fire out of its container, suspending it in the air. The immortal fire was entirely blue, crackling as it emerged into the air. The temperature of the cave dwelling soared instantly, the air blazing like a furnace. A scorched smell permeated the surroundings. Truly domineering. Lu Qing'an took a deep breath and began to refine the immortal fire following the instructions in the manual. The speed of refining immortal fire varied by person. Some perfectly attuned to the fire could do it quickly, a sign of alchemical talent. The manual stated that refining a first-grade immortal fire within 3 days on the first attempt was a mark of supreme genius. How long will it take me? After 1 hour, Lu Qing'an looked oddly at the flames swirling around his hand. Does this count as refined? Lu Qing'an tossed the immortal fire lightly between his hands, feeling its buoyant elasticity. On a whim, he slapped it toward the ground. The fire bounced up like a basketball, leaving a scorched pit in the floor. To better control the fire when he slapped it downward just before it touched the ground, he quickly shot a stream of immortal qi to envelop it, instantly neutralizing its heat. This time the fire bounced without leaving any mark on the floor. Quite amusing. Lu Qing'an recalled the days playing basketball with his teammates and proceeded to demonstrate a flashy set of dribbling moves between the legs around the back crossover and spinning the flame on his fingertip. Still got the touch. If any other immortal-grade alchemist had witnessed him refining the fire so swiftly and controlling it with such ease, they would have been astounded. Even the most prodigious genius would find such an achievement difficult to match. I can begin alchemy now. Lu Qing'an gazed at the medicinal herbs on the table, his mind more preoccupied with discovering how much lifespan would be extended by burning a single immortal herb. A first-grade immortal herb was incomparable to mortal spiritual herbs. The vital energy should increase exponentially. Refining first-grade to third-grade immortal pills did not require an immortal cauldron. Because the power of flames below third-grade immortal fire did not yet necessitate the restriction of an immortal cauldron. He controlled the immortal fire, suspending it at chest height, and with a single gesture summoned the herbs needed for the gathering immortal pill, arranging them on either side, spiritual herbs on the left, immortal herbs on the right. Following the formula, he first refined the spiritual herbs. The spiritual herbs instantly turned to ash before the immortal fire, and the pure medicinal power coalesced under the control of immortal energy. Once the spiritual herbs were refined, the more challenging step of refining the immortal herbs began. Even with immortal fire, it required considerable time to completely refine a single immortal herb. Lu Qing'an frantically infused immortal energy with his left hand to increase the heat of the immortal fire, while his right hand guided the immortal herb closer to the flames. There was a crucial detail described in the formula: the 2 immortal herbs needed to be burned and refined starting from the roots. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, he had perfectly refined 1 immortal herb into pure medicinal power, while a mysterious energy surged into his body. Lifespan increased. Burning a single first-grade immortal herb grants 10 years of lifespan. Yet a first-grade immortal herb was considered the most inferior type in the immortal realm. Once he destroyed higher-grade immortal herbs, the lifespan he gained would be even greater. It was exhilarating. Let me first try to refine the pill. Lu Qing'an ceased dwelling on lifespan and began refining the other immortal herb. It took another 2 incense sticks time to refine the second immortal herb into pure medicinal power. Now his immortal energy controlled over a dozen clusters of medicinal power, floating beside the immortal fire without dissipating. This was merely the first step of alchemy. The second step, pill condensation, was the most difficult. It required controlling all the medicinal power, guiding it into the center of the immortal fire and under the combined influence of the flames and his immortal energy, allowing the medicinal power to interweave and merge in an orderly and systematic manner. Finally, the final push for pill condensation. Let's begin. In truth, the refining technique for first-grade immortal pills was not vastly different from that for mortal pills. He quickly discerned the pattern and adapted to it. Approximately 2 hours later, condense. He poured in all his immortal energy to amplify the power of the immortal fire. The immortal fire blazed with unprecedented intensity. Time ticked by, and after another 2 hours, Lu Qing'an suddenly shouted, "Condense!" Boom. The immortal fire erupted violently, and a golden pill shot out. Lu Qing'an caught it with one hand. Success. But wait. Wasn't it said that the immortal energy within a Star Veil Realm first-layer cultivator was only enough to refine one gathering immortal pill? Why do I still have half my immortal energy left? This could mean either his alchemy foundation was exceptionally solid or the immortal energy within his body was greater than that of an ordinary Star Veil Realm first-layer cultivator. Of course, it could also be a combination of both. It took nearly 5 hours. Truly worthy of an immortal pill. Compared to refining a 10th-grade spiritual pill in the mortal world, which I could do in a matter of breaths, this is quite different. Lu Qing'an shook his head, attributing the lengthy time to his lack of proficiency. Yet a normal Star Veil Realm cultivator's first attempt at refining an immortal pill would take over 10 days with a 99% chance of failure. He supposed this made him something of a genius. And this gathering immortal pill doesn't seem to be a mere first-grade lower-rank pill. It has 2.5 stripes. Is it close to being a first-grade upper-rank pill? The gathering immortal pills Lu Qing'an had obtained from Huang Hongzhong were all first-grade lower-rank. After consuming them, he could feel a slight residue of impurities lingering in his body. Moreover, the immortal energy was not exceptionally pure. Since I need to replenish my immortal energy for the next batch, I'll eat it. Lu Qing'an decisively swallowed the pill. It was crisp and tasted excellent. Wait, is this a first-grade mid-rank gathering immortal pill? The immortal energy it contains is double that of a first-grade lower-rank pill. Lu Qing'an sat cross-legged on the ground, carefully absorbing the pill's immortal energy. An hour later, his immortal energy was mostly restored. Continue alchemy. Let me become more familiar with the technique. Lu Qing'an spent another 5 hours refining a gathering immortal pill, but his speed had not improved significantly. This pace is far too slow. I wonder if there is a method to accelerate it. When refining spiritual pills, I could multitask by refining herbs and purifying their power simultaneously. Ordinary flames were simple to control, but could immortal fire be manipulated in the same way? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Qing'an decided it was worth a try. He replenished his immortal energy and began alchemy once more. He directed his immortal energy to control the immortal fire, attempting to make the flames sprout branches to refine different spiritual and immortal herbs separately. After 2 incense sticks' time, he was drenched in sweat, but he had indeed refined both the spiritual and immortal herbs into pure medicinal power. The cost, however, was the complete depletion of his immortal energy. Moreover, his mind was utterly exhausted. It's possible, but it consumes far too much energy and spirit. However, I can try breaking through. He was already on the verge of a breakthrough, having deliberately suppressed it. With a single thought, a muffled sound emanated from his body, and his aura shifted. Starvale Realm second layer. His body began. Qing'an was drenched in sweat, but in his hand lay a gathering immortal pill. A first-grade upper-rank gathering immortal pill. Let's continue the attempt. 2 hours later, Lu Qing'an was drenched in sweat, but in his hand lay a gathering immortal pill. A first-grade upper-rank gathering immortal pill. Success. Excitement lit up his face. After this success, he was even more eager to master this alchemy technique. And so time flowed on, and a year passed quietly. In his cave dwelling, Lu Qing'an sat cross-legged, once again fully replenishing his immortal energy. His cultivation aura now unmistakably indicated the Starvale Realm 5th layer. Over the past year, he had left only once, immersing himself in alchemy the rest of the time until he had refined all the herbs for gathering immortal pills and concealed cultivation pills into finished products. Now in his possession, he had 400 first-grade upper-rank gathering immortal pills and 40 first-grade supreme-rank gathering immortal pills. The probability of producing supreme-rank pills was extremely low, and he was uncertain how to consistently achieve it. It involved an element of luck. Perhaps it had something to do with Zhen Yongfu, as his luck in alchemy had been quite favorable. As for the concealed cultivation pills, he had 100 in total, 90 first-grade upper-rank and 10 first-grade supreme-rank. I've also accumulated 20,000 years of lifespan. But spending over a year diligently refining pills hasn't allowed my cultivation to advance quickly. Therefore, he decided to go into seclusion for another year, aiming to break through to the Star Radiance realm with the help of pills. Before his seclusion, however, there was one thing he needed to do. He took out a voice transmission jade slip and sent a message to Zhen Yongfu. Whenever he had something good, his first thought was always of his good brother. With so many pills in his possession, he naturally wanted to share some with Zhen Yongfu. In the Immortal Realm, the only person he could truly trust and rely on was Zhen Yongfu. If Zhen Yongfu grew stronger, Lu Qing'an's own confidence in the Immortal Realm would increase. And besides, he might as well boost his luck a bit more. After contacting Zhen Yongfu, Lu Qing'an left his cave dwelling and flew towards their agreed meeting point. It was a desolate place rarely visited by anyone. The two had not seen each other for a year, and their cultivation levels had changed significantly. Zhen Yongfu had spent a year in seclusion cultivating with all his might, and had now reached the 7th layer of the Starvane Realm. Such a cultivation speed was already considered extremely fast, yet Lu Qing'an still felt it was slightly insufficient upon seeing it. In comparison, using spirit stones for cultivation was indeed slightly less efficient than taking pills. Over the past year, while he had been refining pills and cultivating in parallel, his own cultivation had only reached the 5th layer of the Starvane Realm. And go! Zhen Yongfu called out with a hearty laugh upon seeing Lu Qing'an from afar. A rare smile appeared on Lu Qing'an's face as they briefly discussed their cultivation progress over the past year. Our cultivation is still not high enough. Soon we will continue our seclusion and strive to break through to the Star Radiance realm within a year. Did anyone see your cultivation when you left this time? Our cultivation is still not high enough. Soon we will continue our seclusion and strive to break through to the Star Radiance realm within a year. Did anyone see your cultivation? To be cautious, take this concealment pill before you go out in the future. Lu Qing'an handed Zhen Yongfu 30 concealment pills and explained their usage. Before taking it, input immortal energy into the concealment pill. The amount of immortal energy you input determines the cultivation level you wish to conceal yourself at. Then swallow it. It is best to observe the cultivation levels of others and choose a median value so as not to attract too much attention. On this trip, Lu Qing'an had also concealed his cultivation to the second layer of the Star Vein realm. It was already quite remarkable for an ordinary Qing'an to reach the second layer of the Star Vein realm after a year of cultivation. This pill has a very familiar aura. Did you refine it in Go? Have you become an immortal-grade alchemist? Zhen Yongfu immediately recognized it as an immortal-grade pill. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded, then took out 150 spirit convergence pills and handed them to Zhen Yongfu. Among them, 140 were high-grade first-class spirit convergence pills, and 10 were supreme-grade first-class spirit convergence pills. Upon seeing these pills, especially after taking one on the spot, Zhen Yongfu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This spirit convergence pill is completely different from the ones we were given. The concentration of immortal energy in this pill is 4 times richer than an ordinary spirit convergence pill. Zhen Yongfu was both shocked and overjoyed. With these pills, he was certain he could break through to the Star Radiance realm within a year. A slight smile curled at the corner of Lu Qing'an's mouth. This was the power of high-grade pills. And a single supreme-grade first-class spirit convergence pill was equivalent to 10 low-grade first-class spirit convergence pills. For now, he could not yet produce supreme-grade spirit convergence pills with a 100% success rate. He could only refine them with a low probability. After giving Zhen Yongfu the pills, Lu Qing'an chatted with him. Having not seen each other for a year, they had many topics to discuss. After about an hour, they exchanged a smile and decided to return and continue their cultivation, agreeing to meet again in a year, striving for both to break through to the Star Radiance realm. Lu Qing'an returned to his cave, dwelling by the same route, and entered seclusion again. For cultivators, time was the least valuable commodity. Unknowingly, another year passed. During these 2 years, he had left seclusion several times, not for leisure, but because Huang Hongzhong came to distribute the slow poison pills, and he followed the other Qing'an to receive them. After consuming the immortal energy of the last spirit convergence pill, Lu Qing'an stopped his cultivation. His entire body now exuded an extremely profound aura. He was no longer at the Star Vein realm. He had successfully stepped into the Star Radiance realm. Moreover, he was not at the first layer of the Star Radiance realm, but the second. However, even with the Star Radiance realm cultivation, he was still at the bottom in Panlong City. Without reaching the Lunar Firmament Realm, 1 was still cannon fodder. To gain sufficient status and self-protection ability in Panlong City, 1 needed to reach the Profound Light Realm. Between the Star Radiance Realm and the Profound Light Realm, there were 3 major realms. Still need to work hard and not slack off. The pills are also used up. It's time to go buy more immortal herbs. After breaking through to the Star Radiance realm, his lifespan increased by 80,000 years. Adding the 20,000 years gained from refining immortal herbs, he now had a total of 100,000 years of lifespan. But this was far from enough. I should buy more immortal herbs this time. Moreover, the immortal energy in my body is sufficient to attempt refining second-grade immortal pills. Being able to refine second-grade immortal pills would also signify that he had become a second-grade immortal alchemist. He'll go to the Alchemist Guild and see Yongfu as well to brush up on my luck. Lu Qing'an swallowed a concealment pill, concealing his cultivation aura at the 3rd layer of the Star Vein realm. It's been over 2 years since I arrived in the Immortal Realm. The other Qing'an should probably be at the 4th or 5th layer of the Star Vein realm by now. He walked out of the cave dwelling, took a breath of fresh air, and then flew towards the Alchemist Guild. However, he hadn't flown far when he suddenly sensed something and looked to his right. He saw another person flying in the same direction in the sky, hundreds of zhang away. That person also looked at him. It was none other than Su Qingying. In 2 years, Su Qingying had reached the 7th layer of the Star Vein realm. This cultivation level was definitely at the peak among the Qing'an. Daoist Wu, long time no see. Su Qingying said with a brilliant smile. With her improved strength, she appeared even more beautiful and graceful, and her temperament had also elevated to a higher level. Lu Qing'an nodded casually. Daoist Wu, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? Su Qingying asked with a smile. Lu Qing'an looked around to make sure no one else was nearby before stopping. I need to go to the Alchemist Guild. If you have something to say, make it quick. Lu Qing'an had no desire to spend time with a woman of such beauty. When there was no one around, it was fine, but in a crowded place, he would rather pretend not to know Su Qingying. What a coincidence. I'm also heading to the Alchemist Guild. Just as I suspected, have you also become a first-grade immortal alchemist, Daoist Wu? Su Qingying's beautiful eyes lit up, and a grateful expression appeared on her delicate face. She had been able to refine first-grade immortal pills a few months ago, and after becoming a first-grade immortal alchemist, she had always wanted to properly thank Lu Qing'an. If he hadn't helped her acquire the immortal flame, she would never have become an immortal alchemist so quickly, nor would she have broken through to the 7th layer of the Star Vein realm in just 2 years. However, judging by Lu Qing'an's cultivation, he might have just become an immortal alchemist. Was he going to take the assessment to join the Alchemist Guild? Lu Qing'an remained silent. He absolutely could not be seen wandering around with a beauty like Su Qingying. Seeing that Lu Qing'an was not speaking, Su Qingying added, Taoist, Wu, have you become an immortal alchemist and want to take the assessment to join the Alchemist Guild? Indeed, after joining the Alchemist Guild, you can enjoy some benefits. I joined the Alchemist Guild a year ago. I am very familiar with the process. Lu Qing'an looked at the enthusiastic Su Qingying and shook his head inwardly. However, he did have the intention of joining the Alchemist Guild. That way he could save some spirit stones when buying various immortal herbs in the future. He still had 30,000 spirit stones on hand, and after using them up he would need to find a way to earn more. However, even if he wanted to join the Alchemist Guild, he didn't need Su Qingying's guidance. He was determined not to wander around alone with such a beauty. No need. I suddenly remembered I have to see an old friend. Lu Qing'an refused. Su Qingying was taken aback and her expression showed a hint of disappointment. What was it you wanted to discuss? Lu Qing'an asked. It's like this. I see that your cultivation is still at the 3rd layer of the Star Vein Realm, Taoist Wu. Are you short on spirit stones? I know a quick way to earn spirit stones hunting immortal beasts. With luck you can earn several hundred spirit stones a day, and it's not too dangerous. There are quite a few of us, and we have a team leader at the 10th layer of the Star Vein Realm. Su Qingying thought that Lu Qing'an's stagnation at this realm might be due to a lack of resources like most Shochuan. She even suspected that he had helped her gather spirit stones to buy the immortal flame, leading to his current situation. And she had come over quickly upon seeing him because she wanted to repay his kindness. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an's expression shifted slightly. Immortal beasts. He became interested. He could increase his lifespan by killing humans, destroying beasts, and annihilating various plants. The vitality of demonic beasts was far greater than that of humans or various spiritual herbs. Killing demonic beasts was the fastest way to increase his lifespan. Immortal beasts should be no exception. In the mortal world, demonic beasts of the same realm often have 10 times the vitality of humans. If immortal beasts are the same, then killing them to increase my lifespan would be quite good. Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment and made a decision. Have you already gone hunting? Is the specific route safe? And how many people are there exactly? Lu Qing'an looked at Su Qingying and asked. He was unfamiliar with the area, and his knowledge of Panlong City and its outskirts was certainly less than theirs given his long seclusion. Moreover, being in a group was good. If they encountered a powerful immortal beast, in the worst of luck, there would be someone else to serve as a buffer, giving him a chance to escape. We have already been hunting. As for the number including me, there are 10 of us. We only hunt in the activity area of first-grade immortal beasts, so the risk of encountering danger is low. Seeing that Lu Qing'an seemed interested, Su Qingying quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. All right. When do we set off? Lu Qing'an nodded. With more people he could stay at the back and be safer. But if things got desperate in the wild, he also had the flying boat to save his life. It was worth a try. If hunting immortal beasts could yield a significant increase in lifespan, then he would have another way to enhance his longevity. 3 days from now? The trip will last 3 days. Su Qingying replied with a smile upon seeing Lu. Very well, let's meet here then. With these words, Lu Qing'an was unwilling to linger with Su Qingying any longer. He intended to see Zhen Yongfu first, then proceed to the Alchemist Guild, staggering his schedule to avoid Su Qingying. Su Qingying nodded slightly, and the two flew off in opposite directions. Lu Qing'an arrived at the place where he had met Zhen Yongfu a year ago. After a brief wait, Zhen Yongfu appeared. Zhen Yongfu's countenance seemed somewhat younger than before his outward cultivation at the 6th layer of the Star Core realm. However, Lu Qing'an surmised that his true cultivation had likely already broken through to the Star Radiance realm. Brethren, Zhen Yongfu let out a hearty laugh and swiftly flew closer. Every time he saw Lu Qing'an, he was always like this, giving the impression of rushing toward him. What's your cultivation level now, eh? Lu Qing'an asked with a smile. 2nd layer of the Star Radiance realm. Zhen Yongfu beamed. Among all the longevity springs on his immortal mountain, no one else had broken through to the Star Radiance realm. He was the first. Of course, all the credit went to his good brother. What a coincidence, I'm also at the 2nd layer of the Star Radiance realm. Have you finished your pills? Lu Qing'an inquired. Haha, barring any surprises, our cultivation should be the highest among all the longevity springs. As for the pills and spirit stones, I've used them all. It seems I'll need to find a way to earn some more in the coming days. Zhen Yongfu continued. Actually, after I came out of seclusion today, I ran into an acquaintance from the mortal world. Not exactly a friend, but also a longevity spring from the Lin family. Seeing that I had reached the 6th layer of the Star Core realm, he mentioned a way to earn spirit stones and asked if I wanted to join him. Lu Qing'an's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Did he suggest forming a team to hunt celestial beasts? Brethren, since when did you acquire such divine powers? You even know what's happening with the Lin family. Zhen Yongfu was utterly astonished. Are there 10 of them? Lu Qing'an's expression grew even more strange. Zhen Yongfu's eyes widened further as he nodded vigorously, gazing at Lu Qing'an as if at an idol. What a coincidence. Lu Qing'an said. I just agreed to go with a longevity spring from the Huang family in 3 days. Did you agree as well? Zhen Yongfu suddenly understood and scratched his head awkwardly. So that's how it is. I thought I couldn't keep relying on the pills and spirit stones you gave me. I wanted to earn some myself, so I could repay you in the future. Besides, my true cultivation has reached the Star Radiance realm. It shouldn't be too dangerous. Lu Qing'an said, we can go together, but remember, don't reveal your hidden strength. Disguise yourself well. Also pretend you don't know me when we meet. Even in the celestial realm, I have to pretend not to know you. Lu Qing'an chuckled. I don't want the person who invited me to know that I have connections with others, especially you. Anyway, it's better if our relationship remains untainted by others. Jin Yongfu was his only brother. Their bond was stronger than that of blood brothers. He didn't want others to know of their relationship. If he ever made enemies, he didn't want them to use Jin Yongfu as leverage against him. Jin Yongfu understood Lu Qing'an's concerns, so he obediently nodded, once more ready to follow Lu Qing'an's instructions. After spending some time with Jin Yongfu and discussing their cultivation progress, Lu Qing'an noticed that 2 hours had passed. He decided it was time to head to the Alchemist Guild. He parted ways with Jin Yongfu, donned his mask, summoned his flying boat, and set off toward the Alchemist Guild. He needed to purchase more celestial herbs. Soon his flying boat arrived at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. The same maidservant quickly came forward to receive him, leading him inside. Senior, should I call for Steward Huang? He's free. They'll go get him, the maidservant asked respectfully. After Lu Qing'an left last time, Huang Zixing had specifically instructed her to notify him immediately if this senior ever returned, and to treat him as a super VIP without any negligence. All right, Lu Qing'an said calmly. No sooner had he spoken than he saw a woman approaching from ahead. Wherever this woman passed, those nearby turned to look at her. Lu Qing'an quickly pretended to look away to the side. This girl, after 2 hours, was she still inside the Alchemist Guild? Indeed, this woman was Su Qingying. Last time Su Qingying had mentioned her strong intuition. Now that he was disguised, he wondered if this girl would recognize him. Their paces were close, and they were about to pass each other. Lu Qing'an saw that Su Qingying only glanced at him, and then ignored him, so he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this girl's intuition wasn't working. But just as he thought the matter was over, the maidservant beside him suddenly called out in a direction, Steward Huang. This senior has come again. The shout drew the attention of everyone nearby. Huang Zixing emerged from not far away. Seeing the familiar figure, his eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over. At that moment, Lu Qing'an heard Su Qingying, who had just passed him, suddenly stop. Huang Zixing approached Lu Qing'an with a warm smile. Friend, long time no see. Are you here to buy celestial herbs again today? Lu Qing'an altered his voice. Let's talk inside. Haha, please come in. Huang Zixing chuckled as he led the way. As he spoke, Huang Zixing suddenly noticed Su Qingying standing not far behind Lu Qing'an and paused. Qingying, were you looking for me? Yes. Su Qingying nodded with a smile. Wait a little longer. After I attend to this distinguished guest, I'll find you, Huang Zixing said. Su Qingying quickly nodded. Once inside the reception room, Lu Qing'an didn't want to waste words and stated I need 500 sets of first-grade gathering immortal pill herbs, 200 sets of second-grade gathering immortal pill herbs, and 1 second-grade celestial flame. He intended to attempt refining second-grade immortal pills. Huang Zixing's eyes sparkled. A second-grade gathering immortal pill requires 2 second-grade celestial herbs, 5 first-grade celestial herbs, and quite a few spiritual herbs. 1 set costs 200 spirit stones. Including the first-grade pills, the total comes to 30,000 spirit stones. Lu Qing'an thought that was just right. He had just over 30,000 spirit stones left, so he took out all his spirit stones and handed them to Huang Zixing. Seeing Lu Qing'an's usual straightforwardness, Huang Zixing marveled once again. Truly a Xianlight realm powerhouse, so decisive in spending. Another deal worth 30,000 spirit stones. He'll have someone prepare these for you immediately, Huang Zixing said with a smile. Soon Lu Qing'an received the herbs and took his leave. As before, Huang Zixing personally escorted him to the door, watching as he boarded his flying boat and disappeared into the distance. After seeing Lu Qing'an off, Huang Zixing turned to Su Qingying, who had been standing quietly to the side. Before he could speak, Su Qingying asked, Brother Huang, who is that? Huang Zixing said with a smile, a mysterious Xianguang realm powerhouse has purchased 50,000 immortal spirit stones worth of immortal herbs from me. It seems he will be a frequent patron from now on. A Xianguang realm powerhouse. 50,000 immortal spirit stones. Su Qingying had already felt a sense of reverence upon seeing the 4th-grade top-tier flying vessel he had produced. After hearing Huang Zixing's account, she became even more filled with respect. When would she ever possess such a wealth of immortal spirit stones? A Xianguang realm powerhouse. Since arriving in this immortal realm, she had never even seen one. Which clan does he hail from? Su Qingying pressed on. I cannot fathom it, either, Huang Zixing replied. He wore a mask and seemed to have consumed a concealment pill, deliberately hiding his identity. But one thing is certain, his strength and status are extraordinary. Huang Zixing had once speculated about Lu Qing'an's identity, but had never been able to confirm it. He had never seen any clan elder use a 4th-grade top-tier flying vessel like that. I see. Su Qingying gave a wry smile. Did you come to me for something? Huang Zixing asked with a gentle smile. Su Qingying nodded. Brother Huang, I'd like to consult you on some matters regarding second-grade immortal alchemists. Of course I won't ask for free. I can offer you some immortal spirit stones. Feel free to ask me anything directly. With your talent, you'll surely join the Huang clan in time. We're of the same lineage. No need for such formality. Huang Zixing shook his head with a smile, as if he were an elder brother. He had known Su Qing'an for 2 years now. Initially, he was drawn to her beauty, which led to their acquaintance. Later, he was won over by her alchemy talent and her ambitious spirit, and began to treat her like a little sister. Of course, what he said now was also one of the reasons. With Su Qing'an's talent barring any accidents, she would definitely join the Huang clan. She might even become a prodigy of the clan. Su Qing'an beamed a smile. Thank you so much, Brother Huang. Are you preparing in advance to become a second-grade immortal alchemist? Huang Zixing asked with a smile. Yes, I want to learn ahead of time. Once my cultivation reaches the stellar radiance realm, I'll attempt to qualify as a second-grade immortal alchemist. Su Qing'an nodded firmly. Haha, your alchemy talent truly amazes me. And you're so driven. If only my cousin had half your ambition, I'd be content. Huang Zixing shook his head with a laugh, his gaze towards Su Qing'an growing increasingly appreciative. Becoming a second-grade immortal alchemist within 2 years, that would be a top-tier alchemy talent even in Panlong City. Lu Qing'an returned to his cave dwelling and took out the purchased immortal herbs. He decisively began refining the second-grade immortal concentrated immortal pill. Refining the second-grade immortal concentrated immortal pill was similar to the first-grade version, except it required refining a few more herbs and involved a few extra steps. After a session of refining 6 hours had passed, a single second-grade top-tier concentrated immortal pill was completed. Spending time with that kid Yongfu really did bring good luck. The very first pill turned out to be top-grade. He didn't find refining second-grade immortal pills particularly difficult. It came naturally to him. It just took a bit. One second-grade immortal herb can extend life by 20 years. Not bad at all. From now on, he would focus on refining second-grade immortal pills to gain more longevity. Once all the herbs purchased today were refined into pills, he could add another 28,000 years to his lifespan. By then, his total lifespan would reach 128,000 years. But the refining takes time. Even if I cultivate and refine pills simultaneously, it will probably take a year to finish all the pills. No matter, there's plenty of time. He immersed himself in alchemy and cultivation. 3 days passed quietly. On the 3rd day, Lu Qing'an stopped refining. He hadn't forgotten his agreement with Su Qing'an. But before he could even leave his cave dwelling, he heard a knock at the door. The warning formation showed that the visitor was Su Qing'an. Lu Qing'an opened the cave door and looked directly at Su Qing'an. Upon seeing him, she immediately broke into a radiant smile. Lu Qing'an studied Su Qing'an. She seemed to have dressed up carefully, looking even more beautiful than the previous times he had seen her. She wore a new dress, and as she stood there, a breeze carried a faint fragrance that brushed across his face. Shall we set off directly? Lu Qing'an asked. Yes, they're waiting at the city gate. We need to meet up. We're heading to a mysterious forest 10,000 li outside Panlong City, where immortal beasts roam. Su Qing'an nodded. All right, let's go. Lu Qing'an replied. The two soared into the sky, flying toward the Huang clan's outer. Lu Qing'an deliberately slowed his pace and reminded Su Qing'an, fellow Taoist, Su, there's something I'd like you to help me with. When we're about to arrive, please fly ahead and keep a distance of 1 li between us. Su Qing'an, why? I have a peculiar quirk. I'm very uneasy being near beautiful women in the presence of others. If you truly remember the favor of the immortal flame and wish to thank me, then help me this once. When we're around others, keep your distance, and it's best if we pretend we're not very familiar. Hearing this, Su Qing'an's lips twitched. What kind of strange quirk was that? Seeing Lu Qing'an's sincere expression, which didn't seem feigned, she took a deep breath and forced a smile. All right, I'll try my best. Good, thank you, fellow Taoist Su. Lu Qing'an smiled. An hour later, the two finally arrived at the agreed meeting point, the exit of Panlong City. By then, 10 people were already waiting on the spot. Half of them appeared young, while the others looked more mature, all with cultivations at the stellar essence realm. The highest cultivator was a man in white robes holding a white folding fan with a handsome face, like a gentle jade noble. His cultivation was at the 10th layer of the stellar essence realm, infinitely close to the stellar radiance realm. Lu Qing'an landed on the ground and fixed his gaze on this white-robed man, sighing inwardly. Was he also from the mortal realm? A longevity spring identity. He and Jin Yongfu had only broken through to the stellar radiance realm with a massive amount of resources. If this man had reached such a cultivation level without such abundant resources, his talent was truly remarkable. Even if he practiced the special ethereal cultivation technique of the longevity spring, it was still impressive. As soon as he and Su Qing'an arrived, everyone present turned their gazes toward them. Qing'an, you're an hour late, the white-robed man said in a warm, pleasant voice that felt like a spring breeze. Sorry, something came up. My apologies for keeping you all waiting. Su Qing'an apologized and was about to briefly introduce Lu Qing'an. But before she could speak, Lu Qing'an stepped forward and said, I am Wu Xiren from the longevity spring of the Huang clan. I happened to do a small favor for fellow Taoist Su, and she invited me here to earn some immortal spirit stones. I didn't expect everyone here to be so powerful. Given that fellow Taoist Su and I are only slight acquaintances, I truly feel a bit uneasy. When he said slight acquaintances, Lu Qing'an deliberately emphasized the words, intending to make it clear to everyone that he and Su Qingying were not close. Su Qingying, who had been planning to introduce him properly, stood frozen in place. Jin Yongfu, seeing this from the crowd, smiled calmly. That's our Ngu all right. He studied Su Qingying carefully and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. So the person he invited was such a great beauty. So beautiful. And Ngu could still keep his distance. Truly a role model for us all. No worries, since Qingying has invited us, let's go together. The more the safer. The man in white spoke again, his words as gentle as a spring breeze. Lu Qing'an smiled slightly and nodded in gratitude to the man in white. He noticed that when he appeared with Su Qingying, the man's expression remained unchanged, but his brows furrowed slightly. Now, after some exchange of words, the man's brows had already relaxed. It was evident that he had developed feelings. This further confirmed his belief that when accompanying a beauty of such caliber, one must indeed maintain a distance lest troubles arise incessantly. With the man in white having spoken, the others naturally had no objections. Although Lu Qing'an's displayed strength was only at the 3rd level of the star-gathering realm, the weakest among the group, when it came to distributing spirit stones based on merit, a 3rd-level star-gathering realm's contributions during the hunting process were limited. Lu Qing'an successfully blended into the group, maintaining a low profile and staying at the back of the crowd. At the same time, he carefully observed everyone, memorizing the details of their appearances and cultivation levels, while he naturally did not forget to glance at Jin Yongfu. But after just a glance, he shifted his gaze away, as if they were complete strangers. Then let's set off. The man in white, as the leader, led the group away from Panlong City. They flew towards a certain direction outside the city, during which they introduced themselves, and Lu Qing'an learned that the man in white was named Su Yoji. He was currently the strongest person in the Lin family's longevity spring. It turned out that even in the mortal realm, Su Yoji was already renowned, recognized as a super genius. He was also the one with the highest cultivation among the 5 great families. At this moment, Su Qingying was flying alongside Su Yoji, chatting as they flew, clearly old acquaintances from the mortal realm. Qingying, what is your relationship with that fellow Taoist? Su Yoji suddenly asked. Su Qingying was taken aback for a moment, then awkwardly smiled. We are just acquaintances. Su Yoji smiled and said, you are still so kind-hearted, always grateful and appreciative. Su Qingying became even more awkward. After 5 hours, the group finally stopped flying and arrived at the edge of an endless forest. Every tree in this forest was extremely lush, over 10 zhang tall, and thick enough for 3 people to encircle. At the same time, chilling beast roars echoed from afar. We will operate within 10,000 miles of this forest's outskirts. 4 first-grade spirit beasts we will surround and hunt them if encountered. If we encounter second-grade spirit beasts, we can still fight against lower-tier ones, but if they are higher than lower-tier second-grade, we should disperse and escape, each to their own fate. Su Yoji scanned the crowd and spoke calmly. Second-grade spirit beasts had strength equivalent to the Star Radiance realm. Each grade of spirit beast has low, mid, high, and peak tiers. Everyone nodded, indicating their understanding. Jin Yongfu smirked. If he were to encounter a second-grade spirit beast alone, he could indeed wrestle with it. Lu Qing'an was thinking about how to deliver the final blow without revealing his cultivation. Only by delivering the last blow could he gain lifespan. The group flew into the forest on high alert, everyone holding their swords defensively. An hour passed. They encountered a problem. After roaming within 1,000 miles of the forest's edge for quite some time, the group had not encountered a single spirit beast. However, there were quite a few mortal-level demon beasts. Their purpose was to hunt spirit beasts, as every part of a spirit beast is a treasure. Not only is its body made of spirit-level materials, but its meat is also exceptionally delicious, containing abundant spiritual energy, making it highly sought after. A low-tier first-grade spirit beast could sell for 300 spirit stones. Such aimless searching is not a solution. Lu Qing'an thought of an idea. After he became a spirit-level array master, he could set up an early warning array. This array could cover a radius of 1,000 miles, detecting killing intent, as both demon and spirit beasts would exhibit aggressiveness towards humans naturally forming killing intent. Moreover, this array could reveal the strength of the killing intent. By comparing the killing intent detected, he could quickly locate first-grade spirit beasts. However, if he took out this array, others would think it was his, attracting everyone's attention to his array skills. After pondering for a moment, Lu Qing'an made a decision. Oh, what's this? Lu Qing'an suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to see an array compass at Lu Qing'an's feet. He picked up the array compass that he had lightly placed on the ground and covered with leaves earlier, saying, this seems to be an array. The others approached upon hearing. Jin Yongfu had a strange expression upon seeing this. Su Yoji said, I am also an array master, let me take a look. Lu Qing'an nodded and handed the array over to Su Yoji. After examining it for a moment, Su Yoji said, this is a spirit-level array. It seems to be a first-grade spirit array somewhat similar to a mortal early warning array, but with only slight similarities. Lu Qing'an could not help but look at Su Yoji with admiration. As expected of a genius, he indeed had insight. Since it is an early warning array, why not activate it to see? A spirit-level array should be quite valuable, right? Zhen Yongfu suddenly suggested. Lu Qing'an glanced at Zhen Yongfu, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You kid really know how to play along knowing what I intend to do. Zhen Yongfu secretly glanced at Lu Qing'an, sharing a knowing smile. The others also expressed their agreement. Su Yoji nodded slightly and activated the array. Soon an array light curtain appeared before everyone. The light curtain resembled a mirror large enough for a canvas with many red dots distributed in the center. Wait, this seems to be a positioning array for demon beasts. Su Yoji exclaimed. Earlier they had encountered quite a few demon beasts and had not bothered to kill them, thus roughly remembered their locations. It perfectly matched the pattern of red dots in the light curtain. Could it be that this array can locate the positions of demon and spirit beasts? Su Qing'an was equally astonished. It should be so, if I'm not mistaken. The larger red dots might be spirit beasts. Su Yoji said joyfully. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Wouldn't it be easy to find spirit beasts in the future? If that's true, this array is definitely worth a lot, likely something lost by some powerful beings. Su Yoji remarked. Following this, everyone present looked at Lu Qing'an. This guy's luck was truly incredible. Upon hearing this, everyone was eager to try. The group followed the guidance of the array and flew forward. After half a stick of incense, they quickly came to a halt. Indeed, a spirit beast. A high-tier first-grade spirit beast. Wonderful. This array is truly extraordinary. The group whispered, their joy evident. Su Yoji calmly commanded. Everyone spread out, surround it, and strive for a swift resolution. With this array, we will certainly return with a full haul today. Everyone nodded, repeatedly eager to take action. The group began to scatter surrounding the beast. At this moment, Lu Qing'an and Zhen Yongfu unconsciously drew closer to each other. Kill. Su Yoji issued the order first, then led the charge towards the spirit beast. This spirit beast was a giant wolf as large as an ox with white fur that radiated a bone-chilling coldness. Purple flames swirled around its head, appearing very mysterious. Upon hearing human voices, it suddenly roared, its eyes turning blood red, exuding a fierce light. Rather than fleeing, it stood its ground, waiting for humans to close in. The battle was about to commence. The crowd exerted all their strength, especially Su Yoji and Su Qing'an. Lu Qing'an merely pretended to participate, occasionally launching minor attacks, while evaluating the combat strength of Su Yoji and Su Qing'an. Su Yoji's strength was absolutely overwhelming among those in the star-gathering realm. Su Qing'an's cultivation showed that she was at the 7th level of the star-gathering realm, but in reality, she possessed combat power equivalent to the 8th or 9th level. Both were exceptional talents. Thus, a high-tier first-grade spirit beast, even with its naturally strong physique, could only endure for less than 10 breaths before succumbing. Lu Qing'an was fully focused, waiting for the right moment, and at the last instant he made his move. He was too lazy to use a weapon, striking out with his palm from a distance. Timing it perfectly, he delivered a firm strike to the spirit beast's head. In the next moment, a mysterious energy surged into his body. Lifespan enhanced. Indeed, celestial beasts are extraordinary. Even a first-grade high-rank one can extend one's lifespan by 200 years, far surpassing the refinement of a first-grade celestial herb. Lu Qing'an's eyes gleamed with brilliance. With a preemptive formation capable of directly tracking the location of first-grade celestial beasts, they would surely have enough time over these few days to locate 100 such creatures. A chance to increase their lifespan by 20,000 years in one go. As the celestial beast fell, Su Yoji and the others hurried forward to inspect it before stowing it away. Excellent. This expedition will surely surpass our previous record. Let's strive to hunt more celestial beasts and earn even more celestial stones. Su Yoji encouraged with a beaming smile. The group was exhilarated and brimming with fervor, all clamoring to seek out the next celestial beast. Seeing that no one had noticed his methods, Lu Qing'an couldn't help but curl his lips into a smirk. Thus he followed the others as they flew toward the next celestial beast. Another first-grade high-rank celestial beast awaited them. The battle erupted once more. Zhen Yongfu gradually adapted to the combat, though he occasionally lost control and unleashed power slightly exceeding the 7th layer of the Starvane realm. Yet amidst the chaotic battlefield, no one detected his lapse. Lu Qing'an continued to circle the periphery, launching feeble attacks until the celestial beast was on the verge of death, at which point he delivered a precise, killing blow, ending it in one strike. Another 200 years of lifespan secured. The group had slain yet another celestial beast, and with only the time it took to burn an incense stick having passed, their anticipation for the future grew, their faces alight with battle lust. Onward, to the next celestial beast. Tsuyoshi, equally thrilled, led the team, once more flying toward the location indicated by the formation. Time slipped by swiftly. 2 days passed. Morning sunlight rose, casting a mist that shrouded the forest canopy. Somewhere in the woods the sounds of battle rang out once again. Yet the conflict soon came to a swift conclusion. After 2 days of hunting, Tsuyoshi and his companions had honed their coordination and efficiency, dispatching a peak first-grade celestial beast with ease. That's the 120th. Having stored the celestial beast's corpse, Tsuyuzi's face showed signs of fatigue. They had fought ceaselessly day and night for 2 full days. The gains over these 2 days were immense. They had slain a full 100 first-grade celestial beasts, nearly wiping out all such creatures within a radius of several thousand li at the forest's edge. 2 members of the team had broken through in cultivation, ascending a minor realm. Tsuyoshi and Su Qing both sensed that upon returning from this journey, they too would be able to advance their realms. Zhen Yongfu and Lu Qing'an, however, felt no such breakthrough, as both had been holding back. Still, they had gained experience understanding the vast gap between celestial beasts and spiritual beasts. Celestial beasts of the same grade were far more formidable than their mortal counterparts. The formation shows no first-grade celestial beasts within 1,000 li. To continue hunting, we must venture deeper into the forest. And going deeper greatly increases the likelihood of encountering second-grade celestial beasts, Tsuyoshi informed the group. At that moment, Lu Qing'an stepped forward and said, "Let me take a look." Tsuyoshi handed the formation to Lu Qing'an. Taking it, Lu Qing'an pretended to examine the light screen, while secretly tampering with it, dismantling its internal structure. This preemptive formation, with his innovations, differed from standard ones. Even when upgraded to a celestial-grade formation, it remained unique compared to normal celestial-grade arrays. Thus, to prevent others from studying its peculiarities, he had to destroy it. He had made this decision the moment he unveiled the formation, a move to play it safe. Indeed, there are none left. But I see you all are weary. Perhaps we should end this here. We've reaped a bountiful harvest from this hunt. Lu Qing'an returned the formation to Tsuyoshi, suggesting. 2 days of effort had extended his lifespan by 20,000 years. He now possessed a total of 120,000 years of life. It was time to leave this place and return. The main concern was that their bodies were now saturated with the aura and blood of celestial beasts. Once the scent of blood reached a certain concentration, venturing deeper into the forest would attract the attention of high-rank celestial beasts. Thus they risked falling into peril. For caution's sake, it was best to head back to the city. Tsuyoshi, however, thought they could search a bit longer, and took the formation to look around again. Still nothing. Then let's return. I estimate these celestial beast carcasses can fetch tens of thousands of celestial stones. With 12 of us to divide, each can claim several thousand. Tsuyuzi's face glowed with satisfaction. They had never possessed so many celestial stones before. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation. Su Qingying felt the same. Return to the city. Tsuyoshi declared, preparing to deactivate the formation in his hand. Yet he felt a pang of regret knowing that this formation, which he hadn't found, would ultimately have to be returned to Lu Qing'an. He was already pondering whether to ask Lu Qing'an if he would sell the formation. With such a tool, he could continuously generate wealth through hunting celestial beasts. Moreover, he knew no such formation existed on the market. If he could take it back to study its secrets, he would surely amass a fortune. But as he deactivated the formation, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Black smoke began to billow from the entire compass of the formation. What is this? What's happening? Tsuyoshi exclaimed, his face contorting in shock. The others hurriedly gathered around to inspect. They all understood the significance of this formation. Destroyed. Damn it. What in the world happened? Tsuyuzi's usual gentle demeanor vanished, his face twisting into a grimace. It was as if he had lost something of utmost value. Zhen Yongfu glanced at Lu Qing'an. And gee, you never cease to amaze. Su Qingying's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet at that moment, Lu Qing'an's expression was even more exaggerated than Tsuyuzi's. How could this be? I was hoping to make another fortune next time. He wore a mournful face, ashen, as if he had lost a close relative, on the verge of collapsing to his knees in tears. Seeing this, the others also felt a pang of pain. They could all empathize with Lu Qing'an's feelings. Since he had found the formation, his grief was only natural. Gritting his teeth, Tsuyoshi fought to suppress his own crumbling emotions and patted Lu Qing'an on the shoulder, consoling him. Fellow Taoist, do not despair. We've still made a substantial profit, it's hardly a loss. What a pity. Oh. Lu Qing'an sighed heavily, though inwardly he smirked with amusement. He had only recently discovered this alternative use for the formation. From now on, it seemed, besides refining pills to extend his lifespan, he could also hunt celestial beasts. With this preemptive formation, he could rapidly accumulate years of life. Alright, let's head back. Fellow Taoist, do you still want this formation? Tsuyoshi asked, looking at Lu Qing'an. Having completely destroyed the formation's interior, and knowing that others were aware of its uniqueness, Lu Qing'an decisively shook his head. Keeping a useless broken formation would only invite unwanted attention. Very well, I'll take it back to study. Su Yoji said with a smile, pocketing the compass, hoping to repair it later. Let's go. They prepared to depart. But just as they were about to set off on their return journey, a tremendous roar erupted from afar behind them. The roar seemed to shake the heavens and earth, instilling a profound sense of dread. Soon after, fierce sounds of battle began to echo from the distant horizon. That direction. It seems a high-rank celestial beast is fighting a powerful cultivator. Even from this distance, I feel a chill running down my spine. I wonder what grade of celestial beast it is. That direction. It seems a high-rank celestial beast is fighting a powerful cultivator. Even from this distance, I feel a chill running down my spine. Moved. Lu Qing'an, also on high alert, swiftly took the lead and fled. The others nodded and followed closely. They had already ventured a considerable distance into the forest, and flying out would take some time. After flying for the span of one incense stick, they suddenly felt a violent tremor behind them. Su Qingying's fair face drained of color as a flicker of thought from her companion's spirit echoed in her mind. She quickly cried out, "Not good. It seems a celestial beast of at least the 5th grade is flying toward us." At her words, everyone's faces turned pale. A 5th grade celestial beast was equivalent to a mysterious Radiance Realm powerhouse. With their Starvane Realm strength, survival against such an entity was hopeless. Lu Qing'an also sensed the dire situation and immediately said, "Everyone scatter and flee. Meet at Panlong City." With a group following him, it was difficult for him to employ other means. With that, he glanced at Jin Yongfu, gave him a knowing look, and flew off toward the right front. "Take care, everyone." Jin Yongfu instantly understood and sped off in the same direction. Su Yoji and the others reacted swiftly. Now, at this critical juncture of life and death, they could only gamble on luck, each choosing a direction to flee. After leaving the group, Lu Qing'an quickly donned a mask and summoned a supreme grade 4th rank immortal flying boat. Once aboard the flying boat, he sped at full throttle toward Jin Yongfu's direction and soon rendezvoused with him. "Get on," Lu Qing'an said calmly. Hearing the familiar voice, Jin Yongfu's face lit up with joy, and he swiftly flew onto the boat, standing behind Lu Qing'an. "And Gu, is it you? How do you have a flying boat of this level?" Jin Yongfu was astounded, his mind teeming with questions. How many more secrets had this brother of his been keeping since arriving in the Immortal Realm? He'll explain later. A 5th rank immortal beast has strength comparable to a mystic light realm expert. This flying boat's defenses are enough to withstand attacks from such a powerhouse. Lu Qing'an drove the flying boat at top speed, steering it as far out of the forest as possible. Having never witnessed the true power of a 5th rank immortal beast, he dared not hold back, unleashing his Starlight Realm cultivation to its fullest as immortal energy poured continuously into the vessel. The flying boat raced along, and Jin Yongfu felt a measure of relief. At this speed, we should be safe. But no sooner had he spoken than both of their expressions shifted dramatically. They sensed a terrifying crisis rapidly closing in from behind. Whirling around, they saw a massive lion with black wings streaking through the sky, like a shooting star tearing through the air toward them. "No, are we this unlucky?" Zhan Yongfu's red hair stood on end as he urgently looked at Lu Qing'an. "It's too fast. Change direction immediately." Lu Qing'an wanted to alter course, but it was clearly too late. Was this really a 5th rank immortal beast? How could its speed be so terrifying? Whoosh. Roar. The dreadful sound of flight was right behind them. To their shock, the 5th rank immortal beast didn't pounce on them, but shot past from the side, continuing onward. "Huh?" Jin Yongfu exclaimed in surprise. Lu Qing'an's expression flickered, but he remained composed. "Did you see that? It's covered in wounds, and there's a high-grade immortal sword embedded in its back. I saw it. So it wasn't coming for us. Someone's chasing it. Looks like it's badly injured." Jin Yongfu nodded hastily. "It seems to be burning its life essence to achieve this speed," Lu Qing'an speculated. "And go. Should we follow and take a look? Go for a big score. If the beast dies halfway, we'd hit the jackpot. A 5th rank immortal beast. How many spirit stones would that be worth? And that immortal sword?" Jin Yongfu's eyes lit up with eagerness. "You really have no fear of death," Lu Qing'an said, shooting him. If the beast collapsed unconscious before them, they might attempt to kill. He too was curious how much lifespan a 5th rank immortal beast could grant him. But if the beast noticed them following and turned to attack, facing a dying frenzied 5th rank beast, he couldn't guarantee the flying boat's defenses would hold. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unexpected event occurred. Boom. A heavy crash echoed from the forest ahead as a row of giant trees toppled instantly. Zhen Yongfu and Lu Qing'an exchanged a glance, both stunned. "Did it die, eh?" Zhen Yongfu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Qing'an blinked. Could we really be? Thinking this over, he looked at Zhen Yongfu. Being with this guy, good luck, seemed almost normal. So had the beast flown toward them purely because of Zhen Yongfu's fortune? How miraculous. And go. This flying boat can withstand mystic light realm attacks, right? Let's check it out. If it's dead, this is a huge windfall. Zhen Yongfu urged eagerly. But Lu Qing'an shook his head. Not so fast. Without absolute certainty, we can't act rashly. He'll set up a detection formation first. How long will that take? Someone's chasing this beast, they might show up. Zhen Yongfu swallowed hard, repeatedly glancing back, yet no one appeared. It won't take long, Lu Qing'an said, swiftly setting up the formation. He didn't need an immortal-grade array, a mortal one sufficed. With the flying boat as a safeguard, he deployed the formation 10 li away to probe. Soon the situation from that area was reflected in the formation. The beast, which had been flying at an astonishing speed moments before, now lay on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to move. It was a high-grade 5th-rank immortal beast. Its strength rivaled that of a Mystic Light Realm 10th-layer expert. And go. It looks like it's really about to die, Zhen Yongfu said, beaming. It does seem like a dying beast, but we can't approach recklessly. It might drag someone down with it before its end, Lu Qing'an said gravely. He had seen such situations many times. However, the beast appeared to be on the verge of death. All they needed was to stall a bit longer or find a way to deliver a long-range finishing blow to ensure safety. But he feared human experts might be pursuing from behind. That was also a danger. Time couldn't be wasted. Better to finish it off. If I succeed, I can increase my lifespan, Lu Qing'an thought. He'll steer the flying boat within half a li of it. Well, attack from a distance, and absolutely must not leave the boat, Lu Qing'an instructed sternly. Zhen Yongfu nodded hastily. The flying boat soon hovered half a li above the 5th-rank beast, and together they unleashed Starlight Realm-level attacks from afar. A barrage of powerful strikes rained down, landing perfectly on the beast. After each round of attacks, Lu Qing'an quickly drove the boat farther away. Seeing the beast remain still without any sign of a desperate counterattack, he brought the boat back to its original position and launched another assault. After repeating this several times, he called for Zhen Yongfu to stop. Let me take over now. Lu Qing'an continued his assault, sending massive palm strikes imbued with the power of the Starlight Realm's 2nd layer crashing down onto the beast below. Suddenly, a mysterious energy flowed into Lu Qing'an's body, and he ceased his attack. His lifespan had increased. Slaying a high-grade 5th-rank immortal beast had granted him 100,000 years of life. Incredible! What a massive haul! Lu Qing'an rejoiced. His accumulated lifespan now stood at 220,000 years. Is it dead? Zhen Yongfu asked, seeing Lu Qing'an stop, and noticing the beast still motionless below its lantern-like eyes devoid of light. Lu Qing'an said, it's dead. With that, he swiftly descended the flying boat, unhesitatingly stored the beast's corpse into his golden storage bead, and continued driving the boat at full speed. After flying for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, they finally emerged from the forest. Lu Qing'an didn't slow down, but pressed on at a rapid pace. He'll take you to the outskirts of Panlong City first. Later you rendezvous with the others. Remember, never mention the high-grade 5th-rank immortal beast to anyone. Lu Qing'an instructed earnestly. And good, you know my lips are sealed, Zhen Yongfu said with a broad grin, then lowered his voice. What grade was that immortal sword? Lu Qing'an smiled slightly. A top-grade 5th-rank immortal sword. We've struck gold. Oh, then. What level of strength must its owner have? Zhen Yongfu swallowed hard. No time to worry about that. We need to sell the beast and the sword as soon as possible. Keeping them feels too risky. He dared not use them himself, and he feared the sword's owner might have a way to track its location. So his immediate task was to rush to the treasure pavilion and sell the sword without wasting a moment. Lu Qing'an sped his flying boat and soon arrived before the walls of Panlong City. He set Zhen Yongfu down and instructed once more, wait here. After Su Yoji and the others return, rally the rest and await my arrival. Rest assured. Leave it to me, Zhen Yongfu said with brimming confidence. Lu Qing'an nodded, steered the flying boat, and entered Panlong City directly. At that moment, inside a rest chamber at the treasure's pavilion, 2 middle-aged men were sipping tea and engaging in idle conversation. I never expected your chief steward to be transferred to another major city. With this vacancy, every steward must be scrambling to climb up. Do you have any hope? A middle-aged man in white robes asked with a faint smile as he drank tea. Lu Bud, hearing his friend's words, shook his head with a bitter smile. Our guild leader did say the new chief steward would be chosen from among all the stewards. But he added one condition: to become chief steward, one must accomplish a certain task. That single condition has already dashed the hopes of 99% of the stewards. What task? The white-robed man asked. Lu Bud replied, the guild leader recently learned that the city lord's daughter has joined the Immortal Sword sect and been accepted as a personal disciple by one of its elders. In 2 years she will depart for the sect, and the city lord will host a banquet. You know the status of the Immortal Sword sect in the Immortal Realm. Even our guild leader venerable as he is wishes to forge a connection. So he wants to prepare a gift for the city lord's daughter, an immortal grade sword of the 5th tier medium grade or above. The condition for becoming chief steward is to present such a level of immortal sword. The cost is too great. The white-robed man exclaimed, clicking his tongue. Not exactly. We only need to acquire such a sword through purchase. But you understand, those who own such a sword rarely part with it unless the relationship is extremely close. Thus among all the stewards, only 1 or 2 have such connections. Lu Bud coveted the position of chief steward, but knew it was beyond his reach. In Panlong City, his status and connections were decent, but he had little interaction with the top echelons of the 5 great families. Only those at the pinnacle of the 5 families would possess an immortal sword of this caliber. That is indeed difficult, the white-robed man said. Lu Bude sighed, enough of this, let's continue our tea. Just as Lu Bude was about to finish his tea, he heard a maidservant outside the door call out, "Steward Lu, that distinguished guest you asked me to watch for has come to see you again." Distinguished guest? Which guest? Lu Bude couldn't recall at first. The one wearing a mask, the maidservant. Lu Bude suddenly remembered, and quickly rose, saying to his friend, "I have matters to attend to. We'll continue later." He hurried out. That guest had previously sold him an immortal grade sword of the 4th tier upper grade, which had significantly boosted his performance. He strode quickly to the VIP reception room, and saw Lu Qing'an seated there. "Haha, fellow cultivator, long time no see," Lu Bude greeted with a beaming smile. Lu Qing'an, unwilling to waste time, cut straight to the point, "I have 2 items to sell you. I have urgent matters afterward, so let's skip the pleasantries." He needed to sell both items, quickly receive the spirit stones, and leave to rejoin Zhen Yongfu. So he handed the storage pouch to Lu Bude. Lu Bude smiled, and said, "Alright, let me take a look." He took the pouch and probed it with his perception. But soon his expression drastically changed, and his smile froze. He wondered if he was seeing things. Inside the pouch lay the corpse of a 5th-tier high-grade immortal beast, and a 5th-tier upper-grade immortal sword. "Appraise these for me, and tell me how many spirit stones they're worth," Lu Qing'an urged, seeing Lu Bude sitting frozen, like a statue clutching the pouch. Lu Bude snapped back to reality, swallowed hard twice, and stammered, "Fellow cultivator, these items, are you selling them all?" He still couldn't believe it. His gaze toward Lu Qing'an shifted. This man had slain a 5th-tier high-grade, and such strength was barely within reach of a peak, profound light realm cultivator. He had vastly underestimated this man's power. And there was also a 5th-tier upper-grade immortal sword. This was like a pillow arriving just as he was feeling drowsy. If he could secure this 5th-tier upper-grade immortal sword, wouldn't he become the chief steward? "That's right, all of it. We've known each other for a while now. Just give me a fair price," Lu Qing'an said. Hearing the confirmation, Lu Bude's throat tightened again, and then he declared solemnly, "From this day forth, you fellow cultivator shall be my most esteemed, honored guest. After calculation, I can offer you at most 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. That's the highest my authority allows. If you want more, I can immediately consult the guild leader to see what he can add." A glint of surprise flickered in Lu Qing'an's eyes. "So valuable. 600,000 spirit stones will suffice. You're an honest man. I consider you a friend. Speed it up. I have urgent matters," Lu Qing'an said calmly. Lu Bude felt a hint of awe at those words. "Even if you called me your son, I'd have to answer without hesitation. All right, give me 10 breaths, and I'll be right back." Lu Bude dashed out of the VIP reception room. Lu Qing'an actually counted the time, and in less than 9 breaths, Lu Bude returned. "Here are 600,000 spirit stones, and this communication jade slip. If you ever have similar items to sell in the future, just contact me directly. I can even come to you for negotiations." Lu Bude no longer addressed Lu Qing'an as fellow cultivator, feeling unworthy. This man was his god of wealth. This single transaction could not only elevate him to the position of chief steward, but also earn him a substantial commission. It was the biggest deal of his life, and it seemed he could continue doing business with Lu Qing'an in the future. What else could he be but a god of wealth? Lu Qing'an smiled, and said, "A pleasure doing business. I have urgent matters, so will take my leave. By the way, if you truly regard me as a friend, remember not to mention my information to anyone. Otherwise, I'll seek someone else for our next deal." Hearing this, Lu Bude was slightly surprised, but nodded decisively. "Understood, I won't reveal a thing." Lu Qing'an stowed the pouch filled with spirit stones, left the treasure's pavilion, boarded his flying boat, and flew out of the city. After seeing Lu Qing'an off, Lu Bude quickly summoned the maidservant, gave her earnest instructions, and then headed to the guild leader's chamber. He walked with steady steps, chest puffed out, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was as if he was striding toward a bright future. Lu Qing'an steered his flying boat out of Panlong City, landed in a secluded, deserted spot, removed his mask, and then turned back, flying toward the city gate. When he arrived before Panlong City, Su Yoji and the others had all gathered. Everyone was waiting for him. "Apologies, my cultivation is weak, and I fly slowly. I've kept you all waiting," Lu Qing'an said, feigning an awkward, bitter smile as he flew before them. "We thought something had happened to you. It's fine as long as you're safe, and we haven't waited long. Besides, you discovered that formation. You're the greatest contributor on this trip, so it's only right we wait," Su Yoji said. Lu Qing'an looked at him, his impression of the man deepening. "All right, let's head to the treasure's pavilion and sell these immortal beast carcasses." The others grew excited, already envisioning a mountain of spirit stones beckoning them. The group prepared to enter the city, but at that moment, everyone abruptly halted and swiftly turned to look behind them. The sky behind them resounded with a startling whoosh as 5 figures approached at an astonishing speed. They seemed to be heading straight for them. As they discerned the cultivation auras of the 5, everyone held their breath, not daring to exhale. 5 profound light realm experts. Lu Qing'an narrowed his eyes into slits, and quietly retreated behind Su Yoji and the others. Without a doubt, that fifth-tier immortal beast was connected to these 5 profound light realm experts. Perhaps that fifth-tier upper-grade immortal sword was the personal weapon of one among them. 5 mysterious light realm powerhouses, 4 of whom appeared middle-aged or elderly, each wore a jade token at their waist, their identity insignia. Elders of the Huang clan. Watching them descend, Lu Qing'an mused inwardly, what a coincidence, it's the Huang clan. Among the 5, the leader was a young man seemingly of similar age to Lu Qing'an and his companions. He had sharp brows and starry eyes, his cold face betraying a hint of irritability, as if troubled by some matter. The moment he landed, his gaze swept coldly over Lu Qing'an's group, as if regarding a swarm of ants. Did you return from that forest? The man spoke, his voice chilling and menacing. Su Yoji and the others immediately became fearful, especially Su Yoji and Su Qing'an, who recognized him. The young master of the Huang clan. Reporting to the senior. We were hunting celestial beasts over there when we heard a powerful roar and hastily fled. Su Yoji quickly bowed, displaying utmost humility. He knew that before someone of such status, they were no different from ants. Though he was a longevity spring of the Lin clan, truly provoking this man, he would not hesitate to annihilate him. Has anyone among you seen that celestial beast? The Huang clan's young master asked coldly again. No, we haven't, Su Yoji answered swiftly, and the others shook their heads in unison. Search their storage pouches. The young master then turned to an elder of the Huang clan, commanding coldly. The elder nodded and said in a deep voice, take out all your storage pouches. Su Yoji and the others exchanged glances. Ultimately, gritting their teeth, they dared not resist and obeyed. Young master, this person's pouch contains 100 first-grade celestial beasts. The Huang clan elder narrowed his eyes, fixing a strange gaze on Su Yoji. Senior, these are the fruits of our many days of hunting. Su Yoji hastily explained. All first grade? The young master asked coldly. The elder nodded. Thoroughly check if they've hidden any. The young master's expression turned grim. He suspected a 5th-grade celestial beast's corpse had been picked up by passers-by, so anyone of any cultivation level could be hiding it. The elders searched each one as instructed, and soon found 2 men at the 5th layer of Starvane Realm who had each secretly concealed a storage pouch. Inside those pouches were many spirit stones, likely hidden for fear of theft. Seeing this, a flash of crimson passed through the young master's eyes, and he let out a cold snort. At the sound of the snort, the 2 Starvane Realm men's eyes bulged wide, their bodies stiffening in place, their eyes bloodshot, like crimson orbs. Guard all entrances to Panlong City. Thoroughly search anyone entering. The young master commanded the 4 elders like a lion, suppressing his fury. The elders immediately split up. The young master swept his gaze over the crowd, then turned and flew into the city. As the 5 mysterious light realm powerhouses left, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Lu Qing'an frowned slightly, watching his 2 companions. Since discovering he could extend his lifespan by extinguishing life force, he had become especially sensitive to vitality. Now he sensed that the vitality of the 2 companions had vanished. Yes, they were already dead. Su Yoji and the others also sensed something amiss and stepped forward to check, only to find them breathless, gasping in horror. Just like that, he killed them. Thank heavens I didn't hide a pouch. So ruthless. Was it necessary? Do they not value human life at all? The celestial realm was more perilous than the mortal world. Before these powerhouses, they were less than ants. Strength was the only foundation for survival. Su Yoji quickly warned in a low voice. Everyone say no more, lest we invite disaster. His palms were slick with cold sweat, his body still trembling, and his desire for power reached its peak. Let no one speak of today's events, Su Yoji said. The others nodded. Lu Qing'an waved his hand, summoning 2 distant flowers, and placing them before the mound, silently thinking, better you than me. Though I brought this upon you, your greed and disobedience sealed your fate. Take heed in your next life. All right, let's head back, Su Yoji said. They flew toward the city, murmuring among themselves about the Huang clan's young. I've only heard of his fearsome reputation before, but today I've seen it firsthand. A true demon. What kind soul could propose the longevity spring cultivation plan? Su Qing'an remarked. The longevity spring cultivation is linked to him. Lu Qing'an, hearing this, turned to Su Qing'an and asked, how did this girl manage to glean such strange information? He was the first among the Panlong City elites to propose sealing the mortal realm near the city to cultivate longevity springs. The Huang clan's rise to the top among the 5 great families can be partly attributed to him, Su Qing'an said with a bitter smile. Jin Yongfu, hearing this, clenched his fists. Damn it. So it's this bastard. The others quickly urged Jin Yongfu to restrain his anger. Lu Qing'an glanced at him, understanding his thoughts. Jin Yongfu's old friends had essentially died because of this man. This young master is exceptionally talented, reaching the mysterious light realm in under 50,000 years. He's also betrothed to the city lord's daughter. Truly a winner in life, another person remarked. The others continued discussing the young master. Lu Qing'an, hearing of him for the first time, realized he had unwittingly offended a fearsome figure. Given his status, Hel soon learned that the treasure pavilion acquired a 5th-grade celestial beast. I wonder if Steward Lu will betray me. To be safe, I should avoid appearing in public with the mask for a while, Lu Qing'an thought to himself. He resolved to stay vigilant for outside news. The group entered Panlong City and arrived at the treasure pavilion. Lu Qing'an didn't want to go in, but following along seemed less conspicuous, so he entered with the others. Su Yoji directly stated they had celestial beast corpses to sell, in a significant number, so a steward soon came to receive them. However, upon seeing they were all longevity springs, the steward's expression shifted slightly. After examining the storage pouch, Su Yoji handed over. His expression changed several more times. Lu Qing'an sensed trouble brewing. Sure enough, the steward smiled oilily and said, after a rough estimate, these celestial beast corpses are worth about 20,000 spirit stones. Su Yoji and the others frowned deeply. They had assessed the value at no less than 40,000 spirit stones. This man was trying to cheat them. Su Yoji took a deep breath, slightly cupping his hands, appearing quite respectful. Elder Qin, this item contains 100 1st-grade celestial beasts, of which 70% are high-tier 1st-grade celestial beasts. According to market price, it is worth at least 40,000 spirit stones. He knew that Elder Chun, with his cultivation at the Tianyan realm, was one of the top stewards in the gathering treasure pavilion. He had already made up his mind that if they could not reach an agreement, he would simply not sell. The gap between them and such figures was too vast. Our gathering treasure pavilion's pricing is based on the market price. Currently, celestial beasts are generally priced this way. Moreover, I always feel that the origin of your celestial beasts is unclear. We are taking a risk by acquiring them. Elder Qin remained stern, his gaze still flickering with a chilling confidence as he spoke. It was as if the corpses of these celestial beasts had already become his possessions. Then we won't sell them. Su Yoji took a deep breath and stored the storage pouch properly. Not selling. I must make it clear to you that only our gathering treasure pavilion in Panlong City can accept this batch of celestial beast corpses. If you do not sell today, the price will certainly not be the same another day. Elder Qin sneered. Su Qing'an furrowed her brow and gently advised, Elder Qin, your pavilion has always had a good reputation. Behaving like this now might tarnish that reputation, wouldn't it? Tarnish my reputation? A mere Shochuan dares to threaten me. Elder Qin looked disdainful. I won't waste words with you. If you do not sell these celestial beast corpses to me today, the fact that you Shochuan possess 100 1st-grade celestial beast corpses of unclear origin will surely spread throughout Panlong City. At that time, I will see whether it is my reputation that suffers or your belongings that suffer. Lu Qing'an had been standing behind Su Yoji and the others, initially calm, but at this moment his eyes narrowed. The implication of this man's words was very clear. Their ability to obtain so many celestial beast corpses surely meant they had special means. Once this matter spread, it would naturally attract the attention of many. It was a matter of life-threatening. If it were merely being swindled, Lu Qing'an would not bother intervening, but this had already threatened his life safety. Su Yoji also perceived the threat in the words. Gritting his teeth, he said solemnly, You all go out first. I will discuss this with Elder Chun in detail. Su Qing'an and the others exchanged glances for a moment, ultimately choosing to trust Su Yoji, and withdrew from the reception room. After everyone left, Su Yoji took out a sound-transmitting jade slip and infused it with spiritual energy. Brother Lindong, my companions, and I hunted some celestial beasts and came to the gathering treasure pavilion with their corpses, but we have encountered some trouble. Elder Qin silently observed Su Yoji until he heard the name, Lindong, at which point his brows furrowed slightly. He recognized that Lindong was the adopted son of an elder from the Lin family. Which elder is it? A young man's voice came from the sound-transmitting jade slip. Elder Chun, Su Yoji replied truthfully. Is Elder Qin there? Please, for the sake of my father, and I, could you not hold it against them? The tone carried a hint of earnestness. Elder Qin frowned slightly, weighing the matter for a moment before saying, My relationship with your adoptive father is only average. However, I can give you some face and offer them an additional 5,000 spirit stones. All right, thank you. Yoji, I can only help you this far. Okay, thank you, Brother Lindong. Su Yuzi's expression turned bitter as he put away the sound-transmitting jade slip. 25,000 spirit stones still left a considerable gap from the market price. Elder Qin, for the sake of Brother Lindong, could you treat it as if we never came? Su Yoji still hoped to avoid selling these celestial beast corpses. Truly ungrateful. What is Lindong worth? Even if his father were here, he would still have to address me as Brother Chun. Elder Qin thought that by making a slight concession he could secure this deal, but after hearing Su Yuzi's request, his face instantly darkened, and he decided to impose some intimidation. Su Yuzi's complexion turned extremely ugly, alternating between green and white, appearing exceptionally hesitant. Outside the reception room, a group of people also looked grim, whispering among themselves. This is too much. I wonder if Yoji can resolve this. If not, we will have to swallow this loss ourselves. If it really doesn't work, we can make a big deal out of it. We come from various families, and once we leave this place it won't be easy for him to find us. Yes, I think we can't just swallow our pride. Two individuals seem to have gone mad, or were just venting, becoming more resolute. Seeing the situation escalate, Lu Qing'an contemplated for a moment, and suddenly a glimmer of cunning flashed. He thought of a way that would serve both purposes, stabilizing the situation while allowing him to lead the unfolding consequences of his hidden identity in a particular direction. Thus he held the sound-transmitting jade slip in his hand, and secretly transmitted a message inside. Su Qing'an and the others were still discussing the matter when they suddenly stopped as they saw a plump middle-aged man striding over wearing the attire of a gathering treasure pavilion steward. Seeing another steward approaching, Su Qing'an and the others felt a renewed pressure. After this incident they had lost all good impressions of these identities. Who among you is Su Yoji? Lu Bud came before the crowd, scanning them for a moment, his face adorned with a friendly smile as he inquired. Su Qing'an and the others looked at each other in surprise. He's inside. Upon hearing this, Lu Bud nodded slightly to them before directly pushing the door open. What is it? Elder Chen coldly asked upon seeing Lu Bud's arrival. Lu Bud ranked in the middle among the stewards, and there was quite a gap between him and Elder Chen, who often ranked among the top. Lu Bud ignored Elder Chen and instead looked at Su Yoji, instantly displaying a fawning smile. Young friend, are you Su Yoji? Su Yoji appeared slightly surprised and nodded, saying, Indeed. You are planning to sell celestial beast corpses. May I have a look? I can offer you a good price. Lu Bud did not waste words. Having received the sound transmission that a certain young descendant of a family was being bullied here, he rushed over, as if flying. Lu Bud, what do you mean by this? Upon hearing this, Elder Chen was engulfed in anger and shouted loudly. Chen Wutian, you dare to bully a junior, do you have any shame? In recent years, Lu Bud had indeed lived like a dog. If it were in the past, he would have been reluctant to offend Chen Wutian, but things were different now. He had just received the chairman's appointment and become the overseer. This meant that from that moment on, all stewards of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion would be under his command. A mere Chen Wutian thought he could rebel. Chen Wutian looked incredulous, then his eyes blazed with fire as he said, You have some guts. I want to see who gave you the courage to speak to me like that. Elder Chen was also a clever man, and after speaking he had a suspicion that it must be Lin Dong, or Lin Dong's father, who had sent Lu Bud. Su Yoji observed this scene, momentarily lost in thought, but he too shared this idea, feeling a sense of admiration for Lin Dong's influence, while also remembering this favor. He never expected Lin Dong could achieve such a level with their friendship. Su Qing'an and the others widened their eyes upon witnessing this scene. Looking at Su Yoji, their eyes carried a hint of admiration. This is truly impressive. As fellow Shochuan, he actually managed to bring such a powerful ally. Zhen Yongfu glanced at Su Yoji and then stole a glance at Lu Qing'an. He suspected that Lu Bud was not called by Su Yoji, but was actually his good brother. Chen Wutian, are you curious who granted me such audacity? Then allow me to show you. Lu Bud, always decisive and never one to dawdle, swiftly produced a token. The chief steward's token of the treasure gathering pavilion. The token shimmered with golden light, exuding an aura of authority. Chen Wuxian's pupils constricted into pinpricks upon seeing it. This? How do you have this token? Observing Chen Wuxian's stunned expression, Lu Bud felt a secret glee. At the same time, he was grateful to the one who had granted him all this. As a mere repayment, he had to handle this matter thoroughly. Completing this task well and satisfying that person might soon lead to another successful transaction. After savoring Chen Wuxian's shock for a moment, Lu Bud turned his gaze to Su Yoji, a fawning smile blooming once more on his face. Young friend, let me see your immortal beast carcasses. By the way, which family Shochuan are you? Su Yoji quickly nodded, presented the storage pouch, and said, I am from the Lin family. Hearing this, Lu Bud had already found his answer. So that person was from the Lin family. He took the storage pouch, glanced inside, paused for a moment, then said, I didn't expect you could hunt so many first-grade immortal beasts. I can offer 45,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase them. Are you satisfied? Although he knew Su Yoji and his group came to sell immortal beast carcasses, he hadn't anticipated so many first-grade ones. This was quite a substantial deal. Tisk, they were truly benefactors, always boosting his performance. Su Yoji's furrowed brow completely relaxed and he beamed. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Haha, if you have more immortal beast carcasses in the future, come directly to me. I will offer you a favorable price. Lu Bud said with a smile. Alright, if we have any, we will definitely seek you out. Su Yoji agreed. The two cooperated very harmoniously. Witnessing this scene, Chen Wutian felt as if he had been force-fed filth, his face as black as iron. Moreover, Chen Wutian, your actions have tarnished the reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Apologize to these young friends at once. Otherwise, don't blame me for reporting to the guildmaster. Losing your steward position would bring you great misery. Lu Bud naturally didn't wish to completely offend a steward, even as a chief steward himself. Yet his actions had already incurred Chen Wuxian's enmity. Coupled with the possibility that the other party might not be fully satisfied, he aimed to ensure their contentment. Don't go too far. Qin Wutian ground out through clenched teeth. I could go even further. Do you want to try? Lu Bude replied in a deep voice radiating the presence of a superior. Qin Wuxian's fists clenched his teeth grinding audibly, but in the end he lowered his proud head. I was rude. Each word seemed squeezed out through gritted teeth, the voice faint and strange. Tsuyoshi took a deep breath and said, "It's nothing." He dared not offend a steward of the treasure-gathering pavilion to death, so he could only forgive. Get lost. Lu Bude waved his hand dismissively. Qin Wutian left the reception room with a darkened face. Afterwards, Lu Bude delivered the spirit stones to Tsuyoshi and his group. After settling everything, he escorted them to the main entrance. Who would have thought they would receive such treatment today? Daoist Su, what exactly happened? After leaving the pavilion, the others crowded around, asking excitedly. Tsuyoshi scratched his head. I'm not entirely sure yet. Let me ask. He took out a sound transmission jade slip and contacted Lindong directly. Brother Lindong, thank you for earlier. Tsuyoshi expressed his gratitude once more. Lindong replied, no need to be polite. I didn't expect him to be so accommodating. It was more than just being accommodating. The manager even scolded Qin Wutian in front of us. Recalling the scene, Tsuyoshi still felt immense satisfaction. Lindong, the manager of the treasure-gathering pavilion. I didn't call him. Oh, then did your father call him? Tsuyoshi was taken aback and asked tentatively. Lindong, no, I didn't mention this to my father, and he isn't familiar with that manager either. The air suddenly froze. Su Qing'an and the others also wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Then who called the manager? He asked for my name first, and after confirming it, he was extremely courteous. Thinking back now, it's truly unbelievable. Tsuyoshi swallowed hard, sweat gradually forming on his palms. This was too bizarre. Lindong, this. Even my father going there couldn't achieve this. Unless you saved that manager's life to make him act this way. This. Tsuyoji's mind buzzed at a loss for words, and he ended the call in a daze. Who could it be? Tsuyoshi murmured to himself. The assembled Shochuan exchanged glances, all finding it as fantastical as a dream. Since this matter is over, let's not dwell on it. Daoist Su, let's split the spirit stones and return to seclusion for cultivation. Jin Yongfu, seeing the others eager to uncover the truth, quickly proposed. All right, let's find a quiet place. The group went to a secluded spot to discuss how to divide the spirit stones. Based on contributions, Daoist Su deserves the largest share. Others suggested. Tsuyoshi shook his head. I believe Daoist Wu made the greatest contribution this time. Without his discovery of the formation, it would have been difficult to hunt so many immortal beasts. That's reasonable. Agreed. After discussion, Lu Qing'an received 6,000 spirit stones, Tsuyoshi 5,000, and the rest each got over 4,000. For Lu Qing'an, this amount was trivial. But for everyone else present, it was enough to make them tremble with excitement, as if they had struck it rich. Well, take care, everyone. Let's meet again next time. Tsuyoshi clasped his hands to the group. They all nodded and bid farewell. Lu Qing'an smiled as he saw them off, then decisively flew in one direction. Separating from the crowd, he flew to a secluded spot and stopped. Soon after, Jin Yongfu arrived with a cheerful grin. And go. You called that steward, didn't you? That's right. Lu Qing'an smiled calmly, making no attempt to hide it. As expected of you. Having only arrived in the Immortal Realm not long ago, you've already made such connections. Jin Yongfu was genuinely in awe. Having such a brother felt like he had saved the world in a past life. Lu Qing'an didn't follow up on that topic. Instead, he handed a storage pouch to Jin Yongfu and instructed, keep these spirit stones safe. Don't flaunt your wealth and don't be in a rush to buy pills or cultivation resources. Our situation is precarious now, we need to be cautious. Jin Yongfu understood the dangers of the Immortal Realm, where the powerful were numerous and they were as weak as ants. He nodded in agreement. But when he glanced at the spirit stones inside the pouch, he froze on the spot. 300,000 spirit stones. And go. This is too much. I can't accept it. Jin Yongfu's hand trembled as he hurriedly pushed the pouch back to Lu Qing'an. It was terrifying. Lu Qing'an said, that immortal beast and the immortal sword were discovered by us together. I even suspect it was your luck that led us to that wounded beast. Keep it. Strive to break through to a higher realm. Besides, haven't you always said we share weal and woe? Yes, without Jin Yongfu by his side, he doubted that 5th-grade immortal beast would have fallen before him. This kid's luck was truly extraordinary. Jin Yongfu knew Lu Qing'an's character. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't change it. So he didn't stand on ceremony. And good, thank you. There you go again. Alright, you head back. I need to go to the Alchemist Guild to buy some immortal herb. After this, he'll try to go into seclusion again for a while. Lu Qing'an said. Jin Yongfu took a deep breath and nodded with a smile. After a few more words, they parted ways. Lu Qing'an flew straight toward the Alchemist Guild. As he neared it, he put on a mask. However, before he could enter, he quickly pulled out a sound transmission jade slip. Lu Bude was sending him a message. It surprised him that Lu Bu had waited so long after their departure from the treasure-gathering pavilion to contact him. Is it done? Lu Qing'an asked first. Done. I also made Chen Wutian apologize to the young friend. Also not long after that young friend left, some uninvited guests arrived at our pavilion. The young master of the Huang family. He came to ask if we had acquired a 5th-grade immortal beast and a 5th-grade superior immortal sword. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an narrowed his eyes. This young master of the Huang family was quite efficient. So did you sell me out? Lu Qing'an asked calmly. Of course not. He found the guild master first, and only then did the guild master come to me. When he questioned me, I remembered your advice and fabricated the image of a Xinguang realm expert for him. When he asked me to draw a portrait, I just scribbled something down hastily. Lu Bu's voice was fervent and impassioned, clearly anxious not to be misunderstood by Lu Qing'an. Besides, I quickly dismissed the maidservants who attended to you. As expected, no one knows you sold me the celestial beast and celestial sword. He's still in the guild master's office now, and I sent you a telepathic message the moment I had a free moment. Lu Qing'an listened, pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, well done. If you come across any good items in the future, he'll be sure to collaborate with you again. Lu Bu had been waiting for these words, and he chuckled cheerfully. I am deeply honored by your favor. Another time we can conduct business outside, and I will bring enough spirit stones in advance to find you. Lu Qing'an then dangled a bait, speaking softly. In our future collaboration, the spirit stones involved might reach 1,000,000. Lu Bu's laughter grew even more hearty. Haha, I am already the steward of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Advancing 1,000,000 spirit stones is no trouble at all. Of course, becoming the steward truly relies on your help. Without you selling me those celestial swords, I would never have become steward. Is this related to me? Lu Qing'an was somewhat surprised. After a moment's deliberation, he said, all right, I'll contact you next time. He put away the communication jade slip and decisively walked into the Alchemist Guild. He couldn't completely rule out the possibility that the young master of the Huang family had learned of his situation. To be safe, he decided to quickly purchase the celestial herbs he would need for a while, stop using his mysterious persona, and go into seclusion to hide for some time. Entering the Alchemist Guild, he directly found Huang Zixing. Taoist friend, gracing us with your presence again today. Do you need to purchase more celestial herbs? Huang Zixing beamed upon seeing Lu Qing'an and greeted him warmly. Lu Qing'an replied bluntly, 2,000 sets of celestial herbs for refining 2nd-grade gathering immortal pills. This brief statement left Huang Zixing stunned in place. Soon after obtaining the required celestial herbs, Lu Qing'an walked out of the Alchemist Guild under Huang Zixing's farewell, which was as effusive as seeing off his own father. Before he could even summon his flying boat, he saw a person suddenly appear around a corner. Their eyes met, and Lu Qing'an felt a strange sensation in his heart. Why do I run into her everywhere? It was Su Qingying. Could there really be such a thing as fate? He summoned his flying boat and soared away from the Alchemist Guild. Seeing this, Su Qingying hastily asked Huang Zixing, Brother Huang, has that senior come again? Huang Zixing was still in high spirits, his words brimming with anticipation for Lu Qing'an. Indeed. I wonder when our next meeting will be. I truly wish I could see him every day. He had already begun to look forward to their next collaboration. How many spirit stones did he spend this time? Su Qingying was secretly astonished, having never seen Huang Zixing so discomposed. However, his next words made her mind go completely blank. 200,000 spirit stones. I'm truly curious about his identity. He's incredibly wealthy. Huang Zixing struggled to calm his heaving chest and asked, did you need something from me? Upon hearing this, Su Qingying stood as still as a wooden statue, unable to snap out of her daze for a long time. This number made her question her own existence. They had worked hard hunting beasts only to earn a little over 4,000 spirit stones each. Yet this big shot casually spent hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. When would they who came from the mortal world ever be able to match these giants? Lu Qing'an returned to his cave dwelling on the Huang family's immortal mountain and placed the items he had obtained on the table. He had just over 100,000 spirit stones left. Along with the unfinished 2nd-grade gathering immortal pill ingredients from last time, there were 1,180 sets. Given his current alchemy speed, refining all these pills would take at least 2 years. He'll go into seclusion for 2 years then. My current lifespan has already reached 220,000 years. After refining all these herbs, my lifespan should be around 400,000 years. If my cultivation breaks through to the lunar firmament realm, that would add another 100,000 years. Thinking of this, Lu Qing'an could hardly wait for that day to arrive. A lifespan of 500,000 years is more than enough to squander properly in the Lifespan Exchange Tower. Should I really wait 1,000 years to go to the Lifespan Exchange Tower with the majority? Or should I go ahead of time? Lu Qing'an was already eager to make another trip. Perhaps by the end of this seclusion, some prodigies among these Lifespring cultivators would have broken through to the Starlight Realm. For instance, Su Qingying, already at the 7th layer of the Star Essence Realm, had recently earned several thousand spirit stones. Within 2 years, she would definitely break through to the Starlight Realm. They'll see. If enough people break through to the Starlight Realm, I can go with them and avoid being targeted. If there are few, I'll endure a few more years. Let's begin. Qing'an took a deep breath and started his alchemy. Time flowed like the wind, and greenery gradually tinted the mountains and rivers. 2 years passed silently. When the last furnace of second-grade gathering immortal pills was finished, Qing'an stopped. As the final batch of second-grade gathering immortal pills was completed, Qing'an ceased his movements and sighed. After becoming an immortal, time passes with astonishing speed. 2 years have slipped by amidst this busy work. He was now reeking of medicinal herbs, and the aura of his cultivation had also changed. He had reached the first layer of the lunar firmament realm. This was merely the result of practicing alchemy while cultivating simultaneously. Had he focused solely on cultivation, his realm would certainly be higher. But practicing alchemy alongside cultivation had its own benefit, a rapid increase in lifespan. 500,000 years of lifespan. I can exchange for several 5th-grade celestial treasures. Qing'an had not forgotten the scene he witnessed that day. The city lord's daughter riding a peerless 5th-grade celestial flying boat. How majestic she looked. I could even exchange for a 6th-grade celestial treasure. If I'm lucky enough to obtain a 6th-grade flying boat, then no one in Panlong City should be able to threaten my safety. A 6th-grade celestial guardian flying boat was durable enough to withstand attacks from a void silence realm expert. And the strongest person in Panlong City was the city lord himself. This city lord was indeed a void silence realm expert. So as long as the city lord didn't provoke him once he boarded his flying boat, no one could harm him. 2 years have passed. What's the situation in Panlong City now? Is the young master of the Huang family still investigating me? Qing'an took out his communication jade slip, intending to ask Lu Biut. However, before he could activate it, a loud shout suddenly came from outside his cave dwelling. The shout echoed across the entire Immortal Mountain. All Lifespring cultivators, come out and receive your slow curse pills. It was Huang Hongzhong's voice. Huang Hongzhong came every year to distribute the slow curse pills to all Lifespring cultivators. Even though he wasn't afflicted by the curse poison, Qing'an had to collect the pills along with the others to avoid revealing his secret. So Qing'an first put away the jade slip, took out a peerless 1st-grade concealment pill, and swallowed it. Now that he had broken through to the lunar firmament realm, the peerless 1st-grade concealment pill was somewhat insufficient, but it could still hide his cultivation for 2 hours, enough to go out and collect the pills without fear of exposure. Of course, after taking care of matters here, he would still need to visit the Alchemist Guild to buy some celestial herbs for refining 2nd-grade concealment pills. Once he refined a peerless 2nd-grade concealment pill, swallowing one would hide his cultivation for an entire day. He controlled his cultivation to stay at the 8th layer of the Star Essence realm. Quite a few people should have reached this level by now. He walked out of his cave dwelling and flew towards the foot of the Immortal Mountain. In the square at the mountain's base, many people had already gathered. The most conspicuous among them was Su Qingying. She had already reached the 1st layer of the Starlight Realm. Besides her, there was a man with a defiant look who had also reached the 1st layer of the Starlight Realm. The others were generally above the 5th layer of the Star Essence realm. Qing'an still received his pill with a bottle. Huang Hongzhong continued in a clear voice, "There is another matter. The city lord's mansion will hold a grand feast in 1 month, inviting the 5 great families. Our patriarch, showing consideration for you Lifespring cultivators, will take those who have broken through to the Starlight Realm. In this final month, if you wish to broaden your horizons, you may cultivate diligently. This is also an opportunity for you." With these words, Huang Hongzhong said no more and turned to fly into the distance. Watching Huang Hongzhong leave, Qing'an prepared to exit the square when he suddenly heard a sentence that made him stop in his tracks. Not far from him, a few people were conversing. "We Lifespring cultivators can go too. What do we need to do on this trip?" "I'm not sure, but have you heard? Early this morning a message came from the Lin family saying that a monstrous prodigy has appeared among their Lifespring cultivators." "A monstrous prodigy? Who?" "Also a Lifespring cultivator. His name is Zhen Yongfu. He only entered the Immortal Realm less than 5 years ago, yet he has already broken through to the lunar firmament realm." Hearing the exclamations of the people around him, the corner of Qing'an's mouth twitched slightly. "Good brother. How did you accidentally expose yourself?" Qing'an frowned deeply as he swiftly flew back to his cave dwelling. The news had clearly spread, reaching the Huang family, as well, suggesting the Lin family intended to disseminate this information. It had been half a day since the news broke at dawn. Most likely the Lin family had discovered that Zhen Yongfu was at the lunar firmament realm as early as last night. Could it be that the Lin family distributed the slow goo poison pills last night and Yongfu forgot to take the concealment cultivation pill before hastily going to retrieve the medicine? That shouldn't be the case. He's not foolish. He might be careless on ordinary days, but he wouldn't be so in critical moments. Then it must be that something went wrong after he took the concealment cultivation pill. Although the concealment cultivation pills they had were only first grade, and could hide his cultivation for just 1 hour at the lunar firmament realm, as long as he took another dose in time, he could still conceal his cultivation properly. Could it be that some matter forced him out for an hour, preventing him from taking the concealment cultivation pill in time, thus exposing his cultivation? Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment and deemed this possibility highly likely. Possessing such a cultivation speed as a longevity spring bearer will surely shake the Lin family and even the entire Panlong city. Yongfu has truly made a name for himself now. His good brother could no longer keep a low profile, even if he wished. However, this brother of his had always been extraordinarily lucky, perhaps no mishap would befall him, and he might even fully join the Lin family and be completely freed from the goo poison. That said, he'll inevitably be subjected to a body search and interrogated about the origins of his techniques and spirit stones. He probably won't expose me. If I'm not mistaken, Yongfu will fabricate a powerful figure and claim that these things were given by a mysterious expert. Lu Qing'an knew Jin Yongfu well. At this moment, he sat with his hand on his chin in contemplation, his gaze fixed on the sound transmission jade slip placed on the table, which he used to contact Jin Yongfu. If his guess was correct, the sound transmission jade slip he had given Jin Yongfu was no longer on his person, but rather in the hands of some high-ranking member of the Lin family. Half a day had passed since Zhang Yongfu's cultivation was discovered, and he had not sent any message to Lu Qing'an, which indirectly confirmed his speculation. Should I try sending a message? Truth be told, he trusted Jin Yongfu's luck, but he was also somewhat worried about Jin Yongfu was not only a good brother, but also his auspicious beast for thriving in the Immortal Realm. After much deliberation, he still picked up the sound transmission jade slip. After all, with such a great distance between them and not being face to face, he wouldn't be discovered. He infused immortal energy for a moment, and the sound transmission jade slip connected. Silence reigned on the other end, and no one spoke. Lu Qing'an also remained silent. This confirmed that even if Zhang Yongfu was there, someone was watching him closely. After a moment, Jin Yongfu's voice came through. "Senior Zhao, are you looking for me?" Hearing this, Lu Qing'an altered his voice, making it hoarse and deep. "Let the Lin family member beside you speak with me." Silence fell again on the other end. About 2 breaths later, a middle-aged man's voice sounded. "Daoist Jia, I am Lin Bufan, the patriarch of the Lin family. I have learned of your situation from Yongfu. First, let me thank you for providing so many resources to our Yongfu." Lin Bufan, the Lin family patriarch. Lu Qing'an replied calmly and composedly. This lad was too careless. I had planned to help him break away from the Lin family soon, but now it seems impossible. I won't waste words with you. I saw that this boy has extraordinary talent and is a remarkable genius, so I secretly nurtured him. Hearing this, Lin Bufan laughed heartily. "Daoist, you are indeed a man of character, generous with your gifts. Hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, of 5th grade technique, and a movement art, all given freely. But may I ask your esteemed identity? Our Lin family will one day come to pay our respects at your doorstep." Lu Qing'an feigned anger and snorted. "You've gained an advantage and still act smug. If I hadn't seen that he was poisoned with goo and only your family has the antidote, I would have taken him away from Panlong City long ago." After cursing, Lu Qing'an said loudly, "Zhang Yongfu, if you ever suffer grievances in the Lin family, leave a message at the place where we first met, and it'll take you far away. Alright, there's no need for me to say more nonsense. May your future be bright." With that, Lu Qing'an decisively ended the transmission. I hope the Lin family believes this and truly values a genius. In his eyes, Jin Yongfu was indeed a genius, and with his incredible luck, he could have a promising future in the Immortal Realm if developed well. Lu Qing'an shook his head, deciding to put the matter behind him. After all, Jin Yongfu hadn't exposed him, so he was. In a month, the City Lord's mansion will host a banquet for the 5 great families. If I break through to the Star Radiance realm, I can go. I will surely see him there. In a month, the Huang family should have at least 5 longevity springs at the Star Radiance realm. If he became one of them, it would be acceptable. As long as he kept a low profile, he wouldn't attract attention. And once he reached the Star Radiance realm, he could also visit the Longevity Exchange Tower to update various treasures, using his lifespan to acquire even better things. Especially treasures. But 5 is not enough. I need at least 10 at the Star Radiance realm to blend in. I need to think of a way. Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment, then a flash of inspiration struck, and he made a decision. If there were too few at the Star Radiance realm, he would simply create them. 10 would be sufficient. He took out the 2nd grade Immortal Gathering pills he had refined over the past year. After deducting the over 500 pills he had consumed for cultivation, 700 remained. Among them, 200 were 2nd grade Supreme Immortal Gathering pills. As for the 500 2nd grade Superior pills, they were of little use to him now that he had reached the lunar firmament realm and needed 3rd grade pills. Besides, he had always believed that money and life safety were incomparable. He was 100% in favor of using resources to exchange for safety. But how can I distribute the pills in a way that no one discovers it was me, yet makes the acquisition seem reasonable? I've got it. However, this matter might require Su Qingying's help. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than he suddenly heard a knock at the cave dwelling's gate. Lu Qing'an's expression turned strange. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Since arriving in the Immortal Realm, no one else had ever knocked on his cave-dwelling gate. Indeed, after checking the image from the warning array, he thought to himself how coincidental it was. He precisely needed Su Qing'an's connections for this matter. Lu Qing'an opened the cave-dwelling's gate. Sunlight streamed into the quiet, dim interior. Su Qing'an stood in the sunlight, exceptionally radiant, like a picturesque scene. Something on your mind, Oi? Lu Qing'an, completely unaffected by Su Qing'an's beauty, asked calmly, like a straightforward man. He would first see what Su Qing'an wanted, then bring up his own matter. The past few times Su Qing'an had come to him, there was one common trait: she always brought him benefits. Although those benefits were insignificant to him, they showed that Su Qing'an was a rather good person. He had already planned to leave the Huang family, head outside Panlong City, find a secluded valley, set up a cave dwelling, and arrange a formation. Then he would place the pills inside the cave dwelling. He would have Su Qing'an, a sociable and eloquent friend, seek out those at the 10th layer of Star Radiance realm from the Huang family's longevity springs, claiming to have discovered such a place, and inviting them to jointly break the formation. Once the formation was broken, the pills would naturally be shared among everyone. With 200 to 300 second-grade superior immortal gathering pills placed, each person could get dozens of pills. He was confident they would quickly break through to the Star Radiance realm. This way, with more people breaking through to the Star Radiance realm, he himself wouldn't stand out too much. It's like this: I discovered an abandoned cave dwelling in the dense forest outside the city, sealed by what appears to be a second-grade immortal formation. I plan to organize some friends to break the formation. Since you're an array master, I'd like to invite you along. After breaking the formation, we'll split the spoils equally. Su Qing'an's pretty face bore a sweet smile, and as she spoke, her gaze at Lu Qing'an was blazing with intensity. After hearing her account, Lu Qing'an's expression turned peculiar. What a coincidence. It was as if coincidence itself. Since you're an array master, I'd like to invite you along. Lu Qing'an carefully examined Su Qing'an's flawless face and could discern no trace of deception. She truly had his best interests at heart with that treasure. When do we set out? And who else do you plan to bring? Lu Qing'an asked decisively. Su Qing'an replied, we depart tomorrow. I intend to invite those friends from the last beast hunt. Lu Qing'an shook his head directly. We cannot invite any Shochuan from other families this time. Do you recall Jin Yongfu? He was among those who went beast hunting with us. The one with the fiery red hair and boisterous hearty demeanor. He suddenly broke through to the lunar firmament realm, and I suspect it is connected to our last hunt. I know him. But what does that have to do with inviting our other friends? Su Qing'an was about to invite Su Yoji and the others. Lu Qing'an tempted her. If this opportunity allows one or more to ascend to the lunar firmament realm, do you think it is better for our Huang family Shochuan or those of other families? Su Qing'an's expression shifted to understanding. You mean we should only seek out our Huang family Shochuan? Lu Qing'an nodded with approval. I believe you can gather all the Star Vale realm 10th layer Shochuan from our family. Su Qing'an smiled. That is simple. I know which caves they dwell in. Lu Qing'an looked puzzled. You have taken special note of their residences? Su Qing'an said with a hint of pride. I have thoroughly mapped the entire Immortal Mountain. I know which caves are vacant and who resides in each one. Lu Qing'an suddenly regarded Su Qing'an with newfound respect. This young woman was truly a talent. Now, as he reflected, it was she who had shared his idea after they settled on this Immortal Mountain, calling together companions to venture into the city and gather intelligence on Panlong City. Her intelligence-gathering abilities were formidable. Very well, I leave this to you. But I have business today and may not return tonight. Can you sketch a map to that location? I will go ahead and wait for you there tomorrow, Lu Qing'an said. Su Qing'an's hand flashed, and she produced a map from a storage ring. Lu Qing'an's gaze towards Su Qing'an shifted once more. Had she prepared this in advance? I feared I might forget the exact spot, so I drew this map upon my return. Make a copy of it, Su Qing'an said cheerfully. Watching her radiant smile, Lu Qing'an was momentarily stunned. He felt an urge to press a thumbprint of approval on her forehead. That mind of hers truly held substance. She was remarkably reliable. What a pity she was such a stunning beauty. He was ill-suited to a great beauty, for they tended to attract trouble like bees to nectar. Very well, see you tomorrow. Lu Qing'an casually duplicated the map. After Su Qing'an departed, he sealed the cave entrance and retrieved a sound transmission jade slip. Before leaving, he needed to contact Lu Bud. Once the jade slip connected, Lu Bud's excited voice came through. Taoist, you have finally contacted me. Do you have another business proposition? Lu Qing'an said, first let me ask you a question. Lu Bud replied, eagerly, ask away. Has the young master of the Huang family been searching for me these past 2 years? Lu Qing'an inquired. No, he has long abandoned that immortal sword. From what I know, he went to hunt a 5th-rank immortal beast to forge a new immortal sword from its materials, intending to gift it to his fiancée at the city lord's banquet. But his own sword had been lost earlier, and our guild master did not grant him much face, so the matter faded into nothing. Lu Bud reported truthfully. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an's lips curled into a faint smile, and he chuckled inwardly. That young master of the Huang family was indeed unfortunate. Since no one was searching for him, he need not fear venturing out with his mask on. All right, when I have time I will come discuss business with you, Lu Qing'an said. Excellent. I await your arrival. Lu Butte exclaimed excitedly. With that, Lu Qing'an left the Huang family estate, found a secluded spot, donned his mask, summoned his flying boat, and soared out of the city. He journeyed without incident, and after over an hour arrived at the location marked on Su Qingying's map. To find such a remote place, this young woman is truly extraordinary. Lu Qing'an descended at the foot of a towering mountain. But no sooner had he arrived than he sensed a powerhouse at the 5th layer of the lunar firmament realm. Has someone beaten me to it? Lu Qing'an frowned slightly. The figure wore a mask and plain clothes with a slender build and a cascade of jet black hair. Judging by her silhouette, she appeared to be a woman. She stood before the cave Su Qingying had mentioned, gazing at its formation. Lu Qing'an's arrival drew her. She turned directly to face Lu Qing'an. The two masked individuals locked eyes. A gust of wind swept through, causing their robes to rustle and their long hair to stream to the left. They assessed each other in silence. Lu Qing'an noticed another peculiar trait about this woman. He sensed an icy, aloof aura radiating from her, and she displayed not a hint of timidity. Despite his own aura being suppressed to nothingness by his mask, she exuded an extraordinary confidence devoid of caution or concern. This suggested either she was a reckless novice or possessed extraordinary life-preserving means that made her fearless of any threat. In Panlong City, the profound light realm represented the pinnacle of power. A lunar firmament realm cultivator unafraid of a profound light realm expert and wielding such defensive measures must be at the level of a young master from one of the 5 great families. A figure suddenly surfaced in Lu Qing'an's mind. The City Lord's daughter. He had once glimpsed the City Lord's daughter from afar at the Alchemist Guild's entrance. She had glided past atop a 5th-grade immortal flying vessel, her ethereal and aloof demeanor bearing a striking resemblance to the woman before him. Moreover, back then she had already reached the 1st layer of the lunar firmament realm. Over the past few years, it was entirely possible she had broken through to the 5th layer. With this thought, Lu Qing'an couldn't help but cast a few more glances around him. If this woman was indeed the City Lord's daughter, were there hidden experts nearby protecting her? Sir, do you have a method to break the formation? If you are a cultivator of the lunar firmament realm, please assist me in dismantling it. Whatever opportunities lie within, we shall share. The masked woman, seeing Lu Qing'an silent and merely scrutinizing her and the surroundings, could not help but speak first. Her voice was like a flute's note echoing through a secluded valley, clear, icy, and pristine. The voice was a perfect match for the aura she exuded. Yet at that moment, Lu Qing'an caught a glimpse of lively clarity within her beautiful eyes. That look seemed somewhat inconsistent with her demeanor. Like you, I am at the lunar firmament realm. You are at the 5th layer, yet you cannot break a mere 3rd-grade formation. Lu Qing'an examined the formation closely. An amateur might mistake it for a 2nd-grade formation, but it was unmistakably a 3rd-grade defensive array. However, he had not approached to study it in detail, so he could not gauge its exact defensive strength. This formation is exceptionally potent, capable of withstanding attacks from the 10th layer of the lunar firmament realm, the masked woman stated calmly. Lu Qing'an narrowed his eyes. This implied that the woman, though at the 5th layer of the lunar firmament realm, could unleash the power of the 10th layer, and she had already attempted to break the formation but failed. Lu Qing'an's goal for this trip was to dismantle the formation, retrieve the treasures within, set up his own array, and pretend to continue breaking it tomorrow. Thus he had to shatter the formation today. He could either break it himself, let the woman do it, and return later to place the pills, or join forces. As long as the formation was broken, he could achieve his objective. Since the woman had admitted she couldn't do it alone, he could either leave and wait for her to depart before returning alone, a safer option. But she might not leave. If she stood there for an entire day, he would have no time to break the formation and make subsequent preparations. After a moment of careful deliberation, he made his decision. Join forces to break the formation. The key was to remain cautious and prevent the woman from launching a sneak attack once the array was shattered. If she truly is the City Lord's only daughter, I need not fear her treachery. A figure of her standing might not even covet the resources of a mere cave dwelling. Having concluded his thoughts, Lu Qing'an looked at the masked woman and said, I am well versed in the art of formations. I can assist you in breaking this array. The masked woman gave him another glance and replied, very well. If the formation is broken, I promise to split the resources within equally. Lu Qing'an nodded, gesturing for her to step back as he moved forward. After she retreated, he approached the formation, staying alert to every sight and sound. He carefully scanned the surroundings, including the array and nearby vegetation. His gaze was drawn to a few scattered spiritual herbs, and he frowned. All these herbs had detoxifying properties. This is a 3rd-grade supreme formation. Its master was no ordinary individual. Through the formation, Lu Qing'an glimpsed the interior of the cave dwelling. It was overgrown with moss and cobwebs, dilapidated, and clearly abandoned for a long time. Having just broken through to the lunar firmament realm, he could now set up third-grade formations, but facing one of this caliber, he had little confidence in dismantling it easily. Nevertheless, finding the formation's patterns and weakening it was not impossible. He retrieved 2 specially crafted arrays and began setting them up. During his seclusion, he had also refined the formations he had studied in the mortal world. One was a detection array to check for any hidden individuals nearby. The other was an analytical array designed to decipher the third-grade supreme immortal formation before him. As the arrays activated, he confirmed that within 1,000 li only he and the masked woman were present. The analytical array had already fully scanned the third-grade supreme immortal formation. Time passed silently. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the logic and characteristics of the third-grade supreme formation were analyzed. Qing'an stroked his chin for a moment, then began tinkering around the array. The masked woman watched quietly from a distance. When Qing'an activated his 2 arrays, her face remained expressionless beneath the mask, though her brow twitched slightly. It was the first time she had seen a formation master dismantle another's array in such a manner. His methods were bizarre and unheard of. Qing'an devoted half his focus to breaking the formation and half to keeping an eye on the woman behind him. After another incense stick's time, he finally stopped. "You may try a full force attack now," Qing'an said, withdrawing his arrays and stepping aside, looking at the masked woman. The masked woman hesitated for a moment, then produced a 5th-grade low-rank immortal sword and executed a sword technique. As the blade's light flashed, the air exploded violently and a fierce gale arose. Boom! The sword light crashed against the defensive array's barrier, causing the mountain to tremble violently. Crack! A fissure echoed from the barrier, followed by intensifying sounds of shattering until it finally burst apart. The masked woman hesitated for a moment, then produced a 5th-grade low-rank immortal sword and executed a sword technique. As the blade's light flashed, the air exploded. After Qing'an's relentless tampering, the formation had been weakened at least tenfold. "It is your formidable strength," Qing'an praised casually as the array shattered, his gaze lingering on the immortal sword in her hand. Without a doubt, she was the city lord's daughter. He then directed his attention to the formation's core. The force of the break was just right. Once he restored it later, the array would become his. When Su Qing'an and the others arrived tomorrow, he could subtly control the formation to close smoothly, allowing the group to enter and obtain the pills. "Sir, shall we explore inside together?" The masked woman's eyes gleamed with interest as she gazed into the cave dwelling, as if she relished such adventures. "Very well." Qing'an followed the masked woman into the cave. Watching her unguarded back, he shook his head slightly. Such a lack of caution, turning her back to a stranger. Clearly she was no veteran of the cultivation world. Could she truly be the city lord's daughter? And was she sneaking out to gain experience on her own? He had heard the city lord's daughter was only a little over 100 years old. For cultivators, a centenarian's mental maturity was akin to a mortal in their teens or 20s. Many prodigies spent years in seclusion focused solely on cultivation. Before entering the cave, Qing'an meticulously made all necessary preparations. He enveloped his body with a special array, wrapped his skin in immortal qi, held his breath, quickly swallowed several specially refined pills, and heightened his concentration to its peak, ready at any moment to summon his 4th-grade supreme immortal flying vessel. The cave was spacious with several stone chambers. The furniture had rotted away, but oddly much of it had been pink in color. Was the original owner of this cave a woman? Upon entering, Qing'an soon spotted a 1st-grade immortal herb at the edge of a stone wall. Its properties were similar to the detoxifying herbs outside. He narrowed his eyes instantly. This indicated the presence of toxins within the cave. Every alchemist knew that areas abundant with detoxifying herbs often harbored potent poisons. Fortunately, he had already consumed specially made antidote pills before entering and taken countless precautions. Even a highly toxic gas that could poison through skin contact would not affect him. However, the masked woman ahead. Qing'an observed her, noticing she had taken no precautions, yet showed no signs of poisoning. Could she have secretly prepared as well? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard the woman ahead speak. "Why is this cave so oppressively hot? Could it harbor an immortal flame?" Hearing this, Qing'an's expression shifted. The cave was not hot at all. Soon he witnessed a baffling scene. After speaking, the woman suddenly stopped, then naturally began unbuttoning her collar, as if she saw nothing wrong with the action. She had definitely fallen victim. And was this poison? Of that peculiar kind? Suddenly, Qing'an saw the masked woman turn around. Her once clear, lively eyes had become red and scorching hot. She stared at him for a moment, then strode quickly toward him, arms outstretched. "You look so cool." She looked as if she were about to pounce on him. Qing'an was speechless. It really was that kind of poison. Looking at the masked woman lunging towards him, Qing'an had already determined the type of poison she had been. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. This poison was no ordinary threat, capable of ensnaring even powerful figures of the moonlight realm. It was likely colorless and tasteless, activating upon mere skin contact. At the same time, he could tell that this masked woman was completely inexperienced, a pure novice. Given her cultivation and equipment, there is a 99 chance she is indeed the city lord's daughter. I must stop her quickly, or I won't just suffer a loss. Someone of such status cannot afford to embarrass themselves in front of him, especially a girl who would be particularly sensitive to such a disgrace. He feared he would be hunted by powerful figures across the city. Lu Qing'an no longer concealed himself and fully activated his movement technique. He had spent a great deal of time refining his skills during his recent seclusion, perfecting the 5th-grade movement technique he had purchased. With his movement technique in play, the space beneath his feet trembled, and his figure seemed to vanish into the dark void, as if he had disappeared entirely from the cave. The masked woman, realizing she had missed her target, paused for a moment before swiftly pursuing outside, activating her movement technique. With her full power at the 5th layer of the Moonlight Realm, she chased after Lu Qing'an. Upon exiting the cave, Lu Qing'an's vision widened. The light outside was much brighter, and he noticed a flash of white light across the masked woman's chest as she continued her pursuit. Though her silhouette appeared unremarkable, he was surprised by her substance. Lu Qing'an activated his movement technique at full speed. Even at a disadvantage of 5 layers in cultivation, he was still much faster than the masked woman. After retreating to a safe distance, he decisively erected a formation, successfully trapping the irrational masked woman. The formation was merely a 2nd-grade immortal array, one he had devised while in the mortal realm. After modifications, it had gained significantly more power. Once trapped, the masked woman frantically attacked the formation, her strikes lacking any strategy, relying solely on her subconscious instincts, without even drawing a weapon. Thus the formation remained unbroken. Lu Qing'an maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed as he proceeded with the next steps, producing a handful of detoxification pills, shattering them with immortal energy to create a mist that filled the formation. His smooth motions gave the impression that he frequently acted in this manner. The mist from the pills enveloped the entire formation, and the sounds of attacks gradually diminished, eventually coming to a halt. About the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, a woman's voice emerged from within. "Let me out." Hearing the voice that seemed to have regained its clarity, Lu Qing'an dispelled the mist of the pills from the formation. The masked woman had evidently regained her senses, her gaze no longer feverish, and her attire seemed to have been neatly arranged. "You succeeded in detoxifying me?" Lu Qing'an cautiously inquired. "Yes, thank you." The masked woman spoke, her eyes darting, and under the mask her cheeks were likely flushed. "You scared me earlier. It's a good thing I kept my distance from you, or I would have suffered greatly." Lu Qing'an was unsure if the masked woman remembered her previous state, quickly clarifying what had happened to avoid any misunderstanding. If this woman truly was the city lord's daughter, he needed to be even more cautious. The identity of the city lord's daughter was not simple. She was stunningly beautiful and possessed incredible talent, a rarity among thousands. To associate with such a woman would be akin to courting death. Additionally, the city lord's daughter already had a fiancé. It was the young master of the Huang family. From their brief encounter, he had discerned that the young master of the Huang family was a ruthless individual, one who kills without hesitation. Anyone who crosses this young master of the Huang family would undoubtedly find no peace. The masked woman took a deep breath and cupped her hands, saying, "I was careless. I can share some of the resources I acquired inside with you as a token of gratitude." Lu Qing'an stowed the formation away. Recognizing the masked woman's sincerity, he nodded in agreement. The city lord's daughter certainly lacked for resources, and her current actions seemed to be merely a form of training. Fearing she might make the same mistake again, Lu Qing'an reminded her, "Before going in, remember to be well prepared." The masked woman, hearing this, felt a surge of goodwill towards Lu Qing'an. Subsequently, she flicked her hand, seemingly producing a detoxification pill out of thin air despite not wearing a storage ring. Lu Qing'an glanced at it and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. She truly showed no fear of being seen flaunting her treasures. A 5th-grade detoxification pill, she consumed it casually. Any malevolent strongman witnessing this would likely try every means to seize all her belongings. It was evident she was still naive. "I refuse to believe I can be poisoned again," the masked woman declared, then flew directly towards the cave. Lu Qing'an followed at a leisurely pace. The two re-entered the cave, which remained silent. The two explored the hall of the cave, first finding nothing of value, then shifted their attention to the 3 adjacent. They cautiously approached one of the nearer chambers, which was covered in cobwebs, excessively damp, and filled with mold. It was the sleeping quarters of the cave's owner, with the bed collapsed and no valuable items. They moved towards the next chamber. Before entering, Lu Qing'an felt a piercing gaze. "Retreat," Lu Qing'an warned in a low voice, quickly activating his movement technique. The masked woman instantly realized Lu Qing'an had vanished, and after a moment of bewilderment, she quickly retreated. She noticed 2 golden vertical pupils suddenly glowing from the corner deep within, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. It seemed to be an immortal beast. Moreover, it was a high-grade, 3rd-tier immortal beast. As she exited the hall, a pink shadow darted out from that chamber, moving as if it were flying over rooftops, rushing straight for her. Qing'an had remained behind the masked woman, so the immortal beast could only attack her. The masked woman had already summoned her immortal sword, executing a set of sword techniques, with countless beams of light directed at the pink shadow. However, these beams of light were as fragile as paper beneath the sharp claws. A high-grade, third-tier immortal beast. A half-step into the fourth tier, the masked woman declared solemnly. Qing'an could naturally see this as well, and he clearly discerned the true form of the pink immortal beast. It was a pink fox about the size of a calf. So powerful. Its strength has already surpassed that of an average 10th-layer Moonlight Realm individual. Please assist me. The masked woman grew increasingly fatigued, yet she did not. Qing'an effortlessly maneuvered his movement technique to evade, while the masked woman found herself caught in a half-hearted battle, retreating from the cave. So powerful. Its strength has already surpassed that of an average 10th-layer Moonlight Realm individual. Please assist me. The masked woman grew increasingly fatigued, yet she did not wish to flee outright. If she truly wanted to escape, she certainly had a flawless means of doing so. Seeing her manage to hold off the immortal beast, Qing'an calmly stated, "Hold on a moment, I will set up a formation." Hearing Qing'an's calm voice, the masked woman gritted her teeth and continued to fight, with complete focus, choosing to trust him. Qing'an was merely speaking. He had no formation capable of overcoming an immortal beast on the verge of entering the fourth tier. The formation that had trapped the masked woman in her dazed state was utterly ineffective against this beast. Setting it up would only be a waste. Thus, what he needed to do was feign the act of setting up a formation, prompting the masked woman to reveal her trump card when she could no longer hold on. Indeed, she clearly had a stronger trump card, otherwise she would have fled long ago. "I'll bet you are the city lord's daughter," Qing'an thought quietly. Half a stick of incense passed. "Haven't you set it up yet?" The masked woman, nearing her limit, hurriedly inquired. She had not doubted Qing'an's intentions up to this point. "Almost there. Just hold on for half a stick of incense longer." Qing'an deliberately let his voice sound extremely anxious. "No, I can't hold on," the masked woman exclaimed just as she was distracted, and the immortal beast found an opening. "Oh no. Oh." She suddenly stopped attacking, standing still with a sigh. Boom. Just as the immortal beast's attack was about to sever her head, a brilliant light inexplicably erupted from her chest, engulfing the beast in an instant, causing it to be violently thrown back, crashing heavily onto the ground far away. "If my father discovers I've used this life-saving talisman again, he will surely scold me." The masked woman sighed inwardly. Seeing this, Qing'an quickly turned his gaze to the immortal beast, noticing it still had a breath of life left, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The pink fox celestial beast, already on the verge of death, was utterly annihilated by Qing'an's precise, finishing blow. A surge of energy coursed into Qing'an's body, extending his lifespan by another 20,000 years. The lifespan he had accumulated reached 520,000 years. "Before heading to the Longevity Exchange Tower, I should be able to amass 600,000 years of life." A faint smile tugged at Qing'an's lips. He carefully stored the celestial beast's corpse, then turned to walk toward the masked woman. "It's fortunate you had a trump card. Otherwise, given my speed in setting up formations, we might have died before I could even deploy one." Qing'an was generous with his praise. The masked woman replied, "It's fine. You saved me earlier as well. Then do you want a share of the celestial beast's corpse?" Qing'an asked again. "No need. Keep it for yourself. Let's continue exploring the cave dwelling to see if there are any other treasures." She felt she couldn't waste a life-saving opportunity without gaining something. At the very least, she wanted to find him. Seeing the masked woman's magnanimity, Qing'an decisively refrained from dividing the beast's corpse. He would rather earn more spirit stones to maximize his lifespan before reaching the Longevity Exchange Tower. He followed the masked woman back into the cave dwelling. This time they encountered no further danger and eventually reached the final chamber. This was a cultivation chamber, vast and empty. The floor was paved with spirit stones, conservatively estimated at 10,000. In the deepest part, a shadow sat cross-legged. Both narrowed their eyes and stared intently, only to find a skeleton. Tattered robes wrapped around a pile of bones. The deceased must have been alive at some point, either a man or a woman. A storage ring. The masked woman's gaze sharpened. With a wave of her hand, the ring flew to her. She didn't examine it alone, but instead took out its contents one by one. There were 5 types of items. Spirit stones, fully 100,000. Some celestial herbs, many of 1st and 2nd grade, and 100 of 3rd grade. Due to their special nature, the celestial herbs remained vibrant despite being stored for a long time. A 4th grade inferior celestial sword, and a 5th grade cultivation technique. There was also a unique sword art. Both could appraise the value of the first 4 items, but the last one, this peculiar sword art, they couldn't fathom its worth. Because the sword art didn't specify a standard bow, and gently advised, Elder Qin, your pavilion has always had a good reputation, behaving like, at minimum it's 4th grade inferior, at maximum it can reach 6th grade supreme. The masked woman couldn't help but exclaim. The sword art she practiced was a 6th grade medium one obtained by her father at great cost. Cultivation techniques, sword arts, and various celestial spells could all be found in the Longevity Exchange Tower, but they appeared with extremely low probability. Thus, high-grade sword arts were incredibly precious. Lu Qing'an raised an eyebrow, slightly a hint of surprise in his eyes. How do you intend to distribute these resources? He knew that when tensions were highest, dividing exploration spoils revealed a person's true character. So he kept a certain distance from the masked woman. I only want the original copy of this sword art. You can transcribe a duplicate. As for everything else, they're all yours. How about it? The masked woman fixed her gaze on Lu Qing'an. Agreed. Lu Qing'an accepted readily. This was a huge bargain. He promptly took out a replication formation, swept it over the sword art, and finished copying it entirely. When the masked woman saw this peculiar formation, she was stunned for a moment, her eyes brimming with curiosity. This formation? Before she could finish, Lu Qing'an interrupted. All right, I'll take my leave now. With that, Lu Qing'an departed swiftly. His manner of leaving was quite odd. He faced the masked woman retreating to a certain distance, then quickly turned and activated his movement technique to flee. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the cave dwelling, flying toward the horizon. Watching his antics, the masked woman's clear eyes held a look of naive bewilderment. Oh, I forgot to ask his name. After glancing around for a moment, she gave a wry smile, then also left the cave dwelling, flying off into the distance. Lu Qing'an appeared to have left, but in truth he stopped 3 kilometers away, concealed his form, and set up a formation. After confirming via detection that the masked woman had retreated over 1,000 li, he still stood there waiting. An hour later, certain she hadn't returned, he flew back to the cave dwelling. Time to set things up. Lu Qing'an entered the cave, erased all signs of battle, repaired the walls, and restored everything to its original state. Then he approached the skeleton and placed a storage pouch beside it. Borrowing your cave for a while. Once I'm done, it'll give you a proper burial. With that, he left, activated a 3rd grade formation, and meticulously cleaned any traces of combat outside. All right, done. Lu Qing'an took a deep breath, summoned his flying boat, and headed straight for Panlong City. Soon he was back in the city and went directly to a tea house near the treasure pavilion. On his way back, he had contacted Lu Bude, asking him to wait at the tea house. Having promised to discuss business, he naturally couldn't break his word. Fellow Taoist. Lu Bude spotted Lu Qing'an and trotted over to greet him. His face, slightly plumper after 2 years of absence, jiggled with each step. 2 years, and you've gained weight. Being a steward suits you too well, huh? Lu Qing'an asked with a smile. He also noticed that Lu Bude, who was at the 10th layer of the Heavenly Derivation Realm, had broken through to the 1st layer of the Radiant Light Realm. This cultivation level placed him among the top experts of Panlong City. Lu Bude replied with a grin, it's all thanks to you, fellow Taoist. If you hadn't sold me that 5th grade superior celestial sword, I couldn't have achieved this. What treasures do you have for sale this time? He'll give you a great price. Lu Qing'an noticed the increased respect in Lu Bude's tone. He pushed a storage pouch toward him. Take a look. Lu Bude picked up the pouch and inspected it. A celestial beast nearing the 4th grade, not bad. A 4th grade inferior celestial sword. A 5th grade cultivation technique. And a 1st grade formation. Fellow Taoist, for the first 3 items, the beast and the 4th grade inferior sword, I can offer 100,000 spirit stones. This original 5th grade cultivation technique can fetch another 100,000 spirit stones. As for this 1st grade formation, did you accidentally include it? Lu Bude's smile remained ingratiating. This deal was worth 200,000 spirit stones, a considerable sum. Look more carefully, Lu Qing'an said calmly, picking up his teacup and taking a sip. The fragrant steam curled before his lips. Lu Bude took the formation, infused it with celestial energy, and only then realized how peculiar it was. I've never seen a formation like this. Huh. There's a book replicated inside. A glowing book. He opened it and examined it. As time passed, his expression shifted again and again. This sword art. Lu Bude stared wide-eyed at Lu Qing'an. How many spirit stones do you think it's worth? Lu Qing'an asked calmly. Since this wasn't the original, but a copy, he wasn't sure of its value. Whatever it sold for was fine. He needed to make a strong push before heading to the Longevity Exchange Tower to redeem treasures. The spirit stones he gained this time would all be used to buy celestial herbs and directly destroy them. Normally, he would have time to slowly refine pills, but now he was about to reveal his Starlight Realm cultivation and be taken to the Longevity Exchange Secret Realm. So instead of alchemy, he would just buy herbs and destroy them directly. This would quickly boost his lifespan by a huge amount. Lu Bude squinted, stroking his chin, and pondered for a long time before finally being unable to decide. I might need to ask the guildmaster. This sword art was strange. Its lower limit was 4th grade inferior, but its upper limit could reach 6th grade supreme. In other words, for someone with ordinary talent, it should be sold as 4th grade inferior. For a prodigy, it would command a 6th grade price. Lu Qing'an nodded. All right, ask away. Lu Bude quickly took out a sound transmission jade slip to contact their guildmaster. Soon he said with a wry smile, our guild master wants to inspect it in person. Would you like to avoid him or meet him? He's actually been wanting to see you for a while. Lu Qing'an narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and fell into thought. He had heard of the Panlong City Treasure Pavilion Guildmaster's situation. His full name was He Jingming, a 10th-layer Radiant Light Realm powerhouse. Moreover, he had been transferred from the Treasure Pavilion headquarters to Panlong City. Even the Void Silence Realm City Lord of Panlong City would respectfully address him as Elder He, should he meet such a figure. In truth, it was inevitable, especially once he returned from the Longevity Exchange Tower with 5th grade or even 6th grade treasures to sell to the Treasure Pavilion. Given Lu Bude's status, he wouldn't dare to set a price. Might as well meet him. After all, with his cultivation concealed, the other party couldn't fathom his true strength. Barring surprises, the other party would also think like Lu Bude that he was no simple character. Naturally, you'll meet him, Lu Qing'an said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Bude's expression flickered with anticipation. He transmitted a message to the Guildmaster, then turned to Lu Qing'an and said, "Wait a moment, the Guildmaster will arrive shortly." Lu Qing'an was somewhat surprised. As the Guildmaster, he did not summon Lu Qing'an to meet him, but chose to come in person, bestowing a profound mark of respect. In less than 10 breaths, a figure approached from afar, his steps crisp and steady. Lu Qing'an's gaze fell upon an elderly man with a bald head, white brows, and a white beard, dressed in lavish brocade robes. A faint smile played on his lips, and his eyes gleamed with shrewdness and depth. He was clearly a seasoned veteran of the world. Lu Qing'an rose and said, "Guildmaster He, I have long admired your reputation. Fellow Taoist, no need for formalities. Let us sit and talk." He Jingming smiled, a seemingly kind expression that upon closer inspection betrayed a hint of artifice. Lu Qing'an nodded and sat back down. "Guildmaster." Lu Bude quickly handed the 1st grade formation to He Jingming. After He Jingming's arrival, Lu Bude grew noticeably quieter. "All right, let me take a look." He Jingming took the formation, examined it briefly, and confirmed its nature. Fellow Taoist, this sword technique is not to be underestimated. Moreover, this replication art is the first of its kind I have ever encountered. Are you selling this formation along with it? He Jingming not only recognized the extraordinary nature of the sword technique, but also perceived the commercial value of the replication formation. If he purchased it, studied it thoroughly, and turned the formation into a commercial product, it would undoubtedly yield immense profit. Lu Qing'an said, "Naturally, I will sell them together. However, I must also remind you both that although this is a 1st grade formation, it contains hidden complexities." Since his last hunting expedition, an idea had taken root in his mind. The formations he had meticulously crafted in the mortal realm seemed to have no counterpart here in the immortal realm. Thus, during his over 2 years in seclusion, he had focused on one task, incorporating additional elements into his formations. This ensured that even if someone else obtained the formation, they would find it exceedingly difficult to decipher its internal structure. The difficulty of dismantling and analyzing it would skyrocket, and it might even self-destruct. Am I roughly understand? He Jingming felt he grasped Lu Qing'an's meaning, that studying this formation would be fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, his network was vast, and he knew many high-grade formation masters, so he was confident in unraveling its secrets. After a preliminary assessment, this sword technique is strictly speaking a replicated copy. I can offer 500,000 low-grade immortal stones for it. However, since this replication method nearly perfectly reproduces the original, our guild can offer you 700,000 immortal stones. What do you think? He Jingming smiled kindly, but the sharp glint in his eyes deliberately vanished at that moment, presenting an overall air of sincerity. Lu Qing'an had originally intended to obtain 400,000 to 500,000 immortal stones. This offer of 700,000 far exceeded his expectations. How could he refuse? "Haha, Guildmaster, you are most generous. Then I shall not stand on ceremony." Lu Qing'an laughed. "Including the other 3 items, the total comes to 900,000 immortal stones." Lu Bude added with a smile. He Jingming produced a storage ring and handed it to Lu Qing'an. "I happen to have enough immortal stones on me. Fellow Taoist, please count them." Lu Qing'an did not take it, instead asking, "I actually wish to purchase some high-grade immortal herbs, preferably 5th or 6th grade. Does the Treasure Pavilion have any for sale?" Generally, purchasing immortal herbs from the Alchemist Guild was more affordable and offered a wider variety. However, since the Treasure Pavilion's guild master was present, if he had high-grade herbs, Lu Qing'an could buy them directly and perhaps secure a favorable discount. Unfortunately, while our Treasure Pavilion stocks low-grade immortal herbs, we currently have no 5th or 6th grade ones in stock. If you need them, fellow Taoist, we could arrange a transfer from our headquarters or other cities." He Jingming said with a hint of regret. He too wished to make this deal, as these immortal stones would flow back into their coffers. Lu Qing'an said, "What a pity. I will have to visit the Alchemist Guild instead." He Jingming suddenly laughed. "If you are unwilling to make that trip, fellow Taoist, I could arrange for the Alchemist Guild master, that old fellow, to come here." This caught Lu Qing'an off guard. Did this mean he could directly summon the Alchemist Guild master? Does Guild Master He share a good relationship with the Alchemist Guild master? Lu Qing'an inquired tentatively. "I have a broad network and maintain good relations with many people. He Jingming stroked his beard and smiled. Then could the guild master help me secure some discounts? Lu Qing'an smiled. Since you and I are now friends, I will naturally do my best for you. He Jingming smiled knowingly, a flash of shrewdness once again appearing in his eyes. Lu Qing'an understood. He was being courted as a friend. He would inevitably meet the alchemist guild master sooner or later, as he planned to purchase large quantities of immortal herbs in the future. So meeting him now was no trouble. Moreover, a formidable figure like He Jingming had not detected that Lu Qing'an's true cultivation level was the lunar firmament realm. Instead, he regarded him as an equal, so there was no risk of exposure. Then I shall trouble you, fellow Taoist, Lu Qing'an said. He Jingming said no more, taking out a sound transmission jade slip and saying, Old Gong, come to the Nantung tea house. I have a major business deal to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an's gaze momentarily froze. Old Gong. About 20 breaths later, a figure appeared. The newcomer wore a green alchemist's robe with black hair and a black beard. His complexion was more vibrant than He Jingming's, and a rich scent of medicinal pills permeated the entire tea house. I just finished refining pills and rushed over immediately. The major business you mentioned must indeed be extraordinary. The alchemist guild master approached, his expression stern as he first addressed He Jingming, then turned his gaze to Lu Qing'an. He Jingming laughed. Naturally, it is a major deal. You should discuss it with this fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist, you wish to do business with me? Gong Chua scrutinized Lu Qing'an, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. I have heard of you from that young man Zixing. Guild Master Gong, I have long respected your name. Lu Qing'an greeted him. Spare me the formalities. Are you here to purchase pills or more immortal herbs? Gong Chua's expression remained unchanged. Lu Qing'an considered a possibility. Perhaps the alchemist guild master had a paralyzed face. High-grade immortal herbs 5th and 6th grade. Lu Qing'an said, producing a storage ring containing 1 million immortal stones and handing it to Gong Chua. Gong Chua took the storage ring, and after a single glance his eyes shifted slightly, though his face remained immobile. 1 million immortal stones, all for 5th and 6th grade herbs. Lu Qing'an nodded calmly. Truly a major business, as you claimed. He Jingming patted Gong Chua on the shoulder and chuckled. Old Gong, this deal of yours is rather unkind. At least offer a discount. If only for my sake, you must give some. If all the stones are used to purchase 5th grade herbs, this sum can buy 50 plants. The average price of a 5th grade herb was 20,000 immortal stones per plant. Gong Chua pondered for a moment, then said, Fine, 55 plants as a gesture of friendship. Fellow Taoist, what do you think? Lu Qing'an smiled. Thank you, Guild Master Gong. The deal was struck. Soon after, Gong Chua arranged for someone to deliver the herbs, and that someone turned out to be Huang Zixing. Had been wondering who was wealthy enough to buy so many 5th grade herbs. When he saw Lu Qing'an, it was this senior again. He smiled wryly, thinking that if this deal had been brokered by him, he would have soared to great. However, he knew his own rank was insufficient. Only the guild master could make such decisions. That was why this senior had approached their guild master directly. Just as he was thinking this, the next moment, he heard a statement that stunned him. After taking his 5th grade herbs from Huang Zixing, Lu Qing'an said calmly with a smile, Guild Master Gong, I have a good impression of this junior. The reason I have consistently cooperated with your guild is due to the excellent attitude he showed me back then. Silence fell around them. Huang Zixing's eyes widened in shock. This young man is indeed outstanding. I have considered promoting him to the position of Alchemist Guild Steward once he becomes a 4th grade alchemist. Gong Chua said. Huang Zixing trembled slightly upon hearing this, his heart shaken. Such a tremendous blessing had fallen upon him. Thank you for your high regard, Guild Master, and thank you for your kind words, Senior. Huang Zixing quickly bowed respectfully. Lu Qing'an curled his lips slightly. He had deliberately praised Huang Zixing in front of Gong Chua. Lu Butte had become a steward and could help him handle matters. If he could also make Huang Zixing a steward of another guild, he would gain another useful ally. Witnessing this, Lu Butte couldn't help but swallow hard. A thought crossed his mind. Was it possible that Lu Qing'an had known all along that their guild master would promote a steward because of a 5th grade immortal sword and had deliberately sold him one? His goal was to secure Lu Butte's promotion as steward. And now Lu Qing'an was maneuvering to promote another person as steward of another guild. Could this really be a coincidence? After the deal was struck, Lu Qing'an prepared to leave. Staying too long with figures of such caliber would inevitably reveal flaws. He could tell that He Jingming and Gong Chua were both extremely shrewd individuals. Just now the two had clearly coordinated with each other. For instance, when Gong Chua sold the 5th grade immortal herbs, he seemed intentionally to give He Jingming an opportunity to shine, quoting a price of 1 million spirit stones for 50 herbs. He deliberately left an opening for He Jingming to mention a discount. No doubt both are seasoned veterans. Their cooperation is exceptionally smooth. Lu Qing'an left the tea house, then summoned his flying boat and soared into the distance. In his hand, he held 2 special yellow tokens, the VIP badges of the 2 major guilds. In the future, when purchasing or selling items within these guilds, he would enjoy discounts, and they also served as a symbol of status. Lu Qing'an flew in one direction until he vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, inside the tea house, He Jingming and the other three had yet to leave. Old Gong, what do you make of this fellow cultivator? He Jingming's lips curled slightly, the tea in his cup seemingly barely touched. Gong Chuha shook his head lightly. Hard to fathom. Buying so many 5th-grade immortal herbs without strict requirements on their types. It doesn't seem like alchemy. Then what use does he have for these herbs? He Jingming too found it puzzling, especially after examining the 1st-grade formation array in his hand. He reached a conclusion. I can't figure it out either. I only know he's an extraordinary man. What do you two think? Huang Zixing and Lu Buyud exchanged a glance. Lu Buyud spoke first. This fellow cultivator has a deep connection with the Lin family. At first I thought he was a member of the Lin family, but upon reflection, probably not. He is likely not from Panlong City, but from another major city. As for why he came to Panlong City, it's beyond our knowledge. Huang Zixing scratched his head, but then recalled something. Not long ago, a Shochuan of the Lin family experienced a massive surge in strength. It said there was an unknown existence who discovered his exceptional talent and secretly nurtured him. Could that existence be this senior? He Jingming and the other two smiled upon hearing this, saying nothing. Huang Zixing blinked, seeming to understand. This means, you all confirmed this conjecture long ago. Lu Qing'an did not return to the Huang residence immediately. Instead, he searched around Panlong City and eventually arrived at an immortal herb shop, purchasing some herbs for refining 2nd-grade ancient pills before heading back. Back in his cave dwelling, he took out all the 5th-grade immortal herbs and murmured, each 5th-grade herb contains immense vitality. I wonder how much lifespan one can grant me. He immediately began experimenting, preparing for his upcoming trip to the Lifespan Exchange Tower. Once he displayed his Starlight Realm strength, he would either be taken to the Lifespan Exchange Tower before heading to the City Lord's mansion, or after. Destroying a 5th-grade immortal herb is no simple task. It requires at least a 4th-grade immortal flame to burn or a powerful force to shatter it. He hadn't purchased a 4th-grade immortal flame this time, and with his current Moon Cloud Realm cultivation, he couldn't refine one anyway. So he devised another method to destroy the 5th-grade herbs. Using a formation array, he activated the array. This was the same array he had used to trap the masked woman, capable of both trapping enemies and launching attacks. The attack power was equivalent to a full-force strike from a Moon Cloud Realm cultivator. Lu Qing'an placed the 5th-grade herb at the center of the array and activated it. Inside, thunder and lightning surged, countless bolts wildly bombarding the herb. Yet a 5th-grade herb was still a 5th-grade herb. Even 1 or 2 bolts of lightning with Moon Cloud Realm power could not completely destroy it. Let's see how long you can hold out. Lu Qing'an left 100,000 spirit stones to sustain the array, allowing it to operate continuously. An hour later, the array finally completely destroyed 1 5th-grade herb. A surge of mysterious energy flowed into Lu Qing'an's body. His lifespan increased. 20,000 years from a single herb. Destroying 55 5th-grade herbs means 1,100,000 years of lifespan. Adding my original lifespan and the herbs for the 2nd-grade ancient pills, my total lifespan will be 1,680,000 years. What treasures could 1,680,000 years of lifespan exchange for? This trip to the Lifespan Exchange Tower would instantly make him a tycoon. I can hardly wait. Lu Qing'an took a deep breath, quickly calming his excitement. Even with a vast treasure trove, it's still not safe enough. In fact, it's more dangerous. After all, holding a jade invites crime. So I must be even more cautious. Keep a low profile. He wouldn't get carried away. He knew well the consequences of arrogance. Thus, after adjusting his mindset, he began refining the 2nd-grade ancient pills. A single top-grade 2nd-grade ancient pill could conceal his cultivation for an entire day, avoiding a situation like Xinyanfus. The night passed without incident. At dawn's first light, Lu Qing'an left his cave dwelling again, heading straight for the agreed meeting place. When he arrived at the Valley Cave dwelling from yesterday, Su Qingying and her group were already waiting. It seemed they had already attempted to breach the 3rd-grade defensive array in front of the cave. Su Qingying forced a bitter smile upon seeing Lu Qing'an. She had originally planned to wait for Lu Qing'an to arrive and then figure out a way to attack the array together so he could also share in the spoils. But the group had been impatient and attacked the array as soon as they arrived. As it turned out, they couldn't break the array at all. Clearly, it was a 3rd-grade array and at least mid-grade or even high, so even Lu Qing'an's arrival would likely be in vain. Can't break it. Lu Qing'an appeared and swept his gaze over the crowd. He didn't care whether these people had waited for him. His primary concern was that there were enough of them. Apparently, Su Qingying had been very effective, directly bringing in 20 people. Aside from Su Qingying and an arrogant-looking man who were both in the Starlight Realm, there were 8 at the 10th layer of the Starcore Realm and the remaining 10 at the 9th layer. Su Qingying shook her head. This should be a mid-grade, 3rd-grade array, or higher. You're an array master. Do you have any way to break it? Everyone present turned their eyes to Lu Qing'an. Earlier, Su Qing'an had mentioned they needed to wait for Lu Qing'an, so they were curious about who could make her insist on. When they saw that Lu Qing'an was only at the 8th layer of the Star Core realm, their eyes narrowed slightly. But upon hearing Su Qing'an say he was an array master, surprise flickered across their faces. Seeing Su Qing'an act as if she knew him, while Lu Qing'an remarked, "Fellow cultivator, Su, I always feel you overestimate me. Perhaps it's because we've known each other for such a short time that you misjudge me." Su Qing'an smiled bitterly inwardly. Indeed, in front of others, he had to keep his distance from her. Having said that in front of everyone, Lu Qing'an didn't want to waste time. He pretended to fiddle around for a while, then said, "Actually, your attacks have already damaged this array. I'm only a first-grade immortal array master, so I can weaken it slightly. The rest requires your combined efforts. It will probably take at least an hour. Are you sure that attacking for an hour will break this array?" At this point, the Huang family Shochuan, who was also in the Starlight Realm, like Su Qing'an, spoke up. The man dressed in a red brocade robe had an arrogant demeanor, as if he looked down on everyone. Lu Qing'an replied, "I'm not entirely certain, but it's worth a try." "All right." So Lu Qing'an pretended to be sweating profusely as he busied himself, and after announcing they could attack, the group united and launched an unending barrage against the array's light screen. After an hour, the array's light screen remained solid. Just as everyone frowned, doubting Lu Qing'an's words, a tiny crack suddenly appeared on the screen. It worked. Haha, keep attacking. The crowd cheered. Su Qing'an watched this, seeing her gaze involuntarily turning to Lu Qing'an. Sensing Su Qing'an's stare, Lu Qing'an feigned surprise. It actually worked. Su Qing'an blinked her beautiful eyes, somehow feeling that everything seemed unreal. It was as if they were immersed in a beautifully woven dream. After a while, the entire formation's light screen collapsed under everyone's concerted efforts. Su Qing'an, seeing the crowd eager to charge, and quickly cautioned, "Everyone hold on. Don't rush in yet. I noticed there are many antidote herbs outside. There might be toxic substances inside." Lu Qing'an cast a glance at Su Qing'an. This young woman indeed had some insight. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded and cautiously entered the cave dwelling, as if feeling their way across a river of stones. In due course, they naturally obtained a storage pouch filled with immortal pills. Lu Qing'an also took the opportunity to bury the skeleton not far from the cave. Jackpot. So many second-grade superior gather immortal pills. But I feel the whole process was a bit strange, wasn't it? And there are only second-grade superior gather immortal pills. Who cares? With this batch of second-grade superior gather immortal pills, we can all quickly break through to the Starlight Realm. Indeed. And they are superior grade pills, unprecedented. Su Qing'an looked slightly dazed. There were over 400 of these second-grade superior gather immortal pills, with each person receiving more than 20. Haha, this way I can also quickly break through to the Starlight Realm. I heard from Senior Huang Hongzhong that if I can break through within a month, I can accompany him to the City Lord's mansion for a banquet. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Lu Qing'an chimed in, his feigned laughter revealing the joy of a nouveau riche. Hearing this, everyone secretly looked forward to it. Being able to participate in a banquet of that level would surely allow them to meet extraordinary experts. A rare opportunity not to be missed. "How do we divide these pills?" one person asked impatiently. Everyone's gaze turned to Su Qing'an, as she was the one who had led them there. Su Qing'an said, "Well, split them equally." Thus, everyone present received more than 20 second-grade superior gather immortal pills. After obtaining the pills, most prepared to return to seclusion for cultivation, striving to break through to the Starlight Realm as soon as possible. After returning to the Huang family, the group dispersed. At this moment, Su Qing'an called out to Lu Qing'an. "Daoist Wu, I feel there is something suspicious about this matter." Su Qing'an frowned. Lu Qing'an pretended to be puzzled. "Are you worried the pills are problematic?" "No, the pills are fine. I just feel that someone might have entered the cave dwelling before us." Su Qing'an said. "If someone had entered, would they leave so many second-grade gather immortal pills?" "You worry too much, Daoist Su. I'm going to enter seclusion to break through. I hope to reach the Starlight Realm soon. See you in a month." Lu Qing'an cupped his hands in a bow and turned to fly toward his cave dwelling. In his mind, he thought that no matter how much Su Qing'an pondered, it was useless. He had executed this matter flawlessly. The location of the cave dwelling had been proposed by Su Qing'an, and he was the weakest among these people. Even if the Huang family's higher-ups learned of this, they wouldn't question him. However, the Huang family would only be delighted, as having so many Starlight Realm longevity springs would help them exchange for many treasures, a great boon. Lu Qing'an entered seclusion again, not to break through in cultivation, but to continue destroying the 5th-grade immortal herbs. At the same time, he refined a batch of 2nd-grade supreme concealed cultivation pills. He occasionally glanced at the voice transmission jade slip on the table. But Zhen Yongfu never sent him a message again. This meant that the jade slip had still not returned to Zhen Yongfu's hands. Or perhaps Zhen Yongfu never had the chance to send him a message. It seems he'll have to confirm his situation at the city. Time passed like a fleeting dream. The red sun set and the cold stars and moon rose. A month arrived in the blink of an eye. He had completely destroyed the 5th grade immortal herbs, and his lifespan had reached 1,680,000 years. Those who have broken through to the Starlight Realm come out. A thunderous voice echoed across the immortal mountain. Huang Hongzhong had arrived again. Lu Qing'an took a concealed cultivation pill, left his cave dwelling, and flew to the square at the foot of the mountain. Besides him, 24 others landed in the square. Including him, there were 25 in total. Lu Qing'an swept his gaze over everyone's cultivation levels, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his heart. They were all his handiwork. Su Qingying and a somewhat arrogant young man had evidently broken through to the 2nd layer of the Starlight Realm. The longevity springs who had accompanied them to the cave dwelling that day had all broken through to the 1st layer as well. Another 4 people, likely friends or relatives of the longevity springs who had gone to the cave, had also obtained 2nd grade superior gather immortal pills and broken through to the 1st layer of the Starlight Realm. Excellent. Huang Hongzhong looked at the scene, his face beaming with joy. During his management of this batch of longevity springs, having so many Starlight Realm talents emerge was a significant achievement, enough to elevate his status within the Huang family. It was a pity that these longevity springs had obtained the 2nd grade superior gather immortal pills during the City Lord's Mansion's banquet invitation period. Otherwise, he would have seized half of the pills for himself. Remember, your achievements today are all gifts from the Huang family. Becoming a longevity spring of the Huang family is your honor. Tonight, the young master will lead you to the City Lord's Mansion. If you can bring glory to the Huang family, your treatment will be increased tenfold. Those who perform exceptionally well and earn the young master's favor can shed their identity as longevity springs and formally join the Huang family. Upon hearing this, everyone was extremely excited. Follow me. Let's go prepare first. Huang Hongzhong finished speaking and flew off in a certain direction. Lu Qing'an's eyes lit up. Could it be that they were going to the longevity exchange tower? He had been waiting for this moment for so long. However, the result left him helpless. Huang Hongzhong took them to a Huang family territory to give them a change of attire. They also had to be taught etiquette. They worked until dusk before stopping. It seems well, attend the banquet first, then go to the longevity exchange tower, Lu Qing'an thought, shaking his head as he looked at the sky. Su Qingying then walked over, smiling at Lu Qing'an. Daoist Wu, a very strong thought suddenly surged in my heart just now. My intuition tells me that tonight you will display your talents greatly and successfully break free from the restrictions of being a longevity spring. And I think I will too. Lu Qing'an listened, frowning slightly. Intuition. Display talents greatly. Daoist Su, intuition is occasionally reliable, but using it to predict the future seems a bit frivolous. Lu Qing'an thought to himself, don't I know my own situation? What display talents greatly? It sounds impossible. Tonight, he would surely remain a wallflower among the crowd. As for shedding the identity of a longevity spring, that was somewhat possible. He could leave whenever he wanted. Without the restriction of the goo poison, all he had to do was flee the Huang family. However, having the Huang family's protection was still safer than being alone in the outside world. He wouldn't easily abandon his status as a Huang family longevity spring unless an accident occurred. But Su Qingying said she would also shed her identity. Su Qingying covered her mouth and chuckled. I've never had such a strong intuition before, so just wait and see. Besides, this is a good thing. The message from her companion half-bottle was very strong, so it should be correct. By the way, the longevity springs of the Lin family should also be at this banquet. Do you remember Zhen Yongfu? If he is there, why not go and have a chat? Seek some advice. After all, we've met once before. Lu Qing'an subtly encouraged Su Qingying. Su Qingying nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. We can do that. When we met last time, I found him to be a good person, straightforward and bold. He should be able to give us some cultivation advice. Exactly. At that time, we'll bring a few more longevity springs along. Since we all come from the same mortal realm, even if we can't get suitable experience, we should at least build a good relationship with him. With his talent, he will eventually become a prominent figure. Lu Qing'an continued. Su Qingying nodded repeatedly, a glimmer shining in her beautiful eyes as she strongly agreed with this view. It's settled then. They'll go for a walk over there. Lu Qing'an suddenly noticed other longevity springs approaching, so he quickly distanced himself from Su Qingying. Su Qingying saw Lu Qing'an swiftly move away from her in a crowd, and her vermilion lips twitched. After an incense stick's worth of time completing etiquette lessons, the longevity springs had already donned identical ornate robes embroidered with the words Huang Family Longevity Spring on the chest. They gathered in one place, and under Huang Hongzhong's lead they first proceeded to a grand hall. Deep within the grand hall, a young man was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Young master, everything is prepared. Huang Hongzhong bowed in reverence, his face filled with awe. The Huang family young master wore an elegant robe, appearing refined and approachable. Yet when he opened his eyes, those with keen sight could still discern a fleeting glint of ruthlessness in his gaze. The Huang family young master's full name was Huang Xuanyu. His cultivation aura had already reached the 5th layer of the profound radiance realm, on par with many family elders, earning him recognition as a prodigy in Panlong City. Not bad. Huang Xuanyu slightly lowered his eyelids, sweeping his gaze over the longevity, springs a hint of pride flashing in his eyes, as if satisfied with his own creation. When his gaze lingered on Su Qing'an, who possessed the highest cultivation, his eyelids lifted slightly. He scrutinized her figure carefully, an elusive glimmer passing through his eyes. "What is your name?" Huang Xuanyu looked at Su Qing'an among the crowd and asked. Su Qing'an, upon being addressed, quickly cupped her hands and replied, reporting to the young master, "This humble maiden is Su Qing'an." Standing at the back of the crowd, Lu Qing'an watched this scene and shook his head inwardly. It seemed the Huang family young master had set his sights on Su Qing'an. Indeed, as a woman, outstanding beauty might not necessarily attract the attention of powerful male cultivators, but when coupled with extraordinary talent, it became a different matter entirely. Good. Cultivate diligently and strive to join the Huang family soon. Huang Xuanyu revealed a smile he deemed very charming. Su Qing'an nodded emphatically. All right, let's set off. Huang Xuanyu's speech carried a sense of languor. With these words, he stood up and flew out of the hall. Everyone quickly followed. Not long after, Lu Qing'an and the others arrived at the central area of the Huang family, where a large number of high-ranking Huang family experts had already gathered. Among the Huang family members attending the City Lord's banquet this time, aside from their group of longevity springs who were relatively weak in strength, almost everyone else was a cultivator above the heaven manifestation realm. What is the intention behind bringing longevity springs? Lu Qing'an thought to himself at the back of the crowd. At the same time, his gaze fell upon a tall and imposing middle-aged man. Huang Xuanyu walked over to this middle-aged man, who was dressed in black and red brocade, and respectfully addressed him as father. This man was none other than the Huang family patriarch, Huang Zhentian. However, contrary to the rumored 10th layer of the profound radiance realm, Huang Zhentian was actually a first-layer void silence realm powerhouse. Lu Qing'an narrowed his eyes, slightly marveling inwardly. No wonder the Huang family was the foremost of the 5 great families. The patriarch's strength was almost on par with the city lord. At this moment, Huang Zhentian was standing together with a young man, seemingly having been chatting with him not long ago. Lu Qing'an happened to recognize this young man. Huang Zixing. Huang Zhentian patted Huang Zixing on the shoulder, then looked at his own son Huang Xuanyu, and asked, "Everything ready?" Huang Xuanyu nodded in response, his gaze also shifting to Huang Zixing, giving a slight nod of acknowledgement. Huang Zixing returned a smile and greeted politely, "Young master." Although Huang Zixing's cultivation had not yet reached the profound radiance realm, his status within the Huang family was now exceptionally elevated, with many elders treating him with courtesy. This was because not long ago rumors had spread that Huang Zixing had gained the favor of Gong Chuha, the president of the Alchemist Guild. He was expected to become the guild's steward in the future. As the Huang family young master, Huang Xuanyu naturally understood the weight of a guild steward, so this greeting. At this moment, Huang Zixing's gaze shifted, looking towards the group of Huang family longevity springs. He then walked over and stopped before Su Qing'an. Qing'an. This greeting caused the hearts of the Huang family longevity springs, who dared not speak, to tremble inwardly. Su Qing'an quickly smiled and called out, "Brother Huang." Seeing this, Huang Xuanyu frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. "Let's go." Huang Zixing's robust voice rang out. With a wave of his hand, a 5th-grade superior immortal flying boat emerged, carrying everyone towards the city lord's mansion. The Huang family is indeed extraordinary, possessing a 5th-grade superior immortal flying boat. But it seems the best flying boat in Panlong City is only of the 5th-grade immortal rank. If I could produce a 6th-grade immortal flying boat, it would surely astonish Panlong City. Lu Qing'an thought to himself. He could hardly wait to visit the Longevity Exchange Tower. After a short flight, the flying boat halted above an extremely vast mansion. Everyone from the Huang family flew out of the boat and landed on the banquet grounds. By now, night had shrouded the heavens and earth, with myriad stars dotting the silent sky. The ground, however, was bustling with activity. By the time the Huang family arrived, the city lord's mansion banquet square was already packed. The 5 great families of Panlong City and various guilds had already arrived. Brother Huang, you finally arrived. At this moment, a beaming man came forward to greet him. He was dressed in immaculate white robes with wide sleeves embroidered with cloud dragon patterns, his attire luxurious, yet dignified. His features were quite handsome, the kind of striking visage that immediately captured one's admiration. His eyes were like deep ancient wells, shimmering with wisdom and confidence, as if capable of seeing into the depths of one's soul. What was most impressive was his cultivation aura, clearly at the 2nd layer of the void silence realm. This man was none other than the strongest in Panlong City, the city Lord Murong Qingming. Standing beside him was a young woman of exquisite beauty and aloof temperament. She was already gracefully mature, wearing a fitted white long dress that perfectly accentuated the delicate curve of her slender waist. She was the city lord's only daughter, Murong Yingxue. "I was delayed by some matters. My apologies for keeping you waiting, brother," Huang Zhentian said with a smile. "Yingxue, it's been a while, and you've grown even more beautiful." Huang Xuanyu looked at his fiancée Murong Yingxue, his face full of tenderness, his voice becoming gentle. Murong Ingxue merely nodded casually without saying much, appearing aloof. Observing from behind the crowd, Lu Qing'an wore a slightly odd expression. The relationship between this couple seemed strained. As he gazed at the stunning Murong Ingxue, he gently shook his head. Murong Ingxue and Su Qingying were both peerless beauties, their countenances nearly indistinguishable in terms of allure. Lu Qing'an carefully studied Murong Yingxue's figure, almost certain that this cool and elegant beauty was the masked woman he had encountered in the abandoned cave dwelling. Fortunately, I woke her up in time that day, otherwise the Huang family young master would probably hate me to death. As for the fleeting glimpse of snowy white he had inadvertently caught that day, he had long since dismissed it from his mind, paying it no heed. Besides, a single glance wouldn't cost him a pound of flesh. Lu Qing'an paid no attention to the high-ranking figures, his gaze sweeping across the venue until he finally spotted his good brother Jin Yongfu. At that moment, Jin Yongfu was also staring intently at him, his eyes gleaming, as if he had 1,000 words to say, yet he dared not approach rashly. Jin Yongfu was seated among a group of Lin family high-ranking members. Beside him, the Lin family patriarch, whose cultivation had reached the 10th layer of the profound radiance realm. Good to see you're safe. Seeing Jin Yongfu unharmed and seemingly valued by the Lin family, Lu Qing'an's lips curled slightly upward. Of course, he would later need to personally confirm Jin Yongfu's well-being to be completely at ease. Under the city lord's arrangement, the Huang family high-ranking members took their seats, in order occupying the foremost VIP seats. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'an and the other longevity springs were seated in a more remote and secluded area. The longevity springs from other families have also arrived, and the high-ranking members of various guilds are here too. Lu Qing'an carefully surveyed the banquet square and soon spotted Lu Buhe Jingming, the president of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion, and Gong Chuhe, the president of the Alchemist Guild. In Panlong City, the guild presidents held an exalted status, thus seated in the highest guest seats, drawing everyone's attention. Yet even after the Huang family's arrival, the banquet had not yet begun, as if everyone was awaiting the arrival of some important figure. Finally, after an incense stick's time, an elderly man with white hair and beard descended from the sky. He wore a gray robe, his white hair fluttering in the fierce wind. A yellow gourd of wine hung at his waist. His eyes were narrow, the tip of his nose and cheeks slightly flushed, giving him a very amiable appearance. The newcomer was none other than an elder of the Immortal Sword sect, Song Yuanming. His cultivation aura had already surpassed the Void Silence realm, a luminosity glass realm powerhouse. The Immortal Realm truly abounds with experts. Lu Qing'an was secretly astonished. This man's cultivation aura was vast and awe-inspiring. As soon as he arrived, all the powerhouses present rose to greet him, including the guild presidents, who stepped forward with smiles to pay their respects. Everyone, no need for formalities. I'm just an old drunkard here for some wine. Treat me as a passerby, and take your seats. The Immortal Sword sect elder said with a genial smile. Master, you jest. At this banquet you are the honored guest of honor. Murong Ingxue said with a smile. This old man doesn't like the limelight. Disciple, you are the true protagonist today. Master will just quietly enjoy his wine. Immortal Sword sect elder Song Yuanming shook his head with a laugh, then glanced down casually and said, he'll just find any seat to sit in. With that, he flew straight down and sat in a remote seat, truly like an ordinary guest. The onlookers displayed varied expressions. Lu Qing'an, however, felt goosebumps all over. No way. You can pick any seat, but why sit right behind me? Lu Qing'an's heart was heavy and uneasy, but he quickly calmed down to analyze the intention of this wine-soaked old man choosing to sit directly behind him. He wasn't sure if it was a random choice or if the old man had discovered something special about him. This left him feeling somewhat uncertain. Young friends, no need to be nervous. Treat me as a peer, just like this young friend in front of me. Seeing Su Qingying and the other longevity springs turn pale, with fright, Song Yuanming spoke, kindly, specifically glancing at Lu Qing'an in front of him. Lu Qing'an, being singled out, realized he had been too calm. He quickly pretended to snap out of a daze, trembling as he said, say, Senior, you jest. Senior, you jest. Song Yuanming looked at Lu Qing'an, slightly raised his white brows, smiled thoughtfully, and said no more. City Lord Murong Qingming, witnessing this scene, could only helplessly move with his daughter Murong Ingxue to sit elsewhere. Senior, for now we shall play the part of ordinary guests with you. Murong Qingming sat beside Song Yuanming, but within less than a quarter of an hour his brow suddenly furrowed. A wave of alcohol and body odor assailed him, causing his body to recoil in resistance. Instantly, the impeccably clean man felt tainted by impurity, as if his body had been defiled. Ingxue, sit beside your master so you may attend to him better. Murong Qingming sprang up like a shot, decisively yielding his seat near Song Yuanming to his daughter. Murong Ingxue blinked her clear eyes and nodded obediently. Yet even after maintaining a seat's distance from Song Yuanming, Murong Qingming still found the odor unbearable. Unable to endure it any longer, he stood up, looked at Song Yuanming, and smiled wryly. Senior, I shall go host the banquet now. Ingxue, make sure to attend to the senior well. Rest assured, father. Murong Ingxue nodded obediently. Murong Qingming hummed in acknowledgement and swiftly flew away. Song Yuanming glanced at Murong Yingxue and said with a smile, "Disciple, it seems your father is somewhat averse to your master." He appeared utterly unconcerned about his own cleanliness or perhaps harbored some peculiar habit. Murong Yingxue quickly waved her hands and said with a wry smile, "Master, please do not be angry. Father has an obsession with cleanliness. Even when I was a child and got dirty from playing, he would not come near." "I see. No wonder he governs Panlong City so meticulously." Song Yuanming stroked his beard and smiled. Lu Qing'an, overhearing this from ahead, cast a few more glances at the formidable city lord. He has a cleanliness fetish. No wonder he is so immaculate. Under Murong Qingming's presiding, the banquet officially commenced. The proceedings were much like any ordinary feast save for the added ritual of guests presenting gifts to congratulate Murong Yingxue on joining the Sword Immortal sect. Enough, no more idle talk. Everyone drink and eat heartily. Tonight we revel until we drop. Murong Qingming waved his hand grandly, ordering his servants to bring wine and dishes. Seeing the banquet underway, Lu Qing'an began seeking an opportunity to meet Jin Yongfu and to leave this place, distancing himself from the powerful Immortal Realm expert. Just then the young master of the Huang family, Huang Yuxuan, suddenly stood up. "Everyone, today is a fine day, but it still lacks a bit of excitement. The longevity springs I have personally cultivated are quite accomplished. Over 20 have already broken through to the Starlight Realm. How about letting them spar with each other to liven up the banquet? What say you all?" Upon hearing this, the crowd cheered in agreement, their gazes turning towards the Huang family's longevity springs as they began to praise Huang Xuanyu. The longevity spring cultivation plan proposed by the Huang family's young master has greatly benefited several clans. Now to have nurtured so many Starlight Realm longevity springs is truly a stroke of genius. In all of Panlong City, only he is worthy of Lady Murong. Murmurs of discussion rippled through seeing the silent approval from everyone. Huang Yuxuan's lips curled into a slight smile. He intended to seize this chance to showcase his abilities and bask in the limelight. "Each of you may challenge another. Whoever wins a match, I shall bestow a generous reward," Huang Yuxuan declared magnanimously, looking towards the Huang family's longevity springs. The Huang family's longevity springs were thrilled. In such a setting, their young master's promises were sure to be fulfilled. Immediately someone reacted swiftly and soared into the air. This person was none other than Su Qingying. Other Starlight Realm first-layer longevity springs who had intended to take to the air promptly abandoned the notion. The other first-layer Starlight Realm longevity springs, seeing this, also gave up their plans, for Su Qingying was at the second layer of the Starlight Realm. However, among them was another at the second layer of the Starlight Realm, the arrogant youth who had accompanied them to the abandoned cave dwelling. He followed Su Qingying into the sky and engaged her in battle. Their fight was splendid, enhancing the banquet's atmosphere. Yet the battle did not last long before its conclusion was announced. Su Qingying displayed extraordinary talent, swiftly winning the spar. Lu Qing'an cast a few more glances at Su Qingying. This girl held back during the beast hunt and the attack on the third-grade formation. Revealing it now is a clever move. Displaying talent in such a setting could earn her greater regard from the Huang family. This girl has good talent, as she has the potential to break through to the lunar sky realm. She's quite beautiful too. Not bad, not bad. People remarked on Su Qingying. Huang Xuanyu also looked at her with satisfaction, waving his hand as a storage pouch shot into the air. Su Qingying caught it precisely and found it contained 10,000 immortal stones. She quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your generous reward, young master." Huang Yuxuan's smile widened, then he scanned the other families and announced in a voice that resonated everywhere, "I see that other families also have some longevity springs who have broken through to the Starlight Realm. You may join the challenge as well. Whoever wins, I will grant a reward." As his words fell, a figure rose from the ground and appeared before Su Qingying. It was Su Yoji. Known as the greatest genius in the mortal realm, his cultivation was also at the second layer of the Starlight Realm. "Qingying, allow me to spar with you," Su Yoji said with a smile. "All right, come on then." Su Qingying nodded with a smile. Having caught up with Su Yoji in cultivation, she also wanted to see if she could defeat him. Thus the two engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. The fight was extremely intense. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. I didn't expect this batch of longevity springs to have other geniuses. This one is from the Lin family's longevity springs. Lu Qing'an quietly watched the two fight, then shifted his gaze towards Zhen Yongfu. They were a considerable distance apart, and no one in the banquet square was moving around. Since Su Qingying wouldn't be coming down to join him anytime soon, he couldn't think of a way to approach Zhen Yongfu. Would he have no chance to exchange even a few words with Zhen Yongfu tonight? The aerial battle dragged on until both fighters' immortal energy was depleted, finally reaching a conclusion. At the final moment, Su Qingying burst forth with a powerful aura, her swordsmanship abruptly surging in might, ending the fight with a single strike. This result surprised Lu Qing'an slightly. This girl has even more hidden depths. Interesting, but what a pity. Just then Song Yuanming's voice came from behind Lu Qing'an. "Master, what's the Murong?" Yingxue asked. This girl's talent is not bad, but the cultivation technique she practices has ruined her foundation. Otherwise, she might have reached even higher realms in the future. Song Yuanming shook his head with a smile, paid it no more heed, and continued drinking. Morong Yingxue took a few more looks at Su Qingying. Since her master deemed it a pity, it showed that Su Qingying was far more extraordinary than they appeared. Huang Xuanyu then laughed. Excellent. I shall reward you with another 50,000 immortal stones. As his words faded, silence fell over the venue for a moment. Overjoyed, Su Qingying quickly cupped her hands in gratitude. Nephew, this longevity spring of yours does have decent talent, but the cultivation technique she practices has somewhat damaged her foundation. Just as Huang Yuxuan was basking in glory, a middle-aged voice rang out untimely. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. The speaker was none other than the head of the Sun family, Sun Yinyang. The relations between the Sun and Huang families were average with occasional friction. After drawing the gazes of Huang Xuanyu and Huang Jintian's son, Yinyang continued, unlike this young friend Jin Yongfu from the Lin family, who also originated from the Longevity Springs, he has already reached the Lunar Sky Realm. Moreover, the technique he cultivated from the start is excellent without damaging his foundation. His talent is comparable to yours, nephew, back in the day. At these words, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone began to anticipate the drama. Sun Yinyang, you are mistaken. There is still a vast gap between Yongfu and Xuanyu. A deep voice sounded. The speaker was Lin Bufan, the head of the Lin family, his expression somewhat grim. The Lin family had always maintained good relations with the Huang family, and this scoundrel was clearly trying to sow discord. Haha, sparring among Longevity Springs is hardly exciting. Nephew Huang, since you wish to liven up the banquet, why not suppress your cultivation and have a match with this young friend? Surely everyone is eager to see which of you has the greater talent. Sun Yinyang's words instantly ignited the curiosity of everyone present. Lu Qing'an narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Sun Yinyang. This old bastard really knows how to stir up trouble. He turned his gaze to Jin Yongfu. Knowing his brother's nature, he might indeed want to test his skills against a genius of this caliber. Sure enough, he saw a look of eagerness on Jin Yongfu's face. Jin Yongfu also glanced his way, his eyes seemingly asking a question. And should I give it a try? Seeing this, Lu Qing'an blinked twice. The meaning was no. Jin Yongfu smiled wryly. However, at that moment a flicker of disdain passed through Huang Yuxuan's eyes as he said, since everyone wishes to see it, I shall oblige and add to the banquet's excitement. Jin Yongfu, is it? You are at the second layer of the Lunar Sky Realm. I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation to the first layer of the Lunar Sky Realm and won't use any magical artifacts. Jin Yongfu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to heed Lu Qing'an's advice. I cannot compare to you. Let's forget it. The contempt in Huang Yuxuan's eyes deepened, yet he still maintained a refined demeanor. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, these 200,000 immortal stones are yours. The entire venue fell silent. Good heavens, with so many immortal stones, he has to accept the challenge. How can he not take this on? He's supposed to be a genius, surely he's not that cowardly. He's probably scared. After all, Huang Yuxuan's talent is among the best of the younger generation in Panlong City. Jin Yongfu frowned deeply, his gaze once again shifting towards Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an understood Jin Yongfu's personality. Suppressing him now would be unwise. Besides, Jin Yongfu had always been incredibly lucky, almost against the odds. Since his talent was already exposed, revealing a bit more wouldn't matter much. He would let Jin Yongfu decide for himself. So he gave Jin Yongfu a look signaling him to choose. Seeing this, Jin Yongfu ultimately couldn't resist. He had reached his current realm solely thanks to his brother's immortal stones, and elixirs, a debt of gratitude he held close to his heart. If he could earn this sum of immortal stones, it would be a way to repay him. Alright. Jin Yongfu took a deep breath. It's just 3 moves. They'll stop after blocking them. Lu Qing'an naturally wasn't worried about Jin Yongfu losing, rather he was a bit concerned that Jin Yongfu might not control his strength and injure Huang Yuxuan. Good brother remembered to hold back. Having trained Jin Yongfu for years, he knew very well how powerful his trump cards were. In the same realm, duel, no matter how talented the Huang family's young master was, a moment of carelessness could lead to a loss. Huang Xuanyu shuddered, his cultivation instantly compressing from the 5th layer of the mysterious radiance realm to the 1st layer of the lunar firmament realm as he soared into the sky. Jin Yongfu glanced at Lin Bufan, the patriarch of the Lin family, and upon the latter's resigned nod, he too ascended into the air, standing before Huang Xuanyu. His crimson hair danced wildly in the fierce winds high above. He bore the aura of a war god breaking free from his seals. What weapon do you use? Huang Xuanyu asked confidently. Jin Yongfu produced the immortal grade 3 superior immortal sword gifted by the Lin family patriarch. Huang Xuanyu's gaze dropped to Huang Hongzhong. Huang Hongzhong instantly understood and sent his own immortal sword soaring into the sky. Are you ready? After seizing the immortal sword, Huang Xuanyu fixed his eyes on Jin Yongfu. I am ready. Jin Yongfu nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly as his body trembled, immersing himself entirely into a unique state. In the mortal world for over 10,000 years his time with Lu Qing'an spanned at least 5 millennia. Across those 5,000 years they not only drank and debated the Tao, but also devoted themselves to cultivation. Having loved sparring since youth, he naturally often crossed swords with Lu Qing'an. Yet each time he had to plead for ages before Lu Qing'an reluctantly agreed. Years of combat honed his skills, enabling him to instantly enter a state of total combat focus. Fighting Lu Qing'an left no room for the slightest lapse or error, or he would be defeated in an instant. He wouldn't even get a single exchange with Lu Qing'an. Now as Zhen Yongfu entered this state, his entire demeanor transformed. His former loyal countenance vanished, replaced by an imposing and majestic presence. The onlookers were astonished, though they only perceived a shift in Zhen Yongfu's bearing. But one person narrowed his eyes, the drunkenness fading from his face. This lad. He paused mid-sentence, then suddenly smiled, one corner of his lips curling involuntarily. Murong Yingxue asked in confusion, "Master?" Song Yuanming smiled faintly. "Nothing. This sparring is excellent. Observe carefully," and Murong Yingxue furrowed her brow, a thought flashing through her mind. Is Huang Xuanyu truly so formidable that even her master finds him remarkable? Lu Qing'an, standing before Song Yuanming, heard this and thought to himself, he truly is impressive. He had swept his gaze across the entire assembly. Even Huang Jintian and Murong Qingming, two Void Silence Realm experts, noticed Zhen Yongfu's uniqueness, yet they showed no overt reaction. Only Song Yuanming perceived his brother's true state. The two men faced off in the sky, and the battle commenced. Huang Xuanyu, having agreed to only 3 moves, decisively unleashed an immortal grade sword technique. With a swing of his immortal grade 6 sword art, dark clouds roiled, thunder crashed, and lightning flashed, as the power of heaven and earth surged around him, making the world itself seem to tremble. Zhen Yongfu's gaze was like lightning as he raised his hand swiftly, his momentum like a rainbow, stirring the surrounding immortal energy. He swung his sword with full force, and a majestic sword aura tore through the air, splitting the sky and charging straight at his opponent. This strike seemed to cleave the entire horizon in two, light and shadow intertwining with unparalleled might. The two forces collided, shattering the void, their power rippling for 10 li, neither gaining the upper hand. That kid's sword technique isn't high grade. Why is its power so extraordinary? This sword art doesn't even seem to be immortal grade 3. They knew Zhen Yongfu was gifted, but they never expected he could truly contend with a prodigy like Huang Xuanyu. Huang Xuanyu's gaze hardened, the disdain in his eyes fading slightly, and he struck again. This time he clasped his hands over the sword, immortal energy surging wildly around him. The immortal sword in his hand blazed with intense light, coalescing into a massive blade of radiance. With a single swing, the light illuminated the darkness, draining all color from the world, as if heaven and earth were engulfed. The terrifying force crashed toward Zhen Yongfu with earth-shattering power. His expression shifted slightly. This time, he chose not to meet it heat. Activating his movement technique, the void trembled, as if he melted into the boundless darkness, dodging every strike. He has cultivated this movement technique to such a level. He Jingming, the head of the treasure-gathering pavilion, sat quietly, instantly recognizing it as a technique sold by his own pavilion. An immortal grade 5 movement technique nearing perfection. Song Yuanming murmured, the corner of his mouth lifting as he took another sip of wine. His estimation of Zhen Yongfu shifted once more. Incredible. He withstood 2 moves. The crowd held their breath, gasping in amazement. It seemed Zhen Yongfu was about to claim those 200,000 spirit stones. Truly a peerless genius, sighed Sun Yinyang, patriarch of the Sun family. Lin Bufan, patriarch of the Lin family, had a glint of fervor in his eyes. He had never seen Zhen Yongfu fight before. He hadn't expected the young man not only to cultivate quickly, but also to possess such formidable combat prowess. The Lin family had found a treasure. No wonder that mysterious figure was secretly grooming Zhen Yongfu. Huang Xinshan's expression remained calm, exuding a composed and dominant air, but a subtle change flickered in his eyes. High above, Huang Xuanyu had shed all contempt, cursing inwardly, damn it. This kid is truly uncanny. It seems I must use that move. He took a deep breath, resolved to unleash his strongest technique. If he couldn't beat Zhen Yongfu now, he would lose face. Kid, this last move, be careful, Huang Xuanyu said in a low voice. Zhen Yongfu remained in his intensely focused state, offering no reply. Saying no more, Huang Xuanyu sheathed his immortal sword and began forming hand seals rapidly, his fingers dancing the surrounding air, instantly becoming suffocating. With a sudden wave of his hand, a dense black aura surged from him like a tide, filling the entire sky and instantly trapping Zhen Yongfu within it. The black aura churned as if countless demons howled within, turning the sky pitch black. A cold gleam flickered in Huang Xuanyu's eyes as the terrifying attack unfolded. Countless black beams shot at Zhen Yongfu from all directions, each carrying a destructive force. Within the black aura, piercing wails echoed like the howls of hellish fiends, unsettling the mind of the trapped. Zhen Yongfu caught within remained as focused as ever, unperturbed even by the demonic sounds. It couldn't be helped. During his fights with Lu Qing'an, he had often been affected by Lu Qing'an's special formations, which honed his ability to remain undisturbed. He knew well the terror of these blacklight pillars being struck would mean severe injury. Thus, with blazing eyes, he swiftly activated his movement technique to evade. Yet no matter how he dodged, the attacks never ceased, and his strikes against the black aura seemed to vanish. He couldn't escape the encirclement of the black aura. This immortal art counted as one move, yet it wasn't truly a single move. This immortal art is so bizarre. Such a powerful immortal art. Incredible. This time Zhen Yongfu is out of options. As expected of the Huang family's young master, this art could likely trouble even a peak lunar firmament realm expert. The crowd below had already concluded Zhen Yongfu's defeat. Lu Qing'an frowned as he watched the immortal art. It was at least immortal grade 6 superior level. Yet this technique had a flaw. Just as this thought crossed Lu Qing'an's mind, he heard a slightly drunken mutter. If he can find the sole flaw in this art, he might still turn the tables and win, Song Yuanming said with a faint smile. Murong Yingshu's expression shifted. Turn the tables and win. In truth, Murong Yingxue had already changed expression when she saw Zhen Yongfu's movement technique, because she recognized it. But Zhen Yongfu's build was different from that masked man's. The movement technique Zhen Yongfu used was the very same as that of the masked man who had explored the abandoned cave dwelling with her. Yet when Zhen Yongfu executed it, it felt to her less effortless than the masked man's. Inside the black aura, Zhen Yongfu took deep breaths, fending off countless attacks, while carefully observing his surroundings. And Gu said, any technique has a flaw. Stay calm, observe. Find the pattern. He pushed his concentration to the limit, and as time passed, at a certain moment his eyes suddenly lit up. His gaze fixed on a spot where the black aura was denser. The black mist flowed everywhere except for this one area, which was not only thicker, but also motionless. Overjoyed, Zhen Yongfu channeled all his immortal energy into his sword and roared, break. Boom. The rolling black aura exploded. In the next instant, a sword beam flashed across the sky. Huang Xuanyu, who had been maintaining the black aura attack with hand seals, wore a cold smirk, anticipating victory, but the smile froze on his face. In the blink of an eye, a sword had halted 3 inches from his neck. You lost. Zhen Yongfu declared. The corner of Lu Qing'an's mouth lifted, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he thought, the lad has improved. Silence reigned over heaven and earth. Huang Xuanyu froze for a moment, his face darkening as the restriction on his 5th layer mysterious radiance realm cultivation instantly vanished. His body shook violently, causing the void to tremble. Bang! Zhen Yongfu was sent flying 100 li in an instant. This. The crowd below wore strange expressions. Seeing his good brother struck down by a sneak attack, Lu Qing'an's expression turned cold. What kind of shameless and scrupulous move was this? Fortunately, Zhen Yongfu was merely knocked back, strangely unharmed. Seeing that Zhen Yongfu was unscathed, Lu Qing'an cast a fleeting glance behind him, instantly grasping what had transpired. Young Master Huang, must it come to this? At that moment, Lin Bufan, patriarch of the Lin family, spoke with grave authority. Though the Lin and Huang families enjoyed close ties, Zhen Yongfu's extraordinary talent rendered him the Lin family's most treasured asset. Huang Jintian, witnessing his son's public loss of composure, also spoke. His voice calm and measured. Huang Xuanyu's eyes burned with venomous fury until his father's voice reached him. Instantly, he suppressed his rage, drew a deep breath, and decisively hurled a spatial storage pouch. My word stands firm. The words emerged hoarsely as if squeezed from the depths of his throat. Zhen Yongfu caught the pouch, and upon seeing its contents, a mountain of immortal stones, his eyes gleamed with unmistakable delight. Should fortune smile upon you again, do remember to seek me out. He laughed heartily, effortlessly sweeping the prior incident aside. Huang Xuanyu, interpreting the remark as mockery, ground his teeth and retorted, dare you face me in a decisive duel? At those words, the plaza fell silent once more. Huang Jintian began to feel a flicker of shame for his son, and spoke with quiet sternness, enough. Return. Father, such a rare opponent presents an unparalleled opportunity for cultivation. I must seize this trial. Huang Xuanyu bowed deeply in reply. I too would relish witnessing which of you proves the stronger. Sun Yinyang interjected once more, masterfully stoking the flames. Yet Zhen Yongfu replied simply, let it be. I am weary. Should you emerge undefeated, I shall grant you another 500,000 immortal stones. Huang Xuanyu's face darkened. Zhen Yongfu's eyes flared with excitement. He threw back his head and laughed boldly, agreed. I'll fight you until dawn breaks. And so the two clashed anew. The heavens roared once more with unremitting thunder. Yet astonishingly, even at equal cultivation realms, Zhen Yongfu fought Huang Xuanyu to a true stalemate, neither gaining nor yielding an inch. Awe rippled through the crowd. Huang Xuanyu's true realm was Xian Guang realm, granting him profound insights into immortal principles and seasoned combat experience. All rippled through the crowd. Huang Xuanyu's true realm was Xian realm, granting him profound insights into immortal principles and seasoned combat experience. Talent. Truly horrifying. Does his aptitude rival even Mu Rong Ying's nose? Not merely rival, it surpasses hers outright. Guests erupted in astonishment. Lu Qing'an watched quietly and gave a faint knowing shake of his head. To secure these immortal stones, young Yongfu has truly laid bare every thread of his dignity, no concealment whatsoever. By dawn's first light, Jin Yongfu's name shall resound across Panlong City. And with that fame comes a dire consequence: Huang Xuanyu's enmity, now sealed beyond redemption. His future fraught with peril. Another hour passed before the two finally ceased their exchange. Shall we continue? Neither of us can best, Jin Yongfu said plainly. Huang Xuanyu felt every shred of dignity he'd regained moments earlier utterly obliterated. His face turned as black as ink. He knew with cold certainty that even at Yushao Realm's first layer he could not overcome Jin Yongfu. To persist would only deepen his humiliation. Enough! Huang Jintian's voice boomed, final unyielding. Hearing his father, Huang Xuanyu clenched his fists until his knuckles blanched purple and submitted. You will pay for this. His fury condensed into that single seething threat. As Huang Xuanyu turned to leave, Jin Yongfu called out urgently, "Wait! My 500,000 immortal stones." Huang Xuanyu's face contorted with rage. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "They shall be delivered to the Lin family after the banquet." Jin Yongfu frowned. He feared those stones might vanish into oblivion once the feast concluded. He doubted Lin Bufan would risk provoking the Huang family over 500,000 immortal stones to secure. After all, the Lin and Huang families maintained cordial relations. Perhaps even one command from Patriarch Huang Jintian would compel Lin Bufan himself to persuade Jin Yongfu to relinquish the debt entirely. "Do you lack sufficient funds at present? I require these stones urgently. I beg you to honor your pledge now." Jin Yongfu drew a slow breath, his tone deferential, his expression softening into a humble, ingratiating smile. He understood well the folly of pushing Huang Xuanyu to utter ruin. "Have my words failed to reach your ears?" Huang Xuanyu roared. His last vestige of scholarly refinement shattered utterly. In that instant, all witnessed Huang Xuanyu's true visage, ruthless, unmasked, ferocious. Lu Qing'an, long aware of Huang Xuanyu's vicious hypocrisy, narrowed his eyes in quiet disapproval. Mu Rong Ying's expression soured. She too felt her own prestige tarnished. Jin Yongfu's face tightened, but he knew retreat was impossible. Does the mighty Huang family truly lack the integrity to uphold its word? Silence crashed over the assembly like a physical weight. Then Huang Jintian spoke. "Calm, unruffled, Xuanyu, hand your immortal sword to this young friend." Hearing his father's unervingly placid tone, Huang Xuanyu's murderous glare vanished instantly. With visible reluctance, he withdrew a Tier 5 supreme-grade immortal sword and tossed it to Jin Yongfu. He had feared this very demeanor since childhood. A Tier 5 supreme-grade immortal sword, valued precisely at 500,000 immortal stones. "Does this satisfy you, young friend?" Huang Jintian fixed Jin Yongfu with an unreadable gaze and asked, his features utterly still. Jin Yongfu accepted the blade and nodded, "Gratitude, senior." Huang Jintian then offered a serene, almost gentle smile. "No thanks required. But I have a question. Was your earlier remark deliberately intended to besmirch the Huang family's honor? Or did you truly believe we lacked even this sliver of credibility?" Jin Yongfu met Huang Jintian's gaze, and his expression hardened. Only now did he grasp how dangerously his words had been misconstrued. Lin Bufan rose and interjected, "Brother Huang Yongfu speaks without guile. This was but a simple misunderstanding. Pray do not hold it against him." Huang Jintian cast a frigid, dismissive glance toward Lin Bufan. "Is it your place to speak? Or do you too deem the Huang family devoid of honor?" Lin Bufan's pores prickled with icy dread. Was this the oppressive aura of a Su-Ji realm powerhouse? He swiftly turned to Panlong City's Lord Mu Rong Qingming, the banquet's host, only to find him pointedly avoiding eye contact, unwilling to provoke Huang Jintian. After all, this meteoric prodigy held no ties to the Lord's household. Moreover, the Lord had long resented the frequent alliance between the dominant Huang and Lin families. Lin Bufan clenched his jaw and looked to Song Yuanming, but the latter sat slumped, eyes closed, feigning drunken slumber. The impasse seemed absolute. Jin Yongfu hovered midair, locked under Huang Jintian's unblinking stare, and suddenly realized with chilling clarity that he could no longer utter a single word. An invisible pressure had coalesced over his heart, crushing his limbs into immobility. Was this the terror of a Su-Ji realm master? 100-fold greater than any Xian realm cultivator. Just as all assumed Jin Yongfu would inevitably suffer this grievous affront, a voice rang out, calm, resonant, and effortless. "A joyous banquet need not descend into such tension, Patriarch Huang. For my sake, let this matter rest." He Jingming, director of the Treasure Accumulation Pavilion, smiled warmly as he spoke. The Grandmaster of the Alchemists Guild added, "Precisely. Why chastise a youth? Let us resume our wine. Let this episode fade. Guests stood stunned, utterly unprepared for both guild leaders to intervene on Zhen Yongfu's behalf. No, surely the Lin family must share deep undisclosed bonds with these two guild heads. Lin Bufan froze bewildered when had such ties ever formed. He himself had no knowledge of it. Though the guild masters always received them with courtesy, all understood their status was profoundly elevated, beyond comparison. Especially He Jingming, transferred from the pavilion's central branch, was rumored to hold a singular exalted position within the highest echelons. Huang Jintian studied He Jingming and Gong Chuho in silence, then bowed respectfully and smiled. Since both esteemed guild masters have spoken, let this matter be laid to rest. Indeed, let us drink on. He Jingming replied, still smiling. Agreed, let us drink. Huang Jintian returned the smile. The banquet's tense gravity dissolved, replaced once more by festive warmth. Lu Qing'an remained outwardly composed, quietly withdrawing a concealed spirit communication jade slip into his sleeve. Fortunate indeed that he had recently met both men and exchanged resonant seals. Moments earlier he had swiftly drawn forth the jade slip and fused it with immortal qi to transmit his voice and send a brief plea to He Jingming. Had he not acted, his sworn brother would have suffered irreparable disgrace today. And He Jingming intervened, not out of personal regard for Lu Qing'an, but because Lu Qing'an had pledged to supply him with no fewer than 2 Tier 5 peerless grade treasures. Given his remaining lifespan, such a transaction, exchanged at the Tower of Lifespan Renewal, was but a At that moment, Su Qingying suddenly turned to Lu Qing'an and gently called out, "Martial friend." Lu Qing'an turned to look at Su Qingying puzzled and asked, "What is it? How about coming over here to sit? Let's discuss the matter of discussing the scriptures," Su Qingying inquired. Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment and then switched places with the Shouchuan next to Su Qingying. The reason Morong Inshua suddenly looked at Lu Qing'an was that she unexpectedly discovered that his physique was remarkably similar to that of the masked man she had encountered for a long time. The reason Morong Inshua suddenly looked at Lu Qing'an was that she unexpectedly discovered that his physique was remarkably similar to that of the masked man she had encountered. However, that person possessed the strength of the moonlit realm, definitely not Shouchuan of the Huang family. Congratulations, martial friend, so you earned quite a bit of spirit stones not long ago. After taking a seat, Lu Qing'an quietly congratulated her. Su Qingying did not wish to discuss this matter, and quietly replied, "Martial friend, I'm afraid we can no longer approach Zhen Yongfu for the scriptures." Given the current situation, their young master had already hated Zhen Yongfu to the core. If they approached Zhen Yongfu again, they would surely be implicated. Lu Qing'an nodded, but from this matter it seemed Zhen Yongfu was fine. His character was still the same, unchanged. However, after tonight his good brother would probably face an even greater crisis. Thinking of this, Lu Qing'an couldn't help but look towards Huang Xuanyu, finding him still fixed on Zhen Yongfu, his eyes as venomous as a snake, starkly different from his previously elegant demeanor at the banquet. "I have a hunch that the young master will soon take action against Zhen Yongfu. He is just too ostentatious." Su Qingying continued quietly. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an looked at Su Qingying again. This girl, does she really take her intuition as a capability? Nevertheless, at this moment, it's better to believe it than not. Could it be that as soon as the banquet ended, Huang Xuanyu would want to kill Yongfu? Just as Lu Qing'an was pondering this, a voice rang out not far away. "That kid, come here." The voice was deep and mature, belonging to none other than Song Yuanming. As soon as he spoke, the entire place held its breath, all eyes on the elder from the Xianjian sect who had been silently drinking since his arrival. Many people were unsure who the kid Song Yuanming was referring to. Was it Huang Xuanyu or Zhen Yongfu? "Master, who do you wish to see?" Morong Inshua asked from the side. The somewhat reckless kid from before Song Yuanming smiled as he looked towards Zhen Yongfu. Reckless? Lu Qing'an thought this term indeed suited Zhen Yongfu. This kid sometimes acted according to his nature, not thinking ahead, and if he didn't agree, he would just act. As he looked at Song Yuanming, a strange thought arose in his heart. Could it be that the extraordinary luck of his good brother was beginning to take effect again? Prompted by Lin Bufan, Zhen Yongfu quickly flew to Song Yuanming's side and respectfully said, "Junior Zhen Yongfu, greetings, senior." Facing Song Yuanming up close, even without the terrifying pressure he felt when confronting Huang Jintian earlier, Zhen Yongfu still found it hard to breathe. This elder, who appeared very amiable and exuded no hostility, still gave an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Kid, what do you call that state you were in earlier?" "I am not sure, but a friend helped me name it, called heart, like still water," Zhen Yongfu replied, his expression slightly. "Heart like still water. Your friend has some talent. That state is quite similar to a kind of celestial body I know of," Song Yuanming remarked. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. A celestial body. A celestial body that emerges once in 10,000 years. The reason Morong Inxue was called a top genius and accepted as a disciple by Song Yuanming was said to be that she possessed a dormant celestial body. I don't understand what the senior means by celestial body. Jin Yongfu scratched his head and said, your talent and combat ability are extremely strong, coupled with good fortune, allowing you to turn misfortune into good fortune. Would you like to take me as your master? Song Yuanming's smile grew even more pronounced at this point, and as he said this, he deliberately adjusted his sitting posture to appear as if he was not speaking drunkenly. Earlier, when Jin Yongfu encountered difficulties, he pretended to doze off, just to see if Jin Yongfu could pass a tribulation on his own. For him, although Jin Yongfu's personality was good and genuine, he was also prone to attracting trouble. However, if he could weather the tribulation himself, taking him as a disciple would indeed be a good choice. Jin Yongfu stood frozen in place. Not only him, but the entire room was also silent. Everyone, especially Huang Jintian and his son who had threatened Jin Yongfu earlier, felt as if an invisible hand had slapped them hard across the face, leaving them with a stinging pain. Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile. He genuinely admired Jin Yongfu's luck. Indeed, he could turn any misfortune into good fortune. One could only say he was incredible. After a moment of stupor, Jin Yongfu involuntarily looked in a certain direction. Seeing Jin Yongfu looking over, Lu Qing'an quickly blinked his eyes. Hey, you brat, are you still looking at me for an opinion at this time? Of course you should agree. How strange, why are you looking over there? Song Yuanming suddenly chuckled and also looked in the direction Jin Yongfu was sneaking glances. But soon Song Yuanming laughed and said, so there is someone you fancy. Lu Qing'an's expression became odd. He thought they were referring to Su Qingying beside Jin Yongfu. Wait. Lu Qing'an's expression changed slightly as he looked at Song Yuanming with a deepened gaze. This old man. Not simple. Such words were chilling upon reflection. Su Qingying's expression changed slightly. She was unsure of Jin Yongfu's thoughts, but Song Yuanming's words were akin to sending her into a deep abyss. If Jin Yongfu became Song Yuanming's disciple, it would be fine, as she wouldn't fear Huang Xuanyu's revenge. But at this moment, Song Yuanming's words predicted her tragic fate. Huang Xuanyu would surely transfer the humiliation he suffered from Jin Yongfu onto her. Wait a minute. Wasn't this the night she intended to sever her ties with the Huang family's Shochuan identity? Jin Yongfu was also startled, secretly thinking it was bad, but he couldn't refute Song Yuanming's words at this moment. Otherwise, he would put his good brother in danger. After all, over there were only Su Qingying and Lu Qing'an. Glancing at Su Qingying, Jin Yongfu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and pretended to grit his teeth, saying, Senior, I can join your sect, but I want to fight for her freedom. Upon hearing this, Su Qingying was stunned again. Got it. Lu Qing'an raised an eyebrow. Good kid, when did your brain turn so quickly? This Song Yuanming is indeed a character. He clearly intends to use Su Qingying to pressure Jin Yongfu to join his sect. Of course, he just got it wrong, as Jin Yongfu was not looking at Su Qingying. Song Yuanming laughed. You are indeed deep and affectionate. Very well, I shall assist you. Thereupon Song Yuanming handed a jade pendant to Jin Yongfu. With this pendant, you will be an outer disciple of the Xianjian sect. If anything happens to you in Panlong City, the Xianjian sect will hold them accountable. Ingxue, this girl is entrusted to you. Take her along when he goes to the sect. Upon hearing this, Murong Ingxue immediately responded, disciple obeys. Then Jin Yongfu remembered something and added, also she has a kind of poison on her. Song Yuanming looked towards Huang Jintian. Do you have any detoxification pills? Huang Jintian had no choice but to respond, smiling wryly, reporting to the senior, we do. He respectfully presented the pills. After obtaining the pills, Jin Yongfu came to Su Qingying's side, handed her the pills and the jade pendant, saying, you are free now. Su Qingying was overjoyed, exclaiming, thank you. You're welcome. After Jin Yongfu finished speaking, he returned to Song Yuanming's side. This time, he was clever, not glancing at Lu Qing'an as he passed. Lu Qing'an looked at Jin Yongfu with satisfaction. He finally learned to be smart. Afterwards, he secretly glanced at Su Qingying, thinking that this girl's intuition seemed to have some merit. Then does that mean he? Su Qingying swallowed the pill and immediately felt her body and mind relax. The poison had been removed. This meant she would not need to return to the Huang family tonight. All right, call out master, and let me hear it. Song Yuanming smiled at Jin Yongfu. Jin Yongfu said, disciple greets master. Song Yuanming nodded with satisfaction and then looked at Murong Ingxue. This is your senior sister. Greetings, senior sister. Jin Yongfu smiled and greeted her. Murong Ingxue returned the smile. Hello, junior brother. The banquet square remained silent. All the guests present bore witness to a scene they would never forget. Especially when they glanced towards the Huang family's higher-ups, they were all suppressing their laughter. Huang Jintian and his son had become the biggest laughingstock of Panlong City tonight. This banquet must come to an end. Our Huang family has matters to attend to. Murong Laudi, we shall take our leave. Huang Jintian still maintained a calm demeanor as he looked at Murong Qingming. Murong Qingming nodded. However, just as the Huang family was preparing to leave, Murong Ingxue suddenly called out to Huang Xuanyu. Huang Xuanyu, I have something I want to discuss with you privately. Huang Xuanyu was so angry that he felt his skull might burst, but upon seeing Murong Yingshu's beautiful face, he still forced himself to restore his elegant demeanor. Let's talk another day. He knew he had lost face today, and did not want his fiancée to see him in such an embarrassing state, deciding to find Murong Yingshu after some time. Murong Qingming suddenly realized something, and quickly looked at his daughter, shaking his head solemnly. Murong Yingshu glanced at her father, clenched her fist, and said, Murong Qingming suddenly realized something, and quickly looked at his daughter, shaking his head solemnly. Murong Yingshu glanced at her father, clenched her fist, and said, Father, I am sorry. The engagement was set many years ago by my grandfather and Huang Xuanyu's grandfather. But I do not wish to marry Huang Xuanyu. I do not like Huang Xuanyu. She had tried hard to persuade her father to cancel this marriage arrangement, but ultimately it was in vain. Now that her master was here, she had to annul the engagement. It was her only hope. Moreover, since Huang Xuanyu was not giving her an opportunity to speak privately, she could only apologize to him. She had originally intended to discuss this matter with Huang Xuanyu privately, and then give him some dignity, allowing him to break the engagement in front of everyone rather than her bringing it up publicly. I want to annul our engagement. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if the world had pressed the pause button. The entire scene fell into a dead silence. Lu Qing'an watched this unfold, nearly unable to contain his laughter. You brat, your methods are ruthless enough, but sometimes being too extreme can bring about repercussions. The entire venue fell silent for a moment, then gradually grew noisy. Huang Xuanyu had no time to mind the gazes cast upon him. His eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at Murong Yingshu. What are you saying? He couldn't accept this fact. Murong Yingshu took a deep breath. A flicker of guilt passed through her clear eyes, but more than that there was determination. She repeated, I don't like you. Our personalities don't match. So let's call off the engagement. Name whatever compensation you need. Huang Xuanyu fell into silence, his eyes blazing with fury. This humiliation stung 100 times more than his earlier defeat by Zhen Yongfu. Yet just as he prepared to demand an explanation at all costs, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Nising Shua, let's discuss this behind closed doors another day. Huang Zhentian, calm and composed, turned to Murong Qingming and said, City Lord, what do you think? The familiar terms of brotherhood were no longer used. Indeed, that is proper. Murong Qingming nodded. Seeing his daughter about to speak, he said sternly, Yingshu, and no more nonsense. Murong Yingshu bit her lip and glanced at her master, who pretended not to notice and continued drinking. She smiled bitterly in her heart and could only nod. In truth, she sometimes couldn't fathom her master. Why he always acted as if he hadn't heard or seen anything. The Huang family finally departed. Lu Qing'an, as one of the longevity springs of the Huang family, left with them. Before going, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhen Yongfu. From then on, Zhen Yongfu, like Su Qingying, gained freedom unrestrained in Panlong City. The guests watched the flying boat recede into the distance, a lingering regret in their hearts that the affair had not reached its climax. Song Yuanmin also watched the departing flying boat, but his target was peculiar, a longevity spring, with an enigmatic smile on his face. However, he soon shifted his gaze. A shimmering golden sound transmission jade slip appeared in his hand. After listening for a moment, he frowned slightly, then looked at Murong Yingshu. Your master has matters to attend to. There's no need for you to rush to the Immortal Sword sect. You can go in half a year. With that, without exchanging words with others, he soared into the air and vanished in the blink of an eye. On the top-grade immortal flying boat of the 5th rank, all members of the Huang family remained silent. After a long period of calm, Huang Xuanyu could no longer hold back his anger and coldly addressed the group of longevity springs. Who among you has the best relationship with Su Qingying? At these words, the longevity springs trembled in fear. Lu Qing'an, mingling among them, silently cursed. This bastard, unable to vent his anger, was looking for someone to take it out on. Unable to deal with Zhen Yongfu, he blamed all his grievances on Su Qingying. And now unable to deal with her either, he was shifting his wrath to her friends. Huang Zixing then stepped forward with a frown. Young master. But before he could finish, Huang Xuanyu said coldly, not worth it for a few longevity springs. Huang Zixing's frown deepened. In the end, he had no choice but to sigh silently and turn away. Seeing that no one among the longevity springs answered, Huang Xuanyu said harshly, all of you have a good relationship with her. Then I'll kill you all. His sinister words struck like arrows, piercing the weakest parts of the longevity springs' hearts. On the verge of losing his sanity, Huang Xuanyu was clearly capable of such inhuman acts. One of them, unable to bear the pressure, quickly said, I've seen Su Qingying talking with him many times. They had a very good relationship when they were in the mortal world. The person pointed at was the arrogant man at the Star Radiance Realm second layer. The arrogant man was utterly bewildered and tried to defend himself, but before he could even half open his mouth, his eyes suddenly filled with blood, and he crashed heavily to the ground, his life force dissipating, dead. The longevity springs were greatly shocked, but also secretly relieved that their own association with Su Qingying was not close. They thought Huang Xuanyu had vented enough and would stop. But who would have thought? I despise those who betray others the most. The betrayer's eyes bulged suddenly, and under the terrifying pressure, he was powerless to resist and died instantly. And you all, Huang Xuanyu, seemed to have gone berserk, his gaze sweeping over all the longevity springs. Lu Qing'an's expression was cold and stern, ready to act at any moment. At the critical moment, that steady voice rang out again. Enough, stop this nonsense. Huang Zhentian, steering the flying boat, with his back to them, spoke with a heavy tone. Under this voice, Huang Xuanyu gradually regained his senses, but his fists were still clenched tightly. They still have their uses, Huang Zhentian said, his voice devoid of any emotion. So it wasn't that he wanted to stop Huang Xuanyu from killing indiscriminately, but that he thought it would be a waste. Take them to the longevity exchange tower, Huang Zhentian said, glancing at Huang Hongzhong. Huang Hongzhong quickly nodded, summoned a third-rank immortal flying boat, and led the trembling longevity springs out of the city. Once the longevity springs had left, Huang Zhentian looked at Huang Xuanyu. A trace of disappointment finally emerged on his expressionless face. Take tonight's events as a trial, and think carefully. If your brother were still alive, how would he handle this? Huang Xuanyu, who had been struggling to control his emotions, suddenly burst out. His eyes turned red and his fists clenched until they were purple. Yes, you're right. He'll never be as good as my brother. I wish it were me who died, not mothering him. Then I wouldn't have brought shame to you and the family. Huang Xuanyu roared in catharsis, years of pent-up resentment erupting due to today's events. Huang Zhentian's face darkened at these words, but seeing his son's reddened eyes, he ultimately sighed inwardly, turned around, and said nothing. He had only one family left. A small flying boat darted swiftly through the night sky. The group of longevity springs who boarded Huang Hongzhong's flying boat immediately felt their legs go weak, half of them collapsing to the ground. They had just escaped the jaws of death. Lu Qing'an stood quietly, his eyes narrowed in thought. This bastard is too erratic. At this moment, he was also glad that he had been cautious enough in daily life, always maintaining a proper distance from Su Qingying in public and claiming they weren't familiar. Even when he needed to discuss matters with Su Qingying, he did so in private. Otherwise, he would have been dealt with by Huang Xuanyu just now. If it were only Huang Xuanyu, he might have been able to withstand the lethal blow and escape on the flying boat. But with the Huang family's high-ranking members present, especially Huang Zhentian, a Void Silence Realm powerhouse, he would have been utterly doomed. Being cautious in daily life really paid off. It could save his life at a critical moment. Also, since no fight broke out, did that mean Su Qingying's intuition was wrong? After all, he hadn't shown his full abilities, not even lifting a hand. However, the Huang family is a place of great danger. I must leave once I come out of the longevity exchange tower. This banquet showed that none of the 5 great families were benign. After leaving the Huang family, it would be best to become a rogue cultivator. With abundant resources and means of self-preservation coupled with his knowledge of Panlong City, he no longer needed the Huang family as a backing to survive in the city. Watching the flying boat leave Panlong City and head toward the longevity exchange secret realm, a smile finally crept onto Lu Qing'an's lips. But it quickly faded as he noticed Huang Hongzhong's gaze suddenly fixed on him. What's your name? Huang Hongzhong asked abruptly. The flying boat continued on its course. Lu Qing'an sensed a hint of foreboding, but still cupped his hands in reply, reporting to senior. This junior is Wu Tsiren. Wu of martial CI, of mercy, Ren of benevolence. Well, a man of calm in the face of danger, Huang Hongzhong remarked. Lu Qing'an narrowed his eyes. Had Huang Hongzhong noticed his composed demeanor when facing Huang Zuanyu's impending massacre? Not calm in the face of danger, I was just stunned with fear earlier, Lu Qing'an said, cupping his hands. No need to hide it. You and I are of the same kind. Huang Hongzhong spoke plainly, then fell silent. Lu Qing'an looked at Huang Hongzhong's back, pondered for a moment, and said no more. Was this man also not so simple? Huang Hongzhong's cultivation was at the 10th layer of the moon firmament realm, not yet having stepped into the heavenly evolution realm, so he didn't pose a significant threat for now. After this trip to the longevity exchange tower, he would leave the Huang family and not show his true face in Panlong City. So he ignored Huang Hongzhong and waited quietly for the flying boat to reach its destination. Soon the flying boat arrived before the longevity exchange secret realm. It looked the same as a few years ago, unchanged. Still led by Huang Hongzhong, they entered the secret realm and came to the longevity exchange tower. If you don't want to die, obediently invest 8,000 years of lifespan. You still have a chance to live. If you refuse, those 2 just now are your fate, Huang Hongzhong threatened coldly. Lu Qing'an and the others nodded and entered the longevity exchange tower. Once inside the longevity exchange tower, Lu Qing'an could no longer suppress the grin spreading across his face. Finally inside. Come to my embrace, you higher-tier treasures. Within the space of the longevity exchange tower, it remained empty and boundless, stretching for 10,000 miles in desolation. As soon as Lu Qing'an entered, a stream of information flooded his mind, detailing the exchange rules of the tower. He had already learned of this once before, but to his surprise, the information he received this time seemed more extensive. This longevity exchange tower is of a lower grade, capable of exchanging only treasures below the 7th grade immortal tier. However, exchanging for a 7th grade immortal treasure requires 2 million years of lifespan, which I cannot afford at the moment. But if I desire higher grade treasures, must I seek out a more advanced longevity exchange tower? Lu Qing'an took a deep breath, setting aside this information for now. His current lifespan stood at 1,680,000 years. To exchange for lower and mid-grade 5th-grade immortal treasures required an investment of 180,000 years of lifespan, meaning that after investing that amount, there was a probability of obtaining such treasures. Exchanging for high-grade and supreme-grade 5th-grade immortal treasures required an investment of 300,000 years of lifespan. Exchanging for lower and mid-grade 6th-grade immortal treasures required an investment of 500,000 years of lifespan. Exchanging for high-grade and supreme-grade 6th-grade immortal treasures required an investment of 1,000,000 years of lifespan. During my time in Panlong City, the highest grade treasures I've seen were mostly 5th to 6th grade immortal items. The best flying vessel was merely Murong Yingshu's supreme-grade 5th grade immortal ship. Immortal swords were of a similar grade, and 6th grade immortal treasures were exceedingly rare. Perhaps only a Void Silence Realm powerhouse like the City Lord could possess them, and even then only 1 or 2. Therefore, obtaining 1 or 2 6th-grade immortal treasures would already elevate me to a top-tier figure here in Panlong City. And if I were to possess a high-grade or supreme-grade 6th-grade immortal treasure, even a Void Silence Realm expert like the City Lord would be astonished at the sight. After much deliberation, Lu Qing'an had devised a plan for utilizing his 1,680,000 years of lifespan. I can first invest 1,000,000 years, then 500,000 years, and finally 180,000 years. Absolutely perfect. Alright, no more words, let's begin. Lu Qing'an decisively invested 180,000 years of lifespan first. In the next moment, a sphere of light emerged from the void, and as it dissipated, a treasure appeared before him. This item resembled a small pagoda. It was a magical artifact crafted from exquisite gems set into a silver frame, its mirror surface clear and bright, the frame delicately ornate, adorned with intricate patterns that radiated a mysterious glow. Its full name was the Exquisite Pagoda, a mid-grade 5th-grade immortal magical artifact. Its function allowed cultivators to use this artifact to reflect the flaws in their mind and cultivation, revealing their true selves and helping them recognize the correct direction and goals of their practice. It could be used up to the mysterious light realm. This means it can assist immortal-level experts within the mysterious light realm in swiftly identifying cultivation issues and improving them, thereby stabilizing their foundations. It is indeed a fine artifact. Lu Qing'an promptly stowed away the Exquisite Pagoda and proceeded with the next operation. Invest 500,000 years of lifespan. He grew increasingly expectant this exchange would yield a 6th-grade immortal treasure. In an instant, 500,000 years of his lifespan were consumed, and then a sphere of light materialized in the void. This sphere was visibly twice as large as the previous one. As the light faded, a treasure appeared before him. The frost mirror. What a find! Exactly the treasure I desired. The object resembled a translucent little mirror from which a chilling coldness continuously emanated. Its frame was inlaid with exquisite silver edges reflecting a faint blue light and exuding an aura of mystery. This magical artifact was a mid-grade 6th-grade immortal defensive treasure. It could perfectly withstand a full-force strike from a mid to late stage Void Silence Realm expert. Moreover, while defending, it could unleash a terrifying frost attack to counter and slay the enemy. As for attacks from those below the Void Silence Realm, it could nullify them 3 times. This means if the City Lord or the Huang family head were to strike with all their might to kill me, one of them would die. Perfect. This treasure is utterly perfect. Lu Qing'an laughed heartily, a rare sight. This was not merely a defensive treasure, but also an offensive one. It was truly the treasure of his dreams. The only pity is that its usage is limited. Lu Qing'an carefully stowed away the frost mirror. Then, holding his breath, he invested the final 1,000,000 years of lifespan. All in, his remaining lifespan instantly dwindled to just a few days. A colossal sphere of light, requiring 1 person to encircle, emerged from the void. The intense glare made him squint. As the light dissipated, a metal ship model appeared in his vision. A supreme-grade 6th-grade immortal flying vessel. I've hit the jackpot. Lu Qing'an was ecstatic, his brows dancing with joy. A supreme-grade 6th-grade immortal flying vessel possessed the flight speed of a peak Void Silence Realm expert, while its hull could withstand attacks from such a powerhouse. This meant that even if he offended a peak Void Silence Realm expert, as long as he could summon this vessel and board it, he would remain invincible within Panlong City. Let alone the City Lord and the Huang family head who had just broken through to the Void Silence Realm. Their attacks couldn't even make a flying vessel of this grade tremble. This signifies that from now on, I am an unmatched existence in Panlong City. Most of the experts in Panlong City were at the mysterious light realm. With the frost mirror and the supreme-grade 6th-grade immortal flying vessel, he could dominate unchallenged. How satisfying. Feeling his lifespan depleted, Lu Qing'an took a deep breath, turned around, and walked outward, quickly suppressing the excitement on his face. He would return once he had accumulated enough lifespan again. With such confidence, gathering lifespan in the future should be much easier. This was not an end, but a beginning, so he looked forward to his next visit. The Longevity Exchange Tower near Panlong City can only exchange for treasures below the 7th grade immortal tier. After I've amassed enough 6th grade immortal treasures, I'll search for a Longevity Exchange secret realm capable of exchanging for 7th grade immortal treasures and above. With a vast collection of 6th grade immortal treasures, I'll have sufficient confidence to venture out and seek more advanced Longevity Exchange secret realms. Qing'an had already planned his next step. He would not roam the Immortal Realm until he had formidable self-preservation abilities. With a flicker of his form, he appeared outside the Longevity Exchange Tower. At that moment, a group of Star Radiance Realm Longevity Springs were already waiting outside. Qing'an's emergence was swift enough not to arouse Huang Hongzhong's suspicion. "All right, hand over the exchange treasures," Huang Hongzhong said in a deep voice. The group of Longevity Springs sighed in unison, producing various 4th grade immortal treasures, mostly lower and mid-grade ones. However, 2 individuals did not produce their treasures. One was an unremarkable man, and the other was Qing'an. After a moment of hesitation, Qing'an still brought out a treasure. It was his previously used Supreme Grade 4th Grade Immortal Void Sailing Vessel. Since he had already upgraded to a Supreme Grade 6th Grade Immortal Void Sailing Vessel, he saw no need to cause trouble in the stable environment over a low-grade item, so he handed it over. When Huang Hongzhong saw the Supreme Grade 4th Grade Immortal Flying Vessel Qing'an handed over, he was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. "Good. Your luck is remarkable." The value of this vessel surpassed all the treasures the other Longevity Springs had combined. Qing'an nodded calmly, saying nothing. "And you?" Huang Hongzhong's gaze shifted to the last person. The unremarkable man gritted his teeth and with great reluctance produced a treasure. It was a red pendant. A Supreme Grade 4th Grade Immortal Treasure. "My. Good. Another Supreme Grade 4th Grade Immortal Treasure." Huang Hongzhong excitedly snatched the pendant. After examining it, his excitement grew even more intense. "What a fine treasure. This treasure is superb." "Ha ha." Qing'an noticed that Huang Hongzhong was 10 times more thrilled than when he had received his flying vessel. What does this thing do, he wondered inwardly. But he couldn't be bothered to care. It was merely a Supreme Grade 4th Grade Immortal Treasure. What he needed to do now was leave this secret realm, safely return to the Immortal Mountain, and then, at a safe time, quietly slip away from the Huang family, thus completely breaking free from their control. Therefore, all he had to do was nothing, remain inconspicuous and blend in as an extra. "All right, time to go back." Huang Hongzhong collected all the treasures and led the group away. Everyone boarded Huang Hongzhong's flying vessel, once more heading toward the Huang family. The vessel sped through the air, skimming over clouds and weaving through the night. Outside, the wind was strong and the mysterious moon hung high. It seems Su Qingying's intuition was indeed wrong. Although I will break free from the Longevity Springs constraints, I haven't made any grand moves. Qing'an quietly gazed at the night, recalling Su Qingying's recent words. A grand move would at least require action. Yet tonight he would pass in peace. However, just as he thought this, an unexpected event occurred. He stood silently on the vessel, and at one point, he saw Huang Hongzhong take out the jade pendant to study it again. Soon after Huang Hongzhong donned the pendant, his gaze suddenly snapped to Qing'an. A moment ago his mind was serene, the next every pore on his body contracted. Years of instinct, acutely sensitive to danger, told him that something bad was about to happen. Are you still hiding treasures?" Huang Hongzhong stared at Qing'an with a mix of surprise and severity. This single sentence made Qing'an's face instantly harden. Could the pendant's function be to detect whether others were concealing treasures? At that moment, Su Qingying's words echoed in his mind. This girl, she's truly uncanny. He was indeed about to take action. Qing'an had already quietly taken out the ice mirror, gripping it tightly in his left palm. Though he did not intend to use the ice mirror to resolve the current situation, it served as a safeguard to protect himself in case of unexpected events. He resolved to contend with Huang Hongzhong through sheer strength. Even if Huang Hongzhong was at the 10th layer of the Yueshao realm, he remained unfazed. As Huang Hongzhong approached step by step, Qing'an's expression was as calm as still water, his entire body entering a peculiar state. Just as Huang Hongzhong closed in within 3 zhang of Qing'an, he suddenly halted. "I feel somehow that you might pose a threat to me." Huang Hongzhong's expression turned grim, and in the next moment, he held nothing back, drawing his immortal sword and summoning his magical artifact. Qing'an made no response, silently watching Huang Hongzhong and his artifact like a mute, while also keeping an eye on the surrounding Shouchuan. The crowd of Shouchuan had already retreated swiftly to the rear of the flying vessel, staring in astonishment at Qing'an, who shared their identity, yet remained exceptionally composed. "I'll give you one more chance. Hand over all the treasures you carry." Huang Hongzhong fixed his gaze on Qing'an, unleashing the oppressive aura of his 10th layer, Yueshao realm cultivation. Qing'an still did not reply. Kindness spurned and force must be met. Without further words, Huang Hongzhong accelerated, abruptly charging toward Lu Qing'an like a sneak attack. The moment Huang Hongzhong entered the 3 zhang range, Lu Qing'an waved his right hand, casting several formation arrays. A shimmering barrier of light instantly enveloped them both. A flash of light appeared in his hand as an immortal sword materialized. He activated a 5th-rank movement technique to its utmost, vanishing from his spot, as if merging into the void, closing in on Huang Hongzhong to execute a peerless 6th-rank celestial sword art. The entire sequence flowed like drifting clouds and running water, as if rehearsed over many years. It was only then that Huang Hongzhong perceived Lu Qing'an's true strength, the second layer of the Immortal Realm. Moreover, his movement technique, sword art, and formation mastery were all of the highest caliber. Impossible! Huang Hongzhong exclaimed in shock. Not only him, but the group of Shochuan at the vessel's stern were also dumbfounded, as if witnessing a horrifying spectacle. Lu Qing'an, who shared their status as a Shochuan, was so formidable. They had all carefully watched the battle between Zhen Yongfu and Huang Xuanyu, yet now they felt that Lu Qing'an's displayed strength was even more terrifying than Zhen Yongfu's. Caught off guard especially by Lu Qing'an's unparalleled movement technique, Huang Hongzhong had no time to deploy any protective measures before sensing the overwhelming sword art engulfing his entire body. Boom! The flying vessel came to an abrupt halt as Huang Hongzhong's figure was hurled out of it. After knocking Huang Hongzhong unconscious with a full-force strike, Lu Qing'an swiftly pursued and trapped him within a storage golden bead. However, had he not been discovered by Huang Hongzhong, he would have preferred to leave the Huang family quietly. Now with this act, he feared he could no longer show his true. However, had he not been discovered by Huang Hongzhong, he would have preferred to leave the Huang family quietly. Now with this act, he feared he could no longer show his true face in Panlong City. The Huang family would surely hunt him down, unless he annihilated every Shochuan who had witnessed this scene. The crowd of Shochuan, feeling Lu Qing'an's gaze upon them, as if stared down by a primordial beast, trembled uncontrollably. Too powerful. He defeated Huang Hongzhong with a single blow. Was this truly the same mortal who ascended alongside them? Gazing at these Shochuan, Lu Qing'an pondered inwardly. These people shared his identity as Shochuan and had committed no evil. Yet they had seen what they should not have. A thought struck him. His treasure space required many workers for construction. Very well then. These people would have to spend a long time within his treasure, perhaps never to emerge again. Not long after Lu Qing'an distanced himself from the previous battlefield, donned a mask, and decisively summoned the newly exchanged 6th-rank Celestial Supreme flying vessel. The flying vessel had already been bound to him, granting him absolute self-protection within it. Thus he directly released Huang Hongzhong. The vessel came to rest atop a mountain peak hovering in the void. As Lu Qing'an counted the newly acquired treasures, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. These 4th-rank celestial treasures could fetch a good number of spirit stones if sold. At that moment, he noticed Huang Hongzhong slowly regaining consciousness. Upon waking, Huang Hongzhong first clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then startled, he realized he was inside a 6th-rank Celestial Supreme flying vessel. Lu Qing'an looked at the stunned Huang Hongzhong and said calmly, "Do you know why I didn't kill you outright?" Huang Hongzhong stared at the masked Lu Qing'an, his throat bobbing rapidly. "You? Who exactly are you?" Lu Qing'an discovered that the 6th-rank Celestial Supreme vessel could block external perception, so he dared to remove his mask and reveal his true face. The reason he hadn't killed Huang Hongzhong outright was to see if he could extract more intelligence about the Huang family. Even if the Huang family pursued him in the future, possessing some of their secret intelligence would better prepare him to counter their attacks. Upon seeing Lu Qing'an's true features, Huang Hongzhong was stunned once more. "The treasure you carry. It's a 6th-rank Celestial Supreme flying vessel. No. You are clearly only at the Immortal Realm. How could you exchange for such a treasure?" Huang Hongzhong racked his brains, but could not fathom it. The more he thought, the more absurd it seemed. Lu Qing'an narrowed his eyes, a killing intent emanating from him. "Your current task is not to question my existence, but to convince me why I shouldn't kill you right now." Feeling the murderous intent, Huang Hongzhong shivered. "Tell me, what do you wish to know?" "He'll tell you everything." A faint smile curled on Lu Qing'an's lips. "A clever man indeed. Tell me what you know about the Huang family. If it satisfies me, I will spare your life as a contingency. Otherwise, you are of no use." Huang Hongzhong's eyes darted left and right, then he gritted his teeth. "I know many of the Huang family secrets. If you promise to let me live, I'll reveal everything." "Are you bargaining with me?" "A pity. You've already exhausted my patience." A flash of light appeared in Lu Qing'an's hand as an immortal sword materialized. Panicking, Huang Hongzhong said, "I'll talk. He'll tell you everything." He poured out all his knowledge of the Huang family to Lu Qing'an, yet he noticed that Lu Qing'an still held the immortal sword. "I've told you everything I know. Please spare my life." Lu Qing'an frowned, slightly lost in thought, seemingly not hearing Huang Hongzhong's pleas. This Huang family is indeed not simple. The relationship between the Huang family and the city lord's mansion was rather delicate. Years ago, the Huang family had already possessed the power to threaten the city lord's mansion, but after a certain upheaval, the Huang family's strongest elder, the old patriarch, and the old city lord perished together, leading to the current delicate balance. The Huang family had long remained subordinate to the city lord's mansion, but now they seemed to be plotting something significant. As for the specifics, Huang Hongzhong did not yet know. Huang Hongzhong also disclosed the circumstances of the two most important members of the Huang family. The family head Huang Jintian and his son Huang Xuanyu each harbored insurmountable inner demons. Huang Zhenqian's wife and eldest son were killed years ago. He had been hunting for the murderer ever since, and their deaths had left him with an unshakable knot in his heart. Yet even so, Huang Jintian was an extremely formidable man. In Huang Hongzhong's words, his mind was unfathomably deep, and no one could truly discern his intentions. He was a fearsome figure. As for Huang Xuanyu, he had grown up in the shadow of his elder brother. Even after his brother's death, both he and Huang Jintian felt he could never match up to him. For years, Huang Xuanyu had trained diligently and strived to achieve results, all to gain his father's approval. But tonight, all his efforts had turned to dust. "You seem to know the father and son quite well," Lu Qing'an remarked indifferently. Hearing this, Huang Hongzhong, as if making a momentous decision, gritted his teeth and said, "To be honest, I have been lying low within the Huang family for years, all for revenge. I am not a coward who fears death, but I have yet to achieve my vengeance. I cannot accept it." Lu Qing'an was slightly taken aback. Elaborate. He naturally did not believe it, but he wished to see what excuse Huang Hongzhong could fabricate. "I was originally a mere mortal spring in the mortal realm, and through my own efforts, I joined the Huang family. In the mortal realm, I had friends and family, all of whom died indirectly at the hands of the Huang family. Especially my wife. She ascended with me, became a mortal spring, but failed to reach the lunar firmament realm and perished at the third layer of the stellar radiance realm." Huang Hongzhong's face contorted with fury, his teeth clenched. "I hate the Huang family. I hate Huang Xuanyu. But I know that to take revenge, I must endure humiliation and bear the burden. Everything I have done in the Huang family over the years has been to find an opportunity to kill Huang Xuanyu. Yet no matter how hard I try, his talent is too great, his strength too formidable. I climbed step by step, all for the day I could enter the Huang family's upper echelons and find other means to slay that brat." Lu Qing'an gazed at Huang Hongzhong, truly not anticipating this confession from the depths of his heart. He knew Huang Hongzhong had once been a mortal spring, but he had never imagined the man harbored such a side. Was it all for the chance to kill Huang Xuanyu? "Do you think I would believe you?" Lu Qing'an asked calmly. Huang Hongzhong gritted his teeth. "Every word I speak is the truth. Yet you have also slain many mortal springs who ascended from the mortal realm." Lu Qing'an said placidly. Huang Hongzhong sighed. "These were necessary sacrifices." Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment, then replied with the same calm. "If I let you go, I would not be able to sleep at night." From the moment he revealed the immortal 6th rank supreme flying vessel, he had no intention of releasing Huang Hongzhong. Huang Hongzhong clenched his fists, but in the end his spirit deflated. It seemed death was still unavoidable. Yet his great vengeance remained unfulfilled. "Of course I will keep my word and spare your life," Lu Qing'an said. "Cripple your own cultivation, and I will allow you to live out the rest of your days in peace. If one day Huang Xuanyu is on the verge of death, I will grant your last wish and let you witness his gruesome end." Huang Hongzhong was still useful to him, at least familiar with the Huang family. But he could not keep Huang Hongzhong with his power intact. Huang Hongzhong let out a bitter laugh. After crippling his cultivation, his lifespan would be reduced to a mere 1,000 years, and without breaking through to the heavenly derivative realm, it was as good as death. After all, how could Huang Xuanyu die within 1,000 years? But then, bang! Huang Hongzhong gritted his teeth and struck his own chest, spewing a mouthful of scorching blood. "I hope one day I can see him die." Lu Qing'an watched as the aura of cultivation rapidly dissipated from Huang Hongzhong's body, confirming that the man had spoken the truth. He was quite a figure. Lu Qing'an then fed Huang Hongzhong a self-made pill. Only after ensuring everything was secure did he store him in his Dharma treasure, the storage golden orb, imprisoning him there, thus fulfilling his promise. Alright, the first goal, breaking free from the Huang family's shackles and gaining the ability to protect myself, is complete. However, it has also triggered a series of incidents, and I may soon face pursuit from the Huang family. I need to start planning the next step. His next goal remained largely the same. That was to continue accumulating more lifespan and acquiring more treasures. Now that he had a foundation for self-preservation, obtaining more lifespan would no longer be difficult. Whether by burning high-grade immortal herbs or slaying immortal beasts, both were excellent choices. He could also purchase immortal herbs to burn and increase his lifespan. Selling this batch of immortal 4th-rank treasures will be enough to accumulate a substantial amount of lifespan. But even after accumulating enough lifespan, gaining access to the lifespan exchange tower remains a problem. Having left the Huang family, he could no longer rely on them to bring him into the tower. and he had no desire to join another clan, as that would also bind him. The Lifespan Exchange Tower outside the city was controlled by the city lord, so his best option was to have the city lord grant him direct passage. Ideally, he could enter the Lifespan Exchange Tower without any qualifications, free to come and go as he pleased. With even a little lifespan stored, he could visit the tower at once. One more treasure each day. Imagining such a life fills me with delight. The city lord's daughter is now senior brother Young Fuss Marshall's sister. I can scheme from this angle. Lu Qing'an soon curled his lips into a smile, having thought of an effective solution. With his current ability to protect himself, he could wear a mask to meet the city lord of the Void Stillness Realm without fear. Therefore, he decided to have Jin Yongfu take him to see the city lord tomorrow. With this thought, Lu Qing'an smiled calmly and steered the immortal 6th rank Supreme flying vessel toward a direction. He took out a sound transmission jade slip to contact He Jingming, the president of the treasure gathering pavilion. They would meet shortly. He did not wish to delay the matter. He had promised He Jingming for too long, so he would fulfill it tonight. He Jingming had already left the city lord's mansion and returned to the treasure gathering pavilion. At that moment, Gong Qiyu and Lu Bud were beside him, the three of them drinking tea together. Suddenly receiving a transmission from Lu Qing'an, who would come to sell them treasures, soon He Jingming fell into thought. If I'm not mistaken, this person was also in the city lord's mansion tonight. Could he truly be an elder from some clan? Gong Qiyu's expression remained unchanged, but a strange glint flickered in his eyes. He Jingming said, I don't think so. My feeling is that he is far more than just an elder. Could he be the clan head of another family? Lu Bud asked. He Jingming shook his head with a smile. Initially, I suspected he might be Song Yuanming, an elder of the Immortal Sword sect, as only he could match the mystery this person has displayed. But that guess is certainly wrong. All right, let's go. Let's welcome him. He Jingming stood up. Since the other party was coming to sell them 2 immortal 5th rank treasures, he had to greet them personally. The three of them appeared at the main entrance of the treasure gathering pavilion. The night was deep, but the entrance was still bustling with people. A crowd, seeing that both presidents were waiting at the door, stopped in their tracks, whispering among themselves in great surprise. Who could it be to make both presidents wait at the entrance? Just as everyone speculated it might be the city lord, they witnessed a breathtaking sight. A colossal ship flew in from the horizon at breakneck speed, like a shooting star, dazzling and resplendent. He Jingming and the other two had been waiting calmly a moment before, but at this sight, shock flashed in their eyes. An immortal 6th rank Supreme flying vessel. He Jingming and the other two exchanged glances, all able to detect the astonishment in each other's expressions. This Taoist companion, every time they met, always managed to refresh their perception of him. To possess such a treasure as Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse would have to exhaust their lifespan and exchange multiple times for a mere chance of obtaining it. Moreover, the probability of such an exchange occurring was involved. Yet in the small Panlong city, someone actually owned a treasure of this caliber. It could be determined with certainty that this person was definitely not from Panlong city, and their specific cultivation level remained unknown. It did not seem as simple as the profound light realm. Lu Qing'an steered the flying boat to land in the square before the Jubao Pavilion. The grand spectacle drew the gazes of many onlookers. Retracting the flying boat, Lu Qing'an walked toward He Jingming and the other two with a smile. I have kept you three waiting. He Jingming stepped forward, smiling in return. Not at all. We had just arrived at the entrance when you came, Taoist. The surrounding crowd, witnessing this scene, finally understood who He Jingming and the others had been waiting for. No wonder they had the two guild masters waiting at the entrance. Was such a manner of travel truly befitting someone from Panlong City? Lu Qing'an followed He Jingming and the others into the VIP reception room. He did not rush to display all his treasures, but instead engaged in pleasantries with He Jingming. Thank you for your help earlier, Taoist. He Jingming smiled. It was a trivial matter. Besides, young friend Jin Yongfu is now an elder's disciple of the Immortal Sword sect. Even if I hadn't intervened, he would have been fine. Gong Chuha suddenly interjected. Taoist, were you also at the city lord's mansion earlier? How come we didn't see you? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an smiled and fabricated a tale. It's only natural that you didn't notice me, for I was concealed in the heavens. The three exchanged glances and surprisingly believed his explanation. Given Lu Qing'an's mysterious nature, perhaps he truly possessed a treasure that allowed him to hide high in the sky, undetectable to others. If that were the case, this treasure was likely of a grade above Immortal Grade 7. Indeed, having already owned an Immortal Grade 6 Supreme flying boat, it would be normal for him to possess an Immortal Grade 7 treasure. At this moment, they were also completely certain that the person before them was undoubtedly the Taoist Jia, who had secretly guided Lin families, Shouchuan and Jin Yongfu. To verify this, they had previously spoken with the Lin family patriarch and extracted some information. All right, let's discuss business. Taoist, how much are these treasures worth? Lu Qing'an brought out all the treasures he had obtained from Huang Hongzhong, keeping only a single Immortal Grade 4 Supreme Jade pendant for later use. This item was somewhat useful in the future when he explored secret realms or abandoned caves. It would allow him to quickly locate treasures. He Jingming took the storage ring, examined it for a moment, and his expression shifted. He looked at Lu Qing'an with doubt. Hadn't he said he was selling 2 Immortal Grade 5 treasures? Even 2 Immortal Grade 5 Supreme treasures would be worth about 1 million spirit stones. Yet these treasures, though all Immortal Grade 4, had a total price of at least 2 million spirit stones. This transaction was also the largest they had ever conducted with Lu Qing'an. Daoist, what is your assessment? Lu Qing'an had roughly calculated. Among these Immortal Grade 4 treasures, there were superior, medium, and inferior grades. On average, they were about equivalent to medium grade Immortal Grade 4. So at most, the total value was around 2 million spirit stones. He Jingming took a deep breath and smiled. If you are willing to sell them all to us, I can offer 2 million spirit stones. Lu Bude and Gong Chuha did not know the exact contents of the storage ring, but upon hearing this price, their eyes were filled with surprise. Lu Qing'an smiled. That's a good price. Also, please assess this item for me, and tell me how many spirit stones it can fetch. Lu Qing'an then brought out the Linglong Pagoda he had recently obtained. He had promised He Jingming he would sell 2 Immortal Grade 5 treasures, but now he was only selling Immortal Grade 4 ones, which somewhat broke his promise. So he decided to sell 1 Immortal Grade 5 treasure. He had carefully studied the Linglong Pagoda and found it not very useful to him. It was only used to examine cultivation problems. He had already used it and discovered that his cultivation foundation was extremely solid and stable with no issues. This meant the treasure was utterly useless to him. It would be better to sell it outright for spirit stones and then purchase immortal herbs to increase his lifespan. Then at the Longevity Exchange Tower, he could exchange for another useful treasure. This is an Immortal Grade 5 medium grade artifact. He Jingming took the Linglong Pagoda, studied it for a moment, and his expression grew serious as he stared at Lu Qing'an in shock. Daoist, are you certain you want to sell this treasure? Lu Qing'an saw such evident shock on He Jingming's face for the first time and was somewhat surprised. It was no wonder He Jingming reacted this way. In his eyes, this treasure was even more priceless than the Immortal Grade 6 Supreme Flying Boat. This treasure was exceedingly rare. He found it difficult to set a price. During his tenure at the Jubao Pavilion headquarters, he had encountered a similar type of artifact, and it had appeared at an auction. Major powers, especially some sects, had bid for that treasure with unprecedented frenzy. Such artifacts beneficial for training disciples were extremely precious and rare. That artifact was Immortal Grade 4, but sold for the value of an Immortal Grade 7 superior treasure. The reason was simple: which sect with a large number of disciples would not favor such a treasure? Every power that trained disciples understood the importance of fresh blood. The better the disciples' talent, and the more solid their foundation, the stronger the power would become in the future. The appearance of such a treasure was a rarity that occurred once in tens of thousands of years. Lu Qing'an nodded calmly. Name your price. He actually knew the Linglong Pagoda was not simple, but since it was useless to him, and only a mere Immortal Grade 5 superior artifact, he did not care much. He was confident he could steadily break through to the profound light realm, and he had the same confidence in Zhen Yongfu. He Jingming smiled bitterly. I find it hard to appraise it. What if I send this item to the headquarters and let them give you a reasonable price? Silence fell around them. Gong Chuha and Lu Bude were both curious about what kind of treasure could elicit such a reaction from He Jingming. Seeing their expressions, He Jingming handed the Linglong Pagoda to Lu Bude and Gong Chuha for them to examine. The two looked at it and could barely contain their agitation. Their eyes widened as they stared at Lu Qing'an in shock. Lu Qing'an frowned slightly. Was it this troublesome? I am in short supply of spirit stones at the moment. Daoist, feel free to offer me a price, and if I am satisfied, we can proceed. Lu Qing'an did not want to wait too long. Moreover, without a guarantee, only spirit stones in hand were truly safe. How about this? If you trust me, I can first give you 5 million spirit stones. I will also have someone send this treasure to the headquarters for auction. Any additional spirit stones obtained I will give to you when you come next time. What do you think? He Jingming became increasingly certain of the necessity to build a good relationship with Lu Qing'an. Thus he did not think about profiting this time. By helping Lu Qing'an secure more benefits, he believed Lu Qing'an would be more willing to cooperate with him in the future. This was the long-term vision a businessman must possess. When Lu Qing'an heard 5 million spirit stones, he was momentarily stunned before nodding decisively. Good heavens, was it that valuable? And it seemed the value was even more than 5 million spirit stones. Good. You'd go prepare 7 million spirit stones for the Taoist. He Jingming's face broke into a radiant smile. Lu Bude quickly nodded and stood up, his heart racing. This was the first time he had witnessed a transaction of such magnitude. Lu Qing'an, however, smiled and said, not so fast. I still need to make a deal with Taoist Gong, since he also helped me. Gong Chu's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes lit up. Taoist, are you still looking to purchase immortal herbs? Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded. I want to use all 5 million spirit stones to purchase various types of immortal herbs. What are the highest grade immortal herbs your guild has? Gong Chuha swallowed hard. He Jingming and Lu Bude also blinked, somewhat taken aback. You just earned those spirit stones, and now you're almost spending them all. Such extravagant wealth. Gong Chuha said, given our relationship for these spirit stones of yours, I could sell you 3 7-grade immortal herbs. However, such herbs can only be temporarily allocated from our headquarters, which may take some time. As for 6-grade immortal herbs, since you mentioned them last time, we have prepared 10 in advance. Each 6-grade immortal herb costs about 200,000 spirit stones. Lu Qing'an's 5 million spirit stones could purchase 25, but they only had 10. If you need them urgently, I can supply 10 6-grade immortal herbs and 65-grade ones. Beyond that, only some 3-grade and 4-grade herbs remain. Gong Chuha was eager to claim the 5 million spirit stones, but their guild strength was limited as it was merely a branch in a small city. Summoning herbs from the headquarters would also take considerable time, especially for higher-grade ones requiring various applications. Lu Qing'an said generously, anything works. Even low-grade herbs are fine. The most important thing is to spend these 5 million spirit stones. Without high-grade herbs, he would supplement with low-grade ones. At worst, he would destroy them slowly. Of course, if high-grade herbs were available, he would prioritize them as they contained more vitality and required only one to destroy, allowing him to gain lifespan faster. Gong Chuha and the others felt a strange sensation. It seemed Lu Qing'an was allergic to spirit stones, eager to spend them as quickly as possible. By the way, do you have a higher-grade immortal flame? One that can quickly refine 6-grade immortal herbs would be best. He still felt that using formations to destroy herbs was too slow. With such an immortal flame, he could save time and effort. A 5-grade immortal flame can refine 6-grade herbs, but our guild currently lacks one of that level. However, if you need it, I can gift you this flame. Gong Chuha then took a container holding an immortal flame from his storage ring and handed it to Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an looked at him with confusion. Are you sure? Seeing Gong Chua's expressionless face but firm gaze, he soon laughed and said, then I thank you, fellow Taoist. Why refuse a free gift? With such an immortal flame, his speed in destroying herbs and gaining lifespan would greatly increase. Perhaps after a night's work, he could destroy all the herbs and gain a massive amount of lifespan. The lifespan from this batch of herbs would be on a scale he had never possessed before. No need to be polite. If you need to purchase more herbs next time, feel free to find me. Gong Chuha did not care about the immortal flame as it was only worth a few 100,000 spirit stones. If Lu Qing'an continued to buy herbs from him, he would quickly recoup the cost. Lu Qing'an could feel the sincerity from He Jingming and Gong Chuha and nodded with a smile. Then, fellow Taoist Gong, you can request enough high-grade herbs from your headquarters in advance, preferably 7-grade herbs, with some more 6-grade ones. He would soon accumulate enough lifespan for the next batch. After negotiating with the city lord and gaining unrestricted access to the lifespan exchange tower, he would obtain a wealth of treasures. With enough spirit stones, he could buy high-grade herbs again. The time gap would not be long. Perhaps within a month, he could cooperate with them again. Agreed. Tonight, I will report to headquarters and try to stock more high-grade herbs, said Gong Chuha. After finalizing the deal, he and his team began preparing the items for Lu Qing'an. Soon Huang Zixing arrived with the herbs. When he saw Lu Qing'an again, he felt an urge to kneel. The scale of this transaction shattered his previous understanding. He had nearly emptied the guild's entire stock of herbs. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Qing'an prepared to find a place to destroy and refine the herbs, storing his lifespan. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Very well, we'll see you off. The three politely bid farewell, watching as he summoned his 6th-grade flying boat and disappeared into the distance, all letting out a long breath. Old Gong, I have a feeling this fellow Taoist will soon allow me to return to headquarters. He Jingming's face was beaming with a triumphant smile. He had been transferred here as punishment for a mistake originally destined to stay for tens of thousands of years. But with achievements and benefits for the guild, he could quickly return. Now meeting Lu Qing'an, he saw hope. Gong Chuha nodded. He might be your benefactor. In such a remote branch, facilitating a transaction of this magnitude is rare. Unlike He Jingming, he was not forced to come to the Panlong City branch, but had volunteered to accompany him. Yet, even here, the scale of today's transaction ranked among the few largest he had ever facilitated. He Jingming then patted Lu Bu on the shoulder and said cheerfully, "You were the first to discover him. If I return to headquarters, you will at least become the branch master here. If you wish to follow me back, I can also promote you. Thank you for your recognition, guild master." Lu Bu nearly knelt before He Jingming upon hearing this. What an honor it was. The same goes for you. Gong Chuha then glanced at Huang Zixing. Huang Zixing's expression was nearly identical to Lu Bu's. Lu Qing'an left the treasure pavilion, drove his flying boat out of Panlong City, and arrived at a secluded, uninhabited mountaintop outside the city, hovering the boat in the air. Inside the flying boat, he was safe. Henceforth, he would treat the boat as his home, cultivating and refining herbs within it, which was more secure than finding a random cave dwelling. Let's begin. Lu Qing'an took out all the herbs and activated the immortal flame. As the 6th-grade immortal flame emerged, he felt an intense heat and quickly activated a formation to block the temperature. How formidable! With my current strength, I cannot refine such a flame. However, for destroying herbs, refining was unnecessary. Thus, he let the flame hover in the air and tossed the herbs toward it. He started with a 6th grade immortal herb. When the 6th grade herb entered the flame, it was instantly engulfed. After about 10 breaths, it was reduced to ashes. The next moment, a mysterious force surged into his body. His lifespan increased by 200,000 years. His eyes lit up, and he continued tossing the remaining 6th grade herbs into the flame until all were burned to ashes, transforming into his lifespan. The medicinal essence of the 10 6th grade herbs lingered around the flame. He could not refine this essence, but dispersing it felt wasteful. After a moment's thought, he took out a storage ring and channeled all the essence into it. Perhaps it would be useful later. Next, he tossed in 5 grade herbs. They were no match for the 6th grade flame and turned to ash instantly. Finding it too slow to toss them one by one, he tried tossing multiple together. 2 or 3 worked fine, but when he tried 4 at once, he unexpectedly encountered a problem. When multiple herbs were burned together, the mysterious energy entering his body resulted in a slight reduction in lifespan gain. With 4 tossed together, the vitality of about 1 herb was lost. This never happened with spiritual herbs, only with immortal herbs. A first for me. It seemed he could not save me. No matter, it's not much time wasted. Qing'an remained patient, maintaining a pace of 3 herbs tossed into the flame. The night passed without incident, and by dawn he had burned all the herbs. His stored lifespan had reached 5 million years, a scale he had never achieved before. This meant that a visit to the Lifespan Exchange Tower would yield at least 5 top-tier 6th grade treasures. Excellent. Time to negotiate with the city lord. He drove his flying boat back to Panlong City, heading to the agreed meeting point with Jin Yongfu. But upon arrival, he found Jin Yongfu in the sky above the meeting point, accompanied by a woman. It was the city lord's daughter, Murong Yingxue. Why did she come along? Qing'an was slightly surprised, but thought it acceptable. He intended to meet the city lord, and seeing Murong Yingxue was not improper. However, Murong Yingxue would recognize him as the one who had explored the abandoned cave dwelling with her. Fortunately, I stopped her in time that day, preventing any incident. Qing'an drove the flying boat swiftly forward. As the flying vessel approached, Qing'an looked at Jin Yongfu in the sky, suddenly contemplating a possibility. Jin Yongfu usually met with him in secluded places, but at this moment he stood out in the sky alongside Murong Yingxue, likely reminding him that there was someone nearby, and that whether they met or not was entirely up to him. This kid has indeed become much shrewder since arriving in the Immortal Realm. A faint smile appeared on Qing'an's lips as the 6th grade flying vessel swiftly neared Jin Yongfu. When the two saw the 6th grade flying vessel from afar, their expressions changed drastically, as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Jin Yongfu had not seen much of the world, but that did not prevent him from being aware of certain circumstances in Panlong City. When did such a level of flying vessel appear in Panlong City, and why was it flying towards them? Murong Yingxue's cold and beautiful face sparkled with astonishment. She understood even better the significance of the 6th grade flying vessel's appearance in Panlong City. The highest level flying vessel in their city lord's mansion was merely a 5th grade one. Could it be that this was a person from another large city? However, this flying vessel seemed to be heading directly towards them, and indeed it had now stopped not far from them. Qing'an piloted the flying vessel to a stop, revealing himself at the bow, and called out to Jin Yongfu. Seeing his good brother standing atop such a treasure, Jin Yongfu was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with joy as he flew over eagerly. Goodness, this is truly something. Brother, and where did you get such a thing? Murong Yingxue's expression froze upon seeing Qing'an, as if time had stopped at that moment, her mind filled with confusion and disbelief. The person Jin Yongfu was waiting for was actually him. It was precisely the one who had explored the abandoned cave with her that day. But wasn't he at the Moonlit Realm level? How could he possess such a high-level flying vessel? As she watched Jin Yongfu fly over, she quickly followed, but soon Jin Yongfu entered the interior of the flying vessel, and at that moment an array suddenly activated, blocking her from proceeding, forcing her to hover in the air with a furrowed brow. She had followed Jin Yongfu to protect him, fearing he might encounter danger alone. Senior sister, wait outside for a moment. No need to worry, I will have a private chat with this senior. After entering the flying vessel, Jin Yongfu glanced back at Murong Yingxue, then disappeared from her sight alongside Qing'an. Inside the flying vessel, Qing'an activated an array to block external sight and sound, turning to Jin Yongfu and saying, "First, let's exchange the code. Stay put here and don't move." Jin Yongfu smiled and replied, "Are you going to buy me some oranges?" Seeing the code was correct, Qing'an smiled and removed his mask, saying, "Very good, as long as you are well." Jin Yongfu laughed, "Of course I'm fine. Recently my luck has been good, and I've become a direct disciple of an elder from the Immortal Sword sect." Qing'an nodded with a smile, looking at Jin Yongfu and asking, "How did she come along?" Jin Yongfu sighed. She said Huang Xuanyu is stingy and fears I might encounter danger alone, so she's been sticking to me like glue. I can't shake her off. Brother, and wearing a mask won't be affected, right? No problem, I've already met with her and had some exchanges. We would meet sooner or later. Lu Qing'an casually shook his head, then instructed Jin Yongfu on how to deal with Murong Yingxue. He emphasized that everything needed to be considered comprehensively. Since they were to meet the city lord and his daughter, he needed to create a high-ranking persona to have sufficient negotiation leverage. When you go out later, introduce me discreetly. Just say, I'm your mentor, who has been nurturing you, and that my cultivation is at least above the Qing'an realm. Jin Yongfu, hearing Lu Qing'an's serious demeanor, listened intently and nodded. All right, I know what to do. He had no plans to leave Panlong City in the short term, so he wouldn't be leaving with Jin Yongfu immediately. The two brothers would have to part ways. He had no plans to leave Panlong City in the short term, so he wouldn't be leaving with Jin Yongfu immediately. The two brothers would have to part ways for a while. Jin Yongfu replied, last night my master said there was an urgent matter, and we wouldn't go for another 6 months, so I'll be staying at the city lord's mansion during this time. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an smiled. That works perfectly. Jin Yongfu realized something and asked, brother, and do you have any plans that require you to get close to the city lord's mansion? Oh, you've become so understanding of me. Lu Qing'an was somewhat surprised. Jin Yongfu grinned. After so many years with you, I can guess a few things. I need to talk to the city lord to obtain permission for unrestricted access to the lifespan exchange secret realm. Lu Qing'an stated plainly, revealing his objective. Unrestricted access to the lifespan exchange secret realm. Jin Yongfu glanced at the flying vessel, swallowing hard as a thought struck him. This wouldn't be a treasure obtained from the lifespan exchange tower, would it? Since you'll be staying in the city lord's mansion for a year, I won't rush to negotiate with the city lord. I plan to take it step by step. Lu Qing'an adjusted his plans, believing he could first become familiar with the city lord before gradually obtaining permission to enter and exit the lifespan exchange tower. This way he could save a considerable amount of cost. Once they were familiar with each other, it was even possible that a single request would have the city lord agree to his demands. All right, brother, and if you need anything from me, just let me know. Jin Yongfu enjoyed the feeling of collaborating with Lu Qing'an, smiling as he spoke. Later, just follow what I said, and I'll accompany you to the city lord's mansion. Murong Yingxue stood outside the 6th grade flying vessel for a while. When she began to frown slightly, she saw Jin Yongfu flying out from the interior of the vessel. Jin Yongfu, with a broad smile, flew in front of Murong Yingxue and said, Senior sister, I have a request. I wonder if I should say it. Seeing that Lu Qing'an had not come out, Murong Yingxue did not wait for Jin Yongfu to say what the request was and directly whispered, Who is that person you are waiting for? Jin Yongfu nodded and said, That's right. I believe senior sister has heard that before I was discovered for my talent as senior was secretly nurturing me, and this is that very mentor Jia. It's a me. Murong Yingxue narrowed her eyes and asked, Isn't he at the Moonlit Realm level? Jin Yongfu replied seriously, This senior could never be at the Moonlit Realm level. Why do you have such a misconception, senior sister? I have seen him take action. He is at least at the Xianguang level, most likely at the Suji level, and may even be stronger than my master. Murong Yingxue was stunned. So powerful. Yet looking at the 6th grade flying vessel, she couldn't help but believe Jin Yongfu's words. Indeed, how could a person who possessed such a treasure be like them merely at the Moonlit Realm level? In other words, this person had concealed his strength to the Moonlit Realm that day. Upon thinking this, she quickly came to a conclusion. Because she indeed had never seen this person take action seriously. This person merely fiddled with an array and operated a movement technique. Moreover, that movement technique was precisely the one Jin Yongfu had displayed. It turned out that this was the one who secretly nurtured Jin Yongfu. Everything was traceable. Is it possible that he is at the Suji level, or even at the same level as my master, the Liuli level? But why is such a powerhouse in Panlong City? Just as Murong Yingxue thought of this, Lu Qing'an flew out of the vessel. Miss Murong, we meet again. Hearing this, Murong Yingxue quickly cupped her hands in greeting. I have seen the senior. Thank you once again for your kindness during our last exploration of the abandoned cave. It seemed that their gratitude from the last exploration of the abandoned cave had not been fully repaid. Even if she didn't use her trump card to eliminate that celestial beast, it still wouldn't have been able to harm this one. And she had been poisoned by the celestial beast's toxins, and without this senior's assistance the consequences were unimaginable. Lu Qing'an said with a smile, Miss Murong, you flatter me. It was merely a small favor, hardly worth mentioning. Murong Yingxue cast another glance at Jin Yongfu, then bowed to Lu Qing'an once more. Senior, I must also thank you for guiding my junior brother. Lu Qing'an waved his hand and smiled gently. This child is exceptionally gifted. I simply could not bear to see a pearl hidden in the dust. Now that he has taken refuge under your master's tutelage, he has found his place, and my heart is at ease. Moreover, it is my fortune to befriend a prodigy. With that, he put on the airs of a venerable senior and let out a hearty laugh. It was, truth be told, quite convincing. Murong Yingxue smiled in response, but said nothing more. At that moment, Jin Yongfu looked at her and said, Senior sister senior has no place to stay after arriving at Panlong City. Could we let him reside in the city lord's mansion? This is your junior brother's request. Murong Yingxue was slightly taken aback, then seemed to understand. She smiled and turned to Lu Qing'an. If Senior does not mind, our city lord's mansion would be honored to host you as a distinguished guest. Lu Qing'an had been waiting for that very invitation, yet he feigned reluctance. I hope I won't trouble your father. If it's inconvenient, I shall make other arrangements. Murong Yingxue replied with a light smile, Senior need not worry. My father has always been hospitable. He will surely receive you warmly upon learning of your arrival. She knew her father well. He would eagerly seek the company of such a benevolent senior who actively approached them. Lu Qing'an finally nodded with a smile. Then I shall shamelessly impose on your hospitality. Shall Senior return with us to the mansion? Murong Yingxue inquired. Lu Qing'an pondered, briefly feeling it prudent to let her consult the city lord first before proceeding. You two return first. I have some minor affairs to attend to, and will call upon you later. With that he shot a glance at Jin Yongfu. Earlier aboard the flying vessel, he had given Jin Yongfu a sound transmission jade slip. That look now implied that Jin Yongfu should listen closely to the conversation between the city lord and his daughter, then report back to him. Planning before acting would greatly increase the chances of success. Jin Yongfu understood instantly and returned a knowing look. Very well, this junior takes his leave. Murong Yingxue clasped her hands in farewell. Lu Qing'an watched the two depart, but he did not idle in the air. He indeed had another matter to attend to. He put away the conspicuously grand 6th-grade immortal flying vessel, donned a mask, and slipped into the bustling market to gather news about the Huang family's movements from last night to the present. Although the Huang family had made moves the previous night, they were not hunting him, but rather pursuing Huang Hongzhong and several Star Radiance Realm elders. Lu Qing'an chuckled at this, yet he still refrained from revealing his true face. At least within Panlong City, he would not easily remove his mask. Murong Yingxue and Jin Yongfu flew back into the city lord's mansion. They had now returned. Upon entering, Murong Yingxue headed straight for the reception hall to seek her father Murong Qingming. He was currently entertaining guests. Father, Murong Yingxue called softly from outside the door. As she stepped into the hall, she suddenly halted. To her dismay, the guests her father was hosting were none other than Huang Zhentian and his son Huang Xuanyu. People she least wished to see. You've returned just in time. Come and discuss your marriage. Murong Qingming called out lightly upon seeing Murong Yingxue's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her youthful face etched with defiance. Yet she knew that no matter how reluctant she felt, this engagement would eventually have to be settled. She stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over Huang Xuanyu with a flicker of displeasure. Hadn't she already stated she wanted to break the engagement? Why must he persist? Huang Xuanyu fixed his eyes on Murong Yingxue, the sinister air of the previous night gone, replaced by a refined demeanor. As she approached, he forced what he thought was a charming smile. However, when he spotted Jin Yongfu behind her, his gaze darkened. Damn it! Why was this brat here too? Father, I've already said I don't wish to marry. Standing beside Murong Qingming, Murong Yingxue reiterated her resolve. Marriage is no trifling matter, and this engagement was set by your grandfather. How can it be casually annulled? Apologize to them for your reckless behavior last night. Murong Qingming feigned anger and scolded. In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. Murong Yingxue rose abruptly and made to leave. You stubborn girl. Murong Qingming felt helpless as his daughter showed no regard for his dignity, yet he could do nothing. She was his only beloved daughter. He turned to Jin Yongfu. Yongfu, stop your senior sister. Jin Yongfu's lips twitched. Wasn't this just asking him to incur her wrath? Senior sister. Jin Yongfu hesitated, not daring to block her, but he called out softly. Murong Yingxue paused, not because of the marriage, but because she remembered an important matter she had yet to report to her father. Father, the senior Jia, who mentored my junior brother, wishes to spend more time with him and stay in our mansion for a few days. What do you think? Murong Qingming was slightly surprised and turned to Jin Yongfu. Did you meet that senior just now? Jin Yongfu nodded. Yes, I met Senior Jia a moment ago. Murong Qingming agreed directly. In that case, I will make proper arrangements shortly. He was also curious about this so-called Senior Jia. Anyone who could recognize Jin Yongfu's extraordinary talent early on must have exceptional insight. If this person was trustworthy, he was worth befriending. Brother Murong, how shall we settle the matter of the engagement? Huang Zhentian suddenly spoke calmly, steering the conversation back. Naturally, we follow the parents' wishes. My daughter is merely young and a bit rebellious. Murong Qingming said softly. Murong Yingxue glared at him, gritting her teeth. Fine, then I no longer have you as a father. With that, she stormed out of the reception hall. You child. Murong Qingming moved to stop her with his cultivation, but relented out of softness. He sighed deeply and returned to his seat. Brother Huang, it seems I have no choice. Huang Zhentian remained silent, his expression calm and unreadable. Huang Xuanyu, however, clenched his fists, secretly a fire burning within him. Uncle Murong, since Yingxue has made up her mind, let this engagement be dissolved. This declaration caught Murong Qingming off guard. He was surprised that these words came from this young man. Huang Zhentian looked at his son and asked gravely, have you thought this through? I will make Yingxue marry me willingly, not out of obligation. I have decided to join the Immortal Sword sect and have already sent word. An elder there seems to favor me. Huang Xuanyu declared. A strange glint flashed in Huang Xinshan's eyes, but he narrowed them and glanced at Murong Qingming. Haha, what bold spirit, nephew. When you establish yourself in the Immortal Sword sect, do look after Ingxue. Murong Qingming laughed. This was the outcome he most desired. If the city lord's mansion had annulled the engagement, it would surely provoke the Huang family. Given the Huang family's current strength, conflict between the two sides was something he wished to avoid. Huang Xuanya's decision was the best possible resolution. At least the Huang family, though resentful, would not dare to act openly. Huang Zhentian pondered for a moment and finally acquiesced in silence. Zhen Yongfu observed the entire scene, bowed respectfully, and left the hall. Finding a secluded spot, he relayed to Lu Qing'an that the city lord had no objections. Upon receiving the news, Lu Qing'an curled his lips into a smile, summoned his flying vessel, and headed straight for the city lord's mansion. Along the way, countless cultivators in the Panlong city market were stunned at the sight of the 6th-grade immortal flying vessel. At that moment, Murong Qingming had just concluded his talk with Huang Zhentian and his son. As he saw them out, the three men stepped out of the reception hall, their gazes all fixed on the horizon. A flying vessel sped toward them, aimed directly at the city lord's mansion. Murong Qingming's eyes wavered for a moment before realization dawned and astonishment filled his heart. This man who trained Zhen Yongfu possesses such power. Huang Zhentian narrowed his eyes, glancing sideways at Murong Qingming with a growing sense of wariness. Damn it! If this unknown person allied with Murong Qingming, their Huang family would surely be suppressed once again. Upon sensing the descent of the flying vessel, Murong Ingxue and Zhen Yongfu gathered with the others, awaiting in silent stillness. Within 10 breaths, the supreme-grade immortal flying vessel of the 6th rank had already halted above the city lord's mansion. Then a masked man drifted out from the flying vessel. The 6th-rank immortal vessel swiftly shrank, drawn into the man's palm with a flick of his sleeve. Zhen Yongfu and Murong Ingxue immediately soared into the air to welcome Lu Qing'an, leading him down into the city lord's mansion until they stood before Murong Qingming. I have heard of you from my daughter, esteemed Taoist. Welcome to my abode. Murong Qingming spoke with a warm smile, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, his demeanor humble yet proper. As he spoke, he discreetly sized up Lu Qing'an, only to find a mysterious force veiling the man's aura, making it impossible to gauge his cultivation depth. Nevertheless, the mere possession of a supreme-grade 6th-rank immortal flying vessel suggested that this man was at least at the Mystic Radiance realm and likely had reached the Void Silence realm like themselves. Lu Qing'an smiled. Fellow Taoist Murong, your reputation precedes you. Meeting you today, I see you are truly extraordinary. I have come hoping to stay at your esteemed residence for a few days. Would that be an imposition? Murong Qingming laughed heartily, waving his hand. Why speak thus, Taoist? A distinguished guest graces our home. It is our honor, not an imposition. You may stay as long as you wish, days, months, or even years. Those who know me understand that I delight in making friends. Then I shall take you up on your offer, Lu Qing'an replied with a smile. At this moment, Huang Zhentian, who had remained silent, offered a slight smile and cupped his hands. Taoist, may I ask your esteemed name? Lu Qing'an turned his gaze to Huang Zhentian, smiling faintly. My surname is Jia. I have long heard of Patriarch Huang's great name. So it is, fellow Taoist Jia. A pleasure to meet you. Your eye is indeed discerning. This young friend Zhen Yongfu is truly gifted and has boundless prospects, Huang Zhentian said, seizing the chance to build rapport. Possessing a supreme-grade 6th-rank immortal flying vessel, he surely was no one from Panlong City. More likely, he hailed from another city, and his strength was likely no less than his own or Murong Qingming's. How, let us not stand here exchanging pleasantries. Please come inside, Taoist. Let us have tea and converse, Murong Qingming warmly invited. Lu Qing'an nodded slightly and followed Murong Qingming into the reception hall. Clearly, these two Void Silence Realm experts had not seen through his true strength. This was also because he had done such things many times before, and with the protection of his treasures, he was naturally confident, behaving with ease and serenity, thus managing to deceive them both. Everyone took their seats. Zhen Yongfu plopped down beside Lu Qing'an, and for reasons unknown, Murong Ingxue chose the other side of Lu Qing'an, perhaps to distance herself slightly from Huang Xuanyu. Fellow Taoist, Jia, you seem to have recently arrived in Panlong City. May I ask whence you came? Murong Qingming initiated the inquiry, his probing intent evident. After all, hosting a formidable cultivator in the city lord's mansion warranted a deeper understanding. Lu Qing'an was well prepared and answered with a smile. I am but a wandering cultivator with no fixed abode, drifting wherever fate takes me. I happened upon Panlong City and found its scenery delightful, so I wished to stay for a time. His knowledge of the Immortal Realm was limited to Panlong City alone. When faced with such questions, the best approach was to gloss over them vaguely. A wandering cultivator. Then you truly live a life of freedom and ease, Murong Qingming remarked, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Huang Zhentian, upon hearing this, also fell into contemplation. Powerful factions always held a favorable view of capable wandering cultivators. Recruiting such individuals into their ranks would elevate the faction's strength to new heights. Ha, I see that you possess a supreme grade 6th rank immortal flying vessel Taoist. Your cultivation must be at the void silence realm. Huang Jintian interjected again, smiling as he probed. Murong Qingming, equally eager to know the answer, quietly observed Lu Qing'an awaiting his response. Lu Qing'an seemed to have anticipated their inquiry about his cultivation. He gave a carefree laugh. Not at all. I am merely at the lunar firmament realm. As for the flying vessel, to be honest with you both, I found it. The moment the words left his mouth, the reception hall fell into silence. Huang Jintian and Murong Qingming exchanged glances, each seeing deep astonishment in the other's eyes. They had never expected such an answer. Jin Yongfu was also taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to pose as a powerful expert, so the city lord and the others wouldn't dare covet anything? Why had he revealed his true cultivation? Only one person in the room reacted swiftly, Murong Ingxue. Murong Qingming chuckled teasingly. Taoist, you jest. Why is it that we lack such fortune to stumble upon such a treasure? Lu Qing'an replied with a smile, my luck has always been good. Seeing this, Murong Qingming had nothing more to say. He had already asked what he needed to know. Taoist, you must be tired. I will have someone prepare a top-tier room for you immediately. What do you think? Murong Qingming cast a glance at Huang Jintian, sensing that he too wished to get closer to this man, and thus saw no point in prolonging the conversation. Lu Qing'an said, then I shall trouble you, Taoist. Murong Qingming summoned the mansion's steward and asked Jin Yongfu to accompany them to reminisce about old times. We have matters to discuss, so we will seek you out later, Taoist. Lu Qing'an nodded and left with the steward. Murong Ingxue wished to follow, but was stopped by Murong Qingming, who asked her to stay. After Lu Qing'an had departed, Murong Qingming immediately inquired, Ingxue, how much do you know about this man? Had he known earlier that this person possessed a supreme grade 6th rank immortal flying vessel, he would have pressed for more details when his daughter first mentioned him. Murong Ingxue answered truthfully, very little. I have only met him twice. Murong Qingming asked further, then do you know his cultivation level? He found it unlikely that Lu Qing'an was merely at the lunar firmament realm. When facing him and Huang Jintian, Lu Qing'an's demeanor was far too composed, as if dealing with equals. If he truly were at the lunar firmament realm, how would he dare to flaunt a supreme grade 6th rank immortal flying vessel before them? That would be like offering himself up as a treasure-bearing child. Murong Ingxue said, the first time I saw him was while exploring an abandoned cave dwelling outside the city. The strength he displayed was indeed at the lunar firmament realm. Upon hearing this, both Murong Qingming and Huang Jintian found it unbelievable. Truly the lunar firmament realm. However, just now my junior brother told me that he had seen this senior exert his cultivation, and it was definitely above the mystic radiance realm, possibly the void silence realm. He even said it could be the crystal glass realm like our master. Murong Ingxue added. Hearing this, Murong Qingming and Huang Jintian finally felt relieved. It seems he deliberately concealed his strength. The lunar firmament realm was merely a smokescreen. As a wandering cultivator traversing the world, caution is indeed necessary. Murong Qingming nodded. Huang Jintian also nodded in agreement, convinced in his heart that this man could not be merely a minor lunar firmament realm cultivator. And if this man's strength were sufficiently formidable, the likelihood of an alliance with the city lord's mansion would diminish. Lu Qing'an was soon settled into a top-tier guest room within the city lord's mansion. He specifically chose to stay next door to Jin Yongfu for easy communication. Then Lu Qing'an suddenly took out several thousand immortal stones, pressed them into the steward's hands, and sent the bewildered steward away before setting up various formations in the room. Brother, and why did you claim to be at the lunar firmament realm just now? Weren't you supposed to pose as a strong expert, so they would treat you as an equal? Jin Yongfu asked, voicing his confusion once they were alone. Lu Qing'an laughed. You need to learn. I am indeed only at the lunar firmament realm. If I am to stay long-term in the city lord's mansion, there will inevitably be times when I must use my cultivation. But aren't you afraid they will truly take you for a lunar firmament realm cultivator and covet your treasures? Jin Yongfu remained puzzled. Do you think I had you tell Murong Ingxue about my strength in advance for no reason? Combined with my possession of a supreme grade 6th rank immortal flying vessel and my demeanor of ease with Murong Yingxu's corroboration, who would believe I am merely at the lunar firmament realm? They will only think that since our relationship is still ordinary, I chose not to speak the truth. Lu Qing'an said calmly, his confidence unwavering. Everything was within his control. Jin Yongfu was stunned for a moment, then gazed at Lu Qing'an with admiration, exclaiming, That's brilliant. How brilliant? Lu Qing'an asked with a smile. This brilliant? Jin Yongfu leaped up, cheerfully gesturing. Then the two shared a knowing smile. In the reception hall, Murong Qingming, seeing that the marriage contract had been settled, began to consider sending Huang Jintian and his son away, and then having a chat with Lu Qing'an. Brother Huang, may I see you off? Murong Qingming asked with a smile. No need, Brother Mu, just attend to your own business. Huang Jintian, knowing Murong Qingming's intentions, stood up and slowly walked towards the door. Before leaving Huang Xian, you looked at Murong Ingxue with an elegant expression and said gently, Shui, when you go to the Xianjian sect, don't forget to call me along. Upon learning that Huang Xianyu had indeed agreed to the annulment, Mu Rong Shui found him somewhat more pleasing to the eye, and smiled, nodding. All right. Huang Xianyu returned the gesture with a smile, then cupped his hands towards Mu Rong Qingming, and turned to follow. Huang Zhentian was already on the flying boat waiting. After Huang Xianyu stepped aboard, he controlled the vessel to fly away from the city lord's mansion, and then directly gazed at Huang Xianyu. Why did you unilaterally agree to the annulment? Huang Zhentian asked. Huang Xianyu replied calmly. Continuing to entangle would only make her more disgusted. It's better to let go, at least I can retain some face. Moreover, my talent is exceptional. Oh, I will have the opportunity to connect with her again by becoming a direct disciple of the Xianjian sect. Huang Zhentian said coldly. You disregarded your face last night, and today you speak of face. Do you know that your unilateral decision has harmed the family's interests? If you do not agree to the annulment, Mu Rong Qingming will owe our Huang family an explanation. In the future, regardless of any conflicts with the city lord's mansion, we can act freely. If it were your brother. At this point, Huang Zhentian suddenly stopped speaking, looking at Huang Xianyu, who was lowering his head, but had a determined gaze. He sighed. Forget it. You make your own decisions. Huang Xianyu clenched his fists and finally nodded. Even if he returned to that moment, he would still make the same choice. At least at this moment, Mu Rong Qingming's impression of him had indeed improved a bit. In the guest room of the city lord's mansion, Lu Qing'an and Zhen Yongfu were still chatting casually. Zhen Yongfu took out a storage bag and grinned as he handed it to Lu Qing'an. Brother, in here, are these spirit stones, returning them to you? Lu Qing'an glanced at it and found that there were actually 400,000 spirit stones inside. You didn't sell the spirit sword you got from Huang Xianyu, did you? Zhen Yongfu laughed and said, I sold it to the city lord and exchanged it for some spirit stones since I can just use an ordinary spirit sword. I've been using your spirit stones and I felt a bit bad about it. Now I can finally return them to you. Lu Qing'an pushed the storage bag back, saying that he did not lack spirit stones. Currently, his wealth alone had over 2 million spirit stones just from the scattered ones on him. As for the spirit sword that Zhen Yongfu sold, let it be. If it doesn't work out, he could always replace it with a 6th grade exceptional spirit sword for Zhen Yongfu to use. After all, the chances of this grade of spirit sword appearing are still there. Brother, and there should be clear accounts between brothers. Although you have a 6th grade exceptional flying boat, I've heard that such boats consume quite a bit of spirit stones to operate. Do I look like someone short on spirit stones? Lu Qing'an smirked, revealing another storage bag. Zhen Yongfu took a look and was immediately stunned. 2 million spirit stones. Lu Qing'an laughed. I just spent 500,000 spirit stones last night. A mere 400,000, keep it for yourself. If it's not enough, just tell brother. Now focus on your breakthrough. In the future, you will be an indispensable fighting force for me. Okay. All right. Zhen Yongfu swallowed repeatedly, his smile somewhat awkward. What does 500,000 spirit stones even mean? It could bury him tens of thousands of times. At this moment, the warning formation set up by Lu Qing'an indicated that Mu Rong Qingming and his daughter were. They are coming, Lu Qing'an said as he put on a mask, his expression unchanged, waiting quietly. Zhen Yongfu also composed himself, sitting beside him. When the knocking sound rang out, he went to open the door. Dao friend, earlier there were guests, and I was a bit neglectful towards you. Is this room satisfactory? If there is anything wrong, I will have someone rearrange it immediately, Mu Rong Qingming said with a warm smile. After learning about Lu Qing'an's strength, Mu Rong Qingming's attitude became even more polite. You flatter me, this room is very good, and it's close to this young man, which is convenient for coming and going, Lu Qing'an replied calmly. Dao friend, just now I heard my daughter say that she encountered danger not long ago, and fortunately you assisted her to overcome the ordeal. This favor must be repaid. Therefore, if you have any needs, feel free to tell me, and we will do our best to accommodate you. Mu Rong Qingming had just learned of this from Mu Rong Shui, and felt a wave of fear in his heart. If she had encountered another man, would she not have lost her purity? Lu Qing'an's expression under the mask subtly changed. Should he use this matter to request permission from the city lord to come and go freely in the longevity exchange tower? He truly did not expect that this incident could prompt Mu Rong Qingming to speak of repaying a favor. However, after pondering for a moment, he seemed to think of something. Last time at the feast, he heard that Mu Rong Qingming was extremely particular about cleanliness. Could it be that he is especially concerned about purity? There is a possibility. Actually, I don't lack anything, but I heard that the longevity exchange tower in this city is managed by you, Dao friend. I still have a good amount of lifespan left, and when I have free time, I might want to exchange for some treasures. Lu Qing'an brought it up. While speaking, he stared at Mu Rong Qingming's face, not missing any facial details. Soon he saw a fleeting look of surprise flash across Mu Rong Qingming's face, followed by him, entering a state of contemplation. Dao friend, to be honest, in the eyes of outsiders, the longevity exchange tower is indeed controlled by our city lord's mansion, but in reality, it involves the 5 great families, and I alone cannot decide. This is because our various factions negotiated many years ago. Apart from the 5 great families and our city lord's mansion, we will not open access to the longevity exchange tower to any other forces. Of course, if Dao friend joins our city lord's mansion, then you can come and go freely in the longevity secret realm. Mu Rong Qingming said with a smile, yet a glint flashed in his eyes. Lu Qing'an thought to himself, this Mu Rong Qingming is quite shrewd. He wants to recruit him into the city lord's mansion. However, he does not wish to join any faction, restricting himself and incurring karma. That's a pity, Lu Qing'an said casually, pretending to be regretful. Then I can only forego it. Actually, I have another way. If Dao friend wants to enter and exit the longevity secret realm without the 5 great families noticing, that would be possible. Alternatively, Dao friend can pretend to be a guest official of our city lord's mansion. Having a title would be sufficient for you to act freely. Mu Rong Qingming smiled and said, and our city lord's mansion guarantees that it will not restrict any of your actions. If you wish to leave in the future, you can do so at any time. Lu Qing'an was speechless in his heart. Speaking of repaying a favor, this guy is instead using his resources. Regardless of whether he truly joins the city lord's mansion or not, Mu Rong Qingming would likely spread the word, which would deter the 5 great families. It was clear he understood the game of power very well. Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment. If what Mu Rong Qingming said was true and entry and exit to the longevity secret realm are indeed jointly controlled by the 6 forces, then the best course for him now would indeed be to pretend to join the city lord's mansion. However, this would embroil him in a web of karma. If the 5 great families originally intended to unite against the city lord's mansion, his appearance could cause a change. He would be targeted by the 5 great families. There is a risk. Dao friend, you mentioned earlier that there is a way to prevent the 5 great families from noticing. I may just go once or twice and they might not discover it. Lu Qing'an carefully scrutinized Mu Rong Qingming, noticing that he seemed slightly bewildered by his words, which brought a measure of relief to his heart. This young man's mind was brimming with probes and schemes, his heart steeped in machinations, likely a trait inextricably tied to his position as the city lord of Panlong City. Occupying such a lofty station perpetually coveted by the 5 great families, he would have perished long ago, without treading cautiously at every step. Were it not for the longevity exchange tower, Lu Qing'an would have preferred never to set foot in the city lord's manor or entangle himself with Mu Rong Qingming. And now he had discerned that the longevity exchange tower was indeed not solely under Mu Rong Qingming's control. In Panlong City, the 6 major forces maintained a delicate equilibrium. A pity the next longevity exchange tower is too far from Panlong City, situated near a large metropolis. For now, I must continue scheming within Panlong City to bolster my own strength. Not long ago, Lu Qing'an had not only investigated the Huang family's pursuit of Huang Hongzhong, but also gathered intelligence on the other longevity exchange towers. Beyond Panlong City, there were other longevity exchange towers. Almost every city had one nearby, and their circumstances mirrored those of Panlong City. Each was controlled by the city's top powers. If he ventured there rashly, he might instead fall into peril due to unfamiliarity with the city's rules and layout. As for a more advanced longevity exchange tower, the nearest one to Panlong City was located in a large city called Wangshu City at the foot of the Xianjian sect. His next goal was to go there in exchange for treasures above the immortal 7th grade. But the prerequisite was that he must accumulate sufficient foundation in the small city of Panlong before he could set off without worry. In Wangshu City, cultivators at the Liuli realm were no longer the pinnacle of combat power. There were even more formidable Shengling realm experts. To a Shengling realm cultivator, those at the Shuangguang realm were mere ants. Fellow Taoist, let us discuss the matter of the longevity exchange tower another day. I wish to rest. Lu Qing'an knew this matter could not be rushed, as showing too much eagerness would make him easy to manipulate, and it would also defy the logic befitting a strong cultivator. To play the part of a formidable expert, one must act convincingly. Caution and consistency were both indispensable. Hearing this, Mu Rong Qingming's face flickered with a barely perceptible bitter smile as he nodded. He had initially been eager to recruit Lu Qing'an, assuming he was a Shuji realm powerhouse. But now, increasingly convinced that Lu Qing'an was a Liuli realm cultivator, he abandoned that notion. Such an individual, a full major realm above them, could hardly be recruited by any ordinary force. Only forging a bond of friendship was viable. A person of this caliber would never submit to a lesser power. Then rest well, fellow Taoist. If you have any other needs, simply instruct the servants. Mu Rong Qingming nodded with a smile, and before leaving, he did not forget to exchange communication imprints with Lu Qing'an for direct contact in the future. Lu Qing'an nodded in acknowledgement, then saw off Mu Rong Qingming and his daughter. Zhen Yongfu remained in the room and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming they had left. I don't know why, but I feel that the city lord's words were fraught with hidden implications and double meanings. It all went over my head. Zhen Yongfu plopped down onto a seat and sighed. What he dreaded most were people who spoke with such veiled intent in his words. They simply refused to talk plainly. This man is no simpleton. I don't enjoy conversing with him either. It's truly exhausting. Lu Qing'an sighed. It seemed he would have to seek other avenues to gain entry into the longevity exchange tower. Jin Yongfu sometimes struggled to grasp Lu Qing'an's words as well, but that was when Lu Qing'an spoke with others. When he talked to Jin Yongfu, he was always straightforward and never beat around the bush. Moreover, the unspoken understanding between them allowed even strange remarks to be instantly comprehended. By the way, has Su Qing'an also taken up residence in the city lord's manor? A graceful silhouette suddenly surfaced in Lu Qing'an's mind, prompting him to ask. This girl was truly remarkable. Every intuition she voiced turned out to be true. Jin Yongfu nodded. She received quite a few immortal stones earlier and is now in seclusion striving for a breakthrough. In half a year she will accompany us to the Xianjian sect. That's good. Lu Qing'an replied indifferently. And go, why are you asking about her? Jin Yongfu suddenly inquired. Lu Qing'an said, no reason. Since you implicated her, as long as she's unharmed, that's enough. Last night Jin Yongfu had indeed dragged Su Qing'an into trouble. Although Elder Song Yuanming of the Xianjian sect later gave her an opportunity, it had also forced her onto an unfamiliar path in haste. The two chatted for a while longer, after which Jin Yongfu returned to his room to cultivate. He was on the verge of breaking through to the third layer of the Yueshao realm. After Jin Yongfu left, Lu Qing'an continued to rub his chin, pondering the future. He was accustomed to thinking 3 steps ahead, deliberating meticulously to ensure every detail was handled flawlessly. For now, I'll stay put and stall for a few days, then seek an opportunity. He suppressed the urge to draw upon the 5 million years of lifespan stored within his body and began to cultivate. His cultivation was also on the verge of breaking through to the third layer of the Yueshao realm. Time slipped away quietly. A day later, he successfully broke through to the third layer of the Yueshao realm. His advancement was remarkably swift, as long as he focused on cultivation. Breakthroughs were not difficult. Since I cannot go to the longevity exchange tower for now, I'll go into seclusion and break through to the Tianyan realm first. In this immortal realm, any cultivation below the Shuji realm was illusory. What he truly needed were various protective treasures, but since the longevity exchange tower was inaccessible, he had to settle for the next best thing, elevating his cultivation. However, this peaceful period did not last long. Murong Qingming suddenly transmitted a message saying that a major incident had occurred in Panlong City. The 5 great families were now gathered at the city lord's manor to discuss the matter, and he asked whether Lu Qing'an wished to attend the meeting. Lu Qing'an, who had been sitting cross-legged in cultivation, paused. He pondered for a moment, curious to see what had happened. At the same time, he hoped to find an opportunity to gain unrestricted access to the longevity exchange tower. He'll go take a look. Lu Qing'an rose, tidied himself up slightly, and prepared to go next door to summon Jin Yongfu. But just then he suddenly spotted a graceful purple figure at the corner. It was a woman in a purple dress, her figure lithe and elegant, walking toward the direction of Jin Yongfu's room. At that moment their eyes met. Greetings, senior. Su Qing'an immediately cupped her hands in salute upon seeing Lu Qing'an. She had encountered this man a few times at the Alchemist Guild, but never expected to run into him here in the city lord's manor right in front of Jin Yongfu's room. Lu Qing'an was also taken aback by the encounter with Su Qing'an. He altered his voice and said, Is something the matter? I'm looking for a friend to talk to. Su Qing'an pointed at the closed door of the room, which was Jin Yongfu's residence. She had learned from members of other families at the Longevity Springs that a major incident had occurred at the Huang family's springs. A group of cultivators who had broken through to the Xinhui realm had suddenly vanished. And the martial cultivator she had a close friendship with was now being hunted by the Huang family. Upon learning this, she came to discuss with Jin Yongfu how to help the Longevity Spring cultivators who were hiding in Panlong City, afraid to show themselves, especially that martial cultivator Wu Xiren. She realized she cared deeply about him, though she didn't know why. Perhaps it was because in the unsettling environment of the Immortal Realm, they had collaborated multiple times, cultivating a rapport that bordered on mutual admiration and even. Lu Qing'an said calmly, all right. He immediately abandoned the idea of bringing Jin Yongfu along to see Murong Qingming and decided to go alone. But just as he was about to turn and leave, Su Qing'an suddenly called out to him. Wait, senior, do you know Wu Xiren? Lu Qing'an's steps halted abruptly. This girl had an incredibly sharp intuition. Could it be? At this moment, he was in the city lord's manor. If his identity were exposed, the consequences would be dire. Thus the stakes were immense. If Su Qing'an truly knew his identity, he would have no choice but to eliminate. I have never heard of such a claim. Why do you speak thus? Lu Qing'an's tone remained calm, yet his eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Su Qing'an furrowed her brows in quiet contemplation. Her innate treasure vase pulsed with an intense, urgent resonance. And then, as if steeling herself, she spoke hesitantly. This junior has just sensed an unshakable intuition. Elder, you are Wu Xiren. Her voice carried a trace of uncertainty, yet the conviction behind it was undeniable. She recalled the banquet not long ago, how she had foreseen Lu Qing'an would rise spectacularly, just as she herself would break free. Yet reality defied expectation. She had indeed broken free, but Lu Qing'an had neither acted nor escaped. She even began to wonder whether her vase occasionally misled her. But soon after she learned that all the Qing'an elixir springs had vanished that very night, confirming at last that the vase's guidance had never faltered. Now its signal blazed with unprecedented intensity, stirring deep doubt within her. Intuition. Lu Qing'an replied coolly. You place faith in something so ethereal and intangible. Do you truly know this person, or possess strength even remotely comparable to mine? My intuition has always been unfailingly accurate, Su Qing'an said with a wry smile. Lu Qing'an sighed inwardly. This matter could no longer be evaded. It was Su Qing'an who had forced his hand. He had no choice but to deal with her, immediately. Glancing around to confirm they were alone, he flashed forward like winter lightning appearing before her. In an instant his voice glacial, you know far too much. Before Su Qing'an could react, darkness swallowed her vision, and consciousness fled. Lu Qing'an struck with divine swiftness, simultaneously weaving a concealed formation to muffle every sound and trace. Even Zhen Yongfu meditating next door sensed nothing amiss. Without hesitation, he carried the unconscious Su Qing'an back to his chamber, sealed the door, and activated layered arrays and prohibitions. There would be no visit to Murong Qingming, not yet. First, Su Qing'an must be resolved. Back inside, he laid her gently upon the bed, brow deeply furrowed as he weighed his options. First, execute her outright. Second, spare her life, but shatter her mind, leaving her hollow and witless. Such cruelty surpassed mere death. Third, bind her utterly. Enslaving her will so completely that betrayal became impossible, transforming her into an unwavering, irrevocable pawn. He now possessed both the power to subdue her absolutely and the means to ensure his own safety within Panlong City, especially with the Hanbing mirror in his possession, rendering even Void-Still Realm cultivators powerless against him. The third option therefore merited serious consideration. After all, Su Qing'an was not inherently malicious, and years of companionship had forged genuine rapport between them. With resolve, crystallized a small pill vial materialized in his palm. This was a specially refined poison pill, a unique blend inspired by the 5 great clans' ancient toxin elixirs, originally prepared in anticipation of Huang family inspections for traces of such cultivation-bound poisons. His second-tier supreme-grade toxin pill was potent enough that even a Radiant Light Realm expert would struggle to break its hold through sheer cultivation strength. Awaken. Lu Qing'an infused celestial qi into his palm and lightly tapped her forehead, rousing her from slumber. Moments later, Su Qing'an stirred slowly, then recoiled sharply at the sight of Lu Qing'an standing before her, her expression stricken with alarm. You. What do you intend to do? She hastily checked her robes, intact. Lu Qing'an sat nearby, watching her with icy detachment, his demeanor deliberately merciless. What do you think I intend? You are Wu Xiren. Then why strike me? Aren't we friends? Su Qing'an had just witnessed his combat prowess firsthand. Not that of a Radiant Light Realm master or higher, but unmistakably of the Yueshao realm. That only strengthened her suspicion. Lu Qing'an, recognizing that her certainty was absolute, removed his mask without further pretense. Your intuition is uncanny. Upon seeing his true face, Su Qing'an's eyes lit up with sudden radiant joy. You're truly unharmed. You worried about me? Lu Qing'an asked, his expression unreadable. Of course. I heard all the Qing'an springs vanished that night. Are the others safe? Having confirmed his identity, her tension eased markedly. Earlier lingering doubt had kept her on edge. All survived, except 2 slain by Huang Xuanyu, Lu Qing'an replied impassively. That is most fortunate. Su Qing'an breathed. But Lu Qing'an's gaze pierced her like twin blades. Yet today your fortune ends. Because I uncovered. Su Qing'an frowned. She was no fool. She understood instantly that his severity stemmed directly from her. Yet inexplicably her vase had compelled her relentlessly to expose him. She was also deeply startled. She had twice seen Lu Qing'an dressed thus at the Alchemist's Guild, and according to Huang Zixing's account, this man commanded celestial stones measured in the millions. Unimaginably wealthy. Yet how could someone hailing from the same mortal realm as the Qing'an springs possess such staggering resources? You possess self-awareness, at least. You now threaten me. Therefore I intend to end you. Then your knowledge dies with you. Lu Qing'an regarded her with glacial indifference. Surely that's unnecessary. I swear. I will never speak of this to another soul. If even one word escapes me, may I suffer catastrophic cultivation collapse, be struck down by heavenly thunder, and become the scorned plaything of 10,000. She raised 3 fingers in solemn oath, choosing the most grievous curses. Lu Qing'an was genuinely taken aback, her vehemence unexpected. Seeing his silence, she hurried on. Moreover, I will serve you far better than Zhen Yongfu. In public, I shall treat you as a complete stranger. Not a glance, not a flicker of recognition. Lu Qing'an's lips twitched faintly. So she had already deduced his connection to Zhen Yongfu, that very banquet. You've discerned my relationship with him, he asked, though already certain. It is clear now? You must be the hidden elder who cultivated him. That evening I bore the blame for you. He sought you, not me. And those two guild masters who defended Jin Yongfu, they did so at your command. Lu Qing'an's eyes narrowed. How much did this girl truly know? Owes me nothing to me. If you wish to live, give me a reason not to kill you. His demeanor was utterly detached, devoid of sentiment, governed solely by cold calculation. That chilling composure reignited her fear. I can trade secrets with you. Would that suffice? After a pause, Su Qing'an clenched her teeth and met his gaze with fierce sincerity. Lu Qing'an replied icily, you may attempt it. Whether I accept rests entirely with me. Very well, I offer 2 secrets. Her cheeks flushed faintly as she whispered, first, I love you. Lu Qing'an. State the second, immediately. His tone brooked no delay. Was she resorting to seduction? It held not the slightest sway over him. This secret matters. Because I love you, I will protect you. Unwaveringly, fiercely, to my last breath. Her voice rang with earnest conviction. Truthfully, she herself couldn't explain it. Ever since meeting Lu Qing'an, her thoughts had drifted toward him more and more. Even during midnight cultivation, her vase would tremble softly, and instantly his image would surface in her mind. Her curiosity deepened until each encounter left her sensing something akin to affection. Yet she remained uncertain. Was it her heart that stirred, or merely the vase's resonance with him? I trust Jin Yongfu because we grew up together. We have known each other only a few years. Do you truly believe a single declaration of love grants you my absolute trust? Lu Qing'an's expression remained unmoved. Very well. My second secret, I possess a unique treasure. One whose existence, if revealed, would guarantee my immediate execution. Only now did Lu Qing'an show genuine interest. Show it to me. No sooner had the words left his lips than Su Qing'an let out a soft, flustered hum and began unfastening her collar. Lu Qing'an, still attempting seduction. Just as Lu Qing'an thought Su Qing'an was about to act coquettishly or use a femme fatale strategy to escape, she abruptly stopped. She unbuttoned 2 buttons, revealing a patch of skin near her collarbone, where a peculiar red pattern was displayed before Lu Qing'an's eyes. The pattern resembled a tattoo, vivid and lifelike. It was a small, exquisite red bottle. This is my most important secret. Su Qing'an took a deep breath, and her immortal aura condensed upon the pattern. Moments later, a red light flashed, and a strange phenomenon ensued. The bottle actually floated out from her skin, as if emerging from the void. On her fair skin, the pattern had vanished, replaced by a thumb-sized bottle hovering before Su Qing'an. This treasure bottle is my innate object, accompanying me since birth. It was not until I reached the Mahayana stage that I learned how to command it. Su Qing'an took out an immortal stone and immediately demonstrated the bottle's marvelous use. She chanted an incantation, and a powerful suction force erupted from the bottle's mouth. The immortal stone was instantly enveloped in a layer of red light, transforming into radiance that surged into the bottle. Then she mobilized the surrounding immortal aura, and the treasure bottle, as if alive, rapidly absorbed the ambient energy. Moments later, 2 beams of light shot out from the bottle's mouth, and 2 identical immortal stones appeared in her hands. This is the main function of the treasure bottle. It can use various energies to replicate certain items. Currently, it can replicate simple cultivation pills, immortal stones, and the like. Items of too high a grade are still beyond its ability. Moreover, I've discovered that this bottle seems to possess a spirit. My intuition is not extraordinary. Rather, whenever something important occurs, a thought suddenly appears in my mind, as if born from the bottle. Su Qing'an truly held nothing back, revealing all her secrets. Lu Qing'an listened quietly, and after witnessing the entire process, he felt her sincerity. This was definitely the secret Su Qing'an had guarded all her life. If others knew, she would either be captured for research or killed to seize the treasure. Or she would be imprisoned forever, becoming a mindless tool for generating wealth. Compared to the secrets he himself hid, it was no less significant. Can others use this treasure bottle? Lu Qing'an probed. Su Qing'an shook her head. This treasure is an innate object. It seems only I can command it. Even if I place it elsewhere with a single thought, it can return to my body. It appeared the bottle indeed had a spirit, and Su Qing'an's so-called intuition was likely bestowed by this object. You mentioned that any energy can be used to replicate immortal stones. Lu Qing'an suddenly thought of something and asked. Su Qing'an nodded. Yes, immortal aura, intense heat, vitality, and even the medicinal power of immortal herbs can be used. Lu Qing'an's eyes lit up. After burning immortal herbs, a large amount of medicinal power remained. Could these waste energies be used by Su Qing'an to transform into immortal stones? He wondered how many immortal stones could be converted. However, he needed to handle Su Qing'an's matter first. Is this secret enough? Su Qing'an took a deep breath, her heart still uneasy. Lu Qing'an said, it barely suffices, but I still need to consider. Actually, I can be your ally, even your tool. You don't need to kill me. We both come from the same mortal world, and our acquaintance is not shallow. In this realm, I have no kin. If you find me useful, I am willing to be used by you. For instance, my intuition can certainly help you turn misfortune into good fortune in specific situations. Su Qing'an had revealed all her secrets. Now she could only demonstrate her value to let Lu Qing'an know her worth. Though the word tool sounded unpleasant at this moment, she had no choice. Lu Qing'an gazed at her quietly, then said, "All right, but I must still impose a measure on you, or I cannot be at ease. Are you going to feed me poison and control me?" Su Qingying asked with a bitter smile. Exactly. Lu Qing'an confirmed that Su Qingying's intuition had struck again. This intuitive ability was indeed remarkable. If he could truly utilize it, he could turn danger into safety, as she claimed. Thinking this way, it seemed favorable. It was as if Su Qingying had become a treasure that could help him avoid peril. No, this treasure was not only that. It could also help him generate wealth and possess strong information-gathering abilities. Oh. As he thought further, Lu Qing'an felt something was off. This girl's utility seemed quite significant. All right, I'll take it. Su Qingying pouted slightly, looking aggrieved. But don't kill me. I am a good person and have never intended to harm you. Lu Qing'an watched her swallow the pill and confirmed its efficacy before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Thus the threat Su Qingying posed to him was resolved. Of course, Su Qingying was also a stunning beauty, which presented a potential danger. Therefore, he still had one more thing to do: provide Su Qingying with some ideological education. All right, next I have a billion things for you to remember. If you cannot do them, then there's no need for you to live. Lu Qing'an said sternly. Su Qingying thought, just one thing. That's easy. First, in public you must keep your distance from me. If I do not approach you, treat me like a stranger. Second, be cautious with eye contact. Even if you look at me, it must be extremely subtle. Third, from now on you must act low-key. When encountering trouble, avoid it if possible. 100 and by the end, Su Qingying was numb. Wasn't it supposed to be just one rule? It was then she realized why Lu Qing'an had found her bothersome. Was it that I had never offended you or touched a nerve, but simply that you were overly cautious? Is that why you wanted no connection with me? Have you memorized them all? Lu Qing'an stared at Su Qingying, seeing her vacant expression as if she hadn't absorbed a word. Previously, when he had mentioned these requirements to Zhang Yongfu, the latter could only remember the first few and had to hastily jot down the rest. But Su Qingying sat through the entire list, listening blankly. I remember them, she nodded. Are you sure? Lu Qing'an, suspecting she was just humoring him, narrowed his eyes. Then recite them. Su Qingying immediately recited over 100 rules verbatim, without a single mistake. At that moment, Lu Qing'an's perception of her shifted. No wonder she could always gather such detailed and thorough information. Her memory was extraordinary. Anything else? Although I cannot guarantee I will follow them all perfectly at first, I will keep them in mind, Su Qingying said with a wry smile. Fine. From now on we are partners. As long as you obey, I will help you improve your strength and establish yourself in the Immortal Realm. Lu Qing'an, well-versed in the art of combining coercion and bribery, began to paint a rosy picture. With that, he also demonstrated his sincerity. This storage ring contains a vast amount of immortal herb medicinal power. You can use it to replicate more immortal stones. Su Qingying blinked her beautiful eyes, took the ring, and examined its contents. Her expression shifted dramatically. This? How many immortal herbs were burned to store so much medicinal power? Lu Qing'an replied calmly. Immortal herbs worth over 5 million immortal stones. Su Qingying was momentarily stunned. If she could channel all the medicinal power into replicating celestial stones, she would be able to produce 1 million of them. However, this process would likely take a considerable amount of time. Alright, I still have matters to attend to. The city lord and the others are discussing important affairs, and I shall go see. Lu Qing'an did not wish to linger here any longer. Since Su Qingying was already under his control, the next step was merely to cultivate their coordination. Alright, should I follow along? No, outside we are strangers to each other, so I won't go. Su Qingying said with a wry smile. Lu Qing'an nodded, somewhat satisfied with her response. But there is one more thing you haven't answered me. As Lu Qing'an walked out, Su Qingying quickly caught up, her head lowered and cheeks flushed. She had already hinted at her feelings. Lu Qing'an was not foolish, he understood perfectly well, but it was indeed looking at her at that moment, he couldn't quite tell if this girl was using a honey trap or if she genuinely liked him. To ensure Su Qingying's absolute loyalty, relying solely on the venomous insect was insufficient. Now that she had expressed her affection, if he could leverage it wisely, he might be able to control her more effectively. So he decisively acted as if it were a possibility. I only have fondness for you at the moment, not yet love. But if you behave well in the future, I might come to see you in a better light. This rhetoric sounded utterly callous, yet it achieved the effect he desired. Upon hearing this, Su Qingying's beautiful eyes lit up, and she promptly replied, all right. Lu Qing'an glanced at Su Qingying, whose face was beaming with a radiant smile, and mused inwardly, if this girl wasn't using a honey trap, then was she simply lovesick. Well, a lovesick girl is easier to control. The key was whether she could do everything he asked of her. Straightened, Lu Qing'an put on his mask, ready to leave, but before departing he reminded her. Su Qingying quickly nodded, having indeed forgotten about that. She swiftly adjusted her attire. Only when her clothes were in order did Lu Qing'an dispel the formation and open the door. As they stepped out, they heard the creak of the door from Zhang Yongfu's adjacent room, and he too emerged. Their gazes met in midair. Zhang Yongfu was utterly dumbfounded, as if he had seen a ghost. Brother, and you... This. Zhen Yongfu stammered, his words failing him. In all his years, he had never imagined witnessing his own brother emerge from the same room as a breathtaking beauty. And she was an extraordinarily stunning woman. Moreover, her delicate face was now tinged with two blushes. Has brother finally come to his senses? Zhen Yongfu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Seeing Zhen Yongfu's expression, Lu Qing'an shook his head in amusement, then beckoned him with a finger and walked back into the room. It was indeed time to let Zhen Yongfu know that Su Qingying would be joining their special little team. Once the door was locked, the three of them sat together in a circle. She already knows about our relationship. From now on, there's no need to hide our secrets from her. Lu Qing'an began informing Zhen Yongfu that Su Qingying had become their companion. Given Zhen Yongfu's outward relationship with Su Qingying, the two could cooperate directly, but both of them had to maintain a certain distance from him. Remember, from now on in public, I am Senior Jia, the one who has been mentoring Zhen Yongfu. Lu Qing'an fixed his gaze on Su Qingying, issuing a solemn reminder. Su Qingying nodded, engraving his words deeply in her heart. After a brief exchange in the room to foster initial rapport, there was nothing more to say. Oh, by the way, brother in the city lord just sent me a voice transmission asking me to bring you to the reception hall. He said something major has happened. Zhen Yongfu suddenly remembered, slapping his thigh. All right, let's go, Lu Qing'an said, then turned to Su Qingying. Stay close to him later. If your intuition kicks in again and there's any danger, make sure to tell him or subtly signal me. Su Qingying nodded eagerly. Strangely enough, she found this feeling oddly thrilling. It was like playing a new and exciting game. After settling matters, the three left the room and flew toward the reception hall. When they arrived at the city lord's mansion's reception hall, they found it packed to capacity, bustling like a marketplace. The moment Lu Qing'an and his companions arrived, the once crowded hall fell silent, and all eyes turned to Lu Qing'an. Within the hall, representatives from the 5 great families and the heads of several major guilds in Panlong City were present, with even the weakest being at the profound light realm. Seeing this assembly, Lu Qing'an's expression beneath his mask grew somber. This was clearly no trivial matter. All the powerhouses of Panlong City had gathered, and the atmosphere was tense. Let me introduce everyone. This is Daoist Jia, who has been secretly mentoring Yongfu. He's currently staying at the city lord's mansion. Given the magnitude of today's events in Panlong City, I've invited him to offer his insights. Murong Qingming introduced Lu Qing'an, but as he spoke, his expression was grim, his brows tightly knit, and his face clouded with deep worry. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Qing'an could only clasp his hands in greeting. He Jingming and Gong Chuha were also present, offering him smiles and nods. Seeing this, Lu Qing'an walked over and sat beside them. Once seated, his gaze swept across the room, observing the situation. Soon he noticed something amiss. His eyes fixed on certain individuals, a flicker of suspicion in his gaze. The heads of the 5 great families and several elders at the profound light realm had all arrived, and he realized that all 5 family heads had broken through to a higher realm. Previously, only Huang Jintian among the 5 family heads was at the first level of the Void Silence realm, while the other 4 were still at the 10th level of the profound light realm. Yet after just one night, the other 4 family heads had all broken through to the Void Silence realm, as if by prior agreement. How bizarre. Alarm bells rang in Lu Qing'an's mind. Could the major event Murong Qingming referred to be that all 5 family heads had become Void Silence realm experts? Indeed, with all 5 family heads reaching the Void Silence realm, the pressure on Murong Qingming must have soared, and it was likely only a matter of time before the city lord's position changed hands. At this thought, Lu Qing'an grew even more cautious. His confidence had stemmed from possessing the Ice Mirror, which could withstand 2 attacks from a 10th level Void Silence realm expert and counterattack. Originally, there were only 2 Void Silence realm experts in Panlong City, which suited the mirror's usage limit. But now that the other family heads had also broken through, his defensive capabilities were no longer sufficient. To be safe, I need to head to the Longevity Exchange Tower as soon as possible. I can't afford to scheme slowly any longer. If necessary, I'll pretend to join the City Lord's faction to gain more life-preserving resources. Lu Qing'an's mind stirred as he silently calculated. Just as he was finalizing his plan, Murong Qingming suddenly spoke. Everyone, in light of this matter, we must first strictly control the Longevity Exchange secret realm. Anyone entering or leaving must be thoroughly inspected, and we must not give that blood demon the slightest opportunity. From today onward, the 6 major factions will each dispatch elite forces to guard the entrance. Lu Qing'an was left speechless. He had just been thinking about how to get to the Longevity Exchange Tower, and now Murong Qingming was ordering strict checks on everyone coming and going. Moreover, a blood demon. What was that? What did it have to do with the Longevity Exchange Tower? This blood demon is likely hiding within the city, or perhaps outside. Given the blood demon's nature, demonic energy will be faintly visible on its body during the day, and it is highly likely to act at night. Therefore, all factions must heighten their vigilance during the night and do their utmost to root it out. Huang Jintian added in a deep voice. The blood demon is the most unique among the demon race. We cannot rule out the possibility that it has other demons protecting it. However, based on the analysis of last night's silent massacre of 100 people, its strength likely does not exceed the Void Silence realm by much, otherwise it would have already slaughtered the entire city. But we cannot discount the possibility of it being at the first or second level of the Void Silence realm, so everyone must proceed with caution, Morong Qingming warned gravely. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an finally understood what had happened. The demons had killed 100 people last night. A citywide massacre. This Panlong city seemed unsafe. Lu Qing'an then looked at Su Qingying, noticing her brows furrowed tightly, and he caught a subtle hint. Su Qingying was sitting in a corner somewhat far from him, and although she wasn't looking at him, the fingers of her left hand closest to him were moving rapidly. Had her intuition kicked in? Could a great calamity be descending upon Panlong City? Beneath his mask, Lu Qing'an's expression was stern. Though countless questions swirled in his mind, he could not speak privately with Su Qingying at this moment. He could only suppress his curiosity for now, intending to question her in detail after the meeting concluded. Su Qingying's performance, however, earned a flicker of admiration from him. Her gaze wandered elsewhere, yet she had subtly conveyed that an intuition had arisen. It seemed she had indeed taken his words to heart. Fellow Taoist Zhao, what are your thoughts on this matter? A voice shattered the brief silence as Lu Qing'an was lost in contemplation. All eyes turned to focus on him. The day Lu Qing'an had appeared over Panlong City atop a supreme 6th-grade immortal flying vessel, news of his arrival spread swiftly among the upper echelons of the major families. When word of his stay at the city lord's mansion circulated, it ignited speculation among the various powers. Now they all secretly wondered what his true cultivation level was, whether he was at the Void Silence realm, and if so, which layer, or if he could possibly be a Radiant Glass realm powerhouse. Morong Qingming looked toward Lu Qing'an. He had specifically invited him to attend, hoping to gauge his attitude and insights. Humans and demons were natural enemies, and the blood demon in particular fed on human blood. It should be eradicated without delay. Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment before speaking. As fellow Taoist Morong says, these demonic masters are merely at the Void Silence realm. They are truly nothing to fear. With careful search, you will surely be able to annihilate them. He still had no clear idea what demons and blood demons truly were, so he could not speak carelessly lest he reveal his own secrets. The crowd fell into silence at his words. Merely at the Void Silence realm, nothing to fear. This implied he was at least at the 10th layer of the Void Silence realm, or even a Radiant Glass realm powerhouse. Morong Qingming said, "Then let us proceed with our plan. But I fear they may deceive us. Not long ago I heard of a city that was completely slaughtered by demons, not a single survivor." At these words, an oppressive atmosphere descended upon the entire hall. An entire city utterly annihilated. Brother Morong, this matter must be reported to the Immortal Sword sect immediately, requesting they send investigators. At these words, an oppressive atmosphere descended upon the entire hall. An entire city utterly annihilated. Brother Morong, this matter must be reported to the Immortal Sword sect immediately. Having heard of demonic traces in Panlong City, they would likely dispatch personnel. Morong Qingming nodded. I have already instructed my daughter to report this to Senior Song Yuanming. However, he received an urgent mission last night to head to a place plagued by demonic activity and will be hard-pressed to leave anytime soon. But he has forwarded the message to the Immortal Sword sect. They should arrive within 2 days. Why have demonic activities become so frequent lately? Lin Bufan, head of the Lin family, furrowed his brow and spoke gravely. In these extraordinary times, let us cease our internal strife. Our priority now is to unite and root out the demons within the city. Sun Yinyang's peculiar voice rang out again. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Huang Zhentian. Upon closer inspection, one could notice some injuries on Sun Yinyang's face, as if he had recently been beaten. Yet many present pretended not to see, seemingly aware of who had delivered the beating. Enough. Today's council ends here. Return and make your preparations. Seeing this, Morong Qingming had no desire to say more. He simply looked at Lu Qing'an, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if signaling him to stay for a brief conversation. Huang Zhentian was the first to rise and leave, followed by the other family heads and guild leaders. Yingxue, seclude yourself for meditation in the coming days, and do not venture out. Morong Qingming instructed his daughter. Morong Yingxue nodded gently, then at her father's signal, she too left the hall. Zhen Yongfu and Su Qingying followed Morong Yingxue out. Now only Lu Qing'an and Morong Qingming remained in the hall. Fellow Taoist, do you truly have no good strategy to offer? Morong Qingming asked, again a smile on his face. Lu Qing'an was inwardly helpless. He had never even seen a demon before, so how could he offer any sound advice? I am not from Panlong City. Besides, the Immortal Sword sect will send their people. We need only follow their orders then. Lu Qing'an continued to solidify his persona as a wandering cultivator. Very well. Morong Qingming frowned slightly. Fellow Taoist, could you reveal your true cultivation level? I have a foreboding feeling. If there is a Radiant Glass realm master among the demons, this time the entire city of Panlong may be slaughtered. Morong Qingming ceased his probing, his tone now filled with sincerity. He clearly hoped to move Lu Qing'an with his earnestness. Sincerity was after all the ultimate skill. Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment before answering truthfully, I am merely at the lunar sky realm. Murong Qingming gave a wry smile and nodded very well. He still hadn't managed to extract the truth. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my cultivation. Should an urgent matter arise, feel free to contact me. Lu Qing'an cupped his hands in farewell. Murong Qingming nodded. Lu Qing'an left the reception hall and flew toward his own room. He needed to question Su Qingying as soon as possible to learn the specifics. Before entering his room, he carefully surveyed his surroundings. Only after confirming no one was there did he head straight to Jin Yongfu's room. By then Jin Yongfu and Su Qingying were already waiting inside. What did you discover? Lu Qing'an sat down opposite Su Qingying and immediately asked. Su Qingying furrowed her delicate brows and said urgently, Panlong City is about to face turmoil. A very strong intuition has arisen within me. The situation is far more complex than the city lord claims. They say the demons this time may only have void silence realm masters, but my instinct tells me otherwise. How strong is this intuition? Lu Qing'an's brows knit tightly as he asked in a grave tone. If it wasn't the void silence realm, did that mean a radiant glass realm master was lurking among them? It is as strong as the time I foresaw you would make your mark and break free from the Huang family's control, Su Qingying replied. Lu Qing'an had experienced the power of her intuition firsthand and dared not dismiss it lightly. Caution is the parent of safety. Whether this intuition was correct or not, he had to be thoroughly prepared. First, we need to gather intelligence on the demons. After all, we come from the mortal world and know little of the immortal realm. It is as strong as the time I foresaw you would make your mark and break free from the Huang family's control, Su Qingying replied. Lu Qing'an had experienced the power of her intuition firsthand and dared not The demon race is one of the major races in the immortal realm, dwelling year-round in the demon domain, which borders the human territories most closely. Some demon clans feed on humans. For instance, the blood demon, mentioned by the city lord, is an aristocratic clan among demons. By devouring human blood, they can increase their cultivation and lifespan. Moreover, with the lifespan exchange tower in the immortal realm, blood demons have a distinct advantage. They often lurk within human territories, hunting the strong and consuming their blood to extend their lifespans, then using that lifespan to trade for treasures at the tower. Once a city with 1 million souls was utterly annihilated, and the blood demon's lifespan surged by 1 million years as a result. As Lu Qing'an listened to Su Qingying's detailed account, he was momentarily stunned. This ability sounded remarkably similar to his own. Of course, the blood demon's power was far inferior to his. Not only could he increase his lifespan by killing humans, but also by slaying beasts or burning plants. To have killed so many and only gained 1 million years of lifespan was truly mediocre. He finally understood why Murong Qingming and the others were so meticulous in investigating those who entered the lifespan exchange tower. And now as he looked at Su Qingying, a gleam of admiration flickered in his eyes. This girl was indeed a valuable asset. Had she caught up with Murong Yingxue after leaving the hall and questioned her thoroughly? Had he stumbled upon a treasure? No, not stumbled upon. This treasure had been clinging to him all along. You did well. Keep it up in the future. Lu Qing'an did not hesitate to praise her. Su Qingying had truly surprised him today. Hearing this, Su Qingying was stunned for a moment. Then a faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she let out a soft hum. For some reason, just hearing a word of praise made her 100 times happier than when she had broken through to the Star Radiance realm. At the same time, her companion treasure vase emitted a joyful sound. What was happening to her? Zhen Yongfu gazed at the scene before him, unable to suppress a look of amused curiosity. To be honest, having followed Lu Qing'an for many years, this was truly the first time he had witnessed such a spectacle. His good brother had actually engaged in a normal conversation with a woman for the first time, even complimenting her. What should we do now? Should we leave Panlong City? Su Qingying asked softly. Lu Qing'an fell into thought. Leaving Panlong City naturally carried its own risks. He had originally planned to lie low here for a while, accumulating a few immortal grade 6 treasures for self-defense before choosing an opportunity to depart. However, the situation in Panlong City had now become enigmatic and fraught with hidden dangers. A leaving might indeed be the best course. Has your intuition told you how long Panlong City can remain peaceful? Lu Qing'an asked quietly, his gaze calm as he looked at Su Qingying. Su Qingying blinked her beautiful eyes and said, I just feel that the demon clan hiding in Panlong City are not merely at the void silence realm, and it seems no major changes will occur in the short term. How short is short term? Is there a specific time frame? Lu Qing'an pressed. Su Qingying pondered for a moment. At least it should be fine for a month or two, I suppose. Lu Qing'an fell silent. Upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow slightly. A month or two. He would prepare as if he only had half a month. In other words, he had only half a month left before he needed to leave Panlong City to be on the safe side. That was right. He still wanted to make a trip to the longevity exchange tower. With over 5 million years of lifespan stored up, not going would leave him unbearably restless. Leaving Panlong City hastily for other places also carried considerable risk of danger. Using over 5 million years of lifespan to exchange for a few immortal Grade 6 treasures would directly enhance his defensive capabilities. Within half a month it seems I need to discuss this thoroughly with the city lord again. The trip to the Longevity Exchange Tower should be arranged as soon as possible. Could the arrival of the Immortal Sword Sect members the city lord mentioned also quell the turmoil? Jin Yongfu asked. Let's wait and see. You two must be prepared. If things go awry, the three of us will take the Immortal Grade 6 Supreme Flying Vessel and leave Panlong City immediately. Lu Qing'an said solemnly. In the past, he would only have considered the safety of himself and Jin Yongfu, but after witnessing Su Qingying's usefulness this time, he began to change his mind. This girl was a treasure. If used well, she could truly avert misfortune. Had it not been for Su Qingying's warning, he might have stayed in Panlong City for a long time, and leaving after the demon clan struck would likely be too late. Understood, the two replied in unison. Lu Qing'an turned to Su Qingying and said calmly, if you have any other intuitions, be sure to inform me promptly. He then exchanged communication imprints with Su Qingying. Su Qingying's vermilion lips curled slightly as she replied, all right. It felt good to be needed. By the way, regarding the 4 other family heads all breaking through to the Void Silence Realm together, do you have any insights or other intuitions? Lu Qing'an suddenly recalled this matter and looked at Su Qingying asking casually. He felt that their simultaneous breakthrough to the Void Silence Realm was somewhat off. Su Qingying shook her head apologetically. No intuition has emerged. Perhaps they learned of the demon clan lurking in the city and swallowed treasures to quickly break through to the Void Silence Realm for self-preservation. Jin Yongfu speculated. All right, if you have any intuition on this, remember to tell me. After Lu Qing'an finished speaking, the three dispersed, each returning to their own rooms. After returning to his room, Lu Qing'an carefully pondered the future while considering how to enter the Longevity Exchange Tower once more. Suddenly a thought struck him, and a gleam of sharp light flashed in his eyes. Earlier Murong Qingming said that 6 factions would each dispatch some elites to guard the entrance of the Longevity Exchange Tower. If I become one of the elites of the City Lord's mansion, can I find an opportunity to enter the tower once? Previously he had thought about entering the tower occasionally, but now he only needed to go in once more. It's worth a try? Sneaking in just once won't arouse anyone's suspicion. Having made up his mind, Lu Qing'an prepared to feign joining the City Lord's mansion. Once he obtained a few immortal Grade 6 treasures, he would leave Panlong City directly. The demon clan's movements in this city would then have nothing to do with him. Given their acquaintance, at most he would leave a letter before departing urging Murong Qingming and the others to remain vigilant. I still have 2 million immortal stones on hand which are of little use now. They'll spend them all on immortal herbs and convert them into lifespan. This would also allow him to exchange for 1 or 2 more immortal Grade 6 treasures. Lu Qing'an immediately took out his communication jade slip and asked Gong Chuha if the Alchemist Guild still had immortal herbs to sell him. Even low-grade ones would do. Gong Chuha replied that only immortal herbs of the 1st and 2nd grades worth over 500,000 immortal stones remained, and they were being transported from other major cities, which would take another day or two. A day or two? I can only wait. Lu Qing'an smiled helplessly. This was precisely the gap between a small city and a large one. In a big city, immortal herbs would never be so scarce. Even if I leave Panlong City, I can't head directly to a more powerful city. I'd better find a city similar to Panlong City and lie low for a while longer. Only after he was fully equipped with immortal Grade 6 treasures would he venture to a major city. He sought absolute stability. Half a day passed. Lu Qing'an found Murong Qingming. In Murong Qingming's study, there was also a handsome middle-aged man. This man stood tall and straight with ink-black hair tied up in a jade crown, his eyes as deep as the starry sky, exuding wisdom and curiosity. His nose was straight, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned in a faint smile, holding a folding fan with a strong scholarly air. His overall demeanor was composed and elegant, subtly radiating an unfathomable personal charm. Lu Qing'an scrutinized this man carefully. He had seen him before, at the banquet that evening, and recently in the City Lord's mansion's reception hall, both times beside He Jingming and Gong Chua. Although he was exceptionally charismatic and left a deep impression, he had not uttered a single word on either occasion. Brother Jia, let me introduce you. This is the head of the city's Array Masters Guild, a 5th grade Immortal Array Master, Brother Li Ming. Murong Qingming introduced with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an cupped his hands in salute. So it's President Li. Greetings. Li Ming smiled warmly. I've long heard of your esteemed reputation. With the crowd earlier, I couldn't greet you. I hope you'll forgive me. Murong Qingming, not wanting to watch the two exchange pleasantries, smiled at Lu Qing'an and asked, Brother Jia, do you have any expertise in the art of arrays? Brother Li and I are studying arrays to find traces of the demon clan in the city. He wasn't sure if Lu Qing'an understood arrays. In Panlong City, there were only 2 high-grade array masters, himself and Li Ming. He was a 4th-grade master while Li Ming was a 5th-grade one. Lu Qing'an was about to say he didn't. At best, he was a 3rd-grade master limited by his cultivation from inscribing higher-level array patterns. But soon he noticed 2 arrays laid out on Morong Qingming's desk. Both were arrays he had personally crafted. One was an early warning array he had deliberately damaged during a beast hunting trip with Su Yoji and Su Qingying, and the other was a replica array he had sold to He Jingming. Why were they both here? Brother Jia, have you seen these 2 arrays before? Morong Qingming noticed Lu Qing'an's gaze and asked. Li Ming interjected, the structure of these 2 arrays is exquisitely ingenious. I've never seen anything like them in the Immortal Realm. One was obtained by a certain longevity cultivator outside the city, and is the focus of our current research, which may help us uncover the demon clan members. The other array was purchased by He Jingming from someone else, but he stubbornly refuses to reveal the seller's identity. I've discovered that both arrays seem to be the work of the same person. What troubles me most is that both arrays have special prohibitions placed on them, clearly the work of a master, making it difficult to study their internal structure. This person's array mastery is definitely above mine. Lu Qing'an looked at the self-deprecating Li Ming with surprise. Was the array path he had researched himself so formidable even in the Immortal Realm? He pondered for a moment and asked, if we can thoroughly analyze this array, can we find the hidden demon clan? Modifying the early warning array might indeed make it possible to locate the demon clan by tracking their aura. But the prerequisite was to trap a demon within the array or invest an item with abundant demonic energy. Yet what was the point of finding these demons? If Su Qingying's intuition was correct, locating them would only hasten the battle. Li Ming nodded. It's possible, especially this damaged array. According to the longevity cultivator's description, it has a locating function. If we can thoroughly study this array and make slight modifications, it might be achievable. Lu Qing'an couldn't help but take another look at Li Ming. As expected of a 5th-grade immortal array master, he had real skill. And if you thoroughly study it, how long would you need to create the array you mentioned? Lu Qing'an asked with a smile. Li Ming pondered for a moment and replied, about a month or so. Lu Qing'an sighed inwardly upon hearing this. Su Qingying's intuition was damn accurate. By the time they found these demon clan members, the 2 sides would likely be locked in a major conflict, plunging Panlong City into crisis. Brother Jia, do you really know these arrays? Morong Qingming interjected again. In fact, when Lu Qing'an arrived and glanced at the 2 arrays, a thought quickly came to his mind. Li Ming said he had never seen the crafting technique of these 2 arrays, and both had only recently appeared in Panlong City. Lu Qing'an had also only recently arrived in Panlong City. Lu Qing'an, after much deliberation, replied with a calm gaze, both of these arrays are my work. The moment these words were spoken, the study fell into a profound silence. Lu Qing'an had already thought it through. His current identity as a formidable figure made it perfectly normal to display his mastery of formations. The fact that Li Ming would need over a month to devise the demon tracking formation aligned precisely with Su Qingying's timeline, posing little impact on him. Moreover, since he would soon leave Panlong City, it was entirely appropriate to claim the formation as his own creation. His purpose in doing so was naturally to secure benefits. A visit to the Longevity Exchange Tower while seeking an opportunity to acquire more immortal stones, or directly request immortal herbs to extend his lifespan, or to obtain 1 or 2 6th-rank immortal treasures, would grant him greater means of self-preservation in this perilous immortal realm. The rampant slaughter by demons indicated that the Immortal Realm was far from peaceful, teeming with powerful beings and alien races. Leaving Panlong City could lead either to a broader path or to an abyss of no return, uncertain as it was. To ensure his survival, he must amass ample safeguards. Morong Qingming was the first to recover, smiling as he said, truly worthy of a fellow Taoist capable of crafting such an exquisite formation. Li Ming's gaze also cleared, now tinged with respect, as he looked at Lu Qing'an. This fellow Taoist is indeed extraordinary. May I ask who your master is? Having studied formations for years, Li Ming was well versed, yet this formation was beyond his knowledge, surpassing the conventional systems of the Immortal Realm. Such innovation could only be the work of a supreme formation master. If Lu Qing'an possessed only the Void Realm, or even the Glass Realm strength, he likely had a sect lineage. Lu Qing'an replied calmly, I have no master. I stumbled upon this myself. It's merely a minor art. Li Ming was left utterly astounded. This revelation shocked him even more than learning that Lu Qing'an had devised the 2 formations. Could this be a prodigy rarely seen in millennia? Haha, you are truly a genius. Could you teach us the structure of these 2 formations? As a formation master, Morong Qingming understood the difficulty of creating such arrays, but his primary concern was the threat to Panlong City, fearing the demons would destroy its foundation. Lu Qing'an shook his head directly. Though my bond with fellow Taoist Morong is good like old friends at first meeting, it hasn't reached the point of gifting the structures of 2 grand formations. These are the fruits of a lifetime's study. Even selling them to others could yield substantial profit. The moment for negotiation had arrived. Morong Qingming frowned slightly, pondering. He understood the logic, but was unsure what Lu Qing'an sought. Fellow Taoist, if you have conditions, speak plainly. If we can meet them, we will do our utmost, Murong Qingming said with sincerity and a smile. Li Ming took a deep breath and nodded. Indeed, as a formation master, I know the value of these arrays. He was eager to thoroughly study these two formations, sensing that comprehending their mysteries might elevate his own skills, perhaps even catapulting him to the Formation Master Guild's headquarters. Such an honor was worth any sacrifice. Lu Qing'an saw their resolve and smiled. I am but a wandering cultivator. What I lack are cultivation resources. What I need most now are immortal stones, and immortal herbs, especially the herbs. Regardless of grade or type, I welcome them all. Both were taken aback by this statement. Why immortal herbs? Could he also be an alchemist? But his request for herbs of any rank was peculiar. My city lord's mansion has some immortal herbs, but not many. Worth about 1,000,000 immortal stones. Murong Qingming shook his head, knowing this wouldn't satisfy Lu Qing'an. I have 2,000,000 immortal stones, but no herbs. Li Ming said, his gaze burning as he looked at Lu Qing'an, willing to give his all. Lu Qing'an's mind sparked with an idea. Fleecing only these two wouldn't yield much, and the demons lurking in Panlong City endangered the entire populace. The other 5 families should also be involved. Fellow Taoist Murong, why not discuss this with the 5 families? I only need immortal herbs, not stones. If you can gather herbs worth 5,000,000 immortal stones within a day, I will present the core structures of both formations. He didn't ask for too much, suspecting Panlong City might not have such a stock. The Alchemist Guild's inventory was only around 5,000,000 immortal stones and herbs. Other factions, even if they had some stock, wouldn't hoard all their wealth in herbs. Murong Qingming nodded. That's only right, given it concerns the safety of all Panlong City. Even without Lu Qing'an's reminder, he would have done so. Immortal herbs worth 5,000,000 stones. Then we have an agreement. Murong Qingming fixed his gaze on Lu Qing'an, as if sealing a pact. Lu Qing'an added with a smile, to be honest, not long ago, I broke through to a higher realm, gaining more lifespan, so I plan to visit the Longevity Exchange Tower. It'll go in a few days. That shouldn't be a problem, right? This time he intended to go just once without overthinking. A straightforward statement sufficed. He believed Murong Qingming wouldn't object. Murong Qingming nodded directly. This wasn't a condition. Instead, he gleaned crucial information from Lu Qing'an's words. So he truly is at the Glass Realm. He just broke through from the 10th layer of the Void Realm to the Glass Realm. From Lu Qing'an's composed demeanor before those at the Void Realm and his daughter's words, he inferred Lu Qing'an was at the Void Realm. Now his mention of a recent breakthrough to a higher realm with increased lifespan made the implication clear. From Lu Qing'an's composed demeanor before those at the Void Realm and his daughter's words, he inferred Lu Qing'an was at the Void Realm. Now his mention of a recent breakthrough to a higher realm with increased lifespan this would spawn numerous issues for the city. After settling terms, Murong Qingming acted swiftly, sending a message to the heads of the 5 families, summoning them to the city lord's mansion with news of the best method to deal with the demons. Lu Qing'an, overhearing, added, Fellow Taoist Murong, Fellow Taoist Li, I have another request. The two exchanged glances and nodded again. You must keep one thing secret for me. Do not reveal that the formations came from me. Lu Qing'an's gaze then turned to Li Ming with a hint of meaning. Say that Fellow Taoist Li created them, and he willingly offered this strategy to Panlong City to trap the demons at the cost of immortal herbs worth 5,000,000 stones. Lu Qing'an, overhearing, added, Fellow Taoist Murong, Fellow Taoist Li, I have another request. The two exchanged glances and nodded. If you two disagree, you'll have to withdraw the offer of the formations. Lu Qing'an shrugged with a smile. I agree, Li Ming said after a moment's thought, decisively accepting. He sensed that Lu Qing'an had concerns, perhaps even suspecting another possibility, but he didn't care. He could protect himself. Moreover, this was an opportunity. If the formations proved their might, he would gain fame. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded. I enjoy working with. He had considered that some among the 5 family heads might be suspicious. He even wondered if a family was colluding with the demons to hide them. If he suddenly claimed to have a formation to detect demons, what would he face? Likely assassination. Thus this move was a cautious one. Find someone to take the fall. And this person was willing. That was the essence of cooperation. Of course, if he was overthinking, it mattered little. He cared nothing for reputation, as he would soon leave Panlong City, letting Li Ming enjoy the glory. Murong Qingming swiftly gathered the heads of Panlong City's 5 great families and also summoned the leaders of the major guilds. After all, the blood demon delighted in hunting those of high cultivation to enhance its power and prolong its lifespan. Thus, everyone present was a potential target for the demon clan, all eager to swiftly eliminate the demonic threat and secure peace. With more contributors, the burden of resources would be alleviated. Lu Qing'an accompanied Murong Qingming into the reception hall. Before leaving, he specifically transmitted a message to Zhen Yongfu, instructing him to bring Su Qingying along. Since this treasure was so effective, it was worth using multiple times. Inside the hall, Su Qingying sat beside Zhen Yongfu, and Murong Yingxue, her gaze briefly sweeping over Lu Qing'an. She only cast a single glance before hurriedly looking away, afraid of being noticed. Yet joy surged within her, especially upon hearing Zhen Yongfu mention that Lu Qing'an had specifically asked him to bring her along. A tremor she had never felt before stirred deep in her heart. She couldn't quite explain it, but the feeling of being needed by someone as mysterious and powerful as Lu Qing'an was intoxicating. Murong Qingming did not mince words. He looked directly at the heads of the 5 families and said in a deep voice, "I have summoned you all again, because there has been a significant development. Brother Li Ming has devised a unique formation. In just 1 month, we can create an array to expose the demon clan." At these words, the room fell into a breathless silence. Such a miraculous formation exists. Sun Yinyang, the head of the Sun family, spoke, first, a smile spreading across his face. "Truly worthy of a 5th-rank formation master. We must rely on Brother Li Ming for this." The other family heads chimed in, heaping praise upon Li Ming. Only Huang Jintian frowned slightly and asked, "Since this formation can be made, why gather us all? Could there be some difficulty?" Huang Jintian pondered 2 possibilities surfacing in his mind. From his understanding of Murong Qingming, if the formation were truly viable, he would have kept it secret, informing only a few trusted individuals to set it up covertly and annihilate the demon clan in one fell swoop. Now summoning everyone and announcing it publicly might alert the enemy. After all, not everyone present could be trusted. There might be demon spies or those colluding with the demon clan. Of course, it could also be Murong Qingming's scheme to lure out the demon clan, ambushing them when they moved against Li Ming, or perhaps simply to frighten the demons away. But the most likely scenario was that some obstacle required everyone's combined effort to overcome. Li Ming said solemnly, "This formation requires a vast quantity of celestial herbs regardless of grade, with a total value exceeding 5 million spirit stones." He naturally wouldn't admit that these herbs were his payment for crafting the formation. That would tarnish his reputation. Instead, he framed it as a necessary material for the formation itself. A simple shift in phrasing allowed him to obtain what he needed while preserving his name. Oh, why not do it? Murong Qingming glanced at Li Ming, thinking how this man still prized his reputation so highly. "That is why I have called you all here, to pool our resources for the celestial herbs. After all, if the demon clan continues to wreak havoc in the city, none of your interests will be safe," Murong Qingming said. The crowd fell into contemplation. Sun Yinyang spoke again, his expression troubled. "The Sun family's stock of celestial herbs is limited." His words were filled with helplessness, as though he wished to help, but lacked the means. The other family heads echoed his sentiment. "We don't have much either. Perhaps we could substitute with spirit stones." "President Gong, does your guild have such a quantity of celestial herbs?" Gong Chuha exchanged a glance with He Jingming beside him, both wearing subtle expressions. Celestial herbs. Crafting formations. They instantly pieced it all together. They couldn't help but steal a look at Lu Qing'an. "An incident occurred not long ago, and we sold off all our herbs. However, we can procure them from another city within a few days," Gong Chuha offered with a smile, eager to secure this large deal. But the next moment, Murong Qingming and Li Ming spoke almost in unison. "No, they must be gathered within a day." Lu Qing'an had insisted on a onady deadline. They didn't know why he was in such a hurry, but they had no choice but to. "That's too rushed. Our reserves are insufficient." Gong Chuha shook his head. "What about President He?" The family heads turned to He Jingming. "We have some, but not much. However, Panlong City is no small town. Pooling resources from all the shops should make it possible," He Jingming suggested. "Then it's settled. Each party will share equally in the 5 million spirit stones worth of celestial herbs. No matter what, they must be prepared within half a day," Murong Qingming commanded. "Any objections?" He Jingming and Gong Chuha exchanged a look, but ultimately raised none. After all, they too resided in Panlong City. The sooner the demon threat was eliminated, the safer they would be. After securing everyone's agreement, Murong Qingming dismissed them to make preparations. "Brother Huang, wait. I have something to discuss with you." Murong Qingming called out to Huang Jintian, stopping him. Seeing that Murong Qingming had not asked him to stay, Lu Qing'an turned and left quietly, waiting for the celestial herbs to arrive. Only Murong Qingming and Huang Jintian remained in the reception hall. "Something else?" Huang Jintian asked, squinting. "Brother Huang, among everyone here, I trust you the most. After the meeting, the demon clan is highly likely to make a move. Either flee Panlong City directly or strike at Brother Li Ming. Therefore, we must ensure Brother Li Ming's safety. Until the disciples of the Immortal Sword sect arrive, he will stay in the city lord's mansion. You and I will guard him in secret and set up an inescapable net. What do you say?" Huang Jintian was silent for a long moment before finally nodding. "All right, I'll follow your lead. Once the herbs are gathered, we'll discuss how to coordinate." Murong Qingming smiled. "But this matter must not be disclosed to anyone else." Huang Jintian nodded in agreement and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the hall, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Murong Qingming indeed intended to cooperate with him, but these words also carried a hint of testing. This fellow wanted to see if he was entangled with the demon clan. If within a few days the demon clan neither fled nor killed anyone, it would mean he had tipped them off. And that phrase, "do not tell anyone," seemed like a trap. If anyone else learned of it, he would be even more suspicious. Murong Qingming watched Huang Zhentian leave until his figure disappeared, then his gentle expression hardened a solemn look in his eyes. Among these people there must be someone colluding with the demon clan, or else the demons could never have hidden so well. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'an returned to the front of his room. After checking his surroundings to ensure no one was watching, he stepped into Zhen Yongfu's room. Zhen Yongfu and Su Qingying were already waiting inside. Any findings? Lu Qing'an looked directly at Su Qingying, noticing she seemed eager to speak. Yes. Su Qingying nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at rice. Lu Qing'an narrowed his eyes. Have you discovered who is colluding with the demon clan? Su Qingying nodded again, her expression resolute. Who is it? Lu Qing'an asked in a low voice. Could it be Huang Zhentian, the head of the Huang family? Zhen Yongfu raised an eyebrow, offering his own view. In his opinion, Huang Zhentian was the most likely to have colluded with the demon race. The Huang family maintained a facade of harmony with the city lord's mansion, yet beneath the surface undercurrents stirred. Perhaps the Huang family harbored sinister intentions, seeking to supplant the mansion. Huang Zhentian might well use the demon race to eliminate the city lord. Lu Qing'an exchanged a glance, with Su Qingying neither nodding nor shaking their heads. Huang Zhentian is indeed suspicious, but in my view the Sun family is even more so. Lu Qing'an remarked calmly. Exactly. My intuition tells me that the Sun family is highly likely connected to the demon race. Su Qingying nodded eagerly, a hint of fascination and curiosity in her expression. She relied on the intuition of her companion treasure bottle to sense something amiss with the Sun family, yet Lu Qing'an lacking such an ability, how had he arrived at the same conclusion? The Sun family. I hadn't considered that. Zhen Yongfu blinked and couldn't help asking, is the Huang family truly above suspicion? The Huang family status is unclear, but my intuition tells me the Sun family is far from ordinary. Just now as I listened to Sun Yingyang, the Sun family had a powerful instinct surged within me. This family likely harbors demons. Su Qingying could find no fault with the Sun family, it was all based on intuition. Lu Qing'an remained composed. Earlier when the City Lord and the Array Masters Guild president spoke, he was the first to respond. Clearly he was more invested in the City Lord's progress than anyone else present. He agreed with the City Lord's approach, yet was also the first to raise the issue of the family's limited immortal herbs, subtly creating a sense of contradiction. Of course this alone was insufficient to directly suspect the Sun family. However, combined with Su Qingying's intuition and a few other clues, one could begin to piece together a plausible theory. Should we inform the City Lord? Su Qingying asked. If they did nothing based on her intuition, Panlong City would likely face a crisis in just over a month. But if they reported this to the City Lord, and he led a force directly to the Sun family, it might force a confrontation and even worsen the situation. Lu Qing'an shook his head. If your intuition is correct, this demon is likely not merely at the void silent stage. Let us wait until we are about to leave Panlong City before taking any action. Murong Qingming and Murong Yingxue had left a favorable impression on him, as had he Jingming and the others. They were all part of Panlong City. He could only leave them some hints before departing while ensuring his own safety. The rest would be up to them to handle. He would not intervene and risk drawing trouble upon himself. Who knew how cunning and vengeful the demon race could be if any survived? Agreed. Su Qingying fully endorsed Lu Qing'an's approach. What have you fully embraced the role of junior disciple? Lu Qing'an noticed Zhen Yongfu's slight frown and knew exactly what was on his mind. Zhen Yongfu smiled wryly. Senior sister is a good person and the City Lord is too. If there's something we could do to help them survive, I think it's worth a try. Lu Qing'an patted Zhen Yongfu on the shoulder, his tone laden with meaning. Help we shall, but we must first devise a plan to ensure our own safety. Trust me on this. Zhen Yongfu nodded, trusting Lu Qing'an's judgment. Lu Qing'an had already formulated a plan. First obtain the immortal herbs, spend a day or two incinerating them to store his lifespan, and then make a trip to the lifespan exchange tower. In this way his lifespan could accumulate to a terrifying value of millions of years. With nearly 10 6th-grade immortal treasures in hand, ensuring his own safety would be effortless. Tonight may not be peaceful. You two should stay here with me and cultivate. He had already anticipated that once news of the array spread, the demon race might target Li Ming. Murong Qingming would certainly set an elaborate trap. If something happened tonight, he would need to lie low. The two exchanged a glance and silently nodded. Half a day passed swiftly. Lu Qing'an received a transmission from Murong Qingming stating that the required immortal herbs were ready. A faint smile touched Lu Qing'an's lips as he left his room and arrived at Murong Qingming's study. Inside, Murong Qingming and Li Ming were still seated across from each other. Both smiled when they saw him enter. Fellow Taoist, please check if the immortal herbs are sufficient. Murong Qingming handed over a storage ring. Lu Qing'an gave it a cursory glance, confirmed it was correct, and pocketed the ring. And the two arrays, fellow Taoist? Li Ming asked impatiently, but Lu Qing'an produced 2 scrolls of array diagrams and 2 illustrations, handing them to Li Ming. These 2 arrays have no restrictions. They come with the array patterns and structures I devised myself. With your talent, fellow Taoist, you will grasp their essence within a day. Lu Qing'an had prepared everything in advance. After handing the arrays to Li Ming and confirming they were correct, he took his leave. He preferred not to grow too close to Li Ming as the demon race might now be targeting him, and proximity could invite trouble. I leave the rest to you two. City Lord, when the time is right, I'll trouble you to take me to the Lifespan Exchange Tower. Morong Qingming smiled in response. Very well. Lu Qing'an returned to his room, where Zhen Yongfu and Su Qingying were still present. The sun had already set and night was falling. Tonight might not be peaceful. After returning to his room, Lu Qing'an activated numerous arrays and layers of tortoiseshell-like protective runes materialized within the space. Finally, he summoned a top-grade 6th-grade immortal flying vessel, controlling its size to hover in the open area of the room. Come in. Focus on your cultivation while I incinerate some immortal herbs. The top-grade 6th-grade immortal flying vessel could fully defend against fierce attacks from the 10th layer of the Void Silence stage, and could even slightly withstand attacks from the glazed glass stage. Its speed rivaled that of a glazed glass stage cultivator. If a demon of that level attacked, they could escape within the vessel, making it difficult for the enemy to harm them. The two nodded earnestly, each sitting in a corner, closing their eyes to cultivate. They occasionally glanced at Lu Qing'an, who was controlling an immensely powerful immortal flame, in midair methodically casting immortal herbs into it, reducing them to ashes. Zhen Yongfu was curious, but refrained from asking, knowing his good brother kept secrets he wouldn't easily reveal. He simply focused on his cultivation. Su Qingying was also curious, but she had learned to hold her tongue. She just stared intently at Lu Qing'an. So this was how those discarded immortal herbs' medicinal power was generated. In other words, soon there would be another batch of immortal herb essence worth 5 million immortal stones ready to be converted. Lu Qing'an continued his steady pace, incinerating 3 herbs at a time as time flowed by. He estimated that the large number of low-grade herbs would take 2 to 3 days to burn completely. The night deepened, the moon hung high, and the city lord's mansion was unusually quiet. From a dark corner, a faint rustle suddenly emerged. 2 shadows sprouted from the darkness at the base of a wall, gradually forming 2 towering human figures. I'll probe the strength of that mysterious person. You go and kill the array master. Both were cloaked in black hooded robes, their muscles like iron, and their faces pale as snow, as if devoid of blood. Fierce, twisted patterns were carved onto their faces like demonic engravings, their eyes crimson, like blood, radiating boundless madness and bloodlust. Their mouths split open to the ears, revealing sharp fangs that gleamed with chilling light, as if ready to tear apart prey at any moment. Their figures merged with the darkness, exuding a cold and eerie aura like demons crawling out from the depths of hell. After exchanging words, they vanished in the blink of an eye, one left and one right, swiftly charging toward their target. Soon, amidst the silent night of the city lord's mansion, the sounds of battle suddenly erupted. An ambush indeed. It seems that side is hopeless, the demon on the left said, coldly furrowing his brow as he instantly concealed himself in a patch of darkness. He merged with the night as if he had never existed. This is the place. His gaze sharpened, his aura shifted abruptly, and an icy, sinister power surged from within him. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the room where Lu Qing'an was staying suffered a fierce assault. Wooden furniture instantly turned to dust, and even parts of the formation's light shields collapsed under the attack. Yet half of the formation's light shields still flickered with faint radiance. Lu Qing'an had long ceased his activities. When the warning formation indicated a killing intent within the city lord's mansion, he had focused entirely on preparing for any turn of events. Surprisingly, of the 2 killing intents shown by the formation, one went exactly as he expected to the city lord's ambush site, and the sounds of battle soon followed. The other killing intent came straight for him, its target clear. It was aimed directly at him. Through the formation, he gazed at the cloaked demon, and as their eyes met, he finally saw the demon's true visage. It was actually quite similar to humans, just with a rather grotesque appearance. At this moment, the demon that had destroyed his room had a cultivation level of the 2nd layer of the Void Silence realm. Only 2 demons came. Is that all the combat power they have, or are there restrictions preventing stronger ones from coming? Or perhaps they just sent some scouts. Lu Qing'an didn't keep his eyes fixed on the demon of the 2nd layer of the Void Silence realm. Instead, he squinted at the light screen of the warning formation in his hand. Without a doubt, only 2 demons had come to the city lord's mansion. Most likely both were at the 2nd layer of the Void Silence realm. Possessing a supreme-grade immortal flying vessel of the 6th rank, he had little to fear from mere cultivators at the 2nd layer of the Void Silence realm. They could remain inside the vessel, staying quietly, and no matter how the demon attacked, it would cause no damage to the ship. The demon showed a look of surprise. This was a surprise attack launched while his companion drew attention elsewhere, so this person shouldn't have entered the flying vessel so quickly. That meant this man had summoned the vessel early and entered it. Human, and if you have the guts, come out and fight, the demon taunted coldly. His only mission was to probe this person's strength. All three of them were inside the flying vessel watching the demon quietly. Let me go out. Does he know I'm weak? That shouldn't be. Lu Qing'an muttered to himself. The impression he gave to others was at least that of a void silence realm expert, possibly even at the 10th layer, or perhaps at the colored glass realm. This insignificant demon at the 2nd layer of the void silence realm, having failed in his ambush, should logically flee immediately. Moreover, once the battle on the other side ended, they would come to surround and kill this demon. This demon's mission was probably just one thing: to probe my true strength with his life. That must be it. No wonder he came straight for me. But isn't the cost too high? Probing with his life. No, could it be that this demon has an ability to escape? That's very likely. Thoughts flashed swiftly through Lu Qing'an's mind. His understanding of demons was still shallow, or perhaps some demons possessed special abilities. For instance, like a lizard having the ability to shed its tail to escape. With that thought facing the demon's provocation, Lu Qing'an said calmly, "Do you believe that if I strike, even your ability won't save you?" At these words, the previously arrogant demon froze, his expression turning grim. Seeing the change in his opponent's demeanor, Lu Qing'an sneered disdainfully, just as he suspected. "No, I can't be intimidated by him. If he were truly powerful, why would he cower in the flying vessel? My clan's secret technique cannot be interrupted by him." The demon quickly shook off the fear that had arisen in his mind. "If you're really capable, come out and let me see," the demon shouted coldly. For some reason, Lu Qing'an felt the demon seemed a bit foolish and couldn't help but tease. "If I don't come out, what can you?" "This?" The demon was momentarily speechless. Indeed, he could do nothing to Lu Qing'an. Even at the 10th layer of the void silence realm, he couldn't breach this flying vessel. That meant if Lu Qing'an didn't come out, his mission was impossible. "Are you afraid of me? I thought you were a mighty expert, but you're just a coward." The demon sneered, trying to provoke him. "Trying to anger me? You're not quite there yet. Besides, killing you would be pointless. I'd rather spare your wretched life and have you deliver a message to your master. If he dares to show his face, I will surely kill him." Lu Qing'an knew clearly that he had been targeted by the demons, and this was precisely because of the strong image he had cultivated earlier. It was quite an undeserved calamity. He even suspected that these demons, despite possessing considerable power, dared not rashly massacre the city because they had heard of his presence in Panlong City. That's why tonight they cautiously sent 2 demons to probe his strength. So after careful thought, what he could do now was he had to keep up the act of being strong, making these demons still afraid to act rashly. Then after lying low for a while, he would hurry to the Longevity Exchange Tower. After exchanging for treasures, he would decisively slip away. According to Su Qingying's intuition, these demons wouldn't dare to launch a full-scale attack for at least a month. That was enough time for him to maneuver. Damn it. The demon, seeing Lu Qing'an had no intention of leaving the flying vessel, and hearing the battle sounds from the other side, fading, knew time was running out. So unwillingly, he unleashed a few frantic attacks at the vessel, and when he confirmed they were useless, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Just you wait, you bastard." As his words faded, he saw Murong Qingming approaching swiftly from afar with some people. Seeing this, the demon rapidly chanted obscure incantations, and thick black aura surged from his body. Lu Qing'an, recognizing that the demon was likely using an escape ability, sneered, "Remember to deliver my words to your master." Boom. The black aura suddenly burst, and when the smoke cleared, the demon had vanished without a trace. Murong Qingming and his group arrived, but the demon's tracks were nowhere to be found. 2 shadow demons. And we didn't catch a single one. Murong Qingming frowned and cursed under his breath, then turned his gaze to Lu Qing'an, who was inside the supreme-grade immortal flying vessel, and said bitterly, "Fellow Taoist, why didn't you strike and kill him?" 2 shadow demons at the 2nd layer of the void silence realm. Based on his estimation of Lu Qing'an's strength, he should have had a chance to interrupt the shadow demon's innate secret technique and slay it. Lu Qing'an replied calmly, "He came to probe my strength. Without a tenfold certainty of killing him, I couldn't act rashly. Besides, sparing his life allows him to deliver a message for me." Murong Qingming accepted the reasoning, and then asked curiously, "What message did you send, fellow Taoist?" Lu Qing'an was inwardly composed. He had thought it through thoroughly. These demons were clearly wary of his strength, and dared not act recklessly. The stronger he seemed to them, the more hesitant they would be. Given that Su Qingying's intuition had a perfect track record, he was fully confident in buying a few more days. Thus, in response to Murong Qingming's question, he said with a calm, invincible aura, "I gave them 5 days. If they don't leave Panlong City, they will never return." Murong Qingming and the others widened their eyes at these words. At that moment, they finally felt an overwhelming pressure from Lu Qing'an. He truly must be a colored glass realm powerhouse. For cultivators participated in this ambush against the demon race Murong Qingming, Huang Jintian Li Ming, and an unfamiliar stranger whose cultivation realm had reached the 5th layer of the void seclusion realm, slightly more formidable than both Murong Qingming and Huang Jintian. Yet the man stood unervingly still, his expression vacant, as if life itself had drained from him, like a wooden post planted in silence, arousing deep suspicion. Murong Qingming drew a slow, steadying breath, Having confirmed Lu Qing'an's cultivation as that of a Lapis Realm expert, a faint measure of confidence settled within her heart. Earlier, 2 shadow demons had appeared, both at the second layer of the Void Seclusion Realm, apparently scouting for intelligence. Their presence signaled that far more powerful demon cultivators still lurked unseen. But now that Lu Qing'an had spoken thus, he had effectively aligned himself with Panlong City. With a Lapis Realm expert standing among them, the demon race no longer posed a credible threat. Huang Jintian glanced at Lu Qing'an, then flicked his gaze toward the motionless middle-aged man standing nearby, brows subtly furrowing. Inwardly he mused, a Lapis Realm expert, and a Void Seclusion Realm 5th-layer puppet. It seems I underestimated Murong Qingming after all. Well then, tonight should bring some respite. All may retire and rest. Having spoken, Lu Qing'an waved. Murong Qingming nodded in acknowledgement. With numerous matters still demanding her attention, she summoned attendants to clean the premises and arranged new lodgings for Lu Qing'an. Upon arriving at his new quarters, Lu Qing'an closed the door firmly behind him, only then permitting Zhen Yongfu and Su Qingying, who had been concealed inside his flying vessel, to step forth. Zhen Yongfu's presence aboard the vessel was plausible enough, but Su Qingying was another matter entirely. To maintain proper distance, Lu Qing'an had kept her hidden, forbidding her emergence. Now, with no outsiders present, Lu Qing'an turned his gaze upon Su Qingying and asked, "Do you sense anything? Has tonight's event altered the threads of fate?" Unease still coiled within him. He sought her confirmation. Su Qingying shook her head lightly. "No. My recent intuition remains unchanged." "Then all is well," Lu Qing'an murmured, inwardly exhaling softly. He could not be certain whether his pretense as a Lapis Realm expert would truly deter the lurking demon cultivators. If it failed, he would have no choice but to flee Panlong City under cover of night. As for the expedition to Shouhuan Tower, best abandoned. Since no divergence had occurred, he would proceed precisely as planned. Burning the remaining immortal herbs will take over a day. Too slow. For absolute security, I must acquire another celestial flame. After brief contemplation, concluding he could now safely control 2 celestial flames, he retrieved a spirit transmission jade slip and sent a message to Gong Chuha requesting delivery of another high-tier celestial flame. Elsewhere, in a hidden abyss beneath Panlong City, lay a fathomless ancient palace shrouded in perpetual gloom. Only a single candle flickered feebly within its depths. At that moment, 2 shadows coalesced from the darkness, the same pair of shadow demons who had earlier manifested at the city lord's residence. Their faces were deathly pale, their vitality visibly drained by the toll of their racial secret art. "Report." A deep, commanding male voice resonated from the blackness. "My lord, the mission has failed." The 2 demons bowed low, kneeling on one knee, heads bowed in submission. Silence descended, a suffocating, terrifying pressure emanating from the darkness, pinning them motionless, breath held in terror. "Explain in detail." At the command, the shadow demon who had attempted Li Ming's assassination spoke, first recounting every detail without omission. "A Void Seclusion Realm 5th-layer puppet. Hardly impressive." A tone of disdain echoed from the dark. The second shadow demon, sent to test Lu Qing'an, followed immediately, repeating everything he had witnessed and heard. Hiding inside a flying vessel from the outset, refusing even a single step outside. The voice carried a tinge of curiosity. "Yes, my lord. That one exudes a profoundly nauseating aura. He nearly drove this demon to madness." The shadow demon clenched his teeth, then faltered, offering a wry, pained smile. "And he instructed me to convey a message to your lordship." His voice trailed off, hesitant. "Speak," he said. "If your lordship dares reveal yourself, he shall strike you down without mercy." Trembling, the demon dared not withhold a word. "That one is at least a Lapis Realm expert, and anticipated our probe. Truly unfathomable." The shadow demon offered a rueful smile. One unspoken thought lingered when facing that man directly. He'd sensed something unsettling. Not overwhelming power, but an eerie theatrical artifice, as though the strength were merely performed. Just then a figure appeared at the hall's threshold, bowing deeply as he entered. "My lord demon sovereign, how fares the battle?" Sun Yinyang strode in with obsequious grace. The gust of wind he stirred tilted the candle flame, casting its fragile light deeper into the chamber's recesses. To any keen-eyed observer, the sight would have been staggering. Deep within the gloom rested a blood jade throne, and seated upon it was a man of porcelain pale skin, flanked by a silent, imposing line of demon cultivators, each at the Void Seclusion Realm, over a dozen in total. "It failed. That one is at least Lapis Realm." Sun Yinyang's brow knotted tightly. "My lord demon sovereign, what shall we do next?" "Proceed as planned, but Li Ming must die. Sacrifices are inevitable. Carry out my orders. Tomorrow, execute Li Ming." Later, Lu Qing'an met Gong Chuha, who delivered a 5th-ranked celestial flame. When Lu Qing'an offered spirit stones in payment, Gong Chuha declined outright. Thus, Lu Qing'an acquired the flame without cost. With 2 celestial flames now under his command, he began working with both hands, manipulating one flame while simultaneously casting immortal herbs into the other, doubling his speed. Excellent. At this pace completion with 2 celestial flames now under his command, he began working with both hands, manipulating one flame while simultaneously casting immortal herbs into the other. Yet Qing'an, whose true cultivation remained only at the moonsky realm, commanded not 1 but 2 celestial flames, a 6th rank and a 5th rank each, controlled with flawless simultaneous precision. Such mastery was nothing short of terrifying. The night passed swiftly. By dawn, Qing'an was forced to Murong Qingming once again convened Panlong City's elite in the reception hall. Qing'an, now a centerpiece of the gathering, had no choice but to pause his refining and accompany Jin Yongfu and Su Qingying there. Soon he arrived at the hall, already filled to capacity. The 5 great families of Panlong City and leaders of its major guilds were all present. As Qing'an stepped inside, every eye turned toward him, filled not with doubt, but with profound reverence. He knew well that last night's calculated display had already spread like wildfire. Today's adulation was entirely expected. A quiet, private sigh escaped him. There was undeniable pleasure in being so widely revered. Yet this charade could not endure. Soon he would depart Panlong City altogether. He could no longer afford such prominence. He would seek some distant, nameless place, where no one knew him, and quietly cultivate, biding his time, growing stronger in obscurity. All esteemed guests have gathered. This morning's assembly convenes to deliberate our path forward. With senior friend Jia now anchoring our defenses, those demon vermin dare not act openly. Once senior friend Li Ming completes his formation array, the demons will have nowhere left to hide. Murong Qingming's expression held serene assurance, as if victory were already written in the stars. Senior friend Li Ming, when shall your formation be fully established? At that moment, Long Outyen, the patriarch of the Long family, smiled gently as he asked, seeking a precise time frame. He sat almost adjacent to Li Ming. Li Ming remained calm, seated beside Murong Qingming, replying serenely, barring unforeseen complications, completion should occur within 20 days. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in visible satisfaction. Given senior friend Li Ming's pivotal role in the coming days, City Lord, how may we best support his safety? Sun Yinyang inquired with a courteous smile. Indeed, should senior friend Li Ming complete the formation unharmed, those demon pests may well abandon the city entirely. Others voiced immediate agreement. Murong Qingming nodded. Senior friend Li Ming resides securely within my residence. His safety is guaranteed. But before the sentence could finish, horror erupted before them all. One moment, Long Outyen, the Long family patriarch, sat composed and tranquil. The next, he exploded upward in sudden, brutal motion, launching a void seclusion realm first layer assault straight at Li Ming. Damn it! Murong Qingming had never foreseen such treachery. Instantly, she unleashed her void seclusion realm 5th layer puppet to intercept and shield Li Ming. Yet Long Outyen's ambush had been too swift, too unexpected. Li Ming would need to withstand the initial blow himself before aid arrived. Senior friend Jia. Murong Qingming turned urgently toward Qing'an. Qing'an himself had not anticipated the Long patriarch's brazen public strike. Hearing Murong Qingming's desperate cry, he could only suppress an inward groan. I know you're anxious, but anxiety won't change a thing. I am only at the moonsky realm. All Qing'an could do at this moment was to pray for Li Ming to survive this blow, leaving the rest to Murong Qingming. Secondly, he scanned his surroundings, remaining vigilant against any other potential assailants like Long Outyen who might ambush him. Long Aoshan's attack had clearly revealed his allegiance to the demon race. What was unexpected was that he dared to act so blatantly. This was tantamount to surrendering his life to the demons, or perhaps he had long been under their control, forced to serve. Qing'an's gaze swept across the surroundings, and soon he noticed a man staring at him with a peculiar expression. It was Chun Haonan, the patriarch of the Chun family among the 5 great clans. Die! Just as Li Ming was in peril and all eyes were fixed on him, Chun Haonan, the patriarch of the Chun family, suddenly launched a surprise attack on Qing'an. The distance was so close that even if Qing'an had summoned his 6th grade immortal flying boat, it would have been too late. Fortunately, Chun Haonan's cultivation was merely at the 1st layer of the void silence realm, and Qing'an's cold mirror could withstand 2 attacks from cultivators below the 10th layer of the void silence realm. Thus he made no move, allowing Chun Haonan's attack to strike him. Yet the moment it touched him, the attack vanished as if stolen by an invisible force, utterly miraculous. Stranger still, Chun Haonan's eyes suddenly widened, and a cracking sound echoed from his body. An icy chill surged from within him, and in an instant his entire form was encased in frost, his life force extinguished completely. He had perished in a single breath. Qing'an sighed inwardly. The cold mirror could now only withstand one more attack from a void silence realm cultivator. He would need to visit the longevity tower again as soon as possible to exchange for more defensive treasures. His fear of insufficient defenses was nearly overwhelming. Meanwhile, as Chun Haonan was slain, a mysterious energy flowed into Qing'an, granting him an additional 1,000,000 years of lifespan. That meant after burning the remaining immortal herbs, he would have 11 million years of lifespan left. Excellent. Barring any surprises, he could exchange for 11 top-tier or supreme 6th-grade immortal treasures. With so many treasures, at least one or two would surely be defensive in nature. Just as Lu Qing'an killed Qing'an, the situation on the other side had also reached a conclusion. Li Ming had never expected an ambush in such an environment. Though protected by a special formation, he was merely a 5th-grade formation master. In the end, a fatal blow struck him, and he fell unconscious. Though he was not dead, his life force was faint. Lu Qing'an noticed a faint black aura emanating from the spot where Li Ming was hit, a sign of demonic methods. It seemed his chances of survival were slim. What a pity, but better him than me. Murong Qingming had already led the crowd in a frenzied assault on Long Outyin, the patriarch of the Long family, capturing him in no time. Unexpectedly, Long Outyin suddenly burst into laughter, and his head exploded, killing him on the spot, splattering blood across Murong Qingming's face. Already seething with rage, Murong Qingming's misophobia flared up his face, growing darker as he gritted his teeth. Damn it. The demons have infiltrated to this extent. He quickly cleaned the filth from himself and returned to Li Ming's side, ordering the puppets to guard the area. Yet in the end, he let out a sigh. There was no saving him. Lu Qing'an approached to inspect, as while shaking his head inwardly. Indeed, there was no hope. Li Ming's life force was rapidly dissipating. Damn it. City Lord, fellow Taoist, Li has ended up like this. What do we do now? Sun Yinyang cursed angrily. Huang Zhentian said in a deep voice, no one here is allowed to leave. We must interrogate everyone one by one. The demons are likely still among us. Lu Qing'an agreed with this and cast a few extra glances at Sun Yinyang. Su Qingying's intuition had never been wrong. This fellow was surely of the same ilk as Long Outyin and Qing'an. He needed to keep his distance to avoid another ambush. Despite his best efforts to save Li Ming, Murong Qingming could only announce failure, as Li Ming had turned into a cold corpse. He turned his gaze to Lu Qing'an and said, fellow Taoist Jia, what should we do now? He had just been about to ask Lu Qing'an to help save Li Ming, never expecting that Qing'an, the patriarch of the Qin family, had also been infiltrated by the demons. It seemed that Lu Qing'an had not acted immediately because he had anticipated other potential attackers. Such foresight was worthy of a Immortal Realm powerhouse. Even more terrifying was that Lu Qing'an had not even lifted a finger yet Qing'an had already perished. Such strength sent chills down one's spine. Everyone now turned their gazes to Lu Qing'an, having witnessed his unfathomable power. A cultivator at the first layer of the Void Silence realm was but an ant before him. If not for Long Outyin being so close to Li Ming and launching a sudden sneak attack, Lu Qing'an's strength could have easily resolved the crisis. But fate was unpredictable, and it was all in vain. Lu Qing'an said in a deep voice, let us follow fellow Taoist Huang's advice and conduct a thorough interrogation. Everyone line up, I will examine each of you one by one. When Huang Zhentian gave the order, Lu Qing'an realized that no one present could escape the scrutiny, including himself, unless he took control. He had no desire to be stripped and examined, so he would be the chief examiner. He, Jingming, and the others complied with Lu Qing'an's instructions, maintaining orderly discipline. Fellow Taoist, do you have a method to identify demons? Though it is daylight, these two carry no demonic aura. It seems they are not possessed, but rather have their minds controlled by illusion demons. Murong Qingming took a deep breath, his brow furrowed. Blood demons, shadow demons, and illusion demons had all gathered in Panlong City. Such a demonic force could easily massacre their entire city. He even suspected that the recent slaughter of a major city was the work of this demon group. The reason Panlong City had not yet been destroyed was thanks to Lu Qing'an, a Immortal Realm powerhouse present. Upon hearing Murong Qingming's words, Lu Qing'an frowned beneath his mask. What in the world was an illusion demon? Mind control? Were all demons this terrifying? Shadow demons could survive in desperate situations. Illusion demons controlled minds. Blood demons could increase their power and lifespan by devouring humans. Damn it, was this what they called a racial advantage? I have my own method of identification. Lu Qing'an said in a deep voice. Whether he could actually detect them or not, he now understood that the demons had many tricks up their sleeves. They would likely continue to test him or even launch ambushes. This place was no longer safe to stay. He planned to go to the Longevity Tower immediately after leaving and burn the immortal herbs. He had just gained an extra 1,000,000 years of lifespan, so he would exchange for treasures and flee Panlong City at once. Since Sun Yinyang was clearly suspicious before heading to the Longevity Tower, he would have him restrained to prevent any further trouble. Thus Lu Qing'an glanced at Su Qingying, giving her a meaningful look. Perhaps she could help him identify whether others were under demonic control. He sat at a slight distance from the crowd, signaling Murong Qingming to proceed with the interrogation. Whenever Murong Qingming approached someone, Lu Qing'an would glance at Su Qingying from the corner of his eye. If he saw no subtle cue from her, he would signal Murong Qingming to move on to the next person. In the end, Su Qingying made no other moves. The last person Murong Qingming interrogated was Sun Yinyang. Sun Yinyang appeared calm, seemingly unafraid of the scrutiny. Lu Qing'an sneered inwardly at the sight. Hold on. Are you the patriarch of the Sun family? Lu Qing'an stared at Sun Yinyang, asking in a deep voice. At these words, Murong Qingming and the others immediately fixed their gazes on Sun Yinyang. Sun Yinyang, who had been calm, felt his pupils contract to pinpricks as Lu Qing'an spoke, but he quickly smiled normally. Yes, I thought you knew me, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist Murong sees him. I find him suspicious. Lu Qing'an said coldly. At these words, everyone present instantly tensed, staring intently at Sun Yinyang. Sun Yinyang cursed inwardly upon hearing this. How could this man have detected something wrong with him? Having witnessed Lu Qing'an's methods, Murong Qingming and the others were utterly convinced. At this moment, even if Lu Qing'an proposed more outlandish demands, they would willingly carry them out, let alone merely capturing a family patriarch. Huang Zhentian made the first move, leading several elders of the Huang family to encircle Sun Yinyang, and said in a deep voice, Patriarch Sun, I advise you not to act rashly. Surrendering without a fight is the best course. Murong Qingming also approached with the puppet at the void silent stage 5th layer, calmly stating, do not resist. If you are innocent, justice will naturally be served. Everyone expressed their stance, surrounding Sun Yinyang tightly. Seeing this, Sun Yinyang suppressed his inner terror, cupped his hands, and said, fellow Taoists, please hold your hands. I will not resist. I beg you all to see clearly, I have no disloyalty. Fellow Taoist Jia may have misunderstood. He did not wish to die. All he could do now was refrain from resistance, for resistance would mean certain death. Murong Qingming then ordered the puppet to see Sun Yinyang, turned to Lu Qing'an, and asked fellow Taoist Jia what exactly is wrong with him. Everyone present fixed their gaze on Lu Qing'an. Even Sun Yinyang stared intently, eager to know the reason and how he had been found problematic. Lu Qing'an, however, said lightly, my intuition tells me this man is suspicious. Detain him for now, I will decide later. Intuition. All were momentarily stunned, doubt creeping into their hearts. Could such matters be decided by intuition? Sun Yinyang was even more dumbfounded, cursing inwardly. Can intuition be so precise? Murong Qingming pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to trust Lu Qing'an. Perhaps he had indeed discovered something, but couldn't speak openly due to the occasion, thus using intuition as a cover. Thus Murong Qingming sealed Sun Yinyang's cultivation, easily subduing and imprisoning him. Lu Qing'an looked at Li Ming's corpse and gently shook his head. He considered this as avenging Li Ming. Fellow Taoist, you willingly became the demon race's target. Afterward, Lu Qing'an had Murong Qingming dismiss the others. Unwilling to linger, he immediately sought a way to reach the longevity exchange tower, finish his business, and slip away. Meanwhile, at the same moment of Sun Yinyang's accident, deep within the underground palace of the Sun family, a group of demon cultivators had already sensed the disturbances above. Damn it. This fellow is indeed not simple. Emergency evacuation. Sun Yinyang's capture might lead to their location being revealed. Even if not, Murong Qingming and his forces would come to investigate the Sun family. Master, where shall we go? The blood demon pondered briefly and gave an answer. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Qing'an found a moment alone with Murong Qingming. Before he could speak, Murong Qingming pleaded, fellow Taoist Jia, fellow Taoist Li Ming has fallen. This formation can only be set by you. He left behind the formation blueprints, and since you provided the structure, setting it up shouldn't be difficult. Seeing Murong Qingming's earnest words and even a bow, Lu Qing'an fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. I can, but I must first go to the longevity exchange tower. Let's go together. The day's events had deepened his understanding of these demon cultivators, myriad and sinister. Whatever his next move, the priority was to acquire more treasures and enhance his means of survival. The frost mirror had been used once, leaving only one chance to withstand a void silent stage expert. His fear of insufficient defense grew more pronounced. All right. Murong Qingming hadn't expected Lu Qing'an to agree so readily, thinking he would need to offer more immortal herbs to persuade him. Thus the two quickly prepared to set off for the outskirts of the city. Just as they flew into the air, Lu Qing'an was about to summon his immortal grade 6 supreme flying boat when he saw a group flying from the horizon. He frowned slightly, while Murong Qingming was overjoyed. Fellow Taoist Jia, the Sword Immortal sect, has arrived. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an relaxed his guard. With the Sword Immortal sect's presence, the hidden demon cultivators would likely be more cautious. Let's welcome them. Murong Qingming said, looking at Lu Qing'an. In fact, there was no need. Within 2 breaths, the Sword Immortal sect party had flown before them. They stood in midair. I am City Lord Murong Qingming. Greetings, fellow Taoists of the Sword Immortal sect. Murong Qingming cupped his hands with a smile. Senior uncle. Could this man be the disciple of Song Yuanming's Jr.? The situation is somewhat complex, but for now it's under control. Of course, all thanks to fellow Taoist Jia, otherwise the demons. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I received a transmission from my senior uncle that demon cultivators have appeared in this city. How stands the situation? The middle-aged man smiled and cupped his hands politely. Senior uncle. Could this man be the disciple of Song Yuanming's Jr.? The situation is somewhat complex, but for now it's under control. Of course, all thanks to fellow Taoist Jia, otherwise the demons would have already massacred the city. Morong Qingming took the opportunity to introduce Lu Qing'an. The Sword Immortal sect members looked at him with slight surprise. He bore no cultivation fluctuations, but possessed an extraordinary aura, standing beside Morong Qingming with an air of hidden strength. May I ask your specific cultivation? The middle-aged leader cupped his hands. For Morong Qingming, to mention massacre the hidden demons must at least be at the mid-void silent stage. Moon firmament stage. Lu Qing'an said calmly. The Sword Immortal sect members were momentarily taken aback. Morong Qingming smiled wryly. I'll explain later. This isn't a good place for conversation, let's find somewhere to sit and talk. Agreed. I forgot to ask your name. Morong Qingming looked at the middle-aged man. Zhao Dezhu. So it's fellow Taoist Zhao. Please. Lu Qing'an then said, fellow Taoist Morong, I'll go to the longevity exchange tower alone. You entertain the honored guests first, I'll return shortly. He didn't want these people to delay his plans. After securing enough trump cards, he would decide his next move. Morong Qingming pondered for a moment, took out a token, and handed it to Lu Qing'an. Go quickly, and return soon. Lu Qing'an smiled faintly and nodded. By the way, fellow Taoist Morong, could you invite Huang Xuanyu of the Huang family? I hear he is your future son-in-law. Zhao Dezhu suddenly asked with a smile. Morong Qingming was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly. There have been some changes. My daughter has broken off the engagement, but it hasn't affected my relationship with the Huang family. Why does fellow Taoist Zhao ask? Zhao Dezhu paused briefly, then said, he is now my junior brother. I came this time on my master's orders to take him for training and then bring him back to the sect. Morong Qingming was somewhat surprised. He had indeed heard that Huang Xuanyu had caught the eye of a Sword Immortal sect elder, but he didn't expect it to be Song Yuanming's junior. What a coincidence. Lu Qing'an, who had yet to leave, was also slightly surprised, but paid it no mind. He directly summoned his Immortal Grade 6 flying boat and flew straight out of the city. The Sword Immortal sect members were astonished to see the Immortal Grade 6 Supreme flying boat looking at the scene in surprise. Is this fellow Taoist truly at the moon firmament stage? Zhao Dezhu asked Morong Qingming doubtfully again. Even he didn't possess a flying boat of this level. Last time he had bid on a similar Immortal Grade 6 Supreme flying boat at an auction in a major city near the sect, but his limited resources forced him to miss out. Now arriving in this small city, he unexpectedly saw such a vessel. How could he not be surprised? Morong Qingming laughed. This fellow Taoist Jia is a rogue cultivator. He claims to be at the moon firmament stage for personal reasons. In truth, his cultivation is at least at the radiant glass stage. What? Radiant glass stage? The Sword Immortal sect members widened their eyes. Their master was only at the radiant glass stage. Morong Qingming descended slowly from the sky with the disciples of the Immortal Sword sect, unhurriedly recounting Lu Qing'an's origins and achievements. He narrated from the moment Lu Qing'an appeared in Panlong City, his cultivation of Zhen Yongfu, all the way to the recent events. Taoist Jia should have broken through to the glass realm not long ago, gaining many years of lifespan, so he went to the longevity exchange tower. Now Taoist Jia has also agreed to help set up the demon-searching grand array. As for when it will be completed today, I haven't asked in detail yet. Morong Qingming spoke calmly. After hearing Morong Qingming's account, Zhao Dezhu's curiosity about Lu Qing'an reached its peak. This man was truly formidable. His own cultivation had reached the 10th layer of the void silence realm, only a step away from the glass realm, and he might break through soon. Yet he dared not claim to be as outstanding as Lu Qing'an. Thinking this, Zhao Dezhu sighed inwardly. Lu Qing'an was merely a rogue cultivator without the support of any sect, yet he had discovered Zhen Yongfu, a talent even his senior uncle valued, and secretly nurtured him. Even more astonishing was that he possessed a supreme-grade immortal 6th class flying vessel and was a 5th rank or higher array master whose skills were recognized by the Array Masters Guild's president. He was truly not to be underestimated. If he can truly set up the demon-searching grand array, he will make an indelible contribution to the cause of humanity. Zhao Dezhu, being a member of the Immortal Sword sect, understood the calamity of the demon race well. The entire sect was dedicated to eliminating demons, and many disciples had clashed with them, fully aware of their sinister techniques and elusive movements. They had caused no small amount of trouble. Exactly, Morong Qingming agreed, also aware of the profound significance of this array, which could even alter the future of all humanity. Since he says the Sun family head has issues, it's highly likely. Take us to interrogate him. No, let's investigate the 3 major families first. We might find traces of the demons directly. A thought struck Zhao Dezhu. Recalling the recent demon attack in the city, he mused that it was still daytime. The demons might not have relocated. A direct assault could catch them. Morong Qingming pondered for a moment and asked, should we not wait for Taoist Jia's return? Though he was unsure of the demons' exact strength, he estimated there were no glass realm experts among them, or they would have slaughtered the city long ago instead of lying low. Zhao Dezhu said decisively, by the time he returns, the demons will likely have fled far away. That works too. Murong Qingming nodded in agreement, quickly gathered the experts in Panlong City, and led by Zhao Deju, they headed straight for the Long Chun and Sun families. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'an, piloting his flying vessel, had already left Panlong City far behind. Before departing, he sent a voice transmission to Zhen Yongfu and Su Qingying. Leave the city lord's mansion immediately and wait for me at the city gate. They'll come for you after I leave the longevity exchange tower. Lu Qinggan grew wary. The city lord's mansion was fraught with hidden dangers. If the demons truly had someone capable of mind control, Murong Qingming might be next. It was better to leave that place, acquire enough treasures, and then make other plans. As for his promise to help set up the array, that would depend on the situation. After all, he was only a third-rank array master, and the array in Li Ming's manuscript was at least fifth rank, far beyond his ability to complete in a short time. Unless he weakened its power and spent days improving it, he couldn't achieve the desired effect. It wasn't that he didn't want to fulfill his promise, but that he couldn't set it up anytime soon. Leaving now? Zhen Yongfu asked upon receiving the message. Yes, bring Su Qingying to the place where we gathered after our last hunt, Lu Qinggan replied. All right. Zhen Yongfu trusted Lu Qinggan's decisions and agreed immediately. The supreme-grade Immortal 6th class flying vessel was incredibly fast, leaving Panlong City in an instant and heading for the longevity exchange secret realm. Along the way, he burned celestial herbs. Though the process was rapid, he estimated it would take at least half a day to finish burning the remaining ones. Celestial herbs worth over 1 million immortal stones. Forget it, I want wait. 10 million years of lifespan is enough. If I get a good defensive treasure, I can find another place to finish burning the rest and enter the longevity exchange tower again. Soon the longevity exchange secret realm was in sight. As Murong Qingming had said, several major powers had sent elite forces to guard the place, all experts at the 10th layer of the mysterious light realm. Seeing Lu Qinggan arrive on his supreme-grade Immortal 6th class flying vessel, they immediately recognized him and greeted him respectfully. Lu Qinggan put away the vessel, appeared before them, and directly showed the token Murong Qingming had given him, saying, "I'm going in." Though these men were ordered to strictly inspect everyone entering the secret realm, seeing the city lord's token, none dared to stop him and immediately let him pass. Lu Qinggan entered the longevity exchange secret realm safely and finally stood before the longevity exchange tower. Excellent. I'm finally in. He took a deep breath, excitement surging within him. The lifespan he had accumulated could finally be put to great use. He plunged into the tower, instantly surrounded by a vast, boundless space. The familiar ancient voice echoed once more. His goal was clear: to exchange for treasures ranging from high-grade to supreme-grade Immortal 6th class. He plunged into the tower, instantly surrounded by a vast, boundless space. The familiar ancient voice echoed once more. His goal was clear: to exchange for treasures ranging from high. But when he emerged from the tower, his face no longer showed excitement. He had been so exhilarated that he had calmed down. Bliss. He wanted to shout to the heavens. So this was what it felt like to be laden with treasures. 10 exchanges, and each item made his body tremble with excitement. He hadn't expected such incredible luck. It seems I won't be leaving Panlong City in a hurry. A few petty demons. How could they make me flee? He had roughly assessed the demon's strength. The strongest among them was at most around the mid-glass realm. Now a mere mid-glass realm was nothing. If they could so much as harm a single hair on his head, he would lose. Once I've eliminated these demons, I can continue to lie low in Panlong City and accumulate more lifespan. When I'm fully equipped with supreme-grade Immortal 6th class treasures, I'll move on to other unfamiliar cities. That will be much safer. Lu Qinggan straightened his robes, left the longevity exchange secret realm, and arrived at the agreed meeting point with Zhen Yongfu to pick them up. And go where to next? The Immortal Sword Sect? Zhen Yongfu asked curiously. Su Qingying also looked at him inquisitively. Lu Qinggan smirked slightly and said calmly, "Nowhere. We're staying in Panlong City." Huh. Zhen Yongfu was taken aback, then asked, "Why the sudden change of heart?" Lu Qinggan laughed. "A few petty demons. Why should I fear them?" Zhen Yongfu blinked, then burst into hearty laughter. Haha, looks like Ngu is confident he can wipe them out. He knew Lu Qinggan well enough to know he wouldn't be so composed without absolute certainty. Lu Qinggan turned to Su Qingying and asked, "Have you had any intuitions?" Su Qingying stood there dazed, her intuition now overwhelmingly strong. All the crisis intuitions that had emerged earlier had vanished. "My intuition tells me Panlong City is no longer dangerous." Lu Qinggan patted her shoulder and smiled. "Then it's even more settled." With his absolute confidence and Su Qingying's unerring intuition, even if the Heavenly King himself came, he wouldn't fall into danger. It was a sure thing. Let's return. Lu Qinggan did not allow Zhen Yongfu and the other to reboard the flying vessel. Instead, he instructed them to make their way back independently. He then contacted Murong Qingming to inquire about his whereabouts. Upon learning that Murong Qingming and the others had already proceeded to the 3 great clans to conduct a meticulous investigation for traces of the demon race, he immediately piloted the flying vessel toward their destination. Should the demon race's presence truly be confirmed by them, they would eliminate it without hesitation. By the time Lu Qing'an joined the main force, Murong Qingming and his companions had already combed through the Chunlong and Sun clans, yet found not a single trace of the demon race. Not even the faintest residue of demonic qi could be detected, nor was there any evidence suggesting the demon race had ever dwelled there. As Lu Qing'an arrived aboard the flying vessel, all eyes turned toward him, and Murong Qingming stepped forward to greet him. Senior fellow Taoist Jia, we have conducted an exhaustive search, yet uncovered not the slightest trace of the demon race. Murong Qingming said, his brow deeply furrowed. Though they had acted swiftly upon Zhao Deju's warning, no sign of the demon race had emerged, suggesting they likely did not conceal themselves within any of these three great clans. Even after meticulous scrutiny, no evidence implicating Sun Yinyang, the patriarch of the Sun clan, could be unearthed. It seemed inevitable that once this operation concluded, Sun Yinyang would have to be released. Could it be that Sun Yinyang is truly uninvolved with the demon race? Naturally, I do not question senior fellow Taoist Jia, but without tangible proof, further suspicion against Sun Yinyang remains untenable. Lin Bufan, patriarch of the Lin clan, renowned for his habitual silence, spoke up unexpectedly. His words were couched in humility, yet carried unmistakable undertones of doubt toward Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an glanced at Lin Bufan a moment longer, then smiled. The demon race could be lurking anywhere in Panlong City, and the fact they remain undetected speaks to their extraordinary caution. Their hiding place, therefore, must be exceptionally well concealed. Since we have already searched the three great clans, shall we extend our investigation to all major sects and factions? His suggestion fell into a heavy silence. Lin Bufan's brow twitched faintly. He could hardly miss its implication. Huang Jintian interjected, that is indeed reasonable, and entirely justified. Lu Qing'an cast a brief, appraising glance at Huang Jintian before turning calmly toward Lin Bufan. What does Patriarch Lin think? He had long suspected something amiss in the sudden breakthroughs of the four great patriarchs into the Void Silence realm. Since the patriarchs of the Chunlong and Sun clans all bore suspicion, Lin Bufan, who had ascended alongside them, could hardly be exempt from scrutiny. The outcome remained uncertain, but having begun the investigation, thoroughness was imperative. After a measured pause, Lin Bufan replied, very well, but I must observe that senior fellow Taoist Jia's actions thus far appear entirely devoid of evidentiary foundation. How long then must we persist in this fruitless endeavor? The assembly watched, expressions oddly strained, as Lin Bufan openly challenged Lu Qing'an with veiled sarcasm. Lu Qing'an, however, only grew more convinced of Lin Bufan's guilt. Others might still harbor doubt regarding Sun Yinyang, but Lu Qing'an held firm conviction in his culpability. Su Qingying's instincts had never failed him, and Sun Yinyang himself had exhibited numerous suspicious behaviors. Now Lin Bufan too seemed destined to follow in Sun Yinyang's footsteps. Patriarch Lin speaks wisely, Lu Qing'an replied with a gentle smile. If no alternative presents itself, I shall withdraw from this operation altogether. Senior fellow Taoist Murong, I shall return now to cultivate. A hush descended upon the gathering. They knew full well Lu Qing'an's formidable strength. At minimum, he had attained the Lapis Light realm. Without his aid, eradicating the demon race would become vastly more perilous. Senior fellow Taoist, we remain ignorant of the demon race's true nature and of their power. At present, we rely entirely upon your strength. All of you wish to purge the demon race swiftly. Such efforts inevitably impinge upon vested interests, but long-term security must outweigh short-term convenience. I urge you all to contemplate the future with greater foresight. Zhao Deju of the Xianjian sect spoke at just the right moment, his tone calm and conciliatory, steadying Lu Qing'an while compelling Lin Bufan and the others to reconsider their stance. Lu Qing'an remained in Panlong City for two simple reasons. First, he wished to linger longer in this familiar environment, and naturally abhorred the thought of its tranquility being shattered by the demon race. Second, trusted allies resided here, such as those at the treasure-gathering pavilion and the Alchemists Guild, whose connections greatly aided his cultivation and life extension efforts. Thus, his immediate task was clear: lead the coalition to eradicate every last demon race infiltrator within the city. To accomplish this, he needed to assume command, not merely to coordinate, but to signal unequivocally. If they sought his power, they must heed his authority. He possessed the unique ability to locate and annihilate the demon race with unparalleled speed. Senior fellow Taoist Zhao speaks with profound wisdom, Murong Qingming said, smiling. His understanding of Lu Qing'an's capabilities deepened daily, and so too did his appreciation of their indispensability. To restore peace to Panlong City as swiftly as possible, he would obey Lu Qing'an's orders without hesitation, even if they ran counter to his deepest convictions. Senior fellow Taoist Zhao's reasoning holds merit. Very well. We shall proceed as senior fellow Taoist Zhao proposes. Yet tell us, if not a single trace of the demon race has surfaced, where then lies the flaw in our approach? Lin Bufan remained defiant, meeting Lu Qing'an's gaze directly. Lu Qing'an suppressed a cold, inward smile, his certainty of Lin Buffan's treachery now absolute. The demon race acts with extreme caution, but locating their hideouts within the three great clans is not in truth beyond reach. His statement struck the assembly as paradoxical, caution and accessibility seemingly contradictory. Having spoken, Lu Qing'an mentally placed himself in the demon race's position if demonic qi manifested during daylight where, given his own strategic logic, would he most likely conceal himself. They may choose locations distant from the surface and human habitation, such as the rear mountains, forbidden caverns, or even deep beneath the earth. Alternatively, they might dwell within enchanted artifacts, mask themselves using formation arrays, or submerge themselves in water, within wells, lakes, or submerged chambers. Lu Qing'an enumerated over a dozen plausible hiding places in rapid succession. These were conclusions drawn from hard-won experience. If none yielded results, then either the demon race operated with unprecedented vigilance, or employed methods far more arcane and inscrutable than his own. Yet the former possibility struck him as improbable. Senior fellow Taoist Jia's analysis is impeccable. We shall investigate each possibility one by one. Let us begin with the Sun Clan. Convinced by Lu Qing'an's logic, Murong Qingming acknowledged they had overlooked several viable locations. The search resumed, with some even descending deep underground to probe hidden strata. Within less than a single teacup's time, news arrived. I have discovered a subterranean palace beneath the Sun Clan's estate, and it emits unmistakable demonic qi. At once the assembly converged. Murong Qingming and the others looked toward Lu Qing'an, awe dawning in their eyes. It is now irrefutable the Sun Clan has colluded with the demon race. Murong Qingming's voice lowered, grave and resonant. All gazes shifted subtly toward Lin Buffan, expressions unreadable. Lin Buffan drew a slow, deep breath. My earlier doubts towards senior fellow Taoist Jia were wholly unjustified. I speak only from personal attachment. I have long held Sun Yinyang in high regard and feared he might suffer wrongful accusation. My judgment was clouded by sentiment. Lu Qing'an offered a serene, unperturbed smile. No harm done. Incidentally, I nearly forgot to mention I am myself a formation master, and studied the grand demon-sweeping formation from the manuscripts of senior fellow Taoist Li Ming. With 5 million spirit stones and corresponding rare medicinal ingredients, I can erect this formation, ensuring no demon escapes detection. Murong Qingming's lips twitched faintly at the announcement. He knew full well the formation required no such medicinal ingredients. It was merely Lu Qing'an's elegant pretext for acquiring spirit stones. Yet since Lu Qing'an had pledged to deploy the formation, Murong Qingming accepted the expense willingly, and added support indeed. If you wish to eradicate the demon race, swiftly additional spirit stones may be necessary. Senior fellow Taoist Jia, how long will the formation require to complete? With Murong Qingming's endorsement, Lu Qing'an nodded in quiet satisfaction. Within 6 days it shall be fully operational. Such astonishing speed, truly worthy of senior fellow Taoist Jia. A flicker of astonishment crossed Murong Qingming's eyes. After all, Li Ming, a 5th-rank formation master, required over 20 days to complete the same array. Clearly, Lu Qing'an's mastery surpassed even the 5th rank. The crowd was overjoyed and felt no displeasure at Lu Qing'an's suggestion to gather more immortal herbs. Lu Qing'an, seeing their cheerful agreement, chuckled inwardly. His demand for an additional 5 million spirit stones worth of immortal herbs served several purposes. First, naturally, he wished to amass more longevity. Last time, Murong Qingming and the others had taken less than half a day to procure immortal herbs worth 5 million spirit stones, suggesting they still had some reserves. Since they did, he could leverage the task of setting up the formation to earn extra. Second, he had no intention of working for them for free. Everyone wanted to eliminate the demon race. It was only fair for him to exert some effort and collect a modest protection fee. Moreover, setting up the formation required time and skill, mentally and physically taxing. So how could he proceed without compensation? Third, and most crucially, by mentioning the immortal herbs, he also aimed to subtly inform them that he could inherit Li Ming's will and deploy the demon-seeking formation. If there were demon spies among them, so much the better. The demon race would soon learn of this news. Then they would either flee swiftly or attempt to strike at him. If they dared to attack with his current abilities, he would ensure none of them returned. He would catch them all in one fell swoop. After capturing and killing them, he wouldn't even need to set up the formation. If anyone later demanded it, he could simply claim it was a fabrication or ruse to intimidate the demons. He knew that if this formation became known, it would attract the covetous gaze of many powerful factions, even sparking a storm. However, he wished to avoid attention, so he would attribute everything to a deceptive strategy, allowing the matter to settle. After all, even Murong Qingming couldn't decipher his formation structure or Li Ming's formation manuscripts. If anyone later requested the manuscripts, he could easily alter their contents and brush them off. Very well, we shall continue gathering immortal herbs. Huang Jintian nodded in agreement. Agreed, but since the last collection was recent this time it will likely take longer. He Jingming said. At that moment Zhao Daiju suddenly smiled and asked, what a coincidence. Are all the required herbs low grade? Everyone's gaze converged on Zhao Daiju as he spoke slowly. My junior brother Long Fu oversees the low-grade spirit fields in our sect. When he rushed here, he happened to bring a batch of mature immortal herbs that hadn't been stored yet. Their total value is about 2 million spirit stones. Lu Qing'an looked at Zhao Daiju with some surprise. This fellow was quite reliable. Murong Qingming laughed heartily. Excellent. This way we can gather enough herbs, even faster. Zhao Daiju nodded. However, we are not from Panlong City. These herbs belong to the sect, and can be used by you, but they must be exchanged for spirit stones. That's easy to arrange, He Jingming said with a smile. It was essentially them purchasing this batch of herbs. If his guess was correct, Zhao Daiju and his group might even make a small profit. They could simply submit over 1 million spirit stones to the treasury and clear the account. That's perfect, Zhao Daiju said beaming. Suddenly Murong Qingming's expression shifted drastically, and he exclaimed urgently, not good. Sun Yinyang has escaped. When he had followed Zhao Daiju and the others to search for demons, he had left a puppet to guard Sun Yinyang, fearing he might break free or be rescued by the demons. But now news from the city lord's mansion reported that demons had stormed the dungeon, braving attacks from a void silent stage 5th layer puppet to abduct Sun Yinyang. Zhao De's face darkened, and he commanded urgently return. The group immediately soared into the air and sped away. Lu Qing'an, upon hearing of the demon's trail, did not hesitate, but his cultivation was inferior to Zhao De's, and his moon firmament stage flight speed lagged far behind. However, piloting his supreme 6th grade immortal flying vessel, he was faster than Zhao Daiju and the others. Watching Lu Qing'an ride off alone in the vessel vanishing at the horizon in the blink of an eye, the rest could only smile wryly. Only a supreme 6th grade immortal flying vessel can let you travel without flying yourself. So comfortable. If the demons haven't fled far, and he catches up by the time we arrive, he might have already finished the battle. Lu Qing'an hurried for 2 reasons. First, to see if he could encounter the demons again. Second, because he had recently sent Jin Yongfu and Su Qingying back to the city lord's mansion. If they met the demons, it would bode ill. The supreme 6th grade immortal flying vessel soon returned to the skies above the city lord's mansion, where he was surprised to see Jin Yongfu and Su Qingying already waiting below. Seeing them, he didn't descend immediately, but said to Jin Yongfu, stay here and don't move. Are you going to buy me some? Jin Yongfu replied fluently. The code matched, so Lu Qing'an landed before them and asked, are you both safe? When did you return? Did you see any demons? Jin Yongfu frowned. We crossed paths with the demons. This time 5 of them appeared, all at the void silent stage 4th layer. Lu Qing'an pressed on. When they saw you, didn't they attack? Jin Yongfu said. At the time they were being chased by a void silent stage 5th layer puppet and only glanced at us before flying off in that direction. He pointed to a direction. Lu Qing'an immediately summoned the flying vessel, took the 2 with him, and gave chase, but soon stopped outside the city. There a half-body puppet lay in a massive pit. It was Murong Qingming's void silent stage 5th layer puppet, now destroyed with only the lower half remaining. Lu Qing'an's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the surroundings and said solemnly, there's only this pit here, seemingly from an explosion. To destroy a void silent stage 5th layer puppet in one blow suggests the enemy is at least at the void silent stage 10th layer, or even the glass realm. Could there truly be a glass realm expert among these demons? Lu Qing'an murmured to himself. Su Qingying suddenly shook her head, and both Lu Qing'an and Jin Yongfu looked at her. Su Qingying said it seems not. There was no need to guess. Su Qingying must have had another intuition. No glass realm. Then what cultivation level? Lu Qing'an asked. Su Qingying blinked her beautiful eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, my intuition tells me it's at most the void silent stage 10th layer, but the power of this scene seems like the glass realm. Probably using a secret technique with void silent stage 10th layer power to unleash a glass realm attack. Lu Qing'an squinted, murmuring, a method that can cross an entire major realm. Do you know the specific method? Lu Qing'an stared at Su Qingying, knowing her intuition was usually vague, but occasionally provided precise details. Su Qingying's gaze fell on the massive pit, and a flash of inspiration struck. It seems like detonating a 6th grade immortal treasure caused such power. Detonating a 6th grade immortal treasure. Lu Qing'an was taken aback and asked doubtfully, are you sure? Can treasures be detonated? This attack method was all too familiar. Wasn't it just like a modern hand grenade? Su Qingying said, I've heard others mention it. This method is quite rare, but does exist. In the Immortal Realm, there are special techniques to detonate treasures exchanged from the Longevity Exchange Tower, unleashing powerful attacks in a short time. However, these techniques are extremely scarce, and those who learn them rarely use them lightly, for treasures are limited. Who would bear such consumption? Lu Qing'an couldn't help but swallow hard upon hearing this. Wasn't this an attack method tailor-made for him? Others might lack treasures, but he had plenty. With such a technique paired with various superior, or even supreme 6th grade immortal treasures killing Glass Realm experts in the future would be effortless and simple, wouldn't it? This art is rare in the world, yet among the demon race, there are those who possess it. If I annihilate these demons, could I not obtain this method? Lu Qing'an calculated in his mind for a moment, finally firming his resolve. If these demons had not fled Panlong City, then he would surely ensure they never returned. He would leave them all. After all, the strongest among the demons was merely at the 10th layer of the Void Silence realm. Even with this art, they were only comparable to the power of the Glazed Glass realm, hardly a threat. Yet the direction these demons fled seemed to be outside the city. The likelihood of their escape was high. Do you have an intuition that the demons have already fled Panlong City? Lu Qing'an turned his gaze to Su Qingying, his words carrying a hint of inquiry. Su Qingying shook her head. They have not fled. Lu Qing'an nodded slightly. Good, they haven't. Regardless of whether they had fled, he still intended to claim those immortal herbs. He continued to feign the arrangement of formations, biding his time to gain longevity. They did not wait long at the spot before seeing Murong Qingming and the others arriving in haste. Murong Qingming swept his gaze around, and upon seeing his puppet reduced to such a state, could not help but change his expression drastically. He stood stunned for a long while, ultimately gnashing his teeth in fury, his anger barely contained. Zhao Daiju surveyed the surroundings, his expression grave, and spoke thoughtfully. Such an assault suggests that among these demons there is likely a powerhouse of the Glazed Glass realm. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Lu Qing'an, for he alone could control the situation now. Lu Qing'an remained calm and said indifferently, "They fled quickly. By the time I arrived, they were already gone. A pity. Have they escaped Panlong City?" Murong Qingming was still seething with rage, his eyes filled with pain. His face twitched slightly from the ache of loss, his distress all too evident. If these demons had indeed left the city, his losses would at least hold some value. But Lu Qing'an said, "In my view, they are very likely still hiding within the city. The demon searching formation still needs to be set up." Zhao Daiju immediately chimed in. "Indeed, with the demon searching formation, these fiends will find it hard to conceal themselves." Lu Qing'an cast a glance at him. This fellow seemed eager to possess a demon searching formation. Before the formation is ready, continue a thorough investigation within the city. Murong Qingming and the others nodded, and following Lu Qing'an's earlier hints, prepared to conduct a detailed search of the remaining major powers. Lu Qing'an, however, did not accompany the group, citing preparations needed for the formation. He took Jin Yongfu and Su Qingying back to his new residence in the city lord's mansion. "In the coming days, the demons may come to kill me. It's best if you hide so I won't be hindered." Lu Qing'an did not wish to be distracted. Since learning that the demons possessed the offensive technique he desired, he resolved to capture them all. Thus he intended to truly set up the demon searching formation. As for whether the formation would be shared with Murong Qingming and the others after completion, that was a matter for later. It would be best to avoid sharing it to spare future troubles. Zhen Yongfu asked in confusion, "Then where should we hide?" Lu Qing'an turned his palm over, revealing a golden storage bead, and said, "The two of you will enter this for now. There is also one person inside, Huang Hongzhong, who has lost his cultivation. No need to mind him." "So he's still alive," Su Qingying remarked. The two obediently plunged into the golden storage bead, not wanting to hinder Lu Qing'an. "All is ready, let us begin." Lu Qing'an swept his gaze around, and to ensure absolute safety, started setting up the formations. The earlier formations were all of his own creation, only of the 3rd rank with mediocre defensive power, but they were numerous. The final formation was the Silver Light formation, which he had exchanged from the Longevity Exchange Tower, a supreme 6th rank immortal formation with extraordinary defensive capabilities. Once this formation was established, its core could move with the caster, and its defensive effect could withstand a full force strike from an early Glazed Glass Realm powerhouse. With this formation protecting him, he no longer feared Glazed Glass Realm experts. Moreover, he possessed 2 other defensive treasures. This exchange was incredibly fortunate, netting him 3 supreme defensive artifacts. The first was the Silver Light formation, the second was the Heavenly Vajra armor, which he had already donned. Also a supreme 6th rank immortal treasure. The armor contained a storage ring that could hold 1,000,000 immortal stones capable of withstanding a single strike from a 10th layer Glazed Glass Realm expert. Though it could only block 1 blow, it was an unparalleled treasure to Lu Qing'an. If there were no Saint Spirit Realm experts among the demons, they could hardly bring about his demise. He was already in an invincible position. The third treasure was a blue pearl the size of a fist named the Stored Attack Pearl, also a supreme 6th rank immortal treasure, an offensive artifact. It could store 3 attacks from a mid-glazed glass realm expert. When its power was fully charged under his control, it could unleash a blow comparable to a late glazed glass realm expert. This pearl could only be used once, yet it was his greatest reliance. It could serve both as a defense against 3 attacks from glazed glass realm experts, and as a lethal strike to slay them. Perfectly versatile. Additionally, he still had a cold ice mirror usable once more. With multiple defensive treasures in hand, Qing'an no longer feared any expert within the glazed glass realm. And there's also a supreme 6th rank immortal flying vessel. With layers of defense like this, attacking enemies would be left dumbfounded. This is the pinnacle of defensive art. Qing'an's lips curled upward. With defenses in place, the next step was to quickly locate these demons. At my peak, I'm only a 3rd rank immortal formation master. The formation level in Li Ming's manuscript is at least 5th rank nearing 6th. I need to carefully adjust and reduce the formation's coverage to make it work. Qing'an immediately entered a research state, taking Li Ming's manuscript and starting modifications. After half a day, he had determined the structure and some details of the formation he would set up. Excellent. With my skill, engraving these formation patterns will take 5 days at most. But even after setting it up, it'll still lack 2 things, otherwise it won't achieve its best effect. These 2 things were the aura of demons and a special formation core. Demon aura was hard to preserve. The best method was to directly incorporate a demon or any part of a demon's body to better track their locations. Thus, they needed to capture a demon or see if they could procure a demon corpse from somewhere. As for the special formation core, the optimal choice was a sentient being. For instance, a spirit body or the spirit of some treasure. Su Qingying had mentioned that her red vase seemed to possess intelligence, hinting at a possible spirit within. Additionally, some immortal herbs of a certain grade could give birth to spirit bodies. Only with both these items could his formation precisely locate the demons. I don't have these items on hand. He'll have to ask Murong Qingming to procure them. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly received a transmission from Murong Qingming. Daoist Jia, the immortal herbs are ready. Shall I deliver them now? Qing'an smiled and replied via transmission. Good, I also have important matters to discuss. Soon after, Murong Qingming arrived at his residence. He handed over the storage ring containing immortal herbs worth 5 million to Qing'an, then asked, Daoist, is there anything else? Qing'an informed Murong Qingming of the 2 items needed for the demon-searching formation. Murong Qingming frowned and after a long silence said, demon corpses or items with residual aura can still be procured. The Immortal Sword sect might have such things. But a spirit body is truly hard to find. Such spirit bodies were rare, existing only in some special treasures. For instance, his puppet, but it was already destroyed and its spirit had perished as well. Some high-grade immortal herbs that could give birth to spirit bodies were extremely costly. Another possibility was that after human death, souls might linger through special means or circumstances. The probability of such occurrences was also minimal. I'll try my best to think of something, Murong Qingming said. Qing'an nodded slightly, then fixed his gaze on Murong Qingming and asked solemnly, I always feel the demons haven't left Panlong City, as if they seek something here, not merely human lives. Fellow Taoist Murong, is there a hidden truth you haven't told me? After careful thought, he suspected Panlong City held some secret. At this moment, he was still a Mongolian. After he actually accepted this demon extermination mission, he carefully pondered the demon's intentions. These demons, perhaps due to various rumors and the many treasures he carried, had already formed a mistaken impression of his strength. Just like Murong Qingming, they had likely already assumed him to be a Liuli Realm powerhouse. And from what he learned from Su Qingying, none of these demons were at the Liuli Realm level. Even if they possessed powerful attack techniques, they should not have taken such reckless risks. It was this very recklessness that aroused his suspicion. The demons seemed fearful, hesitant to act rashly, only wanting to probe his true strength before making their next move. Now they even feigned a departure from Panlong City. Yet Su Qingying's intuition asserted that the demons were still lurking here. Such behavior was far from a simple massacre. With a Liuli Realm powerhouse stationed in Panlong City and reinforcements from the Immortal Sword sect already arrived, if their goal was merely slaughter, why wouldn't the demons turn to smaller cities devoid of such protectors? Unless within Panlong City there was something they desperately craved, something beyond mere killing for power, longevity, or treasures. After Qing'an finished speaking, his gaze was piercing as he watched Murong Qingming. In that instant, Murong Qingming's eyes flickered as if concealing something, and a hint of hesitation appeared between his brows. Witnessing this, Qing'an immediately said, Taoist Murong, I am resolved to eradicate the demons for the countless lives in Panlong City. If you continue to withhold information leading to an irreparable outcome, I will leave Panlong City in disappointment, and the responsibility will be yours alone. Murong Qingming gave a bitter smile upon hearing this, his respect for Qing'an's meticulous mind growing. Where others saw nothing, Qing'an saw through it all at a glance. Truly the insight of a Liuli Realm cultivator, far beyond the ordinary. There is indeed one thing I have concealed, Murong Qingming finally sighed. But my father strictly instructed me on his deathbed not to reveal it unless absolutely necessary, lest Panlong City face eternal unrest. Qing'an narrowed his eyes, not expecting there to be a hidden truth. Is Panlong City at peace now? If I leave today, you can only seek protection from the Immortal Sword sect, and their experts may not be as easy to deal with as I am. I am but a rogue cultivator, I can guard your secret. But if you tell them, the entire sect's upper echelons will know. Lu Qing'an's words carried a hint of probing, seeking to uncover the secrets of Panlong City, especially since the demons were involved, forcing him to be cautious. Murong Qingming took a deep breath and said gravely, "If I tell you, I implore you not to reveal it to others. Otherwise, even if you save Panlong City from the demons, it will be destroyed by this matter." Lu Qing'an nodded. "Rest assured, I only care about resolving Panlong City's crisis and do not wish to see devastation. I know what to do." Murong Qingming had no choice but to slowly reveal the truth. "To be honest, I suspect the reason the demons refuse to leave is precisely for a demon dragon hidden within Panlong City." A demon dragon? Lu Qing'an felt a slight shock. Could it be that Panlong City truly coiled a dragon? Since our ancestors founded this city, my Murong family and the Huang family have guarded it for generations. I do not know the exact location of this demon dragon. Ancestral teachings only decree that we must guard this place and protect the secret. Now besides me, only Huang Jintian knows of the demon dragon. Our two families have hidden this secret for generations. I wonder if these demons have learned of the demon dragon's existence and are now coveting it. Huang Jintian also knows. Lu Qing'an narrowed his eyes. When I suspected the demon's intentions were not simple, I consulted him and probed his words. It seems he did not leak the secret. We grew up together, I know him well. Our two families were originally of the same lineage many years ago and place great importance on ancestral teachings and rules. We may contend for the position of city lord, but when it comes to the demon dragon, we would never commit such an outrageous act. Lu Qing'an nodded. Su Qingying's intuition had not indicated any collusion between Huang Jintian and the demons. Tell me the details of this demon dragon. Lu Qing'an asked, pondering inwardly. Could this demon dragon be considered a celestial beast? It seemed to still be alive. If he killed it, how much lifespan would he gain? Of course he was just thinking about it. This demon dragon had clearly lived for a very long time, and its strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Murong Qingming said, I have never seen the demon dragon either, but according to our ancestors, it was the mount of a top-tier demon powerhouse. In ancient times when the demons attacked the human race, that demon was slain by a human expert, and the demon dragon, severely wounded, was imprisoned nearby. To prevent it from breaking the seal, a city was built here. Did your ancestral teachings not require you to do anything periodically? Lu Qing'an felt he had seen a similar story somewhere in his past life, but in those tales people had to perform tasks like constantly guarding the seal and repairing it in time. No. The teachings only say to guard the city and protect the secret, never to reveal it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Murong Qingming had also harbored doubts about this, but had never found an answer over the years. Your ancestral teachings really emphasize a sense of relaxation, Lu Qing'an said, unable to complain. The location of the demon dragon was unknown, and there was nothing to do but protect the secret, never telling outsiders unless absolutely necessary. One word to describe it: absurd. Do you know the current strength of the demon dragon? Could it have died long ago? Lu Qing'an asked again. I'm not sure, but to be the mount of a top-tier demon powerhouse, it must be at least at the universal realm. Murong Qingming said solemnly. The top-tier experts they mentioned referred to the strongest of all, Dao Sage realm experts. Below the Dao Sage realm was the universal realm. So formidable. If I could kill this demon dragon, how much lifespan would I gain? Unimaginable. Below the Dao Sage realm was the universal realm. So formidable. If I could kill this demon dragon, how much lifespan would I gain? Unimaginable. If the demons really have their sights set on this demon dragon, the massacre should just be a decoy. Earlier, Su Qingying's intuition told her that in a little over a month Panlong City would fall into crisis. Most likely because the demons succeeded and released the demon dragon. Now that Su Qingying's intuition has vanished, does it mean the demons will fail? Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment, burying this secret in his heart. Most importantly, he wasn't sure if Murong Qingming's so-called secret was true, as it sounded rather unreliable. I have told you all I know. I beg you to keep this secret and not reveal it to others. Murong Qingming said with a grave expression and utmost seriousness. Lu Qing'an nodded slightly. Rest assured, I know my limits. For now, let's first exterminate these demons. Go prepare what I need. I'm going to start setting up the formation. Murong Qingming nodded, repeatedly urging before leaving that if there were any other needs, he could be contacted via sound transmission. After Murong Qingming left, Lu Qing'an returned to his residence, ready to begin setting up the formation. Just then, Su Qingying transmitted a message to him, saying she had something important to discuss. Lu Qing'an released Su Qingying from the storage golden pearl. Su Qingying looked around to ensure no one was there, then said mysteriously to Lu Qing'an, I suddenly sensed a very strong intuition, just now, as if a message came from that precious bottle saying that within this city, there is an extremely terrifying creature. However, that creature seems to be nearing the end of its life. Lu Qing'an's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. It could even know this. Do you know where this powerful creature is exactly? Lu Qing'an asked mysteriously as well. Since it was about to die, could he leech some lifespan from it? If it really was a universal realm demon dragon landing a finishing blow when it was on the verge of death, would grant him more lifespan than burning immortal herbs worth tens of millions of immortal stones. At that rate, wouldn't he directly achieve freedom with top-tier 6th grade immortal treasures? Not very clear, I can only speculate a general direction, Su Qing'an replied nonchalantly. Su Qing'an blinked her beautiful eyes lightly and answered, within Panlong City. This statement was no different from saying nothing at all, and Lu Qing'an suppressed the thought of slaying the demon dragon. If he truly had such luck, he could give it a try and make a fortune. Without such fate-blind expectation would only lead to disappointment. Wait, something feels off. Lu Qing'an suddenly narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin deep in thought. Su Qing'an, noticing this, asked unexpectedly, what's wrong? If the demon's target is indeed the demon dragon, why do they not conceal their movements and wait until the last moment to launch a surprise attack? The more Lu Qing'an thought, the more peculiar it seemed. He had clashed with the demons several times and could tell that they acted cautiously. Since they had arrived at Panlong City, they should have investigated the situation inside the city at the first opportunity, just in case. Knowing that there was a mysterious person here, likely a powerful figure from the Immortal Realm, why would they kill and expose their tracks? Could it simply be discord within the demon clan? Or are there some individuals who are uncontrollable, bloodthirsty by nature, leading to their exposure? But this possibility is extremely low. He continued to speculate. Or could this be related to the sudden breakthroughs of several clan leaders to the Void Realm? Could the demons have used some secret method to sacrifice a portion of lives within the city, enabling these clan leaders to break through and thus gain easier control over them? Lu Qing'an believed the second possibility was more likely. However, he still could not explain the deeper reasons behind the demons exposing their tracks. Is it possible that they did so on purpose? The goal is to spread the word about the presence of demons here, enticing the Qing'an sect to send powerful experts, especially those from the Immortal Realm, to come. Thinking of this, Lu Qing'an's expression grew increasingly serious. From exposing their tracks to testing his strength, and then showcasing means that surpassed the 5th layer of the Void Realm to slay the puppet of Murong Qingming, everything seemed to have a trace to follow. Indeed, among these demons, there are likely those with strength exceeding the 5th layer of the Void Realm, using such means to destroy the puppet of the 5th layer of the Void Realm, very likely just to show us all. The purpose is to let everyone in Panlong City know one thing: there are demons among them with strength from the Immortal Realm, thereby attracting more Immortal Realm experts. This would explain why the demons are not acting discreetly and are intentionally exposing their movements. Perhaps to break the seal of that demon dragon, they need the lives of experts from the Immortal Realm. And among these demons there are means to kill a large number of Immortal Realm experts. The more Lu Qing'an thought, the more alarmed he became. Wait, that seems off again. Lu Qing'an couldn't help but look at Su Qing'an and asked, are you sure the crisis in Panlong City has been resolved? No more strong intuition. If what he thought was true, the demons should not pose a threat yet, and the crisis could not be completely resolved. Su Qing'an nodded seriously. That's right. Could it be that the ultimate means of these demons can only kill those below the peak of the Immortal Realm? His defensive means are sufficient to withstand attacks from the entire realm of the Immortal Realm. It seems he is the key figure to disrupting these demons' schemes. Su Qing'an's intuition has never been wrong. The demons' planned actions are clearly set to be executed within a month. And my actions must have disrupted their plans, especially the demon suppression array. They would go to great lengths to kill Li Ming, likely, because this array poses a significant threat. So my mentioning of the array's setup time today will also indicate that in the coming days these demons will certainly take action against me. Very well, I can set up a trap to catch them all, waiting for them to fall into the net. Lu Qing'an took a deep breath, carefully calculating. He was tenfold confident in setting a trap for these demons. Hopefully you all will mobilize completely. After all, dealing with Immortal Realm experts cannot be as easy as last time when slaying Li Ming. As long as they all mobilize, he would have the chance to catch them all in one fell swoop. Not long ago, when all forces in Panlong City were present, I mentioned that within 6 days I could set up the array. If the Lin family truly colludes with the demons, word will surely spread. Given the demons' cautious nature, they would not wait until the 6th day to act. If I were in their place, I would choose a middle ground date and act on the 3rd day. This means he still has 3 days to arrange everything properly. Just acquired a medicinal herb worth 500,000 spirit stones. Combined with the previously unburned herbs, I can convert them into lifespan within 3 days, and even make another trip to the lifespan exchange tower to exchange for more treasures to deal with the demons. Very well, I must seize the time. Are you concocting some grand plan? Su Qing'an stared at Lu Qing'an for a long time. Seeing him show a hint of a smile, her brows lifted as she asked, is there anything you need my help with? Lu Qing'an smiled. How much of the medicinal power has been converted into spirit stones recently? More than 1 million. Do you need it? It's yours. Su Qing'an took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Qing'an without hesitation. This medicinal power originally belonged to Lu Qing'an, but she had never had the thought of claiming it for herself. Lu Qing'an nodded slightly and said, Please go inside the city for me and buy a batch of spirit fire around the 3rd grade. With the remaining spirit stones, see if there are any medicinal herbs available for purchase in the city and buy them all regardless of grade. Su Qing'an had no other matters to attend to, so she nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Lu Qing'an, seeing this, immediately immersed himself in the task of burning the medicinal herbs, knowing that every moment was precious and not daring to waste any. Half a day later, Su Qing'an returned with a batch of 4th grade spirit fire and medicinal herbs worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. I searched the entire Panlong city, and almost all the shops have sold out of medicinal herbs. Fortunately, I followed my intuition to a shop that does not sell medicinal herbs, yet I found some for sale there. Therefore, I bought a batch at a price higher than the market rate. Su Qing'an thought that Lu Qing'an must be in urgent need of these medicinal herbs, so even though their prices were generally higher, she still bought them. Moreover, after Lu Qing'an burns these medicinal herbs, she can still convert them into spirit stones, so she actually didn't lose much. Lu Qing'an's eyes sparked with interest as he praised. Well done. Continue to keep it up. It must be said that Lu Qing'an's impression of Su Qing'an was growing increasingly favorable. This girl could indeed help him. Su Qing'an, being praised by Lu Qing'an, couldn't help but smile, but she said nothing as she saw Lu Qing'an was busy, clearly preparing for something significant. After handing over the medicinal herbs to Lu Qing'an, she happily returned to his storage gold pearl to cultivate. Lu Qing'an once again focused intently on the task of burning the medicinal herbs. This time, to speed up the process, he even operated 3 batches of spirit fire simultaneously. Indeed, he found that his fire control technique was improving day by day, and he could now handle 3 batches of spirit fire, which would undoubtedly greatly enhance the speed of burning the medicinal herbs. Once the demon clan is eradicated, I will diligently cultivate and break through to the Qing'an realm. Becoming a 4th grade alchemist should be well within my reach. Time quietly slipped away, and in the blink of an eye 2 days had passed. Lu Qing'an had not seen any movements from the demons, and he finally converted all the recent medicinal herbs into lifespan. 6 million years of lifespan. I can exchange for 6 more treasures. Thus he took the token that Murong Qingming had given him last time and secretly visited the lifespan exchange tower. After a big feast, he returned from the lifespan exchange tower walking with vigor and exuding confidence. Never before have I felt such a sense of security. Plus, he gained 2 more defensive treasures. Solid. Lu Qing'an returned to his residence and immediately reinforced its defenses. What he had to do next was simply wait for the demon clan to come knocking. Just as he finished setting up, Murong Qingming suddenly communicated to him that the 2 materials needed for the formation had already been found, provided by the Xianjian sect, but negotiations were required. He also mentioned that Zhao Dezhu had guessed that the magic-suppressing formation did not originate from Li Ming's research, and it was clear who the true creator was. He assured that he had not disclosed this to Zhao Dezhu. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an understood the implications. The so-called negotiations merely meant that Zhao Dezhu and his companions wanted the magic-suppressing formation. It was not difficult to deduce that it was he who provided the formation structure, as he was the only one in Panlong City who was sufficiently special. Unfortunately, he did not want his formation to spread. Otherwise, the unique structure he created could easily be thoroughly studied by some top formation masters in the Immortal Realm. This would inevitably lead to numerous subsequent troubles. The best approach would be to confess at the last moment, pretending that this was merely a ruse to lure the demon clan into revealing themselves. Thus, Lu Qing'an communicated, "Bring them to my residence." Shortly after the transmission ended, Murong Qingming arrived in front of Lu Qing'an's residence with Zhao Dezhu. Daoist Jia, I heard from Daoist Murong that you need 2 special materials to set up the magic-suppressing formation. To be honest, we happen to have them. Many years ago, I killed a demon and kept its corpse. And the spiritual body you need is available from my junior brother. Before Murong Qingming could respond, Zhao Dezhu smiled at Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an smiled faintly and said, "This is indeed quite a coincidence. The Xianjian sect's willingness to help eliminate the demons for Panlong City is truly a blessing for the city. Daoist Murong, you ought to represent the countless souls of Panlong City in thanking the friends from the Xianjian sect." Understanding Zhao Dezhu's intentions, he knew how to negotiate. He would not consider himself as one of Panlong's. In fact, this was not unreasonable. Whether in his disguised persona or his true situation, he was not a resident of Panlong City. Although he did not want the city to fall, it did not mean he was willing to sacrifice too much personal benefit for it. Upon hearing this, both Murong Qingming and Zhao Dezhu were momentarily stunned, and the prepared negotiation phrases Zhao Dezhu had faltered. Murong Qingming took a deep breath and followed Lu Qing'an's lead. Daoist Zhao, on behalf of all the beings in Panlong City, I express our deepest gratitude for your assistance. To be honest with both of you, while demon corpses are not rare, this spiritual body is my junior brother's most precious possession, and its value cannot be underestimated. Lu Qing'an nodded in understanding. We naturally comprehend this. Daoist Murong, you all in Panlong City should express your gratitude to the friends from the Xianjian sect in other ways. Murong Qingming could not help but mutter inwardly. You have more schemes than I do. Murong Qingming helplessly said. Daoist Zhao, what demands do you have? Panlong City will do its utmost to satisfy them. The most urgent matter is to set up the formation as soon as possible. Zhao Daiju said seriously, this formation is crucial for my Xianjian sect's future efforts to eliminate the demons. If this formation truly succeeds, I hope both Daoists can teach us the formation or its setup method. Though this was directed at Murong Qingming, it was essentially a request aimed at Lu Qing'an. Murong Qingming then turned to Lu Qing'an and asked Daoist Zhao, what do you think? Lu Qing'an sighed, this formation is the result of my years of research and my lifelong efforts are invested in it. This request puts me in a difficult position. Murong Qingming secretly cursed, you didn't say this last time. You even claimed to have come up with it by yourself. I understand your point, but I hope you can consider the future of humanity and not focus on personal interests. If this formation succeeds, there will be no place for the demon clan to wreak havoc within the human realm. Zhao Dezhu suddenly clasped his hands towards Lu Qing'an, deciding to use the concept of righteousness to bind Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an responded calmly, Daoist Zhao's noble aspirations are truly admirable. However, I am merely a loose cultivator with no aspirations for the world's welfare. I only care about some minor personal gains. Don't think you can bind me with moral arguments. Oh, I have no morals, how can you bind me? Upon hearing this, Zhao Dezhu was momentarily at a loss for words, his expression a bit dazed. This was not how he had imagined it. And did this conversation just die like that? Seeing this, Murong Qingming realized that continuing the conversation would likely be futile and could only smile wryly. Why don't we discuss this matter after the formation is set up? The urgent matter now is to eliminate the demons within Panlong City. Lu Qing'an nodded. Indeed, whether this formation will be effective is still uncertain. We will plan after it is properly set up. Zhao Dezhu pondered for a moment and said, all right, then we will discuss it again after the formation is completed. Although Zhao Dezhu had originally come to negotiate, he ultimately had to reluctantly hand over the two materials without obtaining any actual benefits. However, he was aware that at this point more words would be futile. The real negotiations would have to wait until the formation was successfully set up. After all, Lu Qing'an had indeed used their materials to set up the formation. Unless Lu Qing'an could dismantle the formation after it succeeded and return the consumed materials to them intact. After receiving the materials, Lu Qing'an politely saw off Murong Qingming and Zhao Dezhu while already planning in his heart. Since I am the one setting up the formation, how can I not prepare more? As long as I make slight adjustments to the formation structure, I can still return the materials to them after use. Lu Qing'an's lips curled slightly, thinking that as long as he did not publicly display the formation, even if he was forced to hand over the formation manuscript, he could directly give it after a little modification. Moreover, the demon clan might soon take action against me. If I can directly eliminate all the demons, then there would be no rush in setting up the formation. Returning to his residence, having nothing to do, he began to cultivate, waiting for the arrival of the demon clan. Just one day later, Lu Qing'an suddenly opened his eyes and sneered. As expected, they did not disappoint. They truly came on a moderate day. Outside his residence, 5 figures had appeared in the darkness without him noticing. Lu Qing'an's warning formation was still active, and the 5 killing intents had suddenly appeared, meaning that these 5 demons had suddenly manifested outside his abode. These demons must have used some special means. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, several deafening explosions echoed throughout Panlong City. Lu Qing'an had been cultivating inside the Xian Lupin Supreme flying boat, and at this moment, he saw his newly moved residence instantly reduced to dust, while the nearby ground turned into an abyss within the blink of an eye. The destruction extended outwards for a mile. The previous attack had 5 strikes, each possessing the power of the Lioli realm, with 1 strike even reaching the peak of the Lioli realm. However, before the layers of defenses he had preemptively set up, these attacks were merely like scratching an itch. That kid should be dead, right? One demon looked towards the front where smoke and dust filled the air, laughing maniacally. Even if he is a peak Lioli realm powerhouse, having a Xian Lupin Supreme flying boat means he is undoubtedly dead. What a pity that for this kid we expended 3 high-grade Xian Lupin treasures, 1 supreme treasure of the same grade, and 1 low-grade Xian Qiping treasure. Let's hurry and leave, others will arrive soon. Don't waste any more treasures. Wait, we need to confirm that he is dead before we go. The leading demon, tall and with eyes glowing green, said in a deep voice. With that he waved his hand, stirring up a gust of wind that instantly dispersed the rolling dust. But when they looked ahead again, they were astonished to find Lu Qing'an standing unharmed inside the Xian Lupin Supreme flying boat. Damn it! How is he unscathed? The 5 demons stared wide-eyed in shock. Was that just a tickle? Are there no more treasures that can explode? Lu Qing'an looked at these 5 demons coldly, sneering. The 5 demonic beings exchanged glances, their hearts shaken by the utter futility of their assault. Gazing ahead with rapt attention, they realized their onslaught had merely shattered a few low-grade formations and 1 supreme 6th-rank immortal formation. Yet another such formation stood unyielding. Moreover, shielded by a supreme 6th-rank immortal flying vessel, Lu Qing'an emerged unscathed. Their would-be fatal strike had only earned his scorn. Damn it. Should we retreat? One demon muttered. The other four swiftly turned to their leader, a being of the 10th layer Void Silence Realm, the strongest among them. The remaining four, all below the 5th layer Void Silence Realm, formed a mere raiding party, hoping to slay Lu Qing'an against the odds. No. We must kill this whelp even at the cost of our lives. This is our master's command, the 10th layer Void Silence Realm leader growled. Lu Qing'an had feared the five might flee, unsure if he could stop them all. Hearing this, his heart eased. It seemed they were resolved not to retreat. Then he need not hold back. Today they would all fall here. The commotion had already spread. In mere 10 breaths, Murong Qingming and reinforcements would arrive. Enough. Fight to the death. Unleash all treasures. Slay him. In a single breath, the five demons reached accord, their eyes blazing with crimson murder as they fixed their gaze on Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an studied them closely. Unlike the demons that had probed his strength before, these bore a bizarre horn upon their foreheads. According to Su Qingying's intel from Murong Yingxue, these must be wrath demons, Lu Qing'an mused. After Lu Qing'an praised her, Su Qingying had sought Murong Yingxue for more demonic lore, a thorough catalog of species. Where Murong Yingxue faltered, she consulted the city lord and delved into ancient texts. Wrath demons were a common breed, laborers by nature, hot-tempered and bloodthirsty, yet fiercely loyal. Their power, Wrathblood, elevated their strength by an entire tier. Soon Lu Qing'an watched as the five demons turned crimson, their eyes bloodshot. Their auras surged. The four below the 5th layer Void Silence Realm soared to the 7th or 8th layer. Their leader leaped from the 10th layer Void Silence Realm to the 1st layer Luminous Glass Realm. This power lasted but the span of an incense stick. Kill him, the leader roared, lunging at Lu Qing'an, the rest close behind. The combined assault of the five demons crashed upon the Silver Light Formation. Its core lay hidden within the supreme 6th rank Immortal Vessel, wrapping it tightly. The formation stood unmoved. After all, the Silver Light Formation could fully withstand a full-force strike from a 4th layer Luminous Glass Realm expert. Their combined effort barely reached the 2nd layer. Yet Lu Qing'an knew these demons had other tricks. Their brute force attempt to break the formation was likely a ruse, to lull him into thinking they were spent, luring him out for a lethal blow. Is this all you've got? No treasures to self-destruct? Lu Qing'an stretched languidly, yawning, his tone dripping with mockery. The demon leader's lips twitched. Was this man truly of the Luminous Glass Realm? Under such an onslaught, he refused to counter. Was he so cautious? If you have the guts, come out and fight. We have the strength to slay you, the leader bellowed. Lu Qing'an replied calmly. You can't even break my formation. Why should I bother? A Luminous Glass Realm powerhouse cowering in a formation. You're unworthy of being a human elite. Worse than a demon foot soldier, another demon howled. I know you're eager, but don't rush. Break my formation first. A friendly reminder. This is my last line of defense, Lu Qing'an said with a smile, though his heart was cold. He wouldn't fall for such a cheap provocation. They still had treasures to detonate, hoping to lure him out for a big blast. He didn't want to waste more defensive treasures. Conservation was key. The five demons exchanged quick glances, resolved. With no other choice, they would sacrifice their treasures. Enough. Use the last treasures to shatter his shell, the leader commanded. The others nodded, shouting in unison, Brat, meet your doom. The five demons had discerned the Silver Light Formation's limits. It could only withstand attacks below the mid-luminous glass realm. 3 produced supreme 6th rank immortal treasures, while the other 2 offered 5th rank ones. Chanting incantations, they launched the treasures at the formation. Boom. A violent tremor shook the Silver Light Formation, shattering it at last. Yet Lu Qing'an withdrew it just before destruction, preserving its foundation for future repairs. Not bad. He'll play with you then, Lu Qing'an said, stepping out of the supreme 6th rank immortal vessel. The demon's strongest move had been spent at the battle's start. If his guess held, they could launch one more similar attack. But a peak luminous glass realm strike, killing him. Finally lured you out. Kill. The leader barked, spotting a crowd rushing from the horizon. The Panlong City Lord and disciples of the Immortal Sword sect. Once they arrived, even if they killed Lu Qing'an, escape would be impossible. The 5 demons held nothing back, unleashing every treasure they possessed. Among them 1 supreme 7th rank immortal treasure and 3 supreme 6th rank ones. Die, the 5 demons roared. Oh, what a pity, Lu Qing'an sighed inwardly. These treasures, especially the 7th rank one, were beyond anything he'd seen before. But no matter. Once he slew these demons and amassed enough supreme 6th rank treasures, and lifespan 7th rank ones would come easily. What he craved most now was the technique to detonate treasures. Boom. A terrifying force swept. In the distance, Murong Qingming and his party halted. They were only at the Void Silence realm. Such power reached the Luminous Glass realm, too perilous to approach. Should we really go? Asked a disciple. Zhao Dezhu frowned. Forget it. Let's watch from here. 2 attacks of this magnitude mean it's a peak Luminous Glass realm battle. Incredible. Brother Jia has peak Luminous Glass realm strength. Murong Qingming was awed anew by Lu Qing'an's power. The first strike had reached peak luminous glass realm, this one was close to it. Even from afar his soul trembled. Two such consecutive attacks meant both sides possessed peak luminous glass realm power. Otherwise the battle would have ended already. At the epicenter of the explosion thick smoke churned once more and the ground sank another several hundred zhang. The 5 demon clan members stared with blazing eyes fixated on the scene ahead, exchanging glances they each saw profound gravity reflected in the other's gaze. They were certain this strike had reached Lu Qing'an. No longer blocked by the formation. He should be dead. Even if he had cultivated to the peak of the luminous glass realm, that blow, even with lingering strength, would make it impossible for him to escape unscathed. Should we leave directly? There are no more treasures to expend. Now that our treasures are depleted, should we withdraw? Wait a little longer, we must confirm his fall. The leading demon chief narrowed his eyes, waved his hand, and a fierce gale arose sweeping away the residual smoke and dust. They could not understand why, though they were certain Lu Qing'an had fallen for their trap this time, perfectly taking their strike with his body, they unexpectedly found that deep within their hearts a trace of self-doubt had taken root. They vaguely felt that things were not so simple. Indeed, when the smoke cleared their pupils trembled. There stood Lu Qing'an still suspended in the air like an undying deity, calm and unruffled. Is this all you've got? Just a tickle. Lu Qing'an spoke placidly. The heavenly firmament protective armor beneath his robes had perfectly absorbed the strike. Though now dimmed, it remained intact. However, the million immortal stones stored in the ring at his waist had been entirely consumed. Once sufficient stones were replenished, it could be used again. This armor could inherently withstand a peak luminous glass realm strike, yet the power of the detonated object from the demon clan was only slightly inferior, just shy of that peak. This caught him somewhat off guard, saving him a defensive treasure. Of course, had the heavenly firmament protective armor truly been destroyed, he would only have felt a minor pang of regret, as he already possessed a stronger defensive treasure. His gaze swept over the 5 demon clan members. Seeing their momentary lapse, Lu Qing'an knew the time for counterattack had come. The demons' treasures were surely all exhausted, and the leader, elevated to the first layer of the luminous glass realm through clan secret arts, had begun to see his aura wane. Clearly his cultivation could not be sustained for long. Lu Qing'an's hands flashed, and 2 treasures appeared. One was a blue jade slip, at its center a deep blue lightning pattern. This was a special treasure, named the Deep Blue Speed Artifact. By injecting sufficient immortal stones, one could unleash its power, granting a temporary speed equivalent to the late luminous glass realm. The other treasure was a spire-topped black tower. Named the Prison Immortal Tower, once touched, even a peak luminous glass realm powerhouse would be instantly imprisoned within. Inside the tower, all powerhouses below the Saint Spirit realm had their cultivation sealed, reduced to mere mortals. Furthermore, it contained various special methods for torture and interrogation. Seizing the demon's moment of distraction, Lu Qing'an launched a surprise attack. Blue light flickered from the Deep Blue Speed Artifact in his left hand. The next instant, he vanished from his spot and appeared behind the demon leader. Sensing such terrifying speed, the demon leader's eyes widened. Before he could react, he felt a sharp object pierce his most vulnerable point from behind. As he screamed, a dreadful suction force gripped him. Before he could resist, darkness enveloped him, and he was sucked into a pitch-black space. Lu Qing'an watched the demon leader vanish, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Like a ghost, he instantly appeared behind the next demon. This demon, having seen his leader disappear, now sensed Lu Qing'an behind him. A chill ran down his spine, and his nether regions tightened. The same scream echoed, and the same scene unfolded. The demon vanished from his spot. By then the remaining 3 demons snapped to their senses. After exchanging terrified glances, they turned and fled in different directions. Yet against Lu Qing'an's speed, escape was nearly impossible. Lu Qing'an effortlessly caught up to 2 demons, trapping them both in the Prison Immortal Tower, then turned to pursue the last one. But when he reached the final demon and thrust the Prison Immortal Tower at him, a strange thing happened. The demon did not vanish, nor was he imprisoned in the tower. Lu Qing'an stood there looking dazed. The demon, overjoyed, fled with all his might. Lu Qing'an remained still for a long time, only snapping out of it when the demon had disappeared. It was then that Murong Qingming and Zhao Deju quickly flew near. They looked at Lu Qing'an, their eyes filled with respect. They had witnessed the final scene. Lu Qing'an displayed speed of the late luminous glass realm, swiftly eliminating 4 demons. Yet they were puzzled that he seemed to have missed the last demon. In theory, he should have been able to catch up. Daoist Jia, why did you not pursue that demon? Asked a disciple of the Immortal Sword Sect in confusion. Lu Qing'an suddenly curled his lips, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Did they truly believe his treasure had lost its power? That he had been stunned for so long? Lu Qing'an lowered his head, gazing at the Prison Immortal Tower in his hand. After a moment, he slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a faint golden thread emerged from the void, pointing straight into the distance. This was another wondrous use of the prison Immortal Tower, tracking escapees. Let's go that way. Do not fly swiftly, unsure we conceal our presence. Lu Qing'an offered no explanation to the others, leading Zhao Dezhu and the rest silently toward the direction indicated by the thread. These 5 demons were surely not all the demons in Panlong City. Since these demons sought his life, how could he allow them to escape only to return another day? Tonight, he would wipe them all out. Murong Qingming and Zhao Dezhu exchanged glances, both showing expressions of surprise. Indeed, everything they had witnessed was part of Lu Qing'an's scheme. At that moment, the fleeing demon flew rapidly in a certain direction, his heart filled with fear and unease. He frequently looked back and extended his perception to check for pursuers. Fortunately, there was no enemy trace. Damn it. It failed. I must report to the master immediately. He dared not return directly to the camp. Instead, he used secret arts everywhere to erase all traces of himself, only cautiously returning after confirming no one was following. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he finally felt safe, all demonic aura concealed, and arrived at a hidden spot. Master, it failed. The other 4 are missing. Only you escaped. The blood demon's eyes blazed with fury, his voice low as thunder. Yes. Watching the weakest among the dispatched subordinates miraculously return alone, the blood demon's rage burned briefly before his expression shifted dramatically. Fool, don't you understand the intent behind this? And you still came back. Evacuate this place immediately. The blood demon commanded the remaining demons, leading them to swiftly depart. The returning demons stood dazed, then followed. Get lost, the blood demon roared. Master, where should I go? Seeing his companions ready to part ways, the demon was suddenly lost. Idiot. The blood demon's heart hardened. He struck out with a palm, killing him on the spot. Not long after the group of demons fled their camp, Lu Qing'an arrived with his team above the site. Seeing the golden thread from the prison Immortal Tower suddenly vanish, Lu Qing'an frowned slightly. After some time, he found the demon's temporary camp and saw the corpse. He mused silently. Decisive. But this place should not be far from that demon dragon's location. It was time for Su Qingying to make her move. Damn it. They managed to escape again. Murong Qingming meticulously surveyed the surroundings, noticing the lingering traces and auras of the demon clan, clearly indicating their hasty retreat, likely just moments ago. However, regardless of how he pursued, it proved difficult to find any traces of the demon clan's departure. The members of the Qing'an sect were in the same predicament, searching in vain, ultimately casting their gaze toward Lu Qing'an. Daoist Jia, have all those demons in the mansion been eliminated? Or? Murong Qingming looked at Lu Qing'an, cautiously inquiring. Lu Qing'an maintained a calm demeanor, replying nonchalantly, all have been vanquished by my treasures. I intended to leave one to lure out the remaining scum, but they acted a step too quickly. Murong Qingming and the others believed him without doubt, knowing the demon clan was cunning and treacherous. If not completely eradicated, they could easily vanish in the next moment. What should we do next? Zhao Dezhu now looked at Lu Qing'an, his eyes filled with respect. This person had reached the pinnacle of the Lioli realm, on par with his master and uncle. Such powerful beings, even within the Qing'an sect, belonged to the upper echelons. Lu Qing'an responded, these demons are unlikely to leave Panlong City easily, though they might depart after this incident. We will act according to the situation. Should we continue to set up the demon search formation? Zhao Dezhu asked quietly. Lu Qing'an glanced at him, amused by his eagerness for the formation. Lu Qing'an said, I will do my utmost. You all should continue your search. Perhaps we can uncover some clues. Thus, under Lu Qing'an's guidance, Murong Qingming and the members of the Qing'an sect dispersed to search. Once the others had left, Lu Qing'an summoned Su Qingying from the storage Golden Pearl, suspecting that the demon's hiding place should not be far from where the demon dragon lurked. He observed whether Su Qingying had any intuition that could help him determine the exact location of the demon dragon. Although he had captured 4 demons, extracting the whereabouts of the demon dragon from them would likely still depend on his own efforts. After Su Qingying emerged and listened to Lu Qing'an's instructions, she began to carefully examine the surrounding environment. Suddenly, she looked toward a distant mountain range. Panlong City was vast and boundless, with celestial mountains scattered throughout, much like the lands of the Huang family, where many celestial mountains also stood. 10 miles away lay a chain of mountains arranged in a particularly peculiar manner. Among those mountains, 9 peaks were aligned in a straight line, equally tall, yet not very high. Behind these 9 peaks stood one singular peak, towering and prominent. I have a feeling that those peaks are somewhat strange. Su Qingying pointed toward the mountains and said. A glint of sharpness flashed in Lu Qing'an's eyes as he understood. This implied that the demon dragon was nearby. Let's go and investigate. Lu Qing'an took Su Qingying along, utilizing the deep blue speed treasure, swiftly arriving above that mountain range. He focused intently for a moment, but noticed nothing unusual in the area. Which force does this territory belong? Lu Qing'an compared it to the map of Panlong City he had initially noted and discovered that this mountain range did not belong to the jurisdiction of any major forces within Panlong City. The spiritual energy here is thin. Even in celestial mountains few people reside. Look, these peaks hardly exude any signs of life. Su Qingying pointed toward the mountains below, shaking her head slightly. The spiritual energy here was 10 times thinner than that of the Huang family's celestial mountain, where they had originally been, and normal people would not settle here. Lu Qingyan's eyes narrowed slightly. This was precisely the issue. The spiritual energy here might have been absorbed by something. Below it was likely the location of the demon dragon. Do you have a feeling that the demon dragon is below? Lu Qingyan's gaze was intense as he looked at Su Qingying. Su Qingying shook her head, not in denial, but instead said, I'm not sure, no intuition has emerged, but I still find this place peculiar. Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment, firmly committing the location to memory, then stored Su Qingying back into the storage golden pearl and turned to fly toward the city lord's mansion. There must be some mystery here. Once he returned to thoroughly interrogate the imprisoned demons, he would come back. Perhaps he could find some evidence from those demons. Moreover, he was already eager to extract from those demons the secret technique to detonate the treasures. Currently, his collection of 6th-grade celestial treasures was still limited, but in the future, he would certainly have an abundance. This technique would undoubtedly boost his confidence. Why had he not been striving to cultivate with all his might during these years in the celestial realm? Because he understood that no matter how hard he worked, he could not quickly surpass the advantage of possessing numerous treasures to establish himself better in the celestial realm. Despite his relentless cultivation over the years, he could only break through to the Tianyin realm at most. Yet in front of a Shuangguang realm expert, a Tianyin realm cultivator was still like an ant. Now he could harness the power of self-detonating treasures to gain offensive strength. Potent offense could compensate for inadequate defense. Reaching heights unattainable through cultivation in a short time could be achieved through treasures. This was undoubtedly the path most suited for him. Mu Rong Qingming and the others returned, reuniting with Lu Qing'an, all of whom had found nothing. Under Lu Qing'an's arrangements, they returned to their posts, waiting for the demon search formation to take shape. Lu Qing'an returned to the city lord's mansion, where Mu Rong Qingming had arranged a new residence for him. He meticulously set up defensive formations, ensuring that even if the demon clan attempted a surprise attack again, they could not harm him before he took out the prisoner's celestial tower and entered its interior with his consciousness. He held the prisoner's celestial tower in his hand, and upon closing his eyes, his consciousness appeared inside the 10-story tower. At that moment, the 4 demon clan members were each imprisoned in the first floor of the prisoner's celestial tower. Each demon was imprisoned separately. Lu Qing'an first approached the demon clan leader, who glared at him furiously, roaring, "Human, have the guts to kill me." Lu Qing'an looked at this hideous, seemingly unafraid of death demon clan leader and said, "I won't kill you. You must have many lives under your command. Killing you would only benefit you." The demon clan leader sneered, "Not going to kill me. Then you have the ability to imprison this demon lord for a lifetime." Lu Qing'an shook his head. "Naturally, I want to imprison you for a lifetime. You still fail to realize your situation. You must have subjected many humans to various tortures. I will soon let you experience the tortures of humanity. For now, you can first feel the pain of those humans you have tormented." Lu Qing'an had learned from the information obtained from Su Qingying that the reason these demons were like rats crossing the street among humans was not simply due to their slaughtering. They also exhibited a brutal nature, enjoying toying with humans. Some demons would not directly kill humans, but would employ cruel methods to torment them to the point of wishing for death before finally killing them. They relished in witnessing the despair of their prey. After conversing with this demon, Lu Qing'an approached the next demon, repeating the same words. In truth, this tower was not merely a treasure for imprisoning celestial beings. Each floor of the tower possessed different abilities. The first 8 floors contained various tortures, causing the prisoners' bodies and minds to be in a state of collapse. The 9th floor, however, had a miraculous effect. It allowed the prisoner whose consciousness was in a state of collapse to analyze their weaknesses. The 10th floor was even more formidable, utilizing the prisoner's weaknesses to create illusions, igniting a desire for survival in the prisoners. Once this set was complete, it could almost directly compel the prisoners to speak. Unless the prisoner had an incredibly resilient will, it could be said that the prisoner's celestial tower was one of his most valuable treasures. I wonder who created this tower. It is undeniably impressive. I am fortunate to have obtained it, not someone else. Lu Qing'an glanced back at the 4 demons, without hesitation, a thought directing them to the torture chamber. It would take at least a day for them to experience the 8 layers of torture. He only needed to wait for time to pass. The news of the demon race's assault on Lu Qing'an within the city lord's mansion spread swiftly. Upon returning to the mansion, Mu Rong Qingming immediately summoned the major powers of Panlong City, seizing the opportunity to broadcast tonight's achievements far and wide. With demon sightings frequently plaguing Panlong City, recently the populace was gripped by fear, and many individuals and factions had already moved away. Perhaps tonight's events could help stabilize the people's morale. Thus, when word spread that Lu Qing'an had reached the pinnacle of the glazed realm, effortlessly slaying a demon squad and terrifying the remnants into fleeing under the cover of night, all factions within the city breathed a collective sigh of relief. Of course, some astute individuals speculated that the demons might not have left Panlong City and were fairly certain that a major battle could erupt before long. Consequently, some still chose to leave Panlong City, first to lie low. Shortly after having concluded the meeting, Murong Qingming immediately sought out his daughter. "Yingxue, you should head to the Immortal Sword sect ahead of time. After all, you have nothing pressing to do in the city." Murong Qingming knew the demons harbored grand ambitions. Despite Lu Qing'an's presence, the stakes were too high for any negligence. Though last night's demon raid was thwarted, they likely wouldn't dare strike again soon. Sending his daughter away now would ensure her greater safety. "Father, did you not just say Panlong City was no longer in grave danger?" Murong Yingshu's willow-like brows furrowed slightly. "True, but the demons act erratically. If they have other schemes, how might they seize control of Panlong City? I have my countermeasures, but you are my Achilles heel." Murong Qingming gently stroked his daughter's raven locks, his words trailing off. He knew she would understand his unspoken meaning. Murong Yingxue smiled bitterly, sighing inwardly that her father ultimately feared she would be a liability. "I am not alone in this intent. Huang Jintian also wishes for Huang Xuanyu to depart first. Take your junior brother with you to the Immortal Sword sect." Persuaded by Murong Qingming, Murong Yingxue finally nodded in agreement. Thus, Jin Yongfu, still inside Lu Qing'an's storage spirit bead, received a voice transmission from Murong Yingxue. "Brother and my senior sister says we'll set off for the Immortal Sword sect tomorrow." Jin Yongfu stepped out of the storage spirit bead, looking at Lu Qing'an with a furrowed brow. Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Then go with her for now. Su Qingying will stay behind. Once matters in Panlong City are settled, I'll send someone to escort her to the Immortal Sword sect." Jin Yongfu's eyes flickered with hesitation. "Actually, I don't want to leave in such haste. Perhaps you still have..." Lu Qing'an said calmly, "I can handle things. Go to the Immortal Sword sect with peace of mind. Once I've resolved matters in Panlong City, I will come find you." Without allowing Jin Yongfu to argue further, Lu Qing'an had already made the decision. The next morning, Jin Yongfu joined Murong Yingxue with Huang Xuanyu also accompanying them. To ensure the safety of the sect's promising talents, Zhao Deju specially dispatched 2 junior brothers at the Void Silence realm as escorts. The flying boat ascended, piercing through clouds and mist. Murong Qingming and Huang Jintian stood before the city lord's mansion, watching the vessel fade into the distance. The two exchanged a glance, understanding dawning in their hearts. Now that they're gone, we have no more ties to hold us back. They knew full well what the demons coveted, and that they would not easily abandon their pursuit. Once the demon-sealing grand array was complete, a bloody battle was inevitable. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'an feigned returning to his room to set up formations, but in truth he activated the deep blue speed treasure and discreetly tailed the immortal 5th rank ultimate flying boat, carrying Murong Yingxue. On the surface, only the Immortal Sword sect, the city lord's mansion, and the Huang family knew of Murong Yingshu's departure from Panlong City. Yet other forces might have caught wind of it, and the demons could be among them. There was a chance the demons would attack this flying boat. But soon he halted. If he could figure this out, wouldn't Murong Qingming have thought of it too? So he sent a voice transmission to Jin Yongfu asking if he was actually aboard that flying boat. As expected, Jin Yongfu replied that they hadn't yet left the city lord's mansion. They were waiting for the decoy boat, supposedly carrying them, to fly some distance away before departing Panlong City from another route. "This Murong Qingming certainly has plenty of tricks up his sleeve," Lu Qing'an muttered to himself. Nevertheless, Lu Qing'an still caught up with that immortal 5th rank ultimate flying boat. Using the prisoner immortal tower covertly, he left a tracking mark on it before finding an empty spot to wait for Jin Yongfu and the others to leave Panlong City. Jin Yongfu and his group boarded a rather ordinary flying boat and quietly departed Panlong City. Lu Qing'an followed them for a distance until he was certain no demons would attack, then stopped, watching the vessel sail away. "Farewell, good brother. We shall meet again." After seeing Jin Yongfu off, Lu Qing'an quickly sped toward that immortal 5th rank ultimate flying boat. With the speed of his deep blue speed treasure, he soon caught up and followed it for a while. Just as the boat had traveled a certain distance from Panlong City, a powerful strike suddenly slammed into it. Just as I suspected, Lu Qing'an's figure flickered as he charged forward. Upon arrival, he found only a single demon as the enemy. It seemed the demons didn't have many left in Panlong City. And coincidentally, this demon was the Shadow Fiend who had tested his strength during the first raid on the City Lord's mansion. When the Shadow Fiend saw that the flying boat contained only one of the City Lord's subordinates, he instantly realized he had fallen for a decoy. As he tried to flee, Lu Qing'an suddenly appeared behind him. Damn it! The Shadow Fiend hurriedly attempted to use his innate ability, but having used it recently, it was restricted and required more time. Before he could fully activate it, Lu Qing'an was already upon him. A searing pain erupted from the weakest point on the Shadow Fiend's back, spreading through his mind. Moments later, he found himself trapped within a cage. Having captured another demon, Lu Qing'an sneered. He then sent a voice transmission to Zhang Yongfu confirming his safety and was completely relieved. It appeared the demons had sent only one to ambush. Time for a real interrogation. Lu Qing'an set up various defenses on the spot, then entered the immortal 6th rank ultimate flying boat. He took out the prisoner immortal tower and projected his consciousness inside. He immediately went before the demon leader. After a night of brutal torture, both the demon leader's body and spirit were on the verge of collapse. Yet surprisingly, the weakness analysis from the 9th level of the prisoner immortal tower showed that this demon leader had no weaknesses at all. He no longer harbored any desires, adopting an attitude of utter indifference. Lu Qing'an mused that this demon leader was indeed seasoned, but that only made him more eager to take on the challenge. If he could extract the information he wanted from this most obstinate demon's mouth, he could certainly gain invaluable experience. The moment Lu Qing'an appeared, the demon squad leader began roaring again. "You human ant! You think this little torture can break me? You are keeping me alive only to fish for information about our demon movements, aren't you? Haha, give it up. Every one of us in the Rage Demon clan is a tough nut. Go ahead, do your worst." Lu Qing'an's lips curled slightly. "This matter won't end so easily, of course. But there's one thing you said I disagree with. Among your Rage Demon clan, you are the only one who hasn't yet surrendered." The demon leader's hideous face twisted in disdain. "Kid, don't try to fool me. Our Rage Demon clan is unmatched in loyalty. How could we ever bow to a human worm like you?" Watching the sneer on the demon leader's grotesque visage, Lu Qing'an said calmly, "They told me that your demon race came here for the demon dragon. They even revealed its location to me, beneath the 10 Peaks mountain near your camp." The once ferocious demon leader's expression shifted dramatically. The location of the demon dragon was known only to their kind. Even the city lord of Panlong City did not know. Seeing the demon leader's astonishment, Lu Qing'an curled his lips into a cold sneer. "Your companions have already confessed everything they needed to, thus sparing themselves from further torment. As for you being the leader, you must hold secrets unknown to others. If you reveal what I do not yet know, perhaps I might grant you a reprieve as well." The demon leader's eyes glinted with icy fury as he gritted his teeth. "Don't you dare think you'll extract a single word about the demon clan from me. They may have spilled their guts, but they knew only trivialities. You won't wring a crucial syllable from my lips." Lu Qing'an gazed at the demon leader in silence, then shook his head with a detached tone. "Then you shall remain here suffering eternal torment." Having discerned the unyielding resolve in the demon leader's eyes, he knew further interrogation would be futile. With a wave of his hand, he cast the demon back into the Tower of Torment to endure the horrors of the first 8 levels once more. He then approached the second wrath demon. This one, like the leader, seemed on the verge of collapse. Upon seeing him, it let out a savage roar. "Human brat, if you've got the guts, kill me." Lu Qing'an narrowed his eyes, observing the face that mirrored the previous demons, and pondered silently. He wondered if all wrath demons were so obstinate. Thus he employed the same tactic, first deceiving the demon, then claiming their leader had already surrendered, and revealed the location of the demon dragon. To his surprise, the wrath demon froze for a moment, then burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha! I knew that coward was unfit to lead. A disgrace to the wrath demons." It then glared at Lu Qing'an with a ghastly, twisted expression, roaring, "You think you'll get a word about the demon clan from me? Dream on. If you want to kill me, just do it." Lu Qing'an's expression remained unchanged as he replied coldly, "Kill you? No need. Since you're so loyal, you'll be rewarded with another round of torture. Let's see how long you can endure." He wondered if these wrath demons would ever break and compromise under the agony. If not, then the demon clan was truly a formidable enemy to humanity. After all, few among humans could withstand such torment. Lu Qing'an went through all 4 wrath demons, employing every method, yet failed to extract a single crucial piece of information. Capturing them was pointless. With no other option, he pinned his last hope on the shadow demon recently apprehended. Perhaps the blood demon, knowing the wrath demon's unwavering loyalty, had sent them on the assassination mission, certain they would divulge nothing. The subsequent dispatch of the shadow demon likely meant the blood demon had no more wrath demons to command, resorting to this stealthy creature. This suggested the blood demon's forces were dwindling. Instead of confronting the shadow demon immediately, Lu Qing'an withdrew his consciousness, left the scene, and returned to his quarters in the city lord's mansion to continue setting up the demon-detecting grand formation. He decided to wait until the shadow demon had endured the first 8 levels of the Tower of Torment before speaking with it. Without sufficient torture, he feared the demon might not confess. After some time, when he appeared before the shadow demon, it had already broken down. Clutching his leg, it pleaded tearfully, "Please, no more torment. Just kill me." Lu Qing'an blinked, inwardly astonished. He had assumed all demons were hardened warriors, so only the wrath demons are like that. "Granting you a quick death is easy, but you must truthfully tell me everything I wish to know." The shadow demon, as if granted a pardon, quickly replied, "Ask away, but swear you'll stop torturing me." Lu Qing'an nodded slightly and asked, "Why did your demon clan infiltrate Panlong City?" The shadow demon answered without hesitation, "Naturally for the lives within Panlong City. Our clan devours humans to multiply our power, and our master the blood demon uses them to extend his lifespan." Hearing the earnest tone, Lu Qing'an's eyes flickered with impatience. Damn it, he's a drama queen. He had thought the shadow demon lacked the wrath demon's fortitude and had truly succumbed. "Unfortunately, I've just extracted from the wrath demons under severe torture that your mission here is for the demon dragon. Are you prepared for even harsher punishments? I hear the wrath demons are the most loyal and resilient among your kind. I hope you can still deceive me after enduring the same torture that forced them to submit." With that, Lu Qing'an patted the shadow demon's cheek and made to leave. The demon shuddered, cursing inwardly. Have those fools already confessed? Though it had survived one round of torture, another might break it entirely. And this human cultivator didn't seem to be bluffing. Besides, if even the wrath demons had talked, persisting in silence was futile. "Wait," the shadow demon called out hastily. Lu Qing'an turned slightly, a hint of a sinister smile beneath his mask. "What, still not resigned to your fate?" The shadow demon gritted its teeth. "He'll confess, but you must swear to release me afterward." Lu Qing'an let out a cold laugh. "I'll release you. The wrath demons have already confessed. Why would I need the truth from you? I'm merely verifying their words. Those wrath demons are crude brutes. They know little of our clan's current operations. If you promise to let me go, I'll tell you everything I know," the shadow demon insisted through clenched teeth. Once released, it couldn't return to serve the blood demon. It would have to flee the human realm back to the demon domain, seeking a new master another day. Better than dying here or suffering eternal torment. First, I need to know roughly what vital information you... Seeing the shadow demon's serious expression, Lu Qing'an grew intrigued. The demon dragon's location, our master's goal, the measures he's prepared, and how to release the demon dragon lord. That's it. The shadow demon spoke rapidly, fearing Lu Qing'an would leave. Lu Qing'an narrowed his eyes. Interesting. The last 2 points were exactly what he needed. Fine. If what you say is true, I'll let you go, Lu Qing'an said calmly. Releasing one shadow demon in exchange for crucial information was acceptable. Swear it first. Swear by the heavenly Tao, the shadow demon urged. Lu Qing'an had heard of heavenly Tao vows said to bring punishment upon oath breakers, hindering cultivation or inviting inner demons. Of course, these were mere rumors, unverified. Fine. Lu Qing'an swore directly on the condition that the demon's information was true and helped him eliminate all demons. First, write down the technique to self-detonate your treasures. Lu Qing'an tossed prepared paper and ink to the shadow demon. He would hear the demon's plans later. This special technique was a priority. Verifying its authenticity was simple. Have someone test it. For instance, Su Qing'an. If it were false and harmful, she would likely sense the danger immediately without... The shadow demon frowned, but said nothing, writing down the method. After obtaining the technique, Lu Qing'an stared calmly at the shadow demon. They'll have someone test the authenticity of this method. You know the consequences if it's false. The shadow demon remained impassive, giving a slight nod to signal Lu Qing'an to verify for himself, a trace of confidence evident in his demeanor. Lu Qing'an withdrew from the immortal prison tower, then summoned Su Qing'an from his golden storage orb and informed her of the newly acquired technique. Study this carefully and see if there are any flaws in the method. Lu Qing'an fixed his gaze on Su Qing'an's fair jade-like face, his tone carrying a note of gravity. If the technique proved correct, his act of capturing the demon would be deemed a success. With this method, he would undoubtedly gain a powerful advantage, elevating his strength to new heights. Su Qing'an shook her head calmly, without even a cursory glance. My intuition tells me this technique is sound. Excellent. It was precisely this intuition he needed. Try using this 4th-grade immortal treasure. Lu Qing'an set up an array within his dwelling, then instructed Su Qing'an to enter the formation for testing. Su Qing'an, confident in her intuition, showed no fear. She stepped into the array holding the 4th-grade immortal treasure Lu Qing'an had given her. After a brief moment to regulate her breathing, she detonated the treasure. A thunderous boom erupted. A formidable force akin to the heaven's derivative stage raged outward, but was ultimately contained by the formation, its power gradually dissipating. Lu Qing'an stared intently at Su Qing'an and asked, "Do you sense any changes in your body? Are there any side effects?" Su Qing'an shook her head and replied, "The technique is sound. My body feels normal." Only then did Lu Qing'an nod in satisfaction, committing the technique to memory with the intention of studying it in depth later. Good. Now there's something I need your help with. Lu Qing'an instructed Su Qing'an to touch the immortal prison tower, and their consciousnesses entered the tower together. The two reappeared before the shadow demon, who cast an extra glance at Su Qing'an, puzzled as to why Lu Qing'an had brought this human woman along. "This technique is absolutely flawless. You've tested it yourself." The shadow demon spoke first, demonstrating his sincerity. Lu Qing'an said calmly, "All right. Next question, where is the demon dragon you've been coveting? Remember, if you deceive me in any way, the vow will be nullified." Lu Qing'an stated evenly indeed. Now I want you to reveal the demon dragon's hiding place. The shadow demon took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he said, the demon dragon lies beneath the 10 peaks east of our previous camp. Each peak suppresses a part of the demon dragon's body. The row of peaks holds down its 9 heads while the main peak behind them restrains its torso. Lu Qing'an narrowed his eyes, his heart stirring. A 9-headed dragon. The moment the shadow demon mentioned the demon dragon's location, he was certain the demon hadn't lied, and the subsequent details confirmed the purpose of the 10 peaks. These peaks were actually used for suppression. Even so, Lu Qing'an turned his gaze to Su Qingying. He had brought her into the tower for one purpose alone, to serve as a human lie detector. Su Qingying needed no explanation. Upon hearing this, she understood her role. As Lu Qing'an looked at her, she gently shook her head and said, he doesn't seem to be lying. Lu Qing'an gave a slight nod, then fixed his eyes on the shadow demon again. Good. Next question, tell me everything you know about your master in detail. The more sincere you are, the more leniently I will treat you. He also wished to learn the full background of this blood demon. With a thought, a chair materialized out of thin air, signaling the shadow demon to sit and speak at length. Seeing this, the shadow demon took a deep breath, sat down as instructed, and began slowly. Our master is a highly esteemed blood demon among the demon race, with a cultivation at the peak of the void silent stage, just a step away from the glass stage. By a twist of fate, he learned of Lord Demon Dragon's whereabouts, and has plotted for years to release him, hoping to use his prestige to reclaim a place in the demon realm. Reclaim a place in the demon realm. Lu Qing'an said flatly. Indeed, demons hiding among humans are mostly those who couldn't survive in the demon realm or faced some calamity forced to live among humans. Our master is one such case. He committed a minor transgression, was cast out from his clan, and is even hunted by a certain demon faction. The shadow demon explained. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an shook his head inwardly. It seemed that whether human or demon, none could escape the strife of the martial world. It was always the same old story. After the shadow demon finished speaking, Lu Qing'an glanced at Su Qingying again. Seeing her shake her head, he knew the words were true. Tell me about your master's capabilities. What other cards does he hold? How many subordinates are still alive? Lu Qing'an shifted his tone, probing for more critical information. After I left, our master had only 9 subordinates he could command, including himself. That makes 10 all at the void silent stage. As for self-destructing treasures, there are few left. Sending the Fury Demon Squad to besiege you consumed a great deal. Of course, whether he has other hidden treasures, I wouldn't know. The shadow demon, his gaze fixed on Lu Qing'an, continued. Our master's strongest asset is a grand formation capable of killing glass stage experts. With this formation, he has already slain 6 glass stage cultivators. He needs 4 more. Collecting 10 glass stage corpses will break Lord Demon Dragon's seal. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an's heart jolted. He asked in a low voice, what grade is this formation? Why wasn't it used against me? The shadow demon replied. This formation is a supreme 7th grade immortal array covering 10,000 miles. It can only be used one last time, so naturally, he wouldn't waste it on a single person like you. Therefore, we needed to lure more glass stage experts into the formation. Unfortunately, we never anticipated your strength. It disrupted the entire plan. Lu Qing'an finally understood the reason behind the appearance of demons in Panlong City. It was clearly to draw more glass stage experts there. Would all glass stage experts within this formation perish? His defensive measures were just barely enough to withstand it. Su Qingying's intuition had proven true once again. Now that I've disrupted your plans, what will you do next? Why not leave directly, find other glass stage experts, and return to continue? Lu Qing'an pressed on, though he already knew the answer. Su Qingying had said earlier that the demon dragon was on the verge of death, which was why the demons were so desperate. He wanted to test if the shadow demon was speaking the truth. Lord Demon Dragon's life hangs by a thread, at most a month. If we fail now, all hope is lost. The shadow demon said helplessly. In truth, his defection now was also because he saw no hope. Lu Qing'an was too powerful. Using that formation would only kill Lu Qing'an, and they still needed many glass stage corpses. They had run out of options. These demons had followed the blood demon not only because of his status, but also because of his plan. If they could release Lord Demon Dragon, they would rise to glory. But now the opportunity was lost. Leaving alive was the best outcome. Lu Qing'an was silent for a moment, confirming that the shadow demon's words were indeed true. A few final questions. Can you approach the demon dragon? What is its current strength? Can it still attack? Can it be slain directly? Lu Qing'an asked in a deep voice. His original intention was merely to drive away the demons, so he could continue lying low in Panlong City and develop in secret. Later, upon learning of the demon's treasure self-destruction technique, he conceived the idea of seizing it. Now, having learned of the demon dragon's existence and its imminent death, if he could deliver the finishing blow, he would surely strike gold. Hearing Lu Qing'an's murderous words, the shadow demon couldn't help but swallow hard. The demon dragon's life was already at its end, and yet Lu Qing'an still intended to slay it. Was there such a deep-seated enmity? It is difficult for ordinary people to approach the demon dragon. The seal is extraordinary, blocking all living beings, the shadow demon replied truthfully. As for the strength of the demon dragon at its peak, it belongs to the universe realm, nearly reaching the Tao Saint level. Now trapped by the seal, and unable to move, let alone attack, the idea of slaying the demon dragon is utterly absurd. The human race cannot cross the seal, and once the seal is depleted, the demon dragon will turn to ashes. Oh, why go through such unnecessary trouble? The shadow demon answered Lu Qing'an's questions one by one, but inside he felt a bit anxious, worried that Lu Qing'an might change his mind and refuse to let him go. After hearing this, Lu Qing'an fell silent in contemplation. The strength of the demon dragon was indeed, as he expected, immensely powerful and frightening. If he could deliver a fatal blow, it would be a significant gain. However, the shadow demon also made it clear that living beings cannot approach the seal. Please elaborate on the specific method your demon clan uses to lift the seal, Lu Qing'an said, hoping to find a means to deliver a finishing blow. The shadow demon replied, our master has found a special secret method that requires the corpses of 10 powerful beings of the Immortal Realm. At the moment the seal obliterates the demon dragon, we will use this to confuse the seal and help the demon dragon escape. I only know these processes. I am unclear about the specifics of the secret method. What secret method? Is it a cat swapping for a prince? After gaining a general understanding, Lu Qing'an had no further questions. He turned to Su Qing, who indicated that the shadow demon was indeed telling the truth, and together they left, leaving the shadow demon standing alone. Subsequently, Lu Qing'an approached the leader of the angry demons. The leader, having just endured severe torture, roared furiously upon seeing Lu Qing'an again. Lu Qing'an, uninterested in small talk, directly revealed the information he obtained from the shadow demon, his gaze fixed on the leader of the angry demons, observing the changes in his expression. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the leader of the angry demons froze. It was at this moment that Lu Qing'an was completely convinced that the shadow demon had not deceived him. Very well, you are of no further use now. Lu Qing'an was not a sadist. The reason he tortured these angry demons was solely to extract the information he wanted. Now that he had obtained it, these angry demons were no longer valuable. Kill them. Lu Qing'an acted decisively. The angry demons trapped in the prisoner tower had no cultivation to resist and were easily exterminated by him. The leader of the angry demons still wore a face of disbelief before dying, unable to comprehend how Lu Qing'an had learned of all their clan's secrets. The leader of the angry demons was at the pinnacle of the void tranquility realm. After killing him, Lu Qing'an's lifespan instantly increased by 150,000 years. Oh, quite a lot. Lu Qing'an smirked slightly as he approached the remaining 3 angry demons, using the same method to verify the shadow demon's words once more. Looking at their astonished expressions, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. After slaying 4 angry demons, Lu Qing'an's lifespan increased by a total of 500,000 years. It seems that the lifespan gained from killing the demon clan is indeed greater. Lu Qing'an felt delighted, pondering. Now I can exchange for 5 more treasures. Excellent, I look forward to it even more, Lu Qing'an thought to himself. Although he had yet to find a method to deliver a finishing blow to the demon dragon, there are always more solutions than difficulties. He planned to first investigate, perhaps he could discover a way to break the seal. As for the shadow demon, let him have a chance at life. Lu Qing'an contemplated. It's always better to be cautious. Who knows if the heavenly Tao's oath will come to fruition. In any case, at this moment the shadow demon was of no great use to me. Moreover, it was precisely because of the shadow demon that he was able to obtain what he wanted, the method of treasure self-destruction. With this method in hand, combined with the exceptional 6th grade treasures he currently possessed, his cultivation, though stagnant at the Moon Cloud realm, had nonetheless made him a true powerhouse of the Immortal Realm. In fact, even an ordinary powerhouse of the Immortal Realm would find it easy to be ruthlessly defeated by him in a duel. Lu Qing'an quietly left the city lord's mansion, heading outside Panlong City, and released the shadow demon from the prisoner tower. I will let you go, but there are 2 rules. First, if I find you stepping into the human territory again and killing a human, I will ensure you regret living in this world in the future. Second, if I learn that you return to serve your blood demon master, I will make sure you experience the pain of severe torture in the future, Lu Qing'an threatened coldly. Rest assured, I will immediately leave the human territory and return to the demon realm. I will never step into human territory again in this lifetime. The shadow demon, seeing that Lu Qing'an indeed kept his promise, was overjoyed and hurriedly agreed. At this moment, he was essentially gambling everything, trusting that Lu Qing'an would be a man of his word. Very well, go on, Lu Qing'an replied indifferently. Hearing this, the shadow demon cautiously began to fly away. Seeing that Lu Qing'an indeed did not act against him or pursue him, he then accelerated his departure. It was only when he disappeared into the horizon that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qing'an watched the shadow demon depart, and once he vanished completely, he took out the prisoner tower. A golden thread appeared out of thin air, its direction unchanged. After confirming its accuracy, he stowed the prisoner tower away. Not bad. This shadow demon must have witnessed the blood demon killing the returning angry demons and realized he would surely die if he returned, thus he chose to flee far away, Lu Qing'an mused. After confirming everything was accurate, Lu Qing'an finally left. Instead of returning directly to the city lord's mansion, he headed to the lifespan exchange tower to exchange for 5 treasures before returning. This method is not difficult to implement. Alright, I will continue to set up the formation. Tomorrow, I will secretly visit the location of the demon dragon for on-site research. If I find those demons at the demon dragon's site, I will directly exterminate them. If not, I will go take a look at the seal and see if there is any way to give the demon dragon a chance for a final strike. A night passed in silence. The next morning, as Lu Qing'an was about to go out, he suddenly received a transmission from Murong Qingming. Taoist friend Jia, the Immortal Sword sect, has an esteemed guest visiting, specifically requesting to see you. Murong Qingming said with a smile, his tone filled with joy. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an narrowed his eyes, already having a hunch. The visitor was either Song Yuanming or Zhao Dezhun's master. Last time Zhao Dezhun mentioned that Song Yuanming had business outside, so this time the visitor was likely Zhao Dezhun's master. Is it for the formation? Lu Qing'an secretly shook his head. He had just learned from the shadow demon that the blood demon possessed a 7th grade formation capable of killing peak powerhouses of the Liuli realm, and Zhao Dezhun's master was notably a peak powerhouse of the Liuli realm. Coming here at this time was indeed somewhat risky. The demon clan was scheming to lure more powerhouses of the Liuli realm to Panlong City. Lu Qing'an left his residence and headed to the reception hall of the city lord's mansion. He saw Murong Qingming smiling and chatting with a white-haired old man. This person was none other than Song Yuanming, and his aura indicated he was a peak powerhouse of the Liuli realm. Looking again, Zhao Dezhun was also present, his expression respectful. This white-haired old man was most likely Zhao Dezhun's master. Taoist friend Jia, you're here. I'm here to introduce you. This is Elder Bai Lu of the Immortal Sword sect, Murong Qingming said with a smile. Lu Qing'an clasped his hands in salute, saying, I have long admired your esteemed named Taoist friend. Elder Bai Lu stood up with a smile, kindly saying, I've heard a lot about you from my disciple. Come, let's sit down and chat. Elder Bai, have you come here to assist in slaying demons? Lu Qing'an asked directly after sitting down. Naturally, slaying demons and upholding justice is the purpose of all of us at the Immortal Sword sect. Elder Bai Lu said with a smile, but the next moment he changed the subject. How is the demon-seeking formation you are setting up? Indeed, he came for the demon-seeking formation. Lu Qing'an looked at Elder Bai Lu, whose smile remained unchanged, and thought for a moment, saying, I encountered a problem. Is it that you need immortal herbs? Elder Bai Lu asked. If so, that's quite fortuitous. I brought a lot of different grades of immortal herbs this time, worth about 600,000 spirit stones. Elder Bai Lu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an understood his intention. His purpose was clear, to personally come and purchase the demon-seeking formation. Lu Qing'an sank into contemplation. The death of the demonic dragon was drawing near, and the more treasures he possessed, the better. If he could acquire this batch of celestial herbs, he would be able to exchange them for several more precious items. The demon-searching grand array must certainly be set up to eliminate all demonic beings, preventing them from causing trouble at the last moment and disrupting his grand plan. Yet the question remained, should the Immortal Sword sect be allowed to know of and possess this array? In the end, he chose caution, resolved to take no unnecessary risks. Taoist by the celestial herbs for creating the array have been prepared, and all other materials are gathered. However, there is a significant issue. Several parts of the manuscript left by Taoist Li Ming appear to be problematic. At first I did not notice, but as I began the setup I grew increasingly uneasy. Lu Qing'an wore a troubled expression as he produced the manuscript left by Li Ming. But soon, as if realizing something, he feigned embarrassment and tucked the manuscript away, much like a top student hiding his paper for fear a less capable classmate might peek. Unless he copied it and sought a high-ranking array master to study it. And indeed his purpose here was precisely for this demon-searching grand array, or rather for this very manuscript. Do you mean this array cannot be successfully set up? Bai Lu asked directly. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingming and Zhao Dezhu frowned deeply. Murong Qingming in particular had believed Bai Lu's arrival would smooth the demon extermination efforts. But if the array could not be deployed, they would have no way of knowing if the demons had already left Panlong City. Perhaps they are hiding somewhere, waiting for Bai Lu and the others to leave before stirring up trouble again. I need to study this further. It will take a few more days beyond my original estimate. Taoist Jia, my disciple, has told me that you provided the array's structural foundation, and with Li Ming's astonishing creativity, the complete manuscript was born. You understand its value well. I have come not only to aid in demon extermination, but also to obtain this array for future righteous endeavors. Bai Lu spoke, candidly stating his intentions plainly. A few days ago I might have thought I could succeed in setting it up, but now I have little confidence. So Taoist, I cannot guarantee the array will be completed. Lu Qing'an sighed, softly feigning helplessness. I understand. So I'll settle for the next best thing. Could you lend me the manuscript to make a copy? I know many high-level array masters, including an 8th rank grandmaster. If he studies it, perhaps this extraordinary array can be realized, helping humanity eradicate the demons within our realm. Bai Lu assumed a righteous air, even more solemn than Zhao Dezhu had been, exuding a sense of heroic sacrifice for humanity. Lu Qing'an shook his head inwardly. If no one knew the array originated from him, or if he no longer needed to maintain the guise of Senior Jia in Panlong City, he might have shared it. But now if the array succeeded, it could instead bring him trouble. For the greater good of humanity, it was not the time to hand it over. Only after leaving Panlong City and assuming a new identity beyond anyone's reach could he consider it. For now it was impossible. Since you put it that way, Taoist, it would be ungracious of me to withhold the manuscript. However, this manuscript contains the array structures I have studied my whole life. Lu Qing'an had already altered the manuscript, ensuring that even the most skilled array masters could not derive the demon-searching grand array from it, as he had claimed. Thus, if Bai Lu was willing to pay a high price, he would not mind earning this batch of celestial herbs. Haha, I understand your concerns. I have brought celestial herbs worth 6 million spirit stones plus 3 million spirit stones, my entire life savings. Bai Lu laughed, patting Lu Qing'an's shoulder with an air of understanding. Taoist, are you truly set on buying this manuscript? I have already told you it has flaws and may not yield the demon-searching grand array. Lu Qing'an, seeing Bai Lu's earnest expression, felt a twinge of guilt. He had brought his entire fortune. I have heard from my disciple of your remarkable talents, and I believe you will eventually perfect the demon-searching grand array. When you do, I hope you will share the revised manuscript with me. Bai Lu looked at Lu Qing'an with trust and confidence. He had heard of Lu Qing'an's wonders and believed he would ultimately succeed. Even if it took time, he would not consider it a loss. He was willing to wait. And even if Lu Qing'an failed, possessing the manuscript might still yield results through his connections with high-level array masters. After all, no matter how skilled Lu Qing'an was, he was at most a 6th rank array master. Once he obtained such a miraculous array, his reputation among humanity, and especially within the Immortal Sword sect, would soar to new heights. The modest status of an elder no longer satisfied him. This was a gamble. Lu Qing'an was moved by Lu's determination to give him money. Very well, but I cannot be greedy. Just give me celestial herbs worth 3 million spirit stones. Lu Qing'an indeed felt that taking too many herbs for a flawed manuscript would be dishonest. A small profit? Haha, excellent. Taoist Jia, you are generous. Bai Lu clapped his hands in delight, not giving Lu Qing'an a chance to reconsider, and handed him a storage ring. Only then did Lu Qing'an reluctantly produce the revised manuscript, allowing Bai Lu to make a copy. Watching Bai Lu busily copying, he felt a strange thrill, like having filled an exam paper with wrong answers and letting a less capable classmate copy it. A guilty pleasure, or rather a guilty conscience. Done. I hope you will continue your efforts and successfully set up this array. Bai Lu carefully stored the copied manuscript, beaming with joy. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded, putting away his own manuscript. I will remain at the city lord's residence. If you learn anything about the demons Taoist Jia, be sure to inform me. Together we will cleanse Panlong City. Bai Lu said, smiling again. Lu Qing'an nodded once more. Then I shall return to studying the array. And so, washed by the three, he hastily left the reception hall. His departure seemed ordinary but was hurried. The farther he walked, the faster his pace, as if fearing Bai Lu might call him back to return the celestial herbs. Back at his quarters, Lu Qing'an sat cross-legged, gazing at the newly acquired storage ring. Time to start refining, he murmured. He then summoned 3 flames of celestial fire and resumed his work. With practice from previous days, he incinerated the celestial herbs with increasing ease and fluidity. In just one day, he had burned through them all. He then quietly left the city lord's residence, heading to the Longevity Exchange Tower to obtain 3 more treasures. Now he had so many treasures he could barely keep count. An unprecedented sense of wealth filled his heart. Still not enough? A few more would be better. A few days have passed. I wonder if the Alchemist Guild and the Treasure Pavilion have gathered enough celestial herbs from other cities. Time to ask. Lu Qing'an went to the Treasure Pavilion to find He Jingming. To his surprise, he found He Jingming together with Gong. I was just discussing you with old Gong, and was about to contact you about something important. And here you are. Hearing He Jingming say old Gong with a sweet glance at Gong Chuha, Lu Qing'an's lips twitched. Honestly, I'm starting to wonder if you two have some special relationship. An important matter? What matter? Lu Qing'an asked indifferently, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He Jingming and Gong Chuha exchanged a glance, both revealing smiles. In light of my outstanding performance here, which is no less remarkable than my time at the headquarters, the higher-ups have approved my transfer back. All of this I owe to your assistance, my friend. He Jingming looked sincerely at Lu Qing'an, his heart brimming with gratitude. Had it not been for Lu Qing'an's appearance, he would never have been able to return to headquarters so swiftly. Even Gong Chu's usually stoic face revealed a rare smile as he said, I also plan to leave Panlong City along with him. In the future, if you need anything, my friend, you may contact Huang Zixing directly. I will appoint him as the head of the Alchemist Guild. As for my side, I will let Lu Butte assume the position of Guildmaster, He Jingming continued. Lu Qing'an looked at the two men, seeing the gratitude in their gazes, and felt a hint of surprise. It's just a matter of cooperation. No need for such gestures. Given the volatile situation in Panlong City, leaving is a wise move. It's just that I fear it will be difficult to see you again, my friend. A trace of melancholy crept into He Jingming's words. Lu Qing'an smiled and said, there will always be a time for reunion. If I visit your headquarters, my friend, do not pretend not to know me. Haha, of course not. He Jingming laughed heartily. Lu Qing'an did not immediately discuss cooperation matters with them, but instead chatted idly, waiting until the atmosphere grew warm before steering the conversation to the main topic. Daoist Gong, has your guild managed to procure any celestial herbs? Indeed, a batch has arrived worth approximately 3 million celestial stones. To be honest, the headquarters has recently tightened its support for Panlong City, and many alchemists within the guild have chosen to leave, moving to other cities for development. I'm afraid it will be even harder to procure the celestial herbs you need, my friend, in the future. Gong Chuha knew that Lu Qing'an was special, though he was unclear about what he intended to do with these celestial herbs. But as long as there was profit to be made, he didn't care. Now that he was leaving, he naturally had to explain the future situation to Lu Qing'an in detail. Lu Qing'an nodded. With the demon race hiding here, your guild is preparing to scale back operations in this area. What about your treasure pavilion? He Jingming shook his head. It's not optimistic either. The headquarters has also reduced capital investment. However, our cooperation with you should be able to continue unless you bring out some 7th-grade celestial treasures. Only then would we be unable to purchase them. Lu Qing'an directly produced 2 6th-grade celestial treasures. Appraise these and see how many celestial stones they are worth. A top-grade 6th-grade celestial treasure could generally sell for over 1 million celestial stones, and if it had a special use, it could fetch an even higher price. In general, by selling 2 6th-grade celestial treasures and using the earned celestial stones to purchase celestial herbs, which he then converted into lifespan, he could profit enough to gain an additional 6th-grade celestial treasure. The only cost was the time needed to incinerate the celestial herbs. Seeing this, He Jingming smiled and completed the final transaction with Lu Qing'an. Gong Chuha also handed over the newly arrived celestial herbs to Lu Qing'an. Daoist Jia, we will depart tomorrow. Until we meet again. He Jingming saw Lu Qing'an to the door and bid him farewell with a cupped fist salute. Gong Chuha also smiled and bowed. Very well, until we meet again. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded, then turned and left. He knew well that life is filled with countless passers-by, and fate would bring them together if it was meant to be. I truly hate to lose such a big client. If I could take him to the headquarters, my performance would surely soar. He Jingming couldn't help but lament as he watched Lu Qing'an disappear into the distance. Haha, get some rest early tonight. You can have anything in your dreams, Gong Chuha said, smiling as he glanced. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Lu Qing'an continued to incinerate celestial herbs. He also didn't slack off on the demon-searching grand formation, setting it up whenever he had time. He couldn't announce its completion to the public, but he had to possess the formation. 3 days passed in a flash, and the demon-searching grand formation was finally complete. Although this formation was of the 3rd celestial grade, it was the most precise and rigorous formation Lu Qing'an had meticulously developed since breaking through to the celestial level. It could be considered the masterpiece of his life. Excellent, just what I need to eliminate the demons. Later I should also go and investigate the movements of the demon dragon, Lu Qing'an thought to himself, nodding as he looked at the formation plate in his hand. This formation plate was extraordinary. Traces of demonic chi coiled around it, and a faint heartbeat-like vibration seemed to pulse with the demonic energy. Activate search for demons. Lu Qing'an commanded softly. As the words fell, the formation plate emitted a humming sound. A faint response came from it, understood. A slight smile curled at the corner of Lu Qing'an's mouth. This was his innovation. In the mortal world, finding such a spirit entity was difficult. Now that he had obtained one, he naturally wanted to attempt an idea he had long conceived, an artificial intelligence formation. By utilizing the intelligence of a spirit entity and combining it with the power of the formation, he could create a simple yet wondrous device. He believed that in this cultivation world, few had attempted such a thing in the path of formations. Perhaps he was the first. A halo of formation light rose from the plate, expanding to a radius of 10 meters before gradually fading into invisibility. Instantly, a light screen emerged on the formation plate, displaying a map of demon race distribution within a 1,000-li radius. However, the city lord's mansion itself spanned 1,000 li, and the demons naturally dared not enter it. Thus, the light screen showed no anomalies, remaining entirely blank. Lu Qing'an nodded to himself. It seemed the formation had a high chance of success. Of course I must actually find a demon to confirm its effectiveness. Lu Qing'an immediately left the city lord's mansion and flew toward the outskirts of the city. He planned to first visit the Lifespan Exchange Tower to convert his recently gained lifespan into a few more treasures, while also scanning for traces of demons along the way. However, when he flew to the Lifespan Exchange secret realm outside Panlong City, the formation's light screen still showed no red dots. Entering the Lifespan Exchange Tower, Lu Qing'an exchanged for 3 treasures, then turned back toward Panlong City, this time heading directly to the place where the demon dragon was hidden. The remnants of the demon race were most likely hiding near the sealed demon dragon. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. Still, although he hadn't found the demons, he had verified the formation's functionality. At that moment, Lu Qing'an hovered above the 10 peaks directly over the highest peak that suppressed the demon dragon. At the center of the formation's light screen, a massive red dot appeared as large as a fist. It was precisely the location of the demon dragon. The demon dragon, being a demonic entity, naturally possessed dense demonic qi. This formation sought out demons by detecting demonic qi. Good. This means the remaining demon remnants are likely hiding in relatively remote areas now, Lu Qing'an mused to himself. He flew over the city's most crowded areas without detecting any demon traces. This suggested 2 possibilities: either the demon remnants were hiding in extremely secluded corners of the city, or they had already left the city waiting for an opportunity to strike. He'll ignore them for now. Let's first study this demon dragon. Since he was already here, he naturally wanted to examine the demon dragon and the seal. If an opportunity arose, he would deliver the final blow to the demon dragon. Lu Qing'an employed his skills finding a hidden spot beneath the peak to begin digging into the earth. He didn't have to do the hard labor of digging a tunnel himself. With a casual wave, he set up a mortal grave formation. In less than 10 breaths, he transformed into a beam of light sinking into the ground and descending deep into the earth. Soon he stopped. 30,000 li deep, the underground revealed a vast, empty cavern. A shocking sight unfolded before his eyes. A massive 9-headed black dragon appeared in his field of vision. What surprised him most was that not far from the 9-headed black dragon, there were 3 figures of the demon race. A classic case of hiding in plain sight. I overlooked the possibility of overlapping red dots. Lu Qing'an instantly entered a combat-ready state. Deep within the earth, in a vast hollow cavern, a colossal beast was firmly sealed by a golden light curse. It was a 9-headed demon dragon, its body as massive as a mountain covered in pitch-black scales that emitted a cold and sinister gleam. The 9 dragon heads twisted in ferocity, brimming with fury and resentment, fangs protruding like sharp blades, and blood-red eyes blazing with a rage that seemed ready to tear everything apart. Yet the golden light curse binding it was like invisible chains tightly coiling around every inch of its muscles, rendering it immobile. The 9 dragon heads twisted in ferocity, brimming with fury and resentment, fangs protruding like sharp blades, and blood-red eyes blazing with a rage that seemed ready to... Seeing the demon dragon completely bound and unable to move, Lu Qing'an felt slightly relieved and turned his gaze to the 3 demons not far away. These 3 had appearances different from the fury demons and shadow demons he had encountered. Their necks and below were covered in black scales, and 2 small black horns grew from their heads. Judging by their appearance, they seemed somewhat related to this demon dragon. One at the 10th layer of the Void Silence Realm, 2 at the 8th layer, perfect for interrogation. Lu Qing'an's array radiance shimmered, his defenses fully activated, reaching a point where even a peak lava glass realm expert could hardly harm him. Prepared, he acted swiftly, his left hand gripping the deep blue speed treasure, granting him speed of the lava glass realm, while the prisoner Immortal Tower in his right hand glimmered with cold light. The 3 demons, just recovering from their shock, had never expected Lu Qing'an to find this place. The lair of their lord, the demon dragon, had always been unknown to humans. What do we do? Flee. One demon asked urgently. Can you still escape? Lu Qing'an said in a deep voice, closing in on them in an instant. Damn it. Fight to the death. The peak Void Silence Realm demon hastily summoned a treasure intending to detonate it. The other 2 did the same. Yet even with attacks surpassing their own realms, they were nothing before Lu Qing'an. Not even reaching the peak of the lava glass realm, their efforts were futile against his top-tier defenses. Lu Qing'an did not launch an attack either against these 3 demons. He only needed to approach them and strike them with the prisoner Immortal Tower. Thus, enduring their assaults, he quickly reached one demon, and as it turned to flee, he struck its most vulnerable. Hearing a cry that sounded both pained and not, Lu Qing'an was slightly puzzled. Why did it sound different from the fury? After trapping it in the prisoner Immortal Tower, he continued advancing toward the remaining 2 demons. At that moment, the demon dragon seemed to struggle, but no matter how hard it tried, it could only watch helplessly as the 3 demons were captured and confined within the tower. Well done. Lu Qing'an smirked slightly. Armed with numerous treasures, dealing with these demons was as easy as an eagle catching chicks. As silence fell, his ears twitched, catching a faint sound from afar. He turned toward the massive dark entity. The 9 dragon heads' huge eyes blazed with flames, seemingly furious beyond measure. After listening intently for a moment, Lu Qing'an finally understood. So it was you speaking. The demon dragon was cursing him. Don't let me out, or it'll make your life a living hell. The voice was like a whisper, weak and tinged with static, hard to discern. Lu Qing'an paced around, attempting to approach the demon dragon. When he was about 10 jong away, a powerful storm suddenly surged, forcing him back a few steps. The seal clearly prevented anyone from getting close. This seal, even an expert above the Saint Spirit realm, might struggle to approach. Lu Qing'an thought, frowning. Unable to get near, he had no way to kill the demon dragon. Gazing at the dragon's massive form, Lu Qing'an was certain that slaying it would grant him a vast amount of lifespan, perhaps instantly enriching him to exchange for dozens of top-tier immortal grade 6 treasures. His eyes gleamed with greed. He resumed his investigation, trying to approach the dragon from different angles, head, body, or tail, all blocked by the powerful seal, yielding no progress. Forcing his way through risked his life. Besides trying himself, he attempted to send inanimate objects, starting with a thrown stone. The stone turned to dust as it entered within 10 jong. Then he tried a lower-grade treasure, letting it approach. Even a treasure as strong as Immortal Grade 5 was instantly reduced to powder by the seal's power, scattering it. The seal was too powerful. He could never break it, and even if he could, releasing the demon dragon would be tantamount to suicide. The only option left was to deliver a fatal blow without damaging the seal. Yet such a possibility was utterly at a loss. Lu Qing'an summoned Su Qingying to see if she had any good advice. When she appeared, she froze like a stone statue, stunned by the sight before her. She quickly darted behind Lu Qing'an, peeking cautiously at the demon dragon. Seeing it immobilized, she regained some confidence. This demon dragon will likely be crushed by the seal within a month. But before that, I want to deal it a killing blow. Any ideas? Lu Qing'an had no choice but to seek Su Qingying's help, hoping she might have a suggestion or a flash of intuition to solve this problem. After hearing this, Su Qingying was puzzled as to why Lu Qing'an wanted to kill a dying dragon, but she didn't ask, and began to study seriously. She repeated almost all of Lu Qing'an's attempts. The demon dragon glared at the two humans, overhearing their conversation. When it heard Lu Qing'an's intent to kill it, its lantern-like eyes dimmed with confusion, wondering what great enmity this human had to strike it even in its final moments. Damn human. Pray that I never break free. Though powerless against the seal, a group of demons had once claimed they could rescue it just as it was about to surrender to fate. Yet this masked human before it seemed far from ordinary, and the dragon grew worried for that demon group. To save it, they would likely have to kill this human first. It seems impossible. Su Qingying finally produced a treasure, attempting to approach, only to watch it turn to dust. She pouted at Lu Qing'an. Her treasures were few. No intuition? Lu Qing'an asked. Su Qingying shook her head. Lu Qing'an had somewhat figured out the mechanism behind Su Qingying's intuition. It was definitely linked to her innate little red bottle. The thoughts conveyed by that bottle to Su Qingying were what she called intuition, and these thoughts seemed connected to changes in her life or destiny, such as encountering danger, opportunities, or events that alter her life's path. When she first met him, perhaps the little red bottle sensed his uniqueness like a small radar, activating upon detecting his energy field, prompting it to convey the intuition to stay close to him. What if he forced Su Qingying to approach the seal? Would the little red bottle then give her an intuition, given that her life was at stake? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Qingying quickly retreated, putting distance between them. What are you planning? She said warily. Seeing her like this, Lu Qing'an laughed. Just as I thought. Has your intuition already told you what I intended? Lu Qing'an smiled. How could you treat me like that? Su Qingying started to mutter, then suddenly stopped, her eyes lighting up. I've got it. I know what to do. Lu Qing'an raised an eyebrow. Intuition came. Su Qingying nodded eagerly. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qing'an's conviction in his guess became even stronger. Su Qingying did not beat around the bush and directly stated, this seal repels any beings and objects that come near it due to its highly exclusionary nature. However, if the energy or formation shares the same attribute, the influence will be minimal. Do you understand what I mean? Lu Qing'an's eyes lit up at her words, and he patted Su Qingying's shoulder, smiling. Well done. I believe I know how to deal with this now. At the same time, he also understood how the demon clan intended to rescue the demon dragon. The so-called cat swapping the prince likely refers to using some formation to swiftly replace the demon dragon inside the seal with the corpse of the Lioli realm that approaches the seal, thereby releasing the demon dragon. Su Qingying continued, your mastery of formations is profound. You should be able to construct a sealing formation with the same attribute, right? Lu Qing'an nodded slightly, but could not guarantee completely. We'll give it a try anyway. It will take a few more days of effort. He examined the demon dragon carefully, basically confirming that it could last for another half a month. Without further ado, Lu Qing'an took out a formation disc, which was the analytical formation he had devised during his time in the mortal realm. Though it was of low rank, its efficacy was remarkable. He quickly analyzed the characteristics of this sealing formation. Fire attribute possessing strong repulsive force. Most importantly, it contracted internally and expanded externally. The evident characteristic was that the demon dragon was squeezed to a ghastly visage within the seal, its entire body twisted, while the energy expanding outward made it difficult for any object to approach. After pondering for a moment, he had already thought of how to deliver a fatal blow to this demon dragon. All he needed was to create a formation that could merge with this seal, hiding a large number of treasures that were about to self-destruct within the formation. Once the formation fused with the seal, these treasures would explode inside the seal, turning the demon dragon into a crisp and tender dish. This formation needed to be created as soon as possible and put to the test. Half a month might be a bit tight. And he could only try his best. He could not miss such a lucrative opportunity to gain lifespan. Prepare to return. But before leaving, Qing'an planned to return to interrogate the 3 demons, but before going back he needed to set up a formation to remind him, as long as a living being appeared here, it would alert him in time. The only living beings that could appear here would likely be those demons. If what the shadow demon said was true, and having captured 3 demons now along with the blood demon, there were only 7 demons in Longpin City. I must resolve these demons in advance to prevent my grand plan from being interrupted. After setting up a small formation, Qing'an stored Su Qing'an in a storage golden bead and left the place. After Qing'an left, the demon dragon continued to curse, but its voice was very faint, filled with powerless rage. Throughout, Qing'an had paid no mind to this demon dragon. In his eyes, this demon dragon was merely an opportunity for him to grow stronger. Upon emerging from the ground, Qing'an did not return directly to the city lord's mansion, but wandered through Longpan City, contemplating how to create a formation of the same attribute, while looking for traces of the demons. After several hours, he returned to the city lord's mansion. At this point, he had confirmed that those demons were hiding outside the city, not within Longpan City. They could be waiting for an opportunity to move, or have left Longpan City to seek out Liuli Realm powerhouses to kill, hoping to gather the corpses of Liuli Realm powerhouses before the demon dragon perishes and rescue it from certain death. No matter what, these demons must be exterminated, or they will ultimately remain a hidden danger. Qing'an shook his head. After a day of research, he had roughly determined the direction for a formation. External expansion and internal contraction fit a saying, thermal expansion and contraction. Therefore, he could try to create this formation using this classic physical theory. The external part of the formation would utilize the fire attribute, while the internal part would be of the ice attribute. As long as he could harmonize these 2 elements into one, it should work. Once he understood the mechanism, he began studying formation structures and patterns. For this, he needed to buy some high-level formation pattern books for reference. Thus, he left his residence preparing to visit the Formation Master Guild. Just as he stepped out, he suddenly received a message from Murong Qingming inquiring about any progress in the demon search formation. Qing'an casually replied, "A bit, but there are still many difficulties." After the message ended, he went to the Formation Master Guild, browsed around, and purchased quite a few books. Just as he was leaving the guild, he unexpectedly encountered Murong Qingming and Bai Lu. Upon seeing Qing'an, they hurriedly called him aside. "Dao friend, did you come here to solve the formation issue?" Bai Lu asked, becoming increasingly convinced that Qing'an was fully committed to resolving the demon search formation problem. Qing'an nodded. "I bought some books to see if I can find a solution." "What brings you 2 here?" "My friend, an 8th rank formation master, is thousands of miles away, but can use a special formation through the Formation Master Guild to meet me in a special manner. I plan to transmit the manuscript you bestowed upon me via this special formation. Since you are here, why not attend together? Perhaps we can find the key to solve the problem." Bai Lu originally intended for Murong Qingming to message Qing'an to invite him along, but Murong Qingming said Qing'an had matters to attend to, so he gave up on that. Unexpectedly, he actually came to the guild. It must be fate. Special formation, special manner. Qing'an's expression behind the mask became somewhat peculiar. He roughly guessed a possibility. Could it be a 3D projection? And it can transmit items. How convenient. This formation is indeed worth exploring. All right, let's go together. Qing'an nodded in agreement, following the 2 into the depths of the guild. At this moment, a steward respectfully approached, seemingly aware of their purpose, and led the 3 into a dim chamber. Bai Lu took out nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones and handed them to the steward, who then left the chamber and activated a special grand formation costing 500,000 spirit stones. Buzz. A strong vibration ensued, and then a light gate appeared in the void before the 3. From within the light gate, a figure emerged dressed in a white robe, sporting a mustache, and with a kindly face. Bai Lu, long time no see. Upon seeing his friend from thousands of miles away, Bai Lu smiled and said, "Old Long, this formation requires considerable expense. Let's get straight to the point. This is my friend Daoist Jia, whom I mentioned in the message." At this moment, Old Long shifted his gaze toward Qing'an, examining him closely and smiling. "If what Bai Lu said is true, and you can truly create such a marvelous formation, then you are indeed a genius, Dao friend." As he spoke, he praised Qing'an highly. Lu Qing'an gazed at the figure, and many more ingenious ideas floated in his mind. The creator of this formation was also a genius. This is undoubtedly a 3D projection technology. The future direction of formation research will definitely be a combination of modernity and cultivation. This will be a revolution in the world of formations. You flatter me. That formation is still in the conceptual stage and has many unresolved challenges, Lu Qing'an humbly replied. Once I study the manuscript, I may be able to provide you with some suggestions. Old Long chuckled. Bai Lu said, they'll send it over right now, but this will also cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. It's truly painful. No worries, the spirit stones required for transmission will be on me. Old Long replied with a smile. Haha, then I thank you, Old Long. Bai Lu did not decline and responded with a smile. Bai Lu whispered a few words to the void, and the steward outside the chamber activated another function of the formation. The buzzing sound resumed, and another 500,000 spirit stones were expended, causing a circular light gate to appear before Bai Lu. Bai Lu tossed the manuscript into it. Moments later, the light gate vanished. Lu Qing'an couldn't help but marvel. This formation actually possessed long-distance transmission capabilities. It was truly impressive. However, the formation was not yet perfected as the vibrations were too strong and consumed too many spirit stones. If these issues could be resolved, the prospects would surely be limitless. Once his formation skills improved, he could create an even simpler and more refined version of a similar formation. Alright, has Old Long received it? Bai Lu asked with a smile. I've received it, and let me take a closer look. A person appeared on Old Long's side, handing him the manuscript that had just been transmitted. Dao friend, after this formation is activated, there will be about a cup of tea's time. I have nothing else to discuss with Old Long. Do you have any questions to discuss with him? At this moment, Bai Lu looked at Lu Qing'an and asked. Lu Qing'an observed Old Long studying the manuscript, carefully, feeling somewhat apprehensive. An 8th rank celestial level formation master should not discover that the manuscript was lacking too quickly. Just as he thought of this, he saw Old Long's expression change. What a marvelous formation structure. You are truly a genius, Dao friend. Lu Qing'an was slightly taken aback. It couldn't be right. I modified so much and deleted so much, leaving only a little original structure. How could this manuscript astonish him so much? Elder Long stared at the manuscript in his hands, his expression growing increasingly agitated and astonished as he read deeper. Lu Qing'an observed quietly from the side, puzzled. Could he have inadvertently handed the original manuscript to Bai Lu for duplication? But upon second thought, he knew he could not have made such a trivial mistake. The structure of this formation is truly unparalleled in its mystery. Yet there are many aspects that even I find difficult to comprehend. Elder Long furrowed his brow, realizing that his own mastery of formations still had its shortcomings. Seeing this, Lu Qing'an felt a silent satisfaction. Not understanding was precisely the intended outcome. Only a genius could derive the correct answer from a sea of erroneous information. Even he himself might not be able to decipher the duplicated manuscript. Fellow cultivator, I have a query. Are you truly a 7th rank formation master? Elder Long set down the manuscript, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Qing'an, clearly harboring doubts about Bai Lu's claims. Bai Lu had speculated that Lu Qing'an was likely a 7th rank formation master, a deduction based solely on Lu Qing'an's Glass Realm cultivation level. After all, a cultivator at the Glass Realm could at most attain the 7th rank. A flicker of peculiarity crossed Lu Qing'an's face, knowing full well that he was at best a 3rd rank formation master. Indeed, judging by the formation structures in your manuscript, your cultivation may limit your rank, but your mastery far surpasses mine. Should you visit Void City in the future and wish to advance to an 8th rank formation master, come to our guild and seek me out. With your skill, I could waive the examination for you. Elder Long smiled, his words laden with goodwill, clearly attempting to recruit Lu Qing'an. At the same time, he extended an offer of friendship. Lu Qing'an was uncertain of Void City's status, but nodded nonetheless. That was a matter for another day, as he had no intention of leaving Panlong City anytime soon. With insufficient strength, venturing into lands teeming with powerful cultivators would only invite trouble. I have skimmed through the manuscript. If you have any doubts, we could discuss them together, and I might offer some insights. Elder Long was also eager to see what challenges Lu Qing'an faced. Lu Qing'an had no issues with the demon-searching grand formation, as he had already deployed it, but another formation he was currently studying did present some difficulties. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qing'an decided to raise the problem he was currently grappling with. Since Elder Long had already mistaken his difficulties for those related to the demon-searching grand formation, and the duplicated manuscript had been deliberately filled with misleading information, it was harmless to inquire about another formation entirely. The demon-searching grand formation is composed of several intricate minor formations. Among them, one has me stuck on a particular issue. Lu Qing'an expounded on the theory of thermal expansion and contraction, asking which specific array patterns he should inscribe to achieve the desired effect. Thermal expansion and contraction. Fellow cultivator, I fail to grasp the essence of this concept. Could you elaborate? Elder Long's eyes sparkled with curiosity, his demeanor that of an eager learner. After hearing Lu Qing'an's explanation of thermal expansion and contraction, he felt a glimmer of understanding, yet it remained incomplete. Lu Qing'an then took on the role of a physics teacher, detailing the theory in hopes that Elder Long would grasp its core and offer useful advice. Elder Long fell into a prolonged state of contemplation and realization. Suddenly enlightenment struck, and he exclaimed, "Fellow cultivator, did you originate this formation philosophy?" Lu Qing'an blinked, musing that no one in this realm likely knew of this basic physics principle, and so he nodded slightly. "This is what they call a peerless genius." Elder Long praised him sincerely. Lu Qing'an replied calmly, "Elder Long flatters me. I dare not accept such praise." Taking a deep breath to steady his excitement, Elder Long then offered some modest suggestions. Upon hearing them, a light gleamed in Lu Qing'an's eyes. Elder Long had pointed out several formation patterns for his reference. Lu Qing'an nodded, soon realizing that the formation was about to conclude. "Fellow cultivator, this formation is about to close. If you ever pass through Void City, I hope we can meet again. Discussing formations with you has been immensely rewarding." Elder Long clasped his hands in a respectful farewell, his words brimming with sincerity. Lu Qing'an, having also learned from the conversation with this high-ranking formation master, replied with a smile, "There will be a chance." "Farewell," Elder Long said with a smile. As the formation ceased, Elder Long's projection dissipated, and the chamber door opened, allowing light to flood in and illuminate the room. Bai Lu witnessed Elder Long's demeanor for the first time, marveling inwardly, and his gaze toward Lu Qing'an shifted. "Fellow cultivator, Jia truly keeps his talents hidden. Your mastery of formations must surely exceed the 8th rank." Bai Lu sighed with a wry smile. Lu Qing'an responded calmly, "Elder Long was merely being courteous. There's no need for such words, fellow Bai." "So did you gain anything from this?" Bai Lu asked. Lu Qing'an nodded. "A little, but much effort remains to successfully deploy the demon-searching grand formation." "Very well, I'll stay in touch with Elder Long and inform you of any new insights," Bai Lu said with a smile. Lu Qing'an nodded, then left the Formation Masters Guild with Bai Lu and returned to the City Lord's mansion. Back in his quarters, he immediately delved into the insights he had gained, spreading out the formation patterns suggested by Elder Long for careful study. "All are 7th rank patterns. With my current strength, I cannot inscribe them." The expenditure of energy and immortal chi was far too great. Lu Qing'an had no choice but to adapt, creating a new pattern suited to his current state. Thus he immersed himself in formation deduction, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sky outside had just darkened. Success. Looking at the pattern he had created, though only of the 3rd rank, it achieved the desired effect, and Lu Qing'an couldn't help but smile. The next step is to assemble the formation and deploy it. However, this requires 2 items. A 7th rank immortal flame, and an artifact of extreme cold. For these he could only seek help from the Alchemist's Guild and the Treasure Pavilion. Now that Gong Qiyu and He Jingming have likely left Panlong City, they'll have to approach Huang Zixing and Lu Biud. Thus Lu Qing'an left the City Lord's mansion and sought out the 2 men separately. Both expressed helplessness regarding his needs. The highest grade immortal flame currently available at the Alchemist Guild was only of the 5th rank. A 7th rank immortal flame required a request from headquarters, but the reply was negative, especially for the Panlong City region. As for artifacts imbued with extreme cold, the Treasure Pavilion also had none in stock. Lu Biud said he would contact headquarters to inquire. However, Lu Qing'an's visit was not entirely fruitless. Lu Biud unexpectedly gave him a sum of immortal stones. "The auction of your Linglong Tower has concluded, netting an additional 3 million immortal stones." Lu Qing'an was slightly surprised. It seemed the Linglong Tower was worth at least 8 million immortal stones, and with the Treasure Pavilion's commission, it likely sold for over 10 million. His savings had grown by 3 million immortal stones, yet despite the wealth, he could not purchase immortal herbs to extend his lifespan. The immortal herbs in Panlong City had all been sold out. Wait, Bai Lu still has some. Previously, he had only swindled Bai Lu out of 3 million immortal stones worth of herbs, but he suspected Bai Lu still possessed an equal value which he intended to purchase entirely. He immediately contacted Bai Lu, arranging to meet in the reception hall. At the same time, he wondered if he could obtain the immortal flame, an extreme cold artifact he urgently needed from the Immortal Sword sect. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley outside the city, 7 figures emerged from deep underground. They were the remnants of the demon clan that had come to Panlong City, led by the blood demon, Gu Tuacho. His expression was grim, yet tinged with hope as he gazed into the distance. Soon he spotted a line of black shadows approaching at great speed. There were over 30 demon clan members. At their head was his cousin Gu Yuao. Having exhausted all options, he had no choice but to seek help from his cousin Gu Yuao, who was training in the human realm. He had sent a message proposing a shared reward for releasing the demon dragon. Gu Tuacho stood tall and slender under the moonlight, his pallid snow-like skin utterly devoid of color, while his blood-red eyes gleamed with an eerie, monstrous light. Those pupils akin to vertical slits were cold and sharp, as if capable of piercing the depths of one's soul. What drew the most attention, however, were his teeth, sharp as fangs, especially the two canine teeth, which were extraordinarily long and glistened with a chilling sheen. He gazed at his cousin Gu Yuao leading a team with an imposing aura and could not help but feel a pang of sorrow in his heart. Had it not been for the appearance of that mysterious figure, it should have been him, Gu Tuachuo, who was now so spirited and triumphant. Now, with half of his merit snatched away, he was deeply frustrated, yet he understood clearly that he could never contend with that mysterious powerhouse alone, nor could he release the demon dragon by himself. Before long, a group of demons arrived before Gu Tuachuo, led by none other than his cousin Gu Yuao. Gu Yuao bore a striking resemblance to Gu Tuachuo in stature, yet his demeanor was unruly and defiant, his eyes exuding an arrogance that looked down upon all living beings. My dear cousin, I thought you had fallen among the humans and wallowed in degradation, yet I never expected you to harbor such schemes. Truly surprising. Gu Yuao curled his lips, revealing a pair of even sharper fangs like a ravenous beast. Have you brought the items discussed in the transmission? Gu Tuachuo, unwilling to speak further, asked in a deep voice. Naturally, the 4 glass realm corpses have all been brought. Gu Yuao waved his hand lightly, and 4 corpses materialized under the moonlight, shimmering with a cold, eerie glow that sent chills down one's spine. Seeing this, Gu Tuachuo felt somewhat reassured. The items needed to rescue the demon dragon were now all prepared. All that remained was to await the opportune moment. To wait for the final hour to strike at the demon dragon's location and set it free. He had already discovered that the demon he had stationed near the demon dragon had been captured, indicating that the place was unsafe, and they could not venture there rashly. What else must I do? Gu Yuao stared at Gu Tuachuo, who was silently pondering, and asked. Just wait for the right moment. Gu Tuachuo replied. Should you not first discuss with me the situation in Panlong City? I am well aware of your strength. To have fallen to such a state, you must have encountered no small trouble, right? Gu Yua's gaze swept over the few followers behind Gu Tuachuo, his face full of disdain. In his heart, he even entertained the thought of killing all these demons and claiming sole credit, but he also understood that acting rashly at this moment was not wise, as many things remained unclear to him. Gu Tuachuo briefly recounted the situation in Panlong City, especially the formidable strength of that mysterious figure. It seems we indeed have a formidable adversary. After hearing this, Gu Yuao narrowed his eyes, already forming some calculations in his mind. The peak of the glass realm, though on par with his own strength, was still not something he deemed too concerning. What are your plans? Gu Yuao asked. For now, we hide outside the city, letting them believe we have withdrawn from Panlong City. On the final day, we will suddenly strike back, catching them off guard, and simultaneously release Lord Demon Dragon. Gu Tuachuo's eyes turned cold as he spoke in a deep voice. That plan is feasible. Gu Yuao nodded with a light smile. The body of that mysterious figure must be left to me. Gu Tuachuo ground his teeth. If not for this person, how would the plan have been so riddled with flaws? His subordinates had also suffered heavy casualties. Naturally, Gu Yuao curled his lips slightly but inwardly sneered coldly. By then, whether you survive or not remains an unknown. Inside the city lord's mansion, when Lu Qing'an entered the reception hall, by Lu and Zhao Dezhu were already waiting there. Murong Qingming was nowhere to be seen. Upon inquiry, Lu Qing'an learned that Murong had gone into seclusion to cultivate, sensing an imminent breakthrough to the 3rd layer of the Void Silence realm. Haha, fellow Taoist Jia, you summoned us urgently today. Could it be that there has been progress with the formation? Bai Lu looked at Lu Qing'an with great anticipation, his mind long preoccupied with the demon-searching grand formation. After parting ways with Lu Qing'an at the Array Master Guild last time, he had immediately transmitted a message to Elder Long inquiring in detail about the value of that manuscript. He had also feared that the manuscript might be inadequate, that Lu Qing'an was not truly researching the demon-searching grand formation. But after his inquiry, Elder Long gave him a definitive answer. The manuscript held the potential to set up the demon-searching grand formation, yet it indeed contained many problems and difficulties. Even for him, an 8th rank immortal grade array master, it was hard to fully comprehend the entire manuscript in a short time. At the same time, Elder Long spoke very seriously about his assessment of fellow Taoist Jia. He was absolutely a prodigy with supreme attainments in the way of arrays. The structural design of the formation in the manuscript and the novel concepts it revealed might only be the tip of the iceberg. Such a person was worth befriending. From that moment on, a thought took root in Bai Lu's heart. He had heard from Murong Qingming that this fellow Taoist Jia was a rogue cultivator, likely unwilling to be bound, hence content to remain one. But from what he understood, many rogue cultivators remained so simply because they had not encountered a good faction or favorable treatment. Their immortal sword sect was a prestigious force throughout the Immortal Realm, and as an elder of the sect, if he could recruit such a prodigy for the sect, it would be a great achievement. Thus on this visit, he also intended to try to invite Lu Qing'an to join the Immortal Sword sect. Given Lu Qing'an's strength and array mastery, he would need to be at least an elder-level figure in the Immortal Sword sect to attract him. And he would have to plan carefully and discuss thoroughly with Lu Qing'an to accomplish this. Seeing Bai Lu's eager expression, Lu Qing'an still used the same excuse, gently shaking his head. Although there has been some progress, problems remain, it is not yet fully resolved. No matter, we can solve the problems slowly. I think the demons hiding in Panlong City have already sensed the threat and may have even fled the city. Panlong City is safe now, Bai Lu said with a smile. Lu Qing'an sighed inwardly upon hearing this. If Bai Lu knew about the demon dragon, he would certainly not be so optimistic. The demon scheme this time was extraordinary. They would not easily give up on rescuing the demon dragon. This brief tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. However, he was not afraid. With his own strength, he was confident he could quell the demon's conspiracy. On this visit, I have come into possession of 3 million immortal stones. I recall you have immortal herbs worth 3 million immortal stones on hand, which I presume are of little use to you. How about exchanging them for immortal stones? It would be a win-win. Saying this, Lu Qing'an took out a storage ring and handed it to Bai Lu before he could speak. Bai Lu took it with a smile. You are indeed thoughtful, my friend. I was just worrying about how to convert these immortal herbs into immortal stones. This is perfect. The transaction between the two was seamless, a straightforward exchange of goods. Having obtained another 3 million immortal stones worth of immortal herbs, Lu Qing'an felt a renewed sense of confidence. He knew the demons would not easily give up. They might still make a final push to release the demon dragon, perhaps even resorting to desperate measures. Therefore, he could not afford to relax and must strive harder to build up his strength to ensure absolute safety. Also, fellow Taoist, I am in need of 2 rare items recently. Could you perhaps keep an eye out or inquire among your acquaintances? This time, Lu Qing'an could not use the demon-searching grand formation as an excuse to obtain these 2 urgently needed items, mainly because once used they would be gone, and he would not be able to return them to Bai Lu, which would only incur the enmity of the Immortal Sword sect. You are too kind, my friend. Just tell me what you need. Bai Lu's eyes lit up. He had been pondering how to invite Lu Qing'an to join the sect, and Lu Qing'an's request provided the perfect opening. A 7th-grade celestial fire and a treasure emanating extreme cold. Lu Qing'an replied truthfully. He understood that Bai Lu, as an elder of the Immortal Sword sect, could easily procure a 7th-grade celestial fire and have it delivered swiftly. However, a treasure that could continuously radiate cold was far harder to find. Even after countless exchanges at the Longevity Exchange Tower, he had never seen such an item. The closest was the Frost Mirror, but it could not emit cold on its own. It only retaliated with frost when struck, and its uses were nearly depleted. Bai Lu paused surprised and looked at Lu Qing'an. A 7th-grade celestial fire was easy. He knew many high-tier alchemists and could borrow one with a few words. Yet the treasure of extreme cold was beyond his knowledge. He would have to inquire. Fellow Taoist, what do you need these 2 items for? Bai Lu took out a sound transmission jade slip, infusing it with immortal energy to contact a friend, but still pressed for an answer. Lu Qing'an said calmly, urgent need. As for the purpose, it's not convenient to disclose. All right, I'll ask for you. Bai Lu, seeing the jade slip connect, paused his conversation with Lu Qing'an and spoke into it with a smile. Old Zhu, does the sect's treasury have any treasure that can emit cold? An aged voice replied, familiar and casual. Why do you ask? Bai Lu chuckled, urgent need. Just if there is, I'll exchange it with sect contribution points. Let me check. The voice paused for over 10 breaths, then said, there is one called the Millennium Ice Pearl, a top-grade 6th class immortal item. Are you sure you want to use contribution points for this? It might not be worth it. Exchange it. Please send it to Panlong City immediately, the faster the better. Bai Lu smiled. What are you doing in that small city? I heard there are demons around. Are you hunting them? Bai Lu replied, exactly. The demons here are either fleeing or hiding, their whereabouts uncertain. When can the treasure arrive? In 2 days. If urgent, I can have a friend expedite it. Do it'll arrive within a day. Then I thank you. They'll treat you to a drink when we meet. Bai Lu laughed. All right, talk later. The transmission ended. Bai Lu turned to Lu Qing'an and smiled. Fellow Taoist Jia, this treasure is settled. As for the 7th-grade celestial fire, that's even simpler. The Alchemist Guild in Wangshu City must have stock. Even if not, I can have someone find it and deliver it within a day. Lu Qing'an inwardly marveled at the benefits of a vast network. Of course, he knew Bai Lu's help came with ulterior motives, perhaps for the demon-searching formation or something else. Their acquaintance was merely superficial, no more than a casual partnership. Thank you, fellow Taoist Bite. Lu Qing'an cupped his hands in gratitude. No need for formality. We hit it off immediately. I consider you a friend. Bai Lu waved his hand with a smile, his mind made up. He knew Lu Qing'an was no ordinary man, and he was determined to secure this friendship today. Lu Qing'an smiled. Regardless, I will remember this debt. The temptation of the demon dragon was simply irresistible. Without these 2 treasures, he would have to abandon the thought of slaying the demon dragon. For a vast amount of lifespan, owing a favor was acceptable. Yet even when repaying, he would act within reason, never rashly endangering his life to settle the debt. For instance, he could not give Bai Lu the demon-searching formation. By the way, fellow Taoist, Zhao, why are you content as a rogue cultivator? Have you considered joining a faction? Bai Lu seized the opportunity to recruit. In the Immortal Sword sect, or any major sect, contribution points were vital, not just for exchanging treasures, but as a symbol of status. Advancing in rank or acquiring resources all relied on contribution points. These were earned by completing sect missions, vanquishing demons, or bringing benefits to the sect. Recruiting talent also yielded contribution points. If he could bring Lu Qing'an into the sect, his formation skills and strength would greatly benefit the sect. If he also mastered the demon-searching formation, the merits would be immense, and the contribution points staggering. Lu Qing'an saw the anticipation in Bai Lu's eyes and understood. So that's your game. The Immortal Sword sect left a good impression on him, its ethos of vanquishing demons aligned with his values. However, his strength was insufficient, and even this was feigned. Joining the sect risked exposure, unless as a disciple. I've considered it, but I haven't found a faction that suits me, Lu Qing'an said with a smile. What do you think of the Immortal Sword sect? Bai Lu's face lit up with joy, seizing the moment to ask. As long as there was interest. The Immortal Sword sect is certainly commendable, Lu Qing'an replied. He had carefully calculated after gathering enough treasures in Panlong City to secure his footing, he would head to the next major city, especially one with a higher level longevity, Exchange Tower. Wangshu City at the foot of the Immortal Sword sect's mountain was one such major city, boasting a high-level longevity exchange tower that could offer 8th-grade immortal items. Thus his next destination was Wangshu City. Jin Yongfu had already gone ahead to the Immortal Sword sect. Once Lu Qing'an accumulated enough resources to survive in Panlong City, he would reunite with his brother. Perhaps by then Jin Yongfu would have made a name in the sect, and his guidance would save Lu Qing'an much trouble. Fellow Taoist, have you considered joining the Immortal Sword sect? I can recommend you. With your strength and formation mastery, becoming an elder wouldn't be difficult. Bai Lu smiled, extending the invitation. Becoming an elder required rigorous assessment, but based on his knowledge, even setting aside strength, Lu Qing'an's astonishing formation skills alone could secure the position. He shook his head gently, his words a mix of truth and falsehood which sounded like a polite refusal to Bai Lu. Bai Lu pondered whether Lu Qing'an was declining. His disciple had confirmed Lu Qing'an's strength at the peak of the glazed realm akin to his own, sufficient for. Yet Lu Qing'an claimed to favor the sect, but now refused. Why? Fellow Taoist, do you have any concerns? If so, feel free to share. Of course, it's fine if you'd rather not. Bai Lu spoke tactfully, showing high emotional intelligence. Lu Qing'an smiled. To be honest, my strength is only at the moon firmament realm. How could I qualify as an elder? He had always claimed to be at the moon firmament realm, and saw no harm in repeating it now.